Book 4, Chapter 42, The Skein's Plan. Chaos is a ladder, Chancellor. It never goes quite where you need it to, and the rise is always more graceful than the descent. Dread Emperor Profiteers. Like proper villains, we put a magic gate between ourselves and the consequences of our actions before silently agreeing to pretend none of it had taken place. The woe had taken to that part of villainy better than any other, truth be told. Probably didn't help that I was the closest thing Archer had to an authority figure in her life that wasn't Ranger, or that Hierophant had been raised to believe that repercussions were a thing that happened to people who didn't have family dinners involving the full roster of the calamities. Seriously, I would be dishonest not to acknowledge that having Black cleaning up behind me for years hadn't, encouraged me to display a perhaps disproportional amount of recklessness in my actions. But even at my worst, there'd been an amount of calculation involved in those risks. In contrast, Thief had at some point robbed a Legion pay convoy and somehow expected to get away with it, while Diabolist had gone out of her way to personally piss off every single living villain with a higher body count than her. Well, before Lise anyway. She'd murdered her way to the top of that list quick enough. It was telling that the closest thing we had to a steady hand around was Adjutant, and he'd rather famously gotten into a slugging match with a demon. Gods, was Juniper the voice of sanity? She ate people, for fuck's sake. Well, corpses anyway, and she hadn't done it in a while that I knew of, but still. I have so many questions, I told Acua the moment the gate closed. Flammable and inflammable mean the same thing, she replied without missing a beat. I paused. What? I managed. I noticed you've been misusing the ladder, Diabolus said with a beaming smile. The word is actually derived from the old Misan verb, inflammer, which means to set on fire. Masego let out a noise of approval, the filthy traitor. Of course, of all the woes habits, the one Acua had to pick up was giving me lip in the middle of delicate life and death situations. Closing ranks in front of outsiders had been too much to hope for, I supposed. But merciless gods, I would have settled for prone to collateral damage we can't afford to pay for. It wasn't like she didn't have a history. I made the decision that choking my only current source of insight on what was happening was unwise, which I thought was very queenly of me. Where are we? I patiently asked. Before the gate to the central chamber, Acua said, inviting me to look behind her with an elegant gesture. If you'd one sinister rune-engraved stone gate, you'd seen them all. This one was ridiculously large, but given the alleged size of the Skein, that wasn't a surprise. Besides, this one didn't even have a terrifying face-shaped demon bound inside. Strictly small time compared to the tower, that somehow standing pile of horrors. I considered my next question carefully. How? I finally said. I gestured to encompass creation. How? As a part of your mantle, she can draw on winter to an extent if so allowed, Masego said. Yes, we all knew that, I lied. Not need to state the obvious, Masego. But here precisely. The chain, Acua simply said, which bound her to me, or more accurately the mantle of woe, and to an extent winter itself. That explained how she'd been able to open a gate towards my location, anyway. How had she even gotten here in the first place? The whole point of the threefold reflection was that it could be turned into an unsolvable maze at the drop of a hat. You used winter to make your gates, the shade reminded me. Your works were known to me. Setting aside the headache-inducing implications of that for later, I frowned. So she'd seen where I was planning to get out of Arcadia and gone there, which told me why she was here, but not how she'd gotten there in the first place. I eyed her warily, since the question had been implied, but she did not speak again. More secrets. Exactly what we needed at the moment. My eye, if you would, Masego stiffly asked. Acua sketched a bow and produced the glass orb with a flourish of the wrist. My frown deepened. You've been running the ritual this whole time, I said. He could see through his eye, you through his, and you sent him instructions through it. Cards, she agreed. As I was instructed, though I did not always know the reasons why. I passed a hand through my hair, which, as I immediately remembered, had been formed out of winter smoke and mirrors mere moments ago. There was no sweat matting the strands even after my extortions, which I was almost thankful for. The inhumanity of that was almost comforting, compared to the reminder that any sweat I'd feel would be a lie I told myself, and my will enforced. We're on Buzzard. I take it, I said. She nodded. I eyed the stone door. So now, I probed. We enter, Diabolus said. After the 6th rune in your head is disabled. Skipping a few there, huh? That aside, Vivian's card had given me the eloquent instructions of don't when it came to the Skein, so it was worth asking her if. And Thief is gone, I said. Please tell me someone else saw her get out of Arcadia. Masego finished putting back his eye in the appropriate burnt-out socket. Yet another reason to be thankful eating was now optional for me, and straightened up. I did as well, he said, though she disappeared within moments. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning? I asked. I assumed there was a reason, he replied. Yeah, that was today in a sentence, wasn't it? Could hardly rake him over coals for that. Romance my brain, Z's, I ordered with a sigh. Let's get this cart back on the road before it catches fire. Again, his hand rose, and immediate. He reads stories, Vivian said. We can as well, Masego pointed out. I intervened before that could turn into a proper bicker. So we come at him with a plan. He'll have seen it from beginning to end, I said. Essentially, she said, after flicking an irritated glance at the blind mage. Though the interesting implication is that he can only read a single story at a time. It is possible to fool him. Multiple schemes will be required, Acua mused, with a degree of bridging between them. It would be ideal to begin on a scheme and move into another before the Skein can arrange for a point of failure. That means someone has to know enough of them to lead us to change tacks at critical moment, I noted. Considering you can't really fight, Diabolist, it'll have to be you. She'll need to be fooled as well, Hakram spoke up. Given more plans than we'll actually use, and kept in the dark about which few options are really on the table. Go random, Indrani advised. That always fucks with oracles. Acua nodded in agreement. The rest of you will need to be kept ignorant of large swaths of what is planned, she added after. Lest the moment you begin a plan the enemy be made aware of it. Masego, you can do memory blocks, right? I asked. He nodded. An easy enough enchantment for all save you and Diabolist, he said. Conditional triggers can be woven in, though no more than one per block. Too high a degree of sophistication risks permanence. The human mind is a complex device. I don't like how complicated this is getting, I admitted. But once you're wet, there's no reason not to swim. I don't follow, Masego said, brow creasing. We don't leave him to guess between a handful of plans, I said grimly. We drown him in them. Ly. Rude. So this is a stupid plan, but it's stupid on purpose, I said, rubbing my forehead. That's comforting. You know, except for the part where we fail and die horribly. I was hoping we would avoid that, Hierophant gravely said. Yeah, well, you know what the dead king put up on the gates into this place, I replied. Fine, it's too late to run anyway. Acua, you got anything to add? She bowed smoothly. I was ordered, she said, to fight as an extension of you, should it come to swords. Well, it's not like today has been a cornucopia of good decisions so far, I mused. So what the hells, let's give it a whirl. Z's, get the door, would you? With a deep grinding sound, the stone slabs parted. This is the part where I praise his efficiency, Acua announced. Because misunderstandings and incompetent assessments are humorous. Was it wrong that one of the most horrifying things about the mass-murdering maddened shade of my former rival was that she was trying to develop a functional sense of humor? If so, Black had shown a lot more foresight than I'd thought back in that alley. In we go, I said, warily eyeing the darkness within. Before I start debating whether it'd have been more reassuring to blow our way through. Robber was, inarguably, a horrible influence. The ground wasn't stone. I knew that just from the feel of it under my boots. It wasn't even flat. It crunched. Didn't even need to glance down. The sound was easy enough to recognize. Bones. Charming. The inside was pitch black save for a single well of light illuminating the artifact thief had spoken of. 3 layered wooden wheels on a stick, with pieces of string joining them haphazardly. She'd not mentioned, however, that every wheel was about as broad as I was tall. Hierophant followed behind me, and the grinding sound told me that. Yeah, so? That's not happening. I noted. Ice bloomed in the way of the closing stone doors, shattering for the first few inches, but eventually forcing them to a halt as I kept pouring power into the working. I was already standing inside a massive dark cavern filled with bones. There was no way I was letting the Skein keep us stuck inside. Speaking of, there was no sign of the Revenant. At least he's not waiting on a throne, I mused. Those fights never seemed to go well for us. There were tall curved rib bones from something definitely not human serving as a sort of antechamber leading to the wheels, but that screamed trap, even more than the rest of this room. Hierophant, I prompted. We can use them, Masego replied. I can already glimpse them. Deep, but simple. Good to know. Still didn't tell me where the hell's the undead rat was. Oh, what a stroke of luck, I loudly said. The Skein isn't here. I guess we'll just walk towards those wheels and dash. Sword clearing the scabbard in a heartbeat. I stabbed the bones beneath my feet and poured the howling might of winter into the mess. Frost crept through the mass of bones, and my eyebrow rose when I realized how deep it actually went under us. At least 60, 70 feet. Not trace of the skein, though. Catherine, Acua said. I sighed. He's above us, isn't he? I said. The answer wasn't so much laughter as it was the quiet rumbling of the storm. A massive shape leapt down and bones were sent flying in every direction while I smoothly rose and fell into a guard. Hierophant, prudently, came to stand behind me. Diabolist was at my shoulder, no, and all I felt from her was a hunter's patience. Furred body, bending over the wheels and cutting through the light, the skein watched us with a leering grin. He was large as Thief had said, but her short description had not done the revenant justice. Thick dark fur covered a body that was almost humanoid, save for the long worm-like tail that came from its lower back, but it was the head that was discomforting to look at. We called their kind ratlings, but looking at that rotting leather, it was a snake I thought of. The pale golden eyes with deep red gouges under them only deepened the impression. The two pairs of bone-like antlers ripping through the top of its head were wickedly sharp, even after what must have been centuries. A horned lord. Even Ranger considered the likes of that difficult to deal with. And when we'd come across that woman in Arcadia, I felt like she could murder the lot of us in the span of a single breath. Not an opponent I should take lightly. Not an opponent I should fight at all, if I could help it. Sadly, my mouth disagreed. So can we knock off the theatrics? I asked. Because, let's be honest here, Acua's probably more evil than you are, and if I told her to fetch my slippers, she'd do it. The creature's dry red tongue licked at fangs half the size of me. Take the wheel, lead the Empress to the Orc, the skein said, then cocked his head to the side. Or, the Empress escapes, yet dies to a blade of stolen moonlight. Two paths. Well, I'm glad someone knows the plan, I mused. Would you care to monologue about how we're going to fail? The Revenant laughed. Then you strike, he said. Or, she strikes with you. Or, you flee. Tricky little things, skittering around, but you entered the maze. You did. Surrendered too many paths. No end remaining is fortunate. I reached for the last card inside my cloak, and my fingers came away wet. My hand rose. Just give me a moment, I asked. The ancient abomination stilled. I got the sense he was somewhat taken aback. Last card, huh? I slipped it out and angled it so the light while the Revenant was across would make it clearer. The Queen of Swords. You have an invisible crossbow. Written diagonally, across the whole thing. I flipped it. Nothing on the other side. Seriously, past Catherine? That was the entire message. She might as well have just drawn herself flipping me the bird. What an asshole. Catherine. Masego probed. If you were hoping for a solution, I said. That was not it. It was pointless, the skein said. 17 stories? Pretty little tales, but you always end up here. No matter the path, the destination is the same. 17. Gods. There wasn't enough alcohol in all of Keter to justify that. And even worse, I was pretty sure we'd planned this sober. Look, I said. I'm with you on this one. This whole thing has been a debacle from start to finish, and the person responsible should be buried alive. We're on the same side here. The Revenant stilled again. Evidently, this was not unfolding as expected. You did this, he tried. That can't be. I don't remember it. I immediately denied. I'd fought enough Presi to know that sufficiently high station and blatant lies could get you out of nearly anything, if you played your cards right. We should look into it together, I told him. Have you considered we might be getting framed? I'm just saying, this is a horrible plan. I could do better. It just doesn't add up. Does this actually ever work? I heard Acua ask Masego in a whisper. There was a beat. It got us into Skade, he eventually conceded. Are you trying to lie to an oracle? The skein said, by the sound of it genuinely offended. I would never dare lie to you. I lied. You're obviously a rat person of highly discerning judgment. If you just get militia in here, I'm sure we can straighten all of this out. It's like watching a demon get loose, Acua murmured. You know you should run, but you just have to look. You want me to bring the Empress here, the Revenant said. The Empress that you were trying to kill. That's completely unrelated, I said, proceeding forward with greatly unwarranted assurance. And hearsay besides. I'm as loyal to the tower as any Presi. Assuming said Presi was highborn, anyway. Did you truly expect this to succeed? The skein eventually asked. I've rolled the dice on worse odds, I admitted, perhaps a little too honestly. While that was not a high point by any definition of the term, it definitely went downhill from there. I'd learned several things today. First, elves were bullshit even when they were dead. I wasn't unaware that I didn't have a lot of room to talk when it came to recovering from wounds. But who the hell's just decided they were all right and had creation agree like a drunker singer? Second, when the Lady of the Lake called a breed of faux hard fuckers she meant, how would someone even kill that thing if it wasn't already dead? I was now on my 8th sword, and beginning to appreciate why heroes always got handed some nifty legendary blade before they were sent into the meat grinder. I might as well have been trying to breach a wall swinging at it with a salmon. And not, I grimly thought, even a large one. That was, sadly, not even in the top 10 of my current problems. The Skein's jaw hung unhinged, gaping wide, and it closed only when the last of the darkness had been swallowed into it. There went my domain, which he had eaten, because that was a thing that could be done. It comes, Acua whispered into my ear. Thank you, helpful collar fairy. I acidly thought. If I'd wanted a running fucking commentary, I'd have asked Black for a talking sword. I leapt onto a platform even as the Skein's bare fist collided with the bones beneath where I'd stood, immediately leaping onto another before the swing of his tail could catch me. I'd learned the hard way that I couldn't take a hit from the Revenant without spending precious moments rebuilding whatever passed from my spine these days. Burn, Hierophant said. Ribbons of golden flame streaked across the dark cavern, folding around one of the Skein's limbs, but he turned and casually sucked the fire into his open maw. The breath that spread was putrid, like something left to rot for so long the rot was all that was left. The Horned Lord flicked a glance at Masego, who stood atop a ring of bones surrounded by a pale globe of light, and without warning, moved. Fuck. I took a running leap off my platform. Then, as the fall quickened, my momentum called on my domain again. The brushstrokes of night came but twice before the Revenant lazily struck down right through them. The darkness dispersed like smoke, and then the backlash hit. My eyes froze in their sockets, then shattered, and with a hoarse scream, I dropped out of my controlled fall into a pile of bones. Move, Acua said. I rolled to the side without thinking, and a massive impact close to me had me spinning back in the air. I reached for my face. Was that a rib going through my cheek? And forced the eyes to form quicker. Vision returned just in time to see the massive handful of claws headed my way. Flick of the wrist, and ice sprouted on them, forming a long staff I caught by the side, and then the tail smashed me into the wall of this accursed place. There went my spine again. There really was not getting used to that, was there? I heard Masego bark out something in the mage tongue and dropped listlessly to the ground. Diabolist was there, red eyes and pleasant smile, helping me up. There was mention of fighting together, I said after spitting out a few of my teeth. Acua Sahelian offered me her hand. Shall we, she said. Gods help me, but I took it. Book 4, Chapter 43, Masego's Plan. Kings and shepherds fit in the same cook pot. Orc saying. It was difficult to describe. The power was still mine. It just wasn't shaped by my own hands. I could still feel it, span the ebb and flow and cuts, but the will behind was Acua Sahelian's. For the first 30 heartbeats, it was horribly distracting to fight while I had this second line of thought going on in the back of my head, but soon enough I learned to ignore it. The need for control had always been the lid on the powers I'd stolen from Winter, hadn't it? It was a lesser surrender, the act of allowing Diabolist some manner of rule over it, but it was still a step towards that place I yet shied away from. Neshama had called it apotheosis and mused it to be the result of happenstance. I was not so certain, but I knew that if I reached the world I looked back to would be a very different place. Winter sunk into the sea of bones like a great tree's roots, tainting and binding and made into pattern impossibly perfect by another's will. My mind had brushed against the flow, and though it kept existing bereft of my attention, my gaze no longer gave it clear definition. Like watching without eyes. I thought. It was not the kind of thought a human would understand. That I did, instinctively so, was certain to have a price down the line. I exhaled, sword in hand, and watched the Skein's muscles pull and shift. He was a dead thing, in the end, and Winter knew much of death. The Revenant was not of my own raising, but there was an affinity there, now that I knew to look for it. Not a door into usurpation. In those eldritch struggles knowledge was always paramount, and compared to the likes of the dead king, I was a babe in the woods, but the ratling was not untouchable. Like me, he was a construct. Those could always be broken, with the right tools. The muscle weaves beneath shoulder contracted, bent, and though the Revenant angled his body to hide the tail, I felt it shift. In out. My breath came steady, an illusion imposed on myself for reassurance. Pretty ritual that it was, it served its purpose. The Skein struck with inhuman swiftness, clawed hand shattering the remains like toys as it passed where I had been but moments earlier. No longer. What difference was there between the ice I shaped and the stuff of my own body? Beneath the surface, absolutely nothing. The twin spider-like limbs that ripped out of the back of my plate and shifted to see me land on the Skein's extended arm made that bitter admission impossible to deny. Muscles shifted beneath me, the sweep of the tail abandoned as the Skein prioritized shaking me off. Lower leg inclined, and it followed that. There it went, the dip, but his very nature made me an oracle's bastard child. Steel would do nothing against the ratling's eldritch hide and fur, but steel was just one of many tools at my fingertips. I tugged out a string of my domain, shaped it into a hook, and carved into the revenant's flesh even as he made to throw me off. It did all the work itself. The momentum had me swinging around his side, the hook of darkness slicing into his skin as I descended. The Skein did not let out a sound. Did he even feel pain? No matter. I'd take him apart piece by piece, if that was what it took. I hung from the hook under his belly and hoisted myself up, spider legs born anew to hold me, as I began climbing back up the side. Power reflected into itself, a hall of mirrors containing a conflagration until it came out roaring like the great beasts of the first dawn. Claws and fangs and wings and most of all eyes that were entirely aqueous. Their disconnect between seeing the working unfold through Diabolist and my own body senses hearing the thousands of bones come together with strings of shade and ice, rising a behemoth of a drake that collided against the Skein with a thunderous crash. Too many ears. Too many eyes. The spider limbs cracked and broke until I grit my teeth and forced them to shape anew. The whole world is the altar of the profane, both seeing and unseeing. Hierophant's words rang loud and clear, though the undertone was made uncomfortably inhuman by the protective globe of ivory-like power protecting him. The Skein ripped through the neck of Diabolist's drake, devouring the power within, but I could feel her laugh and let loose the endless depths of winter into his maw. I swung myself around with the limbs, landing on his lower back, and wrenched out the hook. A failure in imagination, this particular tool, limited by my own thinking. I stole away more of my domain, gave it more useful shape. The arc of the bow was smooth, the string indistinguishable from it. The hook changed, shaped by a thought, and I anchored it somewhere hands could not reach. The Skein moved before I could loose. Abandoning the drake, he turned and massive fangs shone in half-light. There'd been the hint of a hint in the way his muscles moved. The ice limbs dug under the punctured hide and folded into themselves, then outwards, impossibly lengthened, until I hung high in the air and away from his snapping jaws. With a hard grin, I loosed my arrow. Under this theology of disbelief, the scales bear the weight of nothingness and they're the sum of all that is, finding them equal and equivalent. Like a spool unwinding, my domain followed in the arrow's wake. The Skein ducked, impossibly knowing of the trajectory, but a flicker of wool was all it took to have the projectile tearing downwards and straight into the crook of his neck. I have you now, Horned Lord. I reached and grabbed the other end of the thread, night stuff coiling around my fingers, and dismissed the limbs. He would have moved before I dropped onto his back, but the fur glistened with cold and Diabolist emerged from it in glimmering ice. You drank too deep, Aqueous chided, smiling in that same fearless way she had when she'd pitted her madness alone against the full might of the East. Ice formed in restraining shackles around the Skein's limbs, and though he broke through them, that moment was all it took for me to land. I shifted, spread my legs, and pulled even as the arrowhead became an ugly root of darkness within its flesh. He fought me for a moment, but then the revenant bent, and I crouched to force the other end of the thread into the flesh of his lower back. It spread without hesitation, forcing the whole creature's body into a warped arc as he failed to break the strength of my domain manifest. My hand is the sword of truth, denying the rod of entropy. Lo and behold, the shade of ruin falls upon you. A shiver went through me as sorcery filled the entire cavern. I had felt the likes of this before, once. For a quick, fleeting moment. When Black had spoken a single word and wrecked Lys like a castle of glass, a madman's will shattering all that displeased his sight. Hierophant had stolen an aspect, or at least an aspect's cast, and now wielded it like a hammer against the revenant that sought to break us. The Skein screamed, this time. Limbs and flesh smashed, breaking apart from the inside, and through the yell the ratling hissed a word. Spool. I frowned, what slash? I stood on the bones again, Aqua helping me up, but her hand left mine quickly, and she turned a burning glare on the Skein. The remnants of her drake were still lying half-broken. Reeking of winter, Masego was back under his ivory globe, and my domain was whole. So was the Revenant, not a mark on him. All our successes erased in a heartbeat. Again, the Skein leered. Teach me all your tricks, crawling things. We hadn't even managed to kill it last time. And he'd still unmade it all, easy a waving a hand. Gods, how many times could he call on that aspect? 3, 10? As many times as he wanted? Interesting, Hierophant said. You did not break the march of time so much as sever causality. Prune away events from a sequence that still theoretically exists. It doesn't matter, I said. Let's find out how many lives a rat can have. Our minds were left untouched, Diabolist noted. As was his. In broader creation, such a working would have shattered him upon the wheel, from all the cascade of innumerable events affected. The aspect was bastardized, made contingent to this place. It is a good cage, the Skein said. You will not leave it. So we're playing Shatranj, I said. Across possibilities he can spool back at any time. Alas, Masego said, tone amused, and the ivory globe winked out. A mistake was made. You fail, the Skein told him. Here? You always fail, again and again. You are not the only one who can learn, Hierophant said, and his glass eyes burned bright beneath the cloth. And all you have earned from this is further ruin. I'd seen a lot of aspects over the last few years. Become familiar enough with the gifts of name that I could be considered a discerning judge. William's rise had been like a wellspring of harsh light from within, hollowing out his insides, but removing every wound inflicted. Black's destroy was like a bolt fired at creation, a willful removal of what my teacher wanted gone. Acua's bind had been little more than an acknowledgement of her nature. The thirst for control deepened and formalized by the touch of the gods. This was different. Masego had come into his name standing defiant in the face of a sun that was not a sun, a godly thing that defied the laws of creation and human comprehension, and it had shaped what he'd become. Usher of mysteries, vivisector of miracles. Witness had been the outgrowth of the former, perhaps, but now I was seeing the latter, and it was a terrible thing to behold. Aspects were act, not simply a word, because they were an exercise of will. A piece of you made into a blade and turned against creation. This, then, was intimate part of Masego, of the man he was turning into, and there was cause for worry in it. To ruin something was no small thing. It was to destroy and devastate it irreparably. The Skein had spoken 5 letters and wiped away all we had wrought. Masego replied with 4, and the world shattered. The cavern came apart at the seams. Entire chunks of it split from the rest, drifting into black nothingness as unmoored ships, and like spider webs the destruction spread across all the Revenant's realm. Acua and I stood together as the bones beneath us began to spill into nothing, incomprehensibly coming back around to fall from the ceiling in another shard. My will extended into the ice I'd used to keep the gates open, and found they were still there. We were not ruined along the rest of this, then, not necessarily. The Skein moved, and in a myriad other shards did the same. Hierophant stood alone on his pile of bones, wreathed in ribbons of sorcery, so thick it was visible to the eye, his smile almost innocently joyful. Wait had. My eyes flicked back, and with muted horror I watched the platform on which the wheels stood slowly begin to topple into a streak of dark. I would not make it in time. It was not physically possible to. I inhaled and ice bloomed. Diabolist, I ordered. The moment the glimmering silhouette finished taking shape, Acua was within it, having swum there through winter. She reached down and snatched the edge of the highest wheel. The ice that made her up began to crack under the massive weight, and from the corner of my eye I saw the Skein move towards her in a dozen different shards. He couldn't kill her through the shell, so it must be the artifact he was aiming for. I could not allow that, if any part of this was to be salvaged. Diabolist was ruling the ice construct, but what was that to me? I seized the reins and let winter loose. It grew and swelled, a hunched ape-like thing that tossed the wheels towards me like they were featherlight. A heartbeat later the Revenant tore through my creation, but I'd already ceased paying attention. A third of the way to me the artifact moved from a shard facing me to one in the far back, and I leapt through the void. Flicker. Wrong shard. I was by Masego's side. Hierophant, I barked. Contain the rat. The dark-skinned man laughed almost drunkenly and brushed back his sleeves. Hands extended, he snapped his wrists together. 2 shards collided in a spray of bones that obeyed no sense in where it went and fell, but 2 Revenant reflections went opposite ways, and the undead screamed. It would do. Flicker. I crossed into another shard, almost tripping on a massive half-buried skull, and watched the wheels continue to arc down in the opposite direction, which meant nothing. But I made 3 shells of ice, eyeballing it. Yet the artifact still collided entered a fourth. The Skein snatched them before they could bounce, and with a fanged grin leant over the edge of the shard to throw them down into the void. I learned from my mistake. This time, I formed the silhouette directly on the surface of the artifact and broadened it with rough strokes. Acua did not need a reminder to seize it, or instructions on how to operate the massive wings I had shaped. That lasted until the Skein opened his maw and wisps of winter were sucked out of the construct, leaving it no more than ice with a shade within. He could take it out as fast as I could pour it, I was pretty sure, so instead of wasting power, I went for an alternative. I leapt into the void, gallantly suppressing the scream boiling out of my throat. Fragments spread across places and times yet linked. Always linked, for winter was a single entity and the void's touch could be bridged. 1,000's hands moved. Acua had gone for numbers, I thought, and even as I fell into the dark I saw limbs, skeletons, and even skulls move under winter's writ, biting and grasping at the Skein. I found the wheels at last, hurtling down into the nothing that would lead somewhere else. My body is an illusion, I told myself. I closed my eyes, let distractions fall away. My body is an illusion, I insisted. Just glamour, and anything I had seen I could glamour. Wings or iridescent blue ripped out of my back, long and ephemeral. It was like moving a limb. If that limb had been wounded for months and I was only getting used to it moving again. Angling my fall was easy enough. I collided with the wheels, setting my feet on the middle rung, and tried to convince myself that weight was an illusion as well. Celia never cared about weight, I said. It does not apply to me. The wings didn't change, but instead of slowing, my descent stopped. And then slowly, painfully, we started rising. Spool, the Skein said. I screamed in frustration and slash. I was back on the shard where I'd begun, damn him. Did you think it would always work? Hierophant laughed. There is nothing I have seen you can take from me. Witness. What was he slash? I tightened my grip on the wheels, swinging them over the edge of the closest shard with a grunt. The Skein in most shards strangely looked like he'd taken to wearing armor, covered in a sea of remains that fruitlessly bit and clawed at his hide. Diabolist was trying to slow and blind him, with only mixed success. I glanced to the side, dragging the artifact further over the ledge, and froze when I saw myself standing near the gate, utterly furious. And again, in another shard, getting crushed by the Skein's clawed hands as he seized the wheels. Was I even the real one? No, the existential crisis could wait until later. I needed to get this to Masego so we could get out of here and find militia. I raised the wheels over my head and legged it. I couldn't even tell where this shard was related to the others, much less when bones and void weren't exactly trail markers. I leapt across the nearest shard, flicker, and cursed as soon as I landed. The Skein was in this one, fighting me. And our earlier work had been done anew, with the rattling bound by a string of my domain, forced into that painful stretched. The other Catherine glanced at me, then shrugged and began forming a massive spike of darkness above the Skein's head. My own domain ebbed in answer. Was she? I on the prize, Catherine. I made my way around the Revenant's desperate death throes and leapt. Flicker. This one was empty, save for aimlessly angry bones animated by Diabolist. My fists tightened around the artifact. I could keep this up for hours and still be lost. Hierophant, I called out. Chart me a path. A dot of blue light formed ahead of me, then peeled off. Good enough. I followed as swiftly as I could, until it crossed into another shard. Flicker. Empty as well, except the Skein suddenly turned around in another shards and passed into this one. The Revenant loomed as tall as ever, though the smaller shard was forcing him to be careful where he stepped. I see you, the rattling hissed. The dot of blue light wheeled to the left and crossed into another shard. Less than helpful, that, since unlike it I had to worry about the giant rat. See me, huh? Acua had seemed able to work through winter in multiple shards, so theoretically, I sunk into my own mind, forcing myself to consider angles, then bent winter to my will. Across a dozen shards mirrors formed, reflecting the light from the pit into the Skein's eyes, which he was already covering, aware that with so many mirrors I'd covered near every angle he could look away to. Fucking oracles. It bought me a heartbeat where I ran for it, wheels over my head, but he swung blindly, and with his size there was almost no need to aim. I managed to leap on a platform before I was swept away, but then the tail struck and even tossing half a tower's worth of ice in the way only slowed it down. A repeat would be the end of this unfortunate magical adventure. Following light like a current, through as many mirrors as there could be, and weaving power into the reflections. A dozen arrows loosed. Acqua used my work to craft her own, abandoning the undead to taint the light coming from the mirrors with concentrated cold. The skein slowed, until he shook it off, but it was just long enough for me to manage the leap. The tail swung behind me, hitting only air. Flicker. Masego stood ahead of me, tracing runes that resonated like a gong and drove back the skein when he attempted to cross behind me. Take it, I said, and tossed the wheels toward him. It skidded across bones, and would have toppled him outright if he didn't hastily trace another rune to slow it down to a halt. Our entry gate, I said. Make it lead to militia. He wasted no time on backtalk, ripping away a string and tying it to the central axis as I cast a look around. The rat was trying to sneak through the back, but there would be none of that on my watch. I took the whole of my domain, ripping it away from 3 other Catherines trying to use it, and shaped it into a bolt that shot right at the Revenant as he leapt. It caught him in the chest, tearing through bone and flesh. Both it and the bolt fell into the void, and only then did I allow the others to play with our domain again. A quick look told me Masego had tied the thread to a place on the lowest wheel, which was our signal to get the hells out of here. Acqua, back to me, I said, and yanked her. I staggered at the impact, which was so much heavier than usual, but then she was at my shoulder again, if looking none too pleased at the manhandling. She looked up, and her face fell. Catherine, she said, and her hand rose. She shaped Winter, but it was too little and too late. The skein fell down from above, shattering the wheels with a massive paw. You lose, the Revenant crowed. The ground broke beneath our feet, and after that there was only the fall. Book 4, Chapter 44, Catherine's Plan. From the example of the claimant desolate we can learn this. No scheme is so perfect that it is invulnerable to the utter idiocy of an opponent. Extract from an untitled historical commentary on the War of 13 Tyrants and One by the imperial concubine Alea of the Green Stretch. There was only the void to keep track of now, at least. Wings burst out of my back and with a swift beat had me spinning sideways. I caught Masego by the collar, though he kept wriggling uncomfortably. If this had been freefall back in creation, the howl of the wind would have forced me to raise my voice. No such troubles plagued our descent into nothingness, a silver lining on a situation I knew to be bad, but vaguely suspected was much, much worse. Can you get us out of here? I asked, wings beating behind me to keep us aloft. Diabolist was nothing more than a shade on my back, kept there by the fact I willed it so. Whatever weight she'd had earlier, it was gone now. There is no here, Hierophant replied. We are in between places that exist, within the contained entity that was the central chamber. And can you get us out of that? I hissed. It is an egg, Catherine, he said. We are within. If you want to leave, crack the shell. I thought. Easier said than done. If that had been on the table since the beginning, there would have been much less planning needed. Could have burst straight into the Skein's lair, seized the wheels, and assassinated militia. Of course we had eventually burst into that lair. It hadn't gone what one might call well, or to be honest, anywhere near that neighborhood. After the Elven Revenant, I'd thought that Neshamia's guardians were dangerous, yet not beyond our ability to handle. I'd just been roughly disabused of that notion. Even Masego, picking up his second aspect, had barely managed to get the situation under control long enough for the rat to screw us over again. Where do I hit? I asked Hierophant. The heart of our working relationship, laid bare. Anywhere, he laughed. I blew out a cold breath and allowed winter to slither through my veins. Our exertions fighting the skein had not tired it. It felt, if anything, even more eager than before. I was beginning to grasp the secret at the heart of the Fae, slowly but surely. Their power delighted in use, rewarded it. I'd inherited that without the tight constraints of a role in the colorful but uncompromising tapestry that had once governed the entire realm of fairy. Before the King of Winter hoodwinked me into killing and freeing him with the same sentence, anyway. Who knew what the face of Arcadia was, now that its ever-feuding courts had become one? I felt Acqua's nod I'd follow the shape of the power I was shaping, but she did not take part. She had not spoken a word since my last summons. I only now noticed. Diabolist, I said. I am reaching the limit, the shade murmured through tight lips. I glanced back, the light of my translucent wings casting her scarlet eyes almost purple to my sight. Of what? I asked. How much principal alienation I can take for you, Diabolist said. My thoughts already grow stilted, forced down unproductive paths. I blinked in surprise. Shit. It was true I'd been tossing around winter like rarely before and my mind remained mostly my own, but I'd not. There'd been a lot of sweet talk about apotheosis of late. Foolishly enough, I'd assumed that I'd somehow outgrown my old troubles. Not so, evidently. How had Acua even? The chain. Had to be. This entire time, she'd been taking the plunge so I would remain mostly clear-headed. I could only admire her capacity to master her own thoughts in the face of winter influence, if her limit was only now reached. My tongue burned with a half a dozen questions, but they would have to wait for later. There were no physical markers for me to hit around here, so I didn't bother with anything too precise. Ice and shadow, woven into a spike that spun and elongated into something closer to a massive javelin. I shaped it carefully, and only when I was satisfied with the flawlessness of the working did I let it loose. For a heartbeat, I hit nothing. The javelin kept moving through nothingness unimpeded, its momentum undaunted by the distance. Then I hit a wall, or something close to it. Like an arrow hitting stone, my working did little more than leave a mark on the surface, but there was an unmistakable notch of damage on the surface of the nothingness in front of us. Winter's span was a difficult thing to measure, for my mantle obeyed no rules but its own, and sometimes not even that. But I had put much of myself into the javelin. Enough that, with Acua no longer serving as my filter, I could feel the creep of influence at the edge of my mind. Still indistinct whispers, for now. They would grow louder, I knew, until there was no difference between them and my own thoughts. Hammering through wasn't going to work. I'd come out of here spouting monologues, if not worse, and I wouldn't catch militia acting like the very same people she'd arranged the deaths of for decades over a nice cup of wine. I wasn't ready to call this a wash yet, and embracing the fullness of winter was more or less that. Hierophant, I need you to pry that open, I said. Masego frowned. Platform, he said. Reluctantly, I snatched another wisp of winter and crafted one beneath him before dropping his collar. He landed on his feet, if not particularly gracefully, but that wasn't what drew my attention. I could smell the sorcery on him. I always could, really, and given the amount of protective enchantments he layered on himself whenever we went into battle, this should not be a surprise. But there was something different this time. The magic was curving beneath his skin, deep into his body. My eyes narrowed and traced the shape of them with my mind, like a blind girl trying to see the face of another with my fingers. Some of that sorcery was going straight into his heart, keeping the blood pumping steadily. More was stiffening muscles, like those of his lower back, keeping him standing up straight. And there were two little pinpricks, going into smaller glands above his kidneys, forcing them to keep functioning, for whatever eldritch purpose. My studies of anatomy had largely been aimed towards killing or more recreational affairs, but I could recognize the sight of a man tinkering with his own body to keep it going when it was falling apart. He'd used powerful sorceries, today, birthed an aspect, and used another. Back when I'd been the squire, and just that, even calling on a single such power would have wiped me out. A long overdue reminder that Masego, like the rest of the woe, was still very much human, with all the messy, unpleasant parts that involved. I kept my mouth shut anyway as he began to trace runes. If I'd been a better friend, a better person, I might have taken the burden off his shoulders. Valiantly declared that we would find another way, that I'd take care of it somehow. But I was just me, and it was too late for last-hour gambits. I needed militia dead, and I needed it done. Soon. I'd have to trust that Masego would not irreparably hurt himself, and let him bleed for my objectives. Isn't it funny? I thought. How the higher you rise, the more power comes into the shape of others suffering for you. I was not smiling. But what was the worth of that, if I still kept silent? I can turn a scuff mark into a hole, Hierophant finally said. That is, I'm afraid, the limit of what I can do. You will have to address the rest of the matter. I nodded. Do it, I ordered. He attacked the mark I'd left with what looked like twin thin needles of light, but to my senses felt more like a chisel and a hammer. One was heavier than the other, using the weaker one to pry open the wall. Masego's breath quickened, and I felt some of the spells on his body weaken. Like Diabolist, he was nearing his limit. The woe were powerful, for our age, more than we had any right to. But if we could not hurt our enemy badly in the initial stretch of the fight, as a group we had a tendency to begin slowly losing. Too many shortcuts. Too many advances with weak foundations. We had rushed to power, and it had made us fragile. I dismissed the thought, and sharpened my will like a blade as Hierophant finished making that final breach. A small one, less than an inch wide. but I could feel creation behind it, and an opening was all I'd needed. I called on my domain, the night realm within, and before it could fall over us like a curtain, I wove the smallest sliver through the breach. Gave us a path into creation. Night followed. My wings died behind me as I tread soft snow, the starless sky above spreading out forever. Masego stumbled and shivered as he joined me, but I guided away the worst of the cold with a thought and offered him an arm to lean on. I'd already asked too much of him today. Acua did not appear. She'd always been there. I simply had not acknowledged her presence, or so it felt like. And it was not her fey guise she wore, either. In here, I looked upon the same diabolist I had fought in Lys. Tall and splendid, all aristocratic arrogance and careless disdain. In here, all we had done to hide her true face fell away. Unlike Hierophant, she was not burdened by the touch of my kingdom of moonless night. She looked up at the pitch-black firmament and smiled, as if I'd taken her to a tea shop with a charming decor instead of the last remaining hold of the winter court. She hummed quietly, lips quirking. I knew that song. Parts of it, anyway. The second is the longest, they said. You will walk under the restless dead, the hanged all crooning from the gallows, to join them and rest in the shadows. Her voice was soft, and the pitch of the tune perfect. Diabolist, I sharply said. She turned to me, still smiling. Come, dearest heart, Acua said, eyes alight with savage glee. Let us speak to the Empress of Succession. My fingers clenched. I still remembered the conversation she'd had with Thief, not so long ago. She'd thrown the argument, as Vivian had suspected, but the girl who'd once been heiress never spoke with a single purpose to her words. Had she known I was awake and listening, even then? Maybe. Or perhaps she was addressing that inscrutable audience that always listened, the unseen hand of fate that always sought to curb us to its purpose. She wanted me to be Empress. She wanted, perhaps, to be my Chancellor. And she thought Militia's death would be the birth of that story. Damnably, she might be right. I hoped, against my better judgment, that it was the flesh simulacrum of the Empress that awaited us. I was already in too many knife fights with fate to pick yet another. Follow, I said, and tugged Masego along. I left no trace on the snow, and neither did Acua. She had become a creature of this place, by hook and crook. It was Hierophant, sagging and increasingly drenched in cold sweat, that needed the help. I propped him up until the itch in the back of my head had grown too much to ignore. I could feel it, the depression in this place. As if the supports beneath my domain were uneven and it had sagged. I closed my eyes and withdrew it all. A sea unleashed, slowly siphoned back into my too small frame, until the touch of the sun was on my face and my eyes fluttered open. We were back in the threefold reflection, at last. Green light fell down over us like a shower from a sun pit towering high above, kept functional through all hours of the day by a cunning set of mirrors. This was a salon, by the looks of it, with long resting couches and low tables filling most of the place. There were half a dozen doors out of the room, likely meant for servants more than the guests. The palace still seems whole, I said. I would assume the 3 layers to be completely separate now, Acua replied. This felt like creation to you, yes? Likely this to the original threefold reflection that was built before the dimensional overlay was set. So no more shunting, I said. Good news. Much as I hate to ask, what plan are we on now? Diabolist laughed. I'm afraid there is none left, she said. None that I can remember, at least. This particular sequence of events was entirely unforeseen. Shoddy planning, that. Given how frequently we fucked it all up, not counting that as an option was just bad form on our part. You two are done fighting for the day, I finally said. I am still conscious, Masego muttered. Takes a little more than that to be qualified for a throw down with the Emperor's finest, I replied. Assuming we even found them. Diabolist, I'm going to find us a way out, I said. Try to find the others and prepare for the worst. I would be of use to you. When facing militia, the Shade replied. You should be more careful about what songs you sing, I replied flatly. Masego's glass eyes moved from one of us to the other, his face bemused. What songs? He asked. I met Acua's now scarlet eyes and found a thread of amusement in there. That song. The girl who climbed the tower, Black had called it. There were still many things about it I didn't understand. I'd first heard Robber humming it, but when I'd eventually asked him about it years later, he'd admitted he recalled singing an entirely different song. It was not for everyone's ears, it seemed. Don't worry about it, I told him, then glanced up. I could roll the dice with trying to find a way out of the pyramid on foot, but that carried risks. There might still be traps, even without the wheels being a factor. This would do. Window was probably warded. but then I still had the traditional foundling skeleton key of punching things really hard. Wisps of winter coalesced behind me, translucent wings coming into being, and I shot up quick as an arrow. My fist smashed into the green glass with my full weight behind it, but I let out a yelp when it bounced off harmlessly, and I hit the damn thing like a bird hitting a window. Goddamn it. Down below, I heard Masego cough out a pained laugh. The glass was set in that pale stone I recognized from outside, with discrete carved runes connecting them. Fine, I could work with that. Wings batting behind me unconsciously, I formed my fingers into a wedge and struck at the stone. I'd aimed well beneath the runes, so I ripped my way through without too much trouble. After that, it was just a matter of digging around the boundaries, until I tossed down a stone-encircled glass pane and flew up through the opening. I landed under the noon sun of Keter, while in the distance the plume of smoke from the fire's weed set began to disperse. They'd put out the fires, then. Looked down into the pit. I saw the other two awaiting me. Acua could make her own way up, but Masego would need a little help. Another sliver of winter had a thick rope of shadow slithering down the pit. Hierophant eyed it skeptically, until an exertion of my will had it tying around his waist. I dragged him up, hoist by hoist, careful not to go too quickly and smash him into the walls. My fingers closed around the back of his neck, and with all the gentleness I could manage, I took him out and put him down. Gods, it was like trying not to hurt a baby bird. People were so fragile. The three of us stood under true creation sunlight for the first time in too long. Acua and I pristine, but Masego the picture of exhaustion. He'd lost weight, but there was quite a bit of difference between shedding the pounds, unhealthy as his manner of doing it had been, and being in good shape. We were maybe halfway up the southern slope of the pyramid, facing the Garden of Crowns and the edge of the Silent Palace. The gardens and colonnades below showed no sign of militia, but then I'd not expected that to be so easy. We have an escape route in case this all blows up in our face, I half-stated, half-asked. My eyes were on Acua, making it clear who was meant to answer. That is correct, she replied. Though it was expected that true disaster would force is to flee through Arcadia. Then fall back there, I said. The others will know the way. By now, all their memory blocks should have ended, she replied. Good enough, given that I couldn't afford going around fetching everyone. Adjutant I might be able to find, but who the hells knew where Archer was? Thief was the last out in the wilds, and to be honest, there was no chance of me finding her in the city if she didn't want to be found. Be safe, you too, I said, and grimaced immediately. I was painfully aware that the words being spoken in Keter made them even more a platitude than usual. There was no safety here, only the dead king's whimsical sufferance. That seems unlikely, Masego noted, but I shall attempt it nonetheless. I squeezed his shoulder before sending him off. It would be slow work for him to descend the pyramid's slope, but hardly impossible. Diabolist could handle herself, and the steady look I gave her before she left made it clear she was supposed to ease his exhaustion as much as possible. All that was left now was to somehow find militia, crush her defenses, and take her life. All without breaching the unspoken rules the dead king had set about what would constitute breaking his hospitality. I doubted Neshama would truly mind a spot of murder even in his personal backyard, but that wasn't how this worked. I had to maintain a certain level of deniability, which wasn't looking great, considering the closest thing I had to a plan at the moment was murder in broad daylight. The Skein and the Spellblade should no longer be a part of this, at least. The Revenants would remain stuck in their little kingdoms. That left the Empress' own personal guard. The Sentinels hardly scared me, at the end of the day. Well-trained or not, they were only soldiers. But there was a more than decent chance she'd have wasteland mages with her, and that was a different story entirely. I'd killed more than a few of those over the last few years, but that had been before I'd become this. Wards mattered to me a lot more than they used to, and I wasn't meeting a cluster of casters in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. These sorcerers would likely have been told everything the Empress knew about what I could and couldn't do, including vulnerabilities. Black had made a career out of killing enemies much stronger than him, with careful planning and preparation. I did not intend to end up on the wrong side of his teachings. Power clapped in the distance, a quick spike followed by smaller workings. I cocked my head. Northern slope of the pyramid, maybe a little further. A trap? Maybe. Or a distraction. But I couldn't afford not to look, could I? With gritted teeth, I set out for my little talk with the dread Empress of Praise. Book 4, Chapter 45, Ambush. As the Bellerophons had not redrawn their war maps in over a century, their expedition against Finesse instead began with the sack of 3 outlying Delosi towns, one of which was walled, and whose watchmen rebuffed the assault of the army. The Republic ultimately withdrew a month later after capturing a Stygian trade caravan carrying a handful of Panthesian goods, announcing the unequivocal success of its punitive expedition to the great confusion of the Exarch of Penthess, who was still mustering her army over 300 miles to the north. Extract from A Pack of Squabbles, or A History of Internal League Warfare by Prince Alexander of Lyonesse. If it was a distraction, then it was a good one. Not that I'd expected any less from militia. Boots scraping against the fated stone, I crouched at the edge of the pyramid slope and studied the silhouettes below. 21, all in all. 10 faceless and genderless soldiers in steel with masks of black wrought iron, the tower's own personal guard. The Sentinels, I'd been taught was their name. I was unsure of how hard a fight they'd be able to give me, but they were not a young Presi institution. If even half the 100 tyrants who'd once commanded them had bothered to teach them a nasty trick or two, they would not be easy meat. The silent guard formed a ring of steel, broad tower shields up as they protected the remaining delegates. Those, I thought, would be the source of the real trouble if there was trouble to be had. Of the 11 remaining strangers, only 2 wore armor, and it was clearly ceremonial. Not unlike the colorful scales I'd known Diabolist to wear before she claimed that very name. Those 2 were Sonic, men and too flawless to look upon to be anything but wasteland highborn. I dismissed them anyway. The warlocks would be the real threat here, not swordsmen no matter their skill. And there were mages among the delegates. I could tell as much at a glance. None of the other Presi wore a weapon heavier than a long dagger, and though their robes were an ornate riot of vivid silks, the colors were not enough to hide the discreet shimmer of runes woven into the fabric. Defensive enchantments. Though without Masego around, I had no real way to know of their purpose. What I did know was that while silk was one of the fabrics most apt to imbibe magic without spoiling, there was only so much sorcery any fabric could take. Against another sorcerer, defensive enchantments were a significant advantage. Against me, it'd be trying to hold back the sea with a wooden bucket. I'll still have to hit them hard. I thought. Smaller wisps of winter will just be ignored. If I'm to strike at them, it'll have to be by surprise and with overwhelming force. Admittedly, my favorite kind of fights, on the rare occasions I managed to have them. One person stood out from the rest, and the sight of her had me tightening my grip on the pommel of my sword. The woman was Sonic and young. No more than 20, by the looks of her, and though she was of plain appearance, every other delegate around her behaved like sunflowers turning towards the sun. Her dress was tastefully understated, as was the silver jewelry adorning her neck and wrists, but there was no mistaking who that was. I wasn't militia in the flesh, or more accurately, it was but not her flesh. A simulacrum, then. I felt a sharp edge of relief at the confirmation of what I'd always believed to be the most likely reality. And yet part of me was disappointed as well. There would have been chaos in slaying the true militia, but opportunity as well. If I'd been able to force a war of succession on the Empire without getting embroiled myself. No point in whining about it. It was what it was, and in this case the presence of a mere flesh puppet might be a blessing. Said puppet was awake and alert, I saw, and with good reason. It had just almost died. I'd arrived too late to see it happen, but just from the lay of the Presi, I could get an idea of what had taken place. Just as they'd left the threefold reflection through the nearest gate and taken the avenue into the tall colonnade they now occupied, someone had taken a shot at the Empress. The shimmering panes of light around the flesh puppet told me exactly why it had failed and pointed at the most likely suspect for the attempt, Thief. It couldn't be Archer. She had arrows that'd go right through most sorceries, and even if she'd failed to make a kill at a distance, she would have closed in and carved away at the sentinels. Adjutant had not aspect that would work for a quiet ambush, and I'd just left behind the remaining 2. No, it had to be Thief. The Skein had hinted, back in his lair, that she might try to kill militia with the same blade of moonlight she'd stolen from the Spellblade. That was my guess. She'd approached under cover of her aspect, placed her shot, and immediately retreated when it failed to breach the Emperor's protections. I couldn't be sure whether that failure was because the Presi wards were particularly strong or because the tool employed had not been a good fit, and that was worrying. They hadn't seen me, at least for now. I'd not woven glamour over myself yet, afraid some of the mages would be sensitive enough to such powers it would effectively announce my presence even if they couldn't see through it. The moment the delegation caught scent of me, my bet was that they'd turtle up behind heavy wards and make enough of a racket that the dead king's people would have to come and take a look. If that was allowed to happen, the game was done. Pushing any further would break the unspoken boundaries Neshama had placed on this little lark of ours. Was Thief still around? My gut said yes, but I couldn't count on it. She might still be acting according to a plan I didn't know. Which was the point of all this, I supposed. We'd filled the Skein site with so many of those there'd been no telling where the rest of the woe were, or what they were up to. At the unfortunate cost of my being kept in the dark concerning those matters as well. I set aside the thoughts for now. Eyes won the pre-side delegates. They were on the defensive for now, the sentinels using the cover of the colonnade to form a decent holding position while the mages layered enchantments, but they'd get moving soon. If I were in Militia's shoes, right now, I'd be worrying more about Archer than Thief. The longer she remained in the open, the higher the risks she got an unexpected arrow through the throat. If I wanted to have a decent swing at the Empress, I needed to be close by the time they set out, which left me with the task of moving unseen next to a cluster of highly trained, professionally paranoid and recently ambushed wastelanders, while wearing armor. In broad daylight, with no real cover to speak of the moment I left the upper reaches of the pyramid. This was not a recipe for success no matter how you looked at it, but at least I was wearing mail instead of plate. Pretty weak, as far as silver linings went, but I'd take what I could get, pulling the mantle of woe tight around me. Since it was colorful, but at least not actively shining under the sun, I began to make my way down. Obliquely, or as close to that as was possible. There were open grounds between the colonnade and the end of the threefold reflection proper, and crossing those unseen was a fool's errand. No, the longer I thought about it, the more obvious it got I'd have to roll the dice on my ability to predict where the Presi would be headed and lay my ambush there. There were only so many places they could go, I mused as I moved from stone to stone. There was another palace up ahead, but I wouldn't put my money on them going for it. There'd be another revenant inside, certainly, but it didn't look like the most hospitable of places. The fluid obsidian structures were unpleasant to look at in some primal way, though it was the outlying decorations that would give the Presi pause. Small channels had been dug into the stone in arcane symbols, lit up by what appeared to be liquid flame. The palace flicked with shifting shadows even under sunlight. If they went through there, I'd kill them all. They'd be forced to take narrow firewalled paths with plenty of cover for me to ambush from. Unless the Revenant was already in place and ready to intervene, the outlying parts of that palace would be a perfect killing floor for me. Militia herself wasn't a military tactician of any renown, but she was hardly a fool. It'd be one of the other two paths she took. The first would be a gambit on her part. The colonnade and almost temple-like promenade surrounding the pyramid did have a path going around towards the open plaza where the Hall of the Dead and a horde of minions would be awaiting. If the Empress made it there safely, she was out of the woods. I couldn't snatch her out of the Dead King's grasp without screwing all of this up. On the other hand, I was rather hoping that was the option she'd take. I was already near to the last third of the pyramid, and all it'd take was dipping out of the sight around the corner for me to slip ahead of her party in the colonnade. I'd already begun angling my descent to be a step ahead if that was the choice she made. Militia had to know, however, that it was a mostly open space and most the woe were still on the prowl. Forget Thief, but if Archer came across her there'd be blood on the floor. Quickest path to safety, but arguably the most dangerous. The second path was a retreat. Not back into the threefold reflection, though that was possible, if exceedingly foolish, but towards the lower rungs of Keter. We were all in the highest ring at the moment, surrounded by the same rampart Athel had taken me to earlier through the secret passage. The Empress could head for those walls, and from there either count on the Dead King's soldiers being there and providing protection or journey further down and away from the area she knew the woe was roaming. I'd had the advantage of height over her earlier, so I already knew there were no undead on the ramparts at the moment. Indeed, their absence was quite glaring. Neshama was quite pointedly looking away, in a manner of speaking. Militia wouldn't necessarily know that, though. The Crown of the Dead screwed badly with scrying rituals, so it wasn't like she could have a look through a bowl. If she went with that choice, she was keeping the game afoot. As long as she wasn't surrounded by undead soldiers, she remained a target no matter how far down she fled. I wasn't all that familiar with the rest of the city, though, so we'd both be going into that blind. I'd reached one of the pyramid's four spines when the Presi moved out. Peeking around the corner, I grinned nastily as I watched the delegation head towards the central plaza at a brisk pace. She'd bet it all on a quick resolution, then. I could work with that. I picked up the pace as well, dropping down on the ground long before they were in sight of the turn. Fingers drumming against my sheath, I eyed the spot where the ambush would have to take place, right after the turn, with a clear line of sight to the path leading to the plaza. The columns were but a few feet apart and joined by a low wall on the outer half of the colonnade, though the half facing the pyramid was without. The turn was angled too circular for me to be able to hide in the bend, sadly, but there was another detail to this construction, a ceiling. Barred with crisscrossing beams of copper, the angular stone roof was held up by the columns. The ceiling itself was filled, but there was room between the long stretch of stones supported by those same columns and the roof itself. Not much, but then for once my size might come in as actually useful. A few years ago, the notion of hanging from a ceiling like a fucking bat to swoop down on my enemies would have struck me as absurd, especially if I was wearing armor. Now though, it wasn't like my arms could get tired anymore. It'd have to be around the turn, otherwise the moment the enemy approached, they'd just see me hanging there. That'd turn awkward real quick, leading to questions like, why did you think that would work? Or even worse, small talk. I wasn't emotionally prepared to make polite conversation with the Empress while murder hanging from a ceiling. I hoisted myself up the low wall and frowned up at the column. There was distinct lack of good handholds, but using Winter would be tipping my hand, and I needed to hurry before the enemy arrived. With all the grace of a one-legged squirrel, I hugged the column and shimmied my way up. It was easier up there. I caught one of the copper beams and left the column, effortlessly dragging my whole body up and spreading my legs to gain more traction from other beams. My free hand went into collection my cloak, which was now hanging like a shitty tapestry, and just kind of bunching it up over my stomach before I pulled myself close to the ceiling. There, that should do. I was kind of hoping Thief wasn't around, because if she saw me I'd never live this down. I heard the footsteps, then their words. The Dead King's enchantments make it impossible to use proper sensory spells, a woman's voice sighed in Tethwa. My apologies, your dread majesty. My abilities are lacking. I hardly expected you to be the hidden horror's superior in matters of spellcraft, Lady Olinga, the flesh puppet replied. Already your wards proved your worth by sparing me the thief's ambush. She may well still be lurking about, a man warned. And the adjutant will have found a way out of the illusions by now. We must hurry. Any faster will disrupt the wards, Lady Olinga peevishly replied. It already took me decades to train them to be able to maintain it while moving. The warlock can dash. I am not the warlock, the Sonic cut through, nor even the Hierophant. Do ask miracles of me, Galadan, when you can barely use high arcana yourself. We will proceed at the current pace, Not Malicious said, and I could almost hear the soothing smile. Peace, my friends. This interlude soon comes at an end. Well, she wasn't wrong about that. More worryingly, I was hearing the Empress and the Highborn moving, but not a single sentinel footstep. Spelled gear, had to be, and there was no telling what caliber either. Enchanted artifacts weren't as rare in praise as they were in Callow, but even in the Wasteland it was the petty stuff that wasn't kept within powerful families. Magic made into enchantment waned over time, so for anything to last for more than a few years it had to be an extremely powerful mage, or ritual, that had first made the artifact. The lesser stuff had to be empowered anew pretty regularly, and most mages saw that kind of repeat labor as beneath them, which meant finding another practitioner to take care of it. Certainly easier in praise than my homeland, but artifacts only worked perfectly for the mages who'd first made them. After that, every set of hands they passed through made them a little shoddier until they broke down. Of course, then you got the stuff out of myth, which tended to be either like the lone swordsman's, a feather from an angel that had made intense eye contact with creational laws until they backed away uncomfortably, or your average legendary stuff, which had both been crafted by the kind of sorcerer or name that came around once a century and been made out of materials with inherent magical properties that kept the enchantments going indefinitely. All stuff that was rare, difficult to obtain, and horribly expensive. Archer's longbow was probably worth a pair of large palaces in Procure if she ever tried to pawn it in Mercantis, and it wasn't even quite up to snuff compared to some of the stuff out there. Now, if they were from anywhere else, I'd dismiss the thought of the Sentinels having even one piece of such gear out of hand. Personal guards or not, they wouldn't rank that kind of ridiculous expense. They were, unfortunately, from the dread empire of praise. When a nation got a line of 3 emperors that picked profligate as a reigning name, terrible monetary decisions were only to be expected. And that was without thinking of the gaggle of practitioner tyrants that had held the tower with just as many warlocks serving beneath them, few of which had ever held qualms about a little mass murder and assorted bankruptcy if it got in the way of their latest idea. Even then, there couldn't be too many of it. Enough to equip 10 guards, though. Would militia risk that kind of precious equipment by bringing it to Keter? My gut said yes. She wasn't a mage herself, and like the Calamities, she'd never shown a great deal of respect for artifacts that were relevant only on the tactical level. I could easily see her kitting out her hand-picked sentinels in the good stuff, both as a show of force for the dead king and for that little additional sliver of safety abroad. Which meant I couldn't just ignore the soldiers, as I'd intended to previously. They might have stuff that could hurt Faye. No, knowing militia they definitely had stuff that hurt Faye. Still, the sorcerers remained a greater threat. Fighters, even dangerous ones, I could kill my way through. If I got stuck behind a ward, there was no getting out. I held my breath, lips thinning when I realized my lungs never began to burn. Yet another comforting illusion that would not withstand scrutiny. Eyes wide open, I waited for the Presi to approach. Artifact bearers or not, the sentinels still wore those fucking stupid masks. They couldn't easily look up, and their peripheral vision was shit. I'd let them pass me before dropping down and take out as many mages as I could in the first strike. Without a sound, a pair of steel-clad soldiers passed under me, and then, shit. I dropped down before the streak of lightning could tear through my belly. Had that come out of an opal? Did I have to start worrying about the jewelry on people's clothes now? The sentinels were on me before the others could so much as exclaim in surprise, swords swinging. Sorcery flared behind them, the mages taking action, and I knew without a doubt that if I got stuck in a brawl with the soldiers, this was headed downhill. Never give mages time to cast. I breathed out and ripped away another illusion. I stepped through the sword blows, the mist that was now my torso billowing as their blades went through. One step, two, three, and then I was among the mages. Solid, I ordered my body. My blade ripped through a Tagreb's throat, and the panes of light around Militia dimmed, her eyes widening in fear and surprise. I tugged out a string of my domain, shaped it, and let it loose with a flick of the wrist. The javelin of night stuff flew perfectly, puncturing the sorceress' protection and breaking an illusion. Fuck. A ward closed around me a heartbeat later, and I found myself surrounded by very displeased Presi. With a sigh, I rose from my half-crouch, adjusted my cloak, and offered the delegation a winning smile. I did not get a single one in response, which might have something to do with the man bleeding out on the ground a mere foot behind me. Well, I muttered, this is a little awkward. I reached for Winter, but found my will couldn't quite make it. That, I mused, was not a promising start to these negotiations. Book 4, Chapter 46, possibly a plan. To declare an assertion of the people untrue is unlawful, even if it was retroactively asserted by vote to be untrue, at which point referring to it as either true or untrue is equally unlawful. Bellerophon Formal Codex of Laws, circa 1321 AD. The transparent bubble around me was solid, as I found out with a swift strike of what must have been at least my 15th sword of the day. I was pretty sure the one made out of goblin steel was still with the spell blade, since I'd never actually picked it up. Over the span of a single heartbeat, the Presi delegation's entire body language had shifted. Where before the illusion had been the center of their attention, they now all faced the taller of the two men wearing ceremonial armor. I'd expected another illusion to break and Militia's flesh puppet to be revealed, but then the stranger smiled, and I realized I was already looking at it. Shit, she'd never said she was limited to using women as puppets, had she? Catherine, the Empress greeted me in a pleasant baritone. You've made quite the entrance. I coughed. Would you believe I was just cleaning my sword and my hand slipped? I tried. Not so much as a twitch from anyone. Tough crowd. Worth a shot. I shrugged. So much for the cunning Black Queen. A robe-clad man sneered. From the voice, it was the one called Galadan. His interlocutor had pointedly not used a noble title when bickering with him, so odds were he was just a talented practitioner snatched young and groomed by one of the powerful houses. Galadan was it? I said slowly, lips quirking as the name echoed with the taste of winter. I'll remember that. There were days where my reputation was like a stone around my neck, making what should have been the simplest matters a brutal grind where my best intentions were turned to dross no matter what I tried. But there were days, as well, where the balance swung the other way. I was standing alone and surrounded, bound by a ward I'd wager had been crafted specifically to deal with me, and I had nothing left to bear at the man but teeth. Galadan still flinched. Militia chuckled lightly at the sight. One does not lightly taunt a tiger, even caged, she chided her subordinate. There is no need for uncouthness, Queen and Callow. Threats this early in the conversation strike me as in poor taste. I should go alone with the beat, of course, dance that highborn dance of manners and double-speak and bladed implications. But we'd done that for a year now, the both of us, And the more I learned about what she'd been up all the whole to, the more I realized how deeply I'd been played. She'd let me bleed my kingdom, my armies, my people, against her enemies while she plotted to unleash the dead king. I would not condemn her for desperation, not when it had driven me to the same madness. But there had been calculation behind her despair. She would let the demon out of the box only when Callow had seen the willfulness beaten out of it by the 10th Crusade, and not a moment before. It'd make me a hypocrite to talk about the wickedness of making pact with the hidden horror, but I was not unreasonable in the fury I felt at the knowledge that she'd intended to bleed me out for her advantage. I spat to the side. You know me. I grinned toothfully. Proper savage, I am. That's how they raise us in the provinces. Militia sighed. There is no need for such antagonism, she said. You have attempted to murder me, certainly, but that is a small thing. Expected, in many ways. We had a confluence of interests at the last hour of lease, and may have one currently as well. It is neither of us that most benefits from this squabble. You funded lease, I replied calmly. Enabled it. You were, to use that most damning word, complicit. And yet, the dread Empress of Praise said, when presented with the finished weapon, you agreed with me on the necessity of its existence. Our present situation is not so different. I had come to regret it, over the months that followed that nightmare, that I had even for a moment agreed with militia, that I'd been able to set aside the pile of bodies the Doomsday Fortress had been raised from for the golden lie of the peace it might be able to force. I'd often thought of pragmatism as the highest of all virtues, since I'd become the squire. So many times I'd crossed blades with heroes and villains who were so wrapped up in what they might be able to make of the world that they were unwilling to face the reality of what it was. But I'd learned. It was a virtue, when properly used, but to embrace it at the exclusion of all else was to become black. Cunning, victorious, and brutally efficient. Dead inside too, though, more means than man. The kind of person that brought only ruin wherever they went. And so the devil complains the other devil is tricking us both. I laughed. Quite the assertion, when you've already escalated the offer beyond what either of us can afford. The Principate is an existential threat to us both, the Empress said. That is fact, not speculation. So long as Procure is not dismantled, even victory tomorrow would only result in the same war erupting anew in 20 years. You are quite aware of this, or you would not have requested signatory status with the Grand Alliance. Hazenbach isn't the one whose ships are burning your coasts, I pointed out. And Levant's on the march. Bit more to this than the first prince having a go at the east. Asher will seek separate peace the moment the Grand Alliance collapses, militia patiently said. It will be costly to settle, but the empire is the wealthiest it has been in several generations. The Dominion is willing to fight under the cross, but to defend Procure, even if they are cajoled into it, and somehow manage victory, they will have no stomach for pressing with another war after turning back the dead king. It's an interesting sell that you're making between the lines, I noted. Instead of your shield protecting the western flank with the Principate, you're trying to talk me into being the same for your western flank with the dead king. What a favor you're granting me. I have to praise the audacity, if nothing else. Let us not quibble over details, militia flatly said. You meant to release him yourself. If betrayal in the terms is your worry, I am willing to grant you the right to read the final treaties and sit at the signing. I meant to loose him only on the northernmost edges of Procure, I sharply replied, where the damage inflicted could be kept to a strict minimum, and he'd have to defend narrow beachheads against the entire 10th Crusade. You, on the other hand, are handing him almost a third of the continent's most densely populated farmland on a silver platter. I don't care how good your binding oaths are. If he manages to swallow that big a prize, the rest of Calernia is fucked. Including me, including you. You can't possibly be so desperate you can't see that. There is quite the difference between recognizing someone's rights to territory and the other party being able to seize it, the Empress said. Some principalities will fall, I expect. Not enough. And what remains of Procure will be embroiled in permanent bloody warfare to the north, a grind on the resources of both participants. See, I would have bought that before I saw Keter with my own eyes, I told her. Saw the kind of tools the dead king has at his disposal. I'm telling you. And gods, I would love it if you actually took me to my word for once. He has a fucking legion of monsters to unleash. He's been sitting pretty on this for millennia, militia, picking up every strong named he came across and adding them to his arsenal. Procure can barely handle me, and that's with the hand of the heavens so far up their asses you can see the fingers wiggling between the teeth. They are not capable of handling what he'll send marching. Evil, the Empress replied serenely, does not win wars. That is a law of nature, true as sunrise or the moving of the tides. You have inherited Amadeus' most dangerous delusion in believing otherwise. He could empty all the howling hells, and it would not matter one bit. The only way to eke out a victory, Catherine, is not to fight. And how's that been working out for you? I harshly asked. My armies are intact, Militia smiled. I have avoided loss of any significant industry or resources and maintained my hold on all my core territories. Your need to war with every foe in sight, on the other hand, has broken your only host, brought several outlying regions of Callow to the brink of rebellion, and left you exceedingly vulnerable to attack from every single other state on the continent. You know, I mused, we usually get that speech from the west instead of the east. Oh, Callow's on fire, but my lands are fine. You must be a bunch of blunderers. Forgetting, of course, that the only reason the princes of Procer aren't bickering over who gets the nicer parts of your fucking capital is that my people bled at the borders to drive them back. You expect my sympathy for the costs of defending your own lands? The Empress said, tone mildly sardonic. You know, I said, that's fair. It really is. It's not like my armies gives a damn about the wasteland. But then you don't get to parade the success of your masterful strategy either, militia, when the only thing that makes it work is that my kingdom's in the way of an invasion. You haven't played everyone like a fiddle. You didn't raise a goddamned hand even when the Assurance started sacking your cities. All you did was read a fucking map and take a bet on human nature. She laughed in my face, an older man's rich and riotous laughter. Indeed, I truly am a fool for having achieved all my desired outcomes without any true cost to myself, she said. However will I live this down? No cost, I said. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Your little episode in Lease cost you quite a bit, didn't it? More than half the legions, your finest generals, and probably the person dearest to you in the world. All of Callow, too. How's it feel, Alea, to join the roster of empresses who pissed away a kingdom out of pride? The flesh puppet turned dark eyes on me. One of your better attempts, she noted. Given 2 or 3 decades, you might survive a month at court without someone cleaning up behind you. Evidently, you are disinclined to cooperate even when it is to our common advantage. Let us part ways, then. I went for winter again, still just out of the reach of my fingertips. The harder I set my will to it, though, the more I felt like there might be some give. Was the ward pitting willpower against willpower? There were 4 warlocks keeping this going that I could see, and wasteland mages were taught from the cradle that creation was theirs to master. That didn't breed weak wills, though sometimes brittle ones. I might be able to pull that off, given long enough, but it wasn't a certainty, and I'd be up to my neck in sentinels before then. I shifted my stance, wrist slowly rotating as I flicked the last of the blood off my sword. This the part where you have your little toy soldiers try me? I casually said. Should be interesting to see if they can kill me. You are a skilled swordswoman, a Tagreb mage snorted. Yet not so skilled as that. You mistake me, I smiled. Even if your pack of silent hounds hacks me to pieces, will I actually die? That gave them pause. Lost half my face and torso, not even an hour ago, I said. A named elf did that with one of the dangerous aspects I've ever seen. You think you can swing harder than that? I'm genuinely curious. What do you have to throw at me that'll keep me down for the count? Cold iron, Galadan hissed. I snorted. That's cute, I said. My own crown is made of that, you mouthy second-rater. But, hells, give it a shot. It's not like my way to the throne hasn't been paved by the bodies of wastelanders who just knew. They had my number. I straightened, gaze sweeping across the preside delegation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I said with a savage grin. Which brave soul wants to be the first example I make today? Silence was my answer, and when I inhaled the fear that had swelled up under their calm faces, I could not be sure whether it was me or Winter that delighted in it. The spell was broken by a slow clap. Militia's simulacrum was smiling. You truly do have a talent for this, she said. Beyond even what you were taught. Still, you have ever been slow to learn. Did I not tell you, Catherine? To win, it is best not to fight at all. The puppet glanced at her subordinates. The ward anchors will remain here, she said. The rest of us will proceed to the Hall of the Dead and resume negotiation. The man's face turned to me, and inclined militia inclined his head by a fraction. A good day to you, Black Queen, she said. May you survive the consequences of what you have wrought. The smile turned mirthless. After all, she finished, I still have a use for you. Oh, that had been cold. Had to grant her the due for that, and I knew cold better than most. I gathered my will and smashed it against the ward like a hammer, but the give wasn't nearly strong enough. If she managed to get out of here, this was done. And like she'd said, Neshama would be displeased. Or perhaps disappointed, which seemed like a much more dangerous state of affairs. I couldn't reach my mantle, and the bubble might as well have been stone. Stone before I'd gotten said mantle. Anyway, it was a lot less trouble these days. I still had knives up my sleeves, thanks to Pickler's cunning little contraptions, but if my sword couldn't cut it against the bubble, neither would they. The Presai gathered to move out, the sentinels making a protective ring around the remaining delegates and the Empress. My fingers clenched. I had no weapon, no power that would work until it was too late. Well, except my fucking invisible crossbow. Thank you, past Catherine. Wait. Yes. My invisible crossbow. I didn't physically have one. I checked earlier, patted myself down, but it might be a metaphor. Or maybe the sight of me making an ass of myself was a signal for Archer to start shooting, which seemed a lot more likely. I wouldn't do that, if I were you, I called out. The Empress turned. And why is that? She said. Humoring me. Nearly always a mistake. I'll have to kill you with my secret weapon, I replied. Is that so? She said. Evidently, I drawled. You are disinclined to cooperate. Let us part ways, then. I brought up my invisible crossbow and fired it right into her throat, at which point nothing happened. I was expecting the archer to ambush us. Militia said after a moment. Wards prepared? I asked. Several, she replied. The plan had a few kinks to work out, I admitted. If I'd been more prone to assigning sentimentality to the Empress, I would have believed her to be somewhat embarrassed on my behalf. Well, it'd make two of us. At least years of Indrani's company had more or less made me immune to shame and public embarrassment. Mercifully, the dread Empress of Praise set out again without taking a moment out of her day to mock me. All right then, back to forcing my way through the ward and then having a spot of diplomatic murder. I pressed my will against the bubble again and kept the pressure up. I was gaining ground, inch by inch, but it was taking too goddamned long. The arrow took Galadan right in the knee. The mage fell with a scream as my eyes widened in surprise. Had there been some sort of protective enchantment on him, like there'd been on the exiled prince? Why else would Archer aim for the knee? Unless... Oh, fucking hells, I sighed. She's drunk, isn't she? Had she seriously been so wasted she'd missed both the signal and her mark? Gods, I didn't even know named could. Get that drunk. Fighting retreat. Militia ordered, tone perfectly even. Archer, I yelled. The mages around me. Ignore the Empress. I found fear in the eye of the warlock closest to me when I met them, and redoubled my efforts to break through. Except that no other arrow came. Was this a plan of some sort? Befuddlement distracted me long enough. I lost a few inches to the mages, and I threw myself back into it with gritted teeth. She and I would have a talk about this, when the second arrow clipped the shoulder of a mage to the side of the bubble, drawing blood and a scream, but nothing else. I gained back the inches I'd lost, but that was all. Gods, how drunk was she? No, she'd have burned it out of her body by now with her name. Indrani might capricious, but she was also incredibly vain about her marksmanship. After missing her first shot, she'd have sobered herself up. I came to the conclusion a heartbeat before the Empress announced it out loud to her escorts. This had never been Archer. This was Thief who'd stolen a bow and arrows at some point, and the shots were missing because no one had ever taught her to use the goddamn thing properly. Thief, just stab the bastards, I yelled angrily. Her ruse, passing for Archer, had slowed down the Presai advance some, but not nearly enough. She should have gone for the mages since the start, though charitably I'd assume she'd been trying to make time for me to break out of the bubble. I slammed my will against the ward, to no avail. This was infuriating. If I'd still had an aspect, I could have ripped through that like wet parchment. But with the mantle's power had come the mantle's weaknesses. Although, I'd learned necromancy when I was still. No, my tie to zombie still existed, but it was muted. I couldn't control her through it. Neither could I summon the arguably more dangerous dead thing at my beck and call, Aqueous Ahelion. It was like the bubble was shutting me out of winter and essentially everything outside of the bubble itself. I was pretty sure I could still manipulate what was in here, but my body couldn't shift without winter to handle the changes, and I still had a bit of winter in here, didn't I? I glanced down at my sword. I'd gone through over a dozen of those fighting the Skein, just making another one out of ice every time the last one shattered. It had become so natural I barely ever thought of it anymore. I grimaced. Didn't really help, though. I could make an ice javelin out of that, but that was no better than a sword, and I doubted anything aside from my domain would put a hole in the ward. Thief flickered into sight, stabbing into the back of the man whose eyes I'd met earlier, but even though she drew blood, a streak of lighting caught her in the side, and smashed her to the ground. An illusion broke, and a fifth spellcaster flicked her wrist as she whispered in the mage tongue. The lightning kept roiling, and Vivian screamed as she twisted on the ground. "Flee," I hissed. "Go." Except she couldn't, and I didn't have the tools to. My fingers clenched. I gathered my will, sent it into my sword, and broke it apart. I ripped from the ice the stuff of winter, and from it wove one of the few things that never left my body. A small dark whistle, pulsing with power not my own. Power I'd stolen from a hated foe. Bringing it to my cold lips, I blew out, and the power vanished. It broke into fine powder. Not a sound had been made. It wasn't that kind of whistle. It wasn't that kind of call. "She's summoning something." The sorceress that still poured lightning into Vivian called out. "We need every single one of us." The man who'd been stabbed replied in Tethwa. "She's a monster." The blade went through the back of his head, coming out of his mouth in a downpour of blood. Larrett clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Now, man-thing," he chided. "That's just no way to speak about your superiors." The rest of the wild hunt tore out of Arcadia behind him, and with a wild scream, I finally shattered the ward. Finally. My turn. Book 4, Chapter 47, Culmination. Do not call a man loyal who still draws breath. Dread Emperor Terribilis II. There'd be no replacing the whistle, and I'd long ago resolved to keep it for a particularly black day. But there'd be no replacing Thief either. I stood by my decision. What had once been Akua's aspect had yanked the entirety of the wild hunt through Keter's wards, and whatever other nasty surprises Neshama had awaiting people trying to reach his city through otherworldly means, unharmed. I'd address the wild hunt in a moment, though. I had a set of scales to even first. The sorceress who'd been breaking Thief apart had hastily ended her spell when the Fae came out of nothingness, then panicked when I broke the ward. The remaining 3 casters that had been keeping me imprisoned staggered at the backlash, and in that moment I acted. 1 step, the sorceress raised a hand towards me. 2 steps, her lips began to form a syllable in the mage tongue. 3 steps, my fingers clasped her wrist, and with a sharp squeeze, I shattered every bone. Face paling, she mastered the pain and got the first word of her incantation out. 4 steps, I pivoted, and my elbow plowed into her throat. The windpipe was crushed instantly, and as she choked and fell, I straightened and gently set my hands against her temples. 1 simple twist, and the neck broke with a crack. "Thief, get out of here," I called out calmly. "Hear me now, rider of the hunt. No prisoners." That was the kind of feast the wild hunt lived for, and they wasted no time digging in. Larrett had hacked through the heads of 2 of my former jailers within a heartbeat of my finishing the order, grinning nastily, and the rest of them charged with wild hoots as they fell upon Militia and her men. Vivian tried to get up, but her limbs were shaking too badly. I cursed under my breath. I might be able to walk off mage lightning these days, but my companions were another story, and strode over to help her up. "Will you be able to escape on your own?" I softly asked. "Just give me a moment," she rasped. "I still feel like my skin is on fire." She was burned badly, skin charred in strange patterns all over her body where the lightning had struck, and for a named, she'd always been on the fragile side of the scale. Not for the first time, I mourned that none of my powers were geared towards healing in the slightest. But Thief was wounded, not crippled, and I trusted she had the will to press on after the worst of it passed. Letting out a labored breath, she pushed me away. "Kill the Empress," she said. "I'll live." She'd do more than that, if I had anything to say about it. The moment Masego had healed her back up to fighting fit, I was going to teach her to hold her own in a fight if it was the last thing I did. For too long I'd waved the matter away, dismissed as largely unimportant since she wouldn't be fighting on the front lines anyway. That had been naive, and in retrospective, a very dangerous kind of arrogance. We wouldn't always get to dictate the nature of our fights with our ever-rising count of enemies. Today had been a harsh reminder that Vivian's lack of skills with arms wasn't just fuel for verbal roughhousing. It was a dangerous liability. "Keep out of sight," I ordered, keeping the thoughts away from my face. The entire aside couldn't have taken more than a few moments. Yet in that span, the skirmish had already turned into a siege in miniature. The last of my surviving jailers was dead, his corpse impaled atop the lance of a dark-skinned Fae, who carried it along like some sort of gruesome trophy. Yet the Emperor's people had responded to the appearance of the Fae with the steady hands of veteran killers. Colorful curtains of light had been spawned, overlapping and forming a sort of 6-cornered shield over the entire delegation, and still a pair of Militia's warlocks were casting. The hunt had not laid idle, of course. It tested the defenses, but found blades and spears could not breach it, nor could the Fae's sorceries at their disposal. I recognized the wards, or part of them at least. Acua had used similar ones, called them revolving wards. A common innovation of her and her father's, crafted to deal with the powerful but terribly direct sorceries of the summer court. I was less than surprised malicious people had gotten their hands on the ward schematics, or adapted them to her purposes. And yet I was not worried, because one fact stood above all. The Preci were defending, but they were no longer moving. No matter how tall the walls, fortresses always fell. Larrett joined me as I strode towards the front, blade dripping with blood. A most pleasant excursion, my queen, he mused. Shall we give the dead a taste of our metal as well, after these vagrants have been cleared out? We're not picking a fight with the dead king, I flatly said. He makes sport of the kind of people that bled you when we assaulted the Proserpine camp. Behave, huntsman. I always do, Larrett assured me with a too-wide smile. My fellow riders are chipping away at this lovely turtle shell, one sliver at a time. Patience will deliver us the promised deaths. Let's see if I can quicken that, I replied. The Empress had holed up behind a fortress, hadn't she? I could batter away at it, sure enough. But Black had always told me that the most dangerous of all siege weapons was a mule carrying gold and a promise. I cast a look at the Empress people, looking for a weak link. None to be found, sadly. They were all calm confidence incarnate. Didn't matter, though. The masks were pretty enough, but I could smell fear's dark stirrings beneath them. The wild hunt parted for me, and standing before the Preci, I cleared my throat. The first 3 to surrender get to keep their lives, I announced. Excluding militia. I'll swear binding oath to it, with an agreed-upon phrasing. None replied, but I saw eyes narrow. Yeah, that was sounding quite tempting at the moment, wasn't it? Preci loyalty was something of a contradictory term. An empty offer, the Empress said. She cannot breach the wards. Regardless, there would be immediate consequences to such a decision. The sentinels stirred to drive the point home. She'd not accused me of lying, because she wasn't a fool. These were mostly practitioners, so they knew I had enough fae in me I couldn't break an oath even if I wanted to. As long as the phrasing held, which was on them, they'd be spared. So instead she was playing on fear and pride. For once, the battlegrounds were familiar to the both of us. You thought that about the last set of wards, I said. Look behind me. There's a few corpses telling you otherwise. Sure, she could turn the sentinels on you, but the moment the bubble is down she'll have bigger problems than you. Is she really going to attempt an execution when she's up to her neck in the likes of this guy? I pointed a thumb at Larrett. The fae who'd once been the Prince of Nightfall idly touched the blood on his sword and brought it to his lips, licking it off with relish. As far as I knew he didn't, actually drink blood, so that was purely to fuck with their heads. Good show, my treacherous lieutenant. This is not my true body, Militia reminded them. She did not need elaborate on the possible consequences of betraying a still-living empress. There was an entire hall of forever screaming heads in the tower that served as a constant reminder. And still, the pair of warlocks who'd been casting had stopped. Momentum was on my side. Sure, she rules for now, I said. How long is that going to last? She's yet to win a battle, and most her armies deserted to other banners. Spend a year or 2 in Mercantis, wait it out, and you can come back to the tower to make nice with her successor able to boast you turned on her. Hells, if you've got issues with Mercantis, I'll find you something to do in Callow. I've always a need for mages, and the pay will be generous. I'm sure most of you have respect for militia. It's not unearned. I paused and smiled thinly. Are you really willing to die defending that hill, though? Because if I have to breach this ward myself, I'll not be in the mood for easy deaths. I would keep a few as playthings, my queen, Larrett added cheerfully. It has been ages since we've had proper entertainment. I shrugged, watching the faces of the Preci. My mercy has a time limit, ladies and gentlemen, I said. Now's not the moment for hesitation. I met Militia's eyes calmly. There was no appreciation for what I'd done there to be found, not when it was turned against her. The Empress paid lip service to the treasured wasteland principle of iron sharpens iron, but when it came down to it, she never settled for anything less than a victory, no matter how long that victory took to snatch. If it was Calawans I was dealing with, one of them would have cursed and folded. But I was dealing with Preci, a people that had turned betrayal into art back when most of Calernia still used iron. One of the curtains vanished, and a Sonic in robes ran for it. That first betrayal was the collapse of the dam, no one wanting to be the soul that didn't qualify as one of the first 3, and within a heartbeat all the curtains of light, save one, were gone. A loyalist, how quaint. Kill. I ordered the hunt. I had no intention of offering any of them safe harbor in Callow, and they really should have extracted the oath before turning on militia. They'd feared the sentinels both too much and not enough. The Empress stood tall and proud in a man's body, even as it all went to the hells around her. I advanced, slowly but surely. The tower's personal guards held the Fae back, long enough that one of the traitors turned her cloak again and began reinforcing the ward, but a silver arrow took her through the throat, and that was the end of that. The sentinels began to break. Their armor held against even Fae armaments, and their blades scythed down a handful of fairies, but lances and swords and arrows found weaknesses and exploited them ruthlessly. The fleeing Prisai were ridden down mercilessly, until all that remained standing was the Empress and a single sweating mage. I suspected the hunt could have torn through that ward easy as turning a hand, but it had been left to me by the twisted Fae understanding of respect. I wonder, I said, looking Militia's simulacrum in the eyes, if I can reach you in a tear through this puppet of flesh. Shall we find out? She met my gaze unflinching. No, she replied, and the simulacrum dropped. Oh, well, that also worked. The last living Prisai turned fearful eyes on me. I surrender, she said. Then the arrow took her in the throat. A perfect arc, one I hadn't seen coming until the last moment, and that had sailed right through the last ward unhindered. She was dead before she hit the floor. The light curtain vanished. And once again, Archer saves the day, Indrani called out from above. She was standing on the lower reaches of the pyramid, posing triumphantly, bow in hand. Before addressing that, and gods, was I going to address that, I walked over to Militia's living but insensate simulacrum. My boot came down, pulping the skull, and then again over the throat since it usually paid to be thorough. I'd have to clean my boots later, I mused, or the stench would be horrible. Indrani, get your ass down here, I screamed. I turned to look around for Thief, but she was nowhere in sight. Vivian, I said. Still here? The other Calawan winked back into sight, still looking half-dead from her hiding place behind a column. Good, I said. Collect all the corpses. I don't want to risk any surprises. And strip away the sentinel armor, please. It can take Fae blades. It must be worth a fortune. I would have felt worse about looting the dead if Praise hadn't looted Calo for 2 decades without a care in the world. I'd call it reparations and leave it at that. Thief weakly nodded, and I left her to the grisly work as Archer pranced her way down her perch. She saluted when she approached, using the wrong hand for a legionary salute and the wrong angle for a Calawan formal greeting. Ready to report, Your Queenliness, she announced. Where the hells have you been? I asked flatly. Doing what you told me to, she mused. Which was, and I quote, take a walk and do whatever comes naturally. I closed my eyes, pained on a metaphysical level. So she'd been the hidden knife I remembered thinking about in one of those unlocked memories. We must have gambled that without an actual plan about her involvement, she couldn't be predicted by the Skein, which made sense, but had pretty badly failed. Starting the fire was 2 birds with 1 stone. I thought. The smoke trail had been bound to get her attention and get her to come running. If you spent the entire time drinking and just now shot that woman, I'm docking your pay, I told her as I opened my eyes. Hey, she protested. I did lots of stuff that wasn't drinking. She's my 4th kill of the day. Well, 3rd and a half really. Tell me you didn't assault the Dead King's patrol, I asked. Nah, they never got close to me, she said. But while you lot were busy throwing down with the giant rat, the Prisai tried to pull a fast one. At least I think so. 2 sentinels carried out some sleeping woman earlier, so I took care of it. My brows rose. Was it a simulacrum? I asked. The woman, I mean. Dunno what that is, Archer cheerfully lied. But if it was, it's double dead. Cut off the head after just to be sure, as is our crew's policy. Damnably, I could not refute that. The brains and bone shards all over my boot made it impossible. I think I'm supposed to congratulate you on a job well done, I said after a moment. Oh, it was a labor of love, she dismissed. But do praise me, loudly and elaborately. I did not reply, and allowed the silence to stretch. You wench, Archer accused me. Name-calling is beneath us, I gravely said. She flipped me the finger, and I smiled. You got any idea what we're supposed to do now? She finally asked. I think that. I paused when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Hey you, give Thief that corpse. The dark-skinned Fae I'd seen carrying around a dead Prisai on a lance earlier looked quite displeased at the order. He's not dead yet, the rider replied. Then finish him off and hand him over, I patiently said. It was my kill, the Fae protested. If I have to come over there to settle this, I'm going to make you. Sit. On that fucking lance, I grimly replied. With ill grace, the Fae ripped out the Prisai's throat and dropped him on Vivian's feet. I'd have to remember to ask Larrett the rider's name later. That kind of discipline case was best nipped in the bud. I turned back to Archer, who looked rather amused. Right. So I think we're supposed to gather at our escape route, I said. That's where Hierophant and Diabolist will be, anyway. Did you run into Adjutant? On my way here, Archer replied. That was also where he was headed, though I don't know what that location is. Neither do I admitted. But Thief should. We'll move out after she's taken all the corpses. I love it when you talk dirty to me, Indrani said, waggling eyebrows. Ugh, the wench. Vivian was well enough to walk at a decent pace without my support by the time we reached our escape route, which turned out to be the front of the Silent Palace. The fires had long been put out, but the place was still crawling with undead. Masego was having a pleasant cup of tea at an iron table, a full service having been put out for Acqua and Hakram as well. Athel, to my surprise, was seated at the edge of the table as well, though unlike the others he was silent. I heard snippets of conversation from the other side of the plaza, snorting when I realized they were having a very civilized debate about the influence of sorcery on the development of the early Dread Empire. Hakram was actually winning, by the sounds of it, which was just delightful in so many ways. Our advance, 3 named surrounded by the honor guard of the entire Wild Hunt, hardly went unnoticed. Neshama's armies gave us no trouble, which I took to be a good sign. We might have gotten away with murder. Well, murders technically, but it was really the one that mattered. Although, since Archer had killed a puppet as well, I'd never really thought, growing up in lore, that I would one day have a mental debate about whether you could kill the same person twice. Truly, villainy had expanded my horizons. Catherine, Masego greeted me, then glanced at my boots. You seem to have had an eventful day. He seemed much better than the last time I'd seen him. The sweat and pallor was gone, though the impression of frailty was not. We ran into the Empress, I lightly said. She'd fallen down some stairs. Athel's head lowered, hiding his expression. What an unfortunate accident, Acqua mildly said. Indeed, Hakram agreed. We can only hope the dead king will not be too affected by that tragedy to resume negotiations. I grunted in agreement, dropping into an iron chair on the other side of the table. Vivian and Indrani followed suit. Found Thief for you, I told Athel. Sorry we didn't stick around for the guards, but I was sure I'd seen her skulking about. The dark-haired man bowed to me, then offered me a smile. It was no trouble, Great Majesty, he said. I had to interrupt the search myself, as I was given other instructions. Oh, I said. Anything interesting? Ensuring no bedroom was touched by the flames, he replied. Though I was told that should you wish for different accommodations this can be arranged. We'll be fine, I said. He would not participate in our debate, Masego said, almost complaining. It's always awkward to enter a conversation after it's already begun, Hakram said, immediately pushing aside the unspoken reprimand. Unlike Hierophant, he understood the weight of our words towards the servant the dead king had gifted me. The Wild Hunt settled around us as an honor guard of sorts, valiantly ignoring the pretty salacious jokes Indrani was making about Fey flexibility and its many possible applications. I'd been about to reach for a cup of tea myself, when Athel suddenly left his chair to kneel and press his forehead against the floor. I looked to the direction he was facing and my eyes widened. A single undead was approaching, which was unusual in and of itself. But what worried me a lot more was the massive pressure I could feel coming off what looked like a perfectly normal Keteran foot soldier. It looked like the dead king had come to visit. Book 4, Interlude, Empires. Spring brings southern weddings and northern burials. Lycanes saying, I am grieved to hear of your disappointment, Athel said, inclining his head. The smile on the Black Queen's face was a rueful one, tinted with self-mockery. There were times when the ruler of Callow could be difficult to read, such as when she was in the throes of winter, but under the noonday sun she was an open book. Negotiations can fail, the dark-haired woman replied. I knew it was one of the possible outcomes even before I learned there'd be opposition. Athel found dismay in the cast of her face, yet relief as well. The notion of striking bargain in Keter had never sat well with her, had it? Her defeat also brought solace. The knowledge she had toiled greatly to secure alliance, even though she had come short, and that none of the consequences of this day would be lain at her feet in years to come. I am sure accommodations will be reached eventually, the dark-haired man said. No matter is ever set in stone. Now you sound like him, the Black Queen said, rolling her eyes. I can realize when I've been outbid. Militia was always going to be willing to go that extra mile I'd balk at. We'll see in a year whether the dead king feels like riding a different horse. The crown had hinted at later arrangements. Then, interesting, considering the depth of the treaties involved. It would have been useful to learn more, but it was not Athel's place to inquire. He was only a servant, after all. As you say, Great Majesty, he agreed. Might I inquire as to when we will depart? The Black Queen's brow rose. We, she echoed. Athel inclined his head again. I was gifted to you upon your arrival to the city, he gently reminded her. It is only natural, as your property, that you would now dispose of my days as you see fit. She did not quite succeed at hiding the flicker of anger and disgust that crossed her face. The Calawan had a deep and abiding distaste for slavery, as most of Calernia professed to share. It was largely a pretense, of course. Assurans worked foreign prisoners to death in their mines and fields, having bought the span of the sentence from other nations. Half the free cities either practiced slavery openly or through a very thin veil, and across large swaths of Procer the sacred rights of commoners as championed by the House of Light were more aspiration than fact. As for praise, well, the hatred for the practice learned at Misan hands had rarely given pause to tyrants who needed greenskin, tribute labor, to carry out their grand enterprises. Even the old kingdom of Callow had not been above occasionally clapping chains on captured legionaries and putting them to work. It was a genuine thing in the Black Queen, however, a charming sort of naivete for one who had risen to wear a crown. I'm freeing you as of right now, the young woman said, and clapped his shoulder gently. That should be within my rights, I think. And you're certainly welcome to tag along, if you want. Athel allowed hesitation to touch his face. And where would we be headed, Great Majesty? He asked. Callow, she said. Back home. That had been a lie, he thought. The tells were there, though much harder to pick up on than before. There must have been more to her short conversation with the Herald of the Crown than a mere dismissal. It would be my honor to follow you, Athel said, fear and reluctance trembling artfully. The Black Queen sighed. I'm not going to make you, Athel, she said patiently. I genuinely think you'll be better off with us, but I can see why you wouldn't want to leave, and I'm not going to force you. I meant it when I said you're free. You can decide for yourself. The dark-haired man looked away and towards the floor, posed submissive. Following her would be disastrous, and he had no intention whatsoever of doing so. Yet it would be impolite to outright dismiss her good intentions without the pretense of silent debate. After a few moments, he met her eyes. This is my world, Great Majesty, Athel admitted. I would not leave it. The dark-haired woman looked saddened, but not surprised. I guess that'd be your answer, she said. You were a kind and pleasant host, Athel. I hope you'll be treated as you deserve here. The dark-haired man smiled. Of this, I have no doubt, he said. Her answering smile was slightly stiff, for she clearly thought him a slave in all but name. Then this if farewell, Athel the host, Catherine Foundling said, cool dark eyes taking him in. May we meet as friends, one day. Peace be on you, Great Majesty, Athel quietly replied. She did not linger after that last goodbye, cleanly cutting ties. Not so prone as attachments as she'd once been believed to be, then. Rule of Callow might very well gave fostered that in her. Once could not meet 100 different faces a day and remain caring of all of them. Athel was a good host and a polite servant, and so remained standing until she'd mounted her dead horse and began leading her party towards the gates of Keter. A handful of the splendid cast lingering gazes at his form, yet none acted or spoke a word. The Black Queen had disciplined them into at least the semblance of civility and obedience, though it would only ever be that. The likes of them could not change their nature. Sooner or later it would tell. Even after the last of them was gone from sight, Athel remained standing there in silence, quietly observed by 1,000 dead eyes. Then, calmly, dread Empress Militia emerged from the bundle in her mind that was her impersonation of a Keteran servant and became herself again. Quite the interesting day, she murmured, adjusting the white robes her simulacrum had been provided. The Empress had never enjoyed wearing a man's body, nor would she grow used to it. The flesh construct was much less sensitive than a true human would be, of course. Nefarious had discovered early in his research that to build the receptacle otherwise would make the experience quite overwhelming, but the overall sensation was still quite alienating. Militia usually wore a woman not merely to draw the eye away from the fact that gender was no consideration to the ritual. Shifting from her true body to another several consecutive times had been quite exhausting, but it should not be of dramatic import. The negotiations with the dead king were at an end, after all, with only formalities remaining. Having come out the victor out of her little tussle with Catherine had proved her to be the worthiest interlocutor for the hidden horror. The Empress cast a haughty glance at an approaching undead, allowing it to kneel before her without comment. Your dread Majesty, it said. The crown is now ready to receive you. That would be agreeable, Militia said. You may escort me. The Dread Empress used the length of the walk to put herself in order. There would be need, over the coming days, to reconsider the events of the day with IME and her finest practitioners in attendance. Much had been revealed in the way Catherine attempted her assassination, likely more than the younger woman had intended to offer. For one, Militia now had a much clearer account of the combat capacity of the Woe. The adjutant was no great threat on his own, and the thief almost laughably easy to handle, yet the Hierophant needed reassessment. In sheer amount of destructive power at his disposal, he was leagues above what Wixa had been able to unleash at the same age. He was also much less well-rounded than a young warlock, and quite easier to exhaust. It was useful to know what the young man could likely be captured if it proved necessary, even if Wixa did not deign to intervene. Killing him had never been on the table, as Warlock would never forgive her for it. Enough of Militia's attention remained on her surroundings that she did not need a reminder to emerge from her thoughts when she neared the throne room of the Hall of the Dead. Acknowledging her escort's introduction with a simple glance, she strode forward. Elegantly done, the Dead King said, eschewing greetings for praise. The hidden horror lounged on his throne nonchalantly, radiating power without needing to move a single finger. Militia had never been cowed by the display. She had lived in the tower for decades now. She slept a mere handful of floors from centuries of the worst of her people's madness contained by wards and steel. I was allowed the opportunity to weave as I would, the Empress replied with a smile. It had still been too close to her liking. Militia had not expected for her contingency body to be found as well, Archer of the Woe having been marauding about the city instead of joining her companions in fighting the Dead King's guardians. Still, she'd been granted advantages. A guise that would make her adjacent to her opponent's deepest counsel, liberty to prepare however she deemed necessary for months before Catherine's arrival. Crafting the personality of Athel had been the work of long hours enabled only by the hidden horror's willingness to allow her to interrogate his hosts. She's still young, the Dead King mused, in need of greater tempering. She should have killed every living soul in the city just to be certain. It will be a good lesson for her. As you say, Militia smiled. She believed the old monster had not ever meant for Catherine to succeed here. The point of the exercise, she suspected, had been to mold the young woman through conflict. Hand-picked opponents in very specific locales to bring about a certain enlightenment. It had not escaped Militia's notice that Catherine could not turn to mist as she wished. The capacity had always been there, of course, but the mentality had not. The Black Queen was being guided towards a path. Though the Empress would make alliance with the Dead King today, she knew better than to think it any sort of friendship. It was quite likely that even as they made pact, the hidden horror had lit a sharper and tossed back into Callow. Measures would need to be taken, beyond even those she had already set in motion. It was rather worrying that the other woman would not be immediately returning to Callow, as Militia had predicted she would. The Black Queen still believed she had cards to play. Shall we deal with the formalities? The Dead King offered. Let us, the Empress agreed. Before the day was done, she would have an alliance signed in blood. By all means, Cordelia Hazenbach said with frigid politeness. Do explain to me how 16,000 vagabonds succeeded in sacking the largest cities of Cantal, including the capital. I await what will no doubt be an enlightening answer. The first prince knew she should moderate her tone when speaking to the handful of men and women who'd been commanding the defense of the Principate's heartlands. Anger was rarely constructive, only to be used as a demonstration of displeasure when facing a soft position. If anger bared could not change the decision being made, there was no purpose in displaying it. Yet, looking at the 5 officers before her, the blonde ruler could not bring herself to lessen the ice in her voice. These fools had, while assuring her every step of the way that the legions under the Black Knight were being herded and encircled, somehow allowed a foreign army to burn a swath of destruction through every Cantalese region of logistical import unimpeded. Your most serene highness, I will not deny we have failed you, the oldest among the officers admitted. Diego Altraste, a highly recommended captain from Valensis, she'd granted the command of all available hosts in the Heartlands to. Mustachioed, eloquent and boisterous, as Arlazite men so often were, yet he now sat subdued. The recognition of that is noted, yet know the reason for this counsel, Cordelia said, forcing a semblance of clam into her tone. Cantal has been crippled for a decade, my captains, by a force I was told was quite contained. How did this come to be? We cannot be blamed, a young woman protested. The Easterners are resorting to impious powers. It is not properly conducted warfare. Captain Lemmer was, to the first prince's private disappointment, Lycanese by birth. She should have known better that to expect. Properly conducted warfare. From the enemy. I wonder then, Captain, Cordelia replied softly, where the blame should be laid. There was heavy silence at that. Altraste cleared his throat. We failed to anticipate the change in their operational tempo, the Valencians said. Overnight and without warning, they began to cover 3 days' marching distance in a single night. We'd planned the movement of our forces according to the previous order, and so were caught flat-footed. And have we found the reason for this sudden change? Cordelia asked. Nothing concrete, an old man with a heavy Alaman's accent said. We lack eyes within the legions. But I have a theory. The Black Knight ceased participating in fighting engagements after they sped up, so I believe it to be an aspect of his damnation. Using it this much likely exhausts the man extraordinarily. Alphonse de Salaverne had been commander of the Salian garrison for over 40 years now, and though he was only a passable field commander, Cordelia held his learning in great esteem. His words had weight. They're also listening in on everything the mages sinned by scrying, Altraste added reluctantly, as wary of her reaction. The order has become something of a liability, Your Highness, even when speaking in coded languages. They've danced too neatly around our delaying forces for it to be coincidence. The Order of the Red Lion had been Cordelia's own notion and raised by her own decree. The man was being cautious not to offend, even while trying to point out a crippling weakness. She could appreciate his discretion in the matter. Keep using them, the first prince said, as a red herring. If we must resume instructions sent by horse, so be it. They cannot be allowed to continue their march. That will be difficult, Captain Alphonse replied. As of the last report, they are headed towards Isère. The southern reinforcements from Levant could be sent to meet them, but if they break cities at the pace they have so far, most of northern Isère will be lost before battle can be given. Prince Amadis stripped the principality clean of soldiers and weapons, Altraste added. There are too few fighting men to raise a proper levy, much less arm it. Isère cannot be allowed to burn, Cordelia said, tone forcefully even. It would be a disaster, and not only because one of the few principalities left largely untouched by the Prosperan Civil War would be put to the torch. The Carian lord was wielding his army as a political knife, it had become clear. Bayeux had been spared the kind of destruction visited on Cantal, and she knew very well why. The Black Knight was, for the eyes of all procureur, brutalizing the lands of her opposition in the highest assembly. Worse, he was doing so after her own uncle had allowed him to march without pursuit. The ploy was obvious, of course. There were few in the Principate that would truly believe her to be in collusion with the likes of the Carian lord. It was, however, a very good excuse for any prince and princess wishing to turn on her to do so. Amadis Milnan had been lionized a martyr for his voluntary exile in Calais, and if his lands were put to the torch in his absence. Cordelia's popularity had reached an apex after the declaration of the 10th Crusade, but it was now melting like snow in the sun. That she would be forced to abdicate remained unlikely, but it was no longer a possibility she could outright dismiss. A servant in her line's own livery, and not the palace's, came to stand behind her, presence announced without a word. The first prince angled her head towards him in an unspoken invitation. The evening is upon us, your most serene highness, the man murmured. The Lycanese eyes flicked to the tall panes of glass overlooking Salia that led to her council room's balcony. The sun was beginning to set, and she had appointment to keep. The first prince turned her gaze to her assembled captains. I will require that a plan for the defense of Isère be formulated, she ordered. A particular eye being cast on the need to preserve as much of the principality as feasible. Do not hesitate to request any manner of men or resources. You will have the full weight of my authority behind you. It galled her that she might have to trade favors and dent the treasury in the defense of the ancestral holdings of Amadis Milnan. Yet beyond the ugly political requirements, she had a duty to the Isérans. They were her subjects, like any other, and not to be held at fault for the plotting of their anointed ruler. The first prince spent longer than strictly required to take her leave with courtesy, carefully soothing any feathers her earlier anger might have ruffled. Already, she regretted the loss of control. Her handmaidens undressed her and then helped her into her formal regalia as she perused the latest word out of Calais. The Black Queen and the Woe had left the kingdom. That much had been confirmed. Where they had headed, however, was still a guessing game. Cordelia had previously suspected that she would join up with the Black Knight and use the man as a way to damage the Principate while preserving her own forces, yet it had not come to pass. Most likely, she had gone to treat with the League of Free Cities. The first prince could not be certain, as the tyrant of Helike had thoroughly purged most of her spies and paid informants in the upper rungs of the region, yet there were few other alliances left for her to seek. Agnes had been quite clear that doom was gathering south, and the League's intentions were damnably opaque. 3 hours after sunset, Cordelia sat in the hidden room she'd had arranged for this sole purpose. Behind her seat, the trinket sent by the Black Queen awaited the touch of the warlord's eldritch power to take them both into that world of shadows. The first prince found her center, allowing calm to take hold of her, and waited until the holy artifacts provided by the House of Light began to burn. Night fell over the room, easy as the snap of fingers, suddenly and entirely. It took a moment for the first prince to reorient herself in this dismaying realm, eyes falling on the Black Queen facing her. The coolness of this place had her glad regal, wherein even Southern Proctor preferred long sleeves. Catherine Foundling was not beautiful, she'd always thought. Some might call her striking, but Cordelia found her features too sharp and sullen for it. It was her eyes that softened her mean, surprisingly expressive brown orbs set in a tanned face. As always, the would-be Queen of Callow disdained the trappings of the title she claimed to wear unremarkable plate. Hazenbach, the Black Queen said, "We need to talk." The first prince considered her opposite with cool eyes. This lack of courtesy should not go unremarked upon. Though this was an informal conference, Cordelia disliked the pretense of friendship between them that would allow such language. "Have your courtesies left you entirely?" the first prince asked. A smile flickered across the other woman's face, gone in a heartbeat. The Lycanese had read no fewer than 7 assessments of Catherine Foundling gathered from hearsay, observation, and old acquaintances. They had been of little use in understanding the Black Queen's personality. The girl she'd been before becoming the squire had been smothered swiftly by the Black Knight's tutelage, and the callous warlord that had fought in the Lys rebellion and Aqua's folly had never sat across from Cordelia either. The doom of Lys had cast a deep shadow on the other woman, Cordelia felt, and changed in sundry ways. Still, some similarities remained. Foundling respected strength above all, like most warlords, though unlike most of those she responded well to confrontation. She enjoyed spirit, even in her foes. Her temper was also quite easy to provoke, which had allowed Cordelia to prod her along desired paths in the past. "I've had a long few days," the Black Queen said. "So let's just pretend I danced the dance and move on, because this is me doing you a favor, and I'm done smiling all pretty." The first prince forced her face to remain perfectly still. Revealing irritation would serve no purpose at the moment. "A favor," she said instead. "You make a strange foe, it must be said." "You're amused." Foundling shrugged, misreading her entirely. "That's about to go away real quick. Congratulations, first prince, the dead king's about to invade." Cordelia's blood went cold. She studied the Callowan carefully, looking for signs of dishonesty. She found none. "You have made a pact with the hidden horror," the first prince said, voice cold and cutting. "Not me," the Black Queen replied. "Militia? The Empress?" It was possible, Cordelia thought. The tower was certainly desperate enough. Yet, "Well, I suppose we're done here," Founding casually said. "We're still at war, after all. Good luck. Try not to screw it up for all of us." The warlord raised her hand, as if to dismiss the darkness, and the blonde woman's fingers tightened against the arms of her chair until they turned white. "Wait," she said. The utterance had been much too desperate for her tastes, yet she couldn't simply let Foundling end it there. She needed to know more or Thousand would die. The Black Queen eyed her the way a wolf eyes a limping deer. "You know, I was trying to think of a reason for it earlier," Foundling said. "To give you more than a warning, I mean. Then I realized I genuinely couldn't. I'm not rejoicing at the loss of lives, mind you, but at the end of the day you're trying to fucking invade me even as we speak. A victorious dead king would turn his eyes on you," Cordelia said, regaining her calm. As long as the conversation continued, she could convince the other woman. "Your eyes are on me. Right now." "Cordelia," the Black Queen noted. "You expect me to lend a hand to people trying to conquer my homeland? Good night." Her hand rose again, but the first prince knew that for the tactic it was. Foundling was attempting a bargain, now that there was another enemy on the field. "Are you truly willing to mother the slaughter of thousands out of petty arrogance?" Cordelia accused. The other woman's eyes went cold. "There is more at stake," she replied softly, "than you know." The irony was sharp, her own word thrown back at her. The Lycanese drew back in fury, but something in the Black Queen's eyes gave her pause. For all that Catherine Foundling ruled with wasteland methods, in that moment Cordelia was not looking at the Black Knight's pupil or malicious mistake. She was looking at raw Callowan spite, coursing deep and dark. For small slight, long prices. He will devour all of us, the first prince said. Aye, maybe he will, the Black Queen said. So we'll speak again, after your people do some of the bleeding for a change. This will not be forgot, Cordelia said coldly. I would hope not, Catherine Foundling replied with a hard smile. A last word of warning, your most serene highness. If your uncle's army is still digging at the end of the month, there will be consequences. I've yet to run out of lakes to drop. The darkness went away, and the first prince of Proker was left with nothing but fury and fear. Doomed to the north, Agnes had said. She was never wrong. Neshama's foot scuffed the stone. Such a slight sound, barely more than a whisper. He'd not heard it in a very, very long time. Obsidian hummed behind him as the dead king tread creation once more. He inhaled, though this body hardly had need for it. Sorcery's millennia old lent him sense of smell, or close enough. The scent of cool stone and dust was a pleasing thing. Hearing had been much easier to reproduce, a staple of undeath even in his lifetime, and his was sharper than a mortal's. The sound of a bottle being uncorked drifted to his ear, and he turned towards it without the slightest hint of surprise. This was more than expected. It had been awaited. Going for a walk, old friend? The intercessor grinned, toasting him with a bottle. He paid no heed to her current guise. She had worn many a face, over the centuries. Enough he could no longer remember them all, or the names paired with them. It made no difference. She was as he was, more essence than form. It has been too long, he said, voice pensive. The serenity remains a lacking imitation. There is a taste to creation. A skilled pupil I may be, yet a pupil still. She drank deep, as had always been her game. He'd caught her, once, back when the upstarts Mesans had still fancied themselves more than guests on the shores. Carved her open, ever careful to avoid even the semblance of fatality, to see what lay inside. She'd mocked him even as the tongs kept open her ribcage, and he studied her organs, perplexed by their lifelikeness. He had learned little from the study, never even confirming whether she truly grew drunk. If her body was a construct, it was so perfect one there was no telling the difference. You have your games even from your hiding hole, the intercessor laughed. Quite the entertainment this time. Neshama strode forward, enjoying the pressure of a word he could not simply shape as he wished. There was resistance here, a will more paramount than his own. Were you watching? He teased. A little jest, just between the two of them. She was always watching. It was oddly nostalgic, the intercessor mused. You know, watching you meddle with forces beyond your comprehension. You haven't been that reckless since your 4th century, I'd say. That delightful scuffle with the rats. I was young, Neshama fondly remembered, and still believed plagues to be valid method. You were quite severe in chiding me, I recall. Lines had to be drawn. We were still establishing the rules, the intercessor smiled. Both of us played rougher back then. You certainly were not shy in setting the elves after me, Neshama said. That was rather unwarranted. You were being greedy, the intercessor said, wagging a finger. To hells? I don't think so. Besides, that was as much about that old mule in the bloom as it was about you. He needed a sharp lesson about who not to trifle with, and your taking his only son got the point across. The Spellblade has been a delightful diversion, admittedly, Neshama conceded. You even set him on dear cat, she said. Thoughtful of you. She drank again, under the dead king's yellow gaze. Ah, she was miffed. She would be. I did look into her, he said. She's no work of yours, which I found fascinating. We don't all work with pawns, Neshama, the intercessor said. There's a lot more moving parts out here than in your little walled garden. And yet you have not snuffed her out, he mused. Oh, you made attempts. Yet I know your work. It was not her throat you truly sought to cut. Flipped the story on her several times, she said. She takes to it like a fish. I'm impressed. She's no great thinker, mind you, but her instincts are sharp. It'd be more trouble than it's worth to rid myself of her. She's the kind you let burn out on their own. The thing shaped like a woman paused, ever theatrical. Or at least so I thought. You're making me reconsider. I wonder, Neshama murmured. If this meant to tempt me to invest more only to then yank the rug. Or is this trickery to make me abandon an opening? The intercessor grinned wide and sharp over the bottle's rim. Want to roll the dice? She offered. I promise not to cheat this time. You say that every time, the dead king reminded her laughingly. No, old friend, you will not goad more out of me. I have allowed her to glimpse the threshold. She will rise or fall of her own merit. You've been so wary since triumphant, the intercessor complained. And yet here I am, Neshama replied easily. Return to creation. Let us not pretend you did not nudge that story along. What can I say, she shrugged. I've been missing your company. Such a sentimental creature. The dead king sighed. Then his eyes turned sharp. What am I to be this time, intercessor? The hammer or the anvil? She drank deep, throat bobbing as the red wine ran down her chin. She dropped the bottle afterwards, let it bounce off the stone, and spill the rest. All right, she said cheerfully. So stop me if you've heard this one before, but there's a joke from Levan I just love. So 3 princes, 1 Arlazite, 1 Alamance, and 1 Lycanese, and the dead king walk into a tavern, looking for a hot meal. So the tavern keeper apologizes, says he's out, and his last bowl of stew went to the woman in the corner with her baby. Maybe they can get it off of her. So the Arlazite prince, he walks up to her and says, "Good woman, I will duel you for this stew." She refuses, because really fuck Arlazites. So then the Alamance prince walks up to her and says, "Good woman, as your rightful liege, I deserve this stew more than you. Hand it over." She refuses, because she paid her taxes, so she doesn't owe shit to no one. So then the Lycanese prince walks over, looks at the dead king. "That's you," and goes all grim. He says, "I'm fine with starving, so long as the dead king doesn't get the stew." Then the dead king walks up and says, "You guys can fight over the stew. I'll just dash. Eat the baby." Neshama finished, purely for the pleasure of denying her the climax. The ancient monster pouted. "So you do know it," she said. "Should have told me at the start. I got way into it." "I assume," the dead king said, "that this atrocity, and I do not use this word lightly, believe me, of a story had a purpose?" The intercessor grinned. "Of course," she said, wine red as blood trickling down her chin. "Eat the baby, king of death. Just this once, I'll allow it." Book 4, Chapter 48, Shadows. A passable plan done in a day will nearly always beat an exquisite scheme requiring a month. Dread Empress Regalia 2. Truth be told, I'd never been enamored with the thought of traveling. Even if I'd never become Black's apprentice, I would have left Lore eventually. I'd as plans to attend the War College, what felt like half a lifetime ago, but unlike some of the other girls at the orphanage, my heartbeat had never quickened at the notion of journeying across Calernia. There'd been this girl I'd shared a room with. Gods, what had been her name? Emily, maybe. Something that sounded like that. She'd found work at a street stall near the market, just so she could buy a rough map of the continent and plan her travels when she came of age. She'd stolen the only volume of Annaba, the Assurance travelogues the orphanage had, and read it so often the pages had been worn out. That had never been for me. Having a gander at the most beautiful parts of southern Callow had been appealing, and I'd had vague plans to visit the Duchy of Daoin for as long as I could remember, but my interest in foreign vistas had always been limited. And yet here I was now, camping with a few companions by the shore of a lake I doubted any human had seen in centuries. Few precise maps gave name to the body of water to the northeast of the Kingdom of the Dead, but the Proserans called it the Chalice. There was likely a story there, but not one I knew. It was beautiful, I had to admit. The poisonous fumes that hung over the dead king's lands did not reach this far north, leaving me with unimpeded sight of a misty lake with sapphire blue waters. The beach was pebbles of pale and gray, with the rare splash of color breaking the mold. The winds were restless, here, and the dawning evening pleasantly cool. Even at noon, when the day was warmest, most of the woe wore cloaks. Unlike me, they did not welcome to the touch of the cold. I palmed a stone and sent it skidding across the waters, the final plop surprisingly loud to my ears. Hakram had dug a fire pit earlier, and Indrani was now making some sort of sordid stew out of the fish she'd caught with her bare hands, standing hip-deep in the waters. It felt oddly domestic to watch them bicker around the flames, arguing about how much salt should go in a meal. Vivian was napping right through it, huddled inside a pile of blankets close enough to the fire to feel the warmth of the flames. The last two had less carefree matters to attend to. I'd asked Masego to reach out to the observatory the moment my little chat with Cordelia Hazenbach came to an end, but even with Acua as a helper, the preparations had taken some time. He'd warned me the ritual had high chances of failure. Though the Whitecaps weren't in the way, up here, the distance was massive. It had taken 3 attempts before he succeeded mid-afternoon. Fatala had been there, luckily enough, though what she'd had to tell us had taken the wind right out of me. She only knew so much, though, so I'd ordered the observatory to serve as a relay for another ritual at dusk. Juniper would know more. I glanced at the tall tower of ice I'd formed to speak with the first prince, which now served as the seat of Hierophant's rituals. I could feel the ebb and flow of sorcery within, though it had not reached that palpable crescendo of active scrying. I tossed another stone and let the sound of Indrani slapping Hakram with a ladle, clearly stolen from the royal kitchens by Vivian, as it was pure silver, and there was a suspicious hole where the Fairfax heraldry would be, until he submitted to her demands of another pinch of salt. It was calming. I was in great need of that, right now. The sun was dipping into the lake with a riot of red and gold, when Acua came for me. She said nothing, scarlet eyes hooded. She'd grown better at reading my moods, when idle talk would grate on my nerves instead of provide appreciated distraction. I passed the others on the way to the ice, waving a hand when Indrani called out, and found Masego crouched on the ground. "Catherine," he said without turning, "I believe we've stabilized the formula properly. There should be no more troubles." "Good work," I said. "They'll be able to feel that as far south as Keter, at least, if they are keeping an eye out," he reminded me. "Let them," I grunted. "Scry, Masego." He did not comment any further, tracing a few runes out of light that set the entire array glowing. I ran my fingers across the back of the seat I'd carved myself out of ice before sitting down. A look was enough to dismiss Acua, though Masego remained close. If the ritual had issues, I expected him to intervene. At the center of the array lay a dark wooden bowl filled with dark waters taken from the observatory's own pools. A sympathetic connection, I thought, and silently praised myself for remembering the fancy terms. We'd improved somewhat on the usual spell, Hierophant having me weave winter as he required. When Fatala's face appeared in the bowl, it did in the mirrors surrounding me as well. "Your Majesty," she said, bowing. "Mbafino," I mildly replied. "Any issues on your end?" "Marshal Juniper awaits you," she replied. "Shall I proceed?" "By all means," I said. Her face rippled, then vanished, and a heartbeat later I was facing the Hellhound's tired gaze. Juniper looked like she'd been put through a ringer. If half of what Fatala had said, that might very well be the case. "Juniper," I said. "Been a while." "Foundling," she graveled. "I have a dozen fires to put out, so let's skip the courtesies." I almost replied with a sardonic, "Lovely to see you too." But if the situation was as serious as I believed, it was no time for banter. "I had a talk with Fatala Mbafino earlier today," I said. "But she's constrained to the palace, so most of it was hearsay. I'll need a full report." The orc nodded. "The Empire just fucked us hard," Juniper bluntly said. "I can't actually prove it's them, but it has that wasteland reek." I grimaced. That had been Fatala's opinion as well, but I'd hoped she might be wrong. "How bad was it?" I asked. "Every member of the King's Council is dead," she said. "Around a third of your court officials. It was a goddamned massacre." My fingers clenched. "Rat face?" I quietly asked. She shook her head mutely. "Knife to the back of the neck," she said. "He wouldn't have felt a thing." I closed my eyes. There was a cold, measured part of me that was furious I'd been robbed of a skilled Lord Treasurer for who I had no real replacement. The rest of me grieved the death of a boy I'd known since we were 17, children playing war games in the tower's shadow. Ratface had been with me since the beginning, since Rat Company. He'd been a friend, one of the few I had left. I inhaled, placed the tempest of grief and wrath in a box, and set it aside. I opened my eyes, calmed. "And Kendall?" I asked. "First to go," Juniper said. "We think she was one of the primary targets." And there went the woman I'd considered my most likely successor to the queenship of Callow. I was slightly appalled that my first thought at hearing the death of Baroness and confirmed was how it'd complicate the line of succession, but I would not shy away from the facts. And Kendall had been a kind soul, a skilled ruler, and if not a friend, someone I had deep respect for. A patriot, of that rare breed that put the needs of her people above her own. And she'd been, informally, the closest thing to an acceptable successor I had at my court. Militia, and this was her work, of that I had no doubt, for it had been a crippling blow to Callow in too many ways not to be, had ordered her killed just to weaken my position. Fury flared, but I mastered myself. Anger is the death of reason. You need a lucid mind to survive, now. "Merciless gods," I finally said. "Who holds lore?" "They got the legate I sent to command the garrison and all his staff," Juniper said. "The highest-ranking officer in the city was a senior tribune by the name of Abigail. At a guess, they missed her because she was on leave. She's been on the rolls since the Arcadian campaign, fought under Nock at the Battle of the Camps." I frowned. "I know of her," I said. "She used to serve under Hune, has a summer home accent. She's got a handle on the situation." "People went to the streets after your court declared martial law. Juniper replied. So she had the palace cellars emptied, and every wine sink in the city do the same on the crown's coin. She got rioters. Drunk. I hissed. Drunk enough they weren't able to riot, the hellhound said. She didn't have the men to enforce the decree, Catherine, and spilling blood would have been like lighting a sharper. She made the best possible decision, even if she overstepped her authority. I'll state that for the record, if I have to. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Fuck it, as long as it worked, I finally said. How quick can you have a senior officer in the city? At least a month, Juniper said. We're camped close to Wanku, at the moment, in talks with General Sacker's Legion. I drummed my fingers pensively. Promote her to legate, then, I said. Field promotion, to be confirmed at a later date. She's in charge of lore until I can send one of the Woe to take over. I'll pass it along, the orc said. Good. It had been an unorthodox method, but then that was the kind of thinking the army of Callow encouraged. If she had the medal for higher rank, she'd get to keep it. Gods knew I was always in desperate need of fresh talent. Did they manage to assassinate within the army? I asked. They tried, Juniper said. Had agents in the ranks. One made it as high as tribune. The Jacks caught most of them. The rest got knifed before they could do any real damage. Lord Black sends his regards. I chewed on that, split between relief at my teacher still being on my corner and displeasure as the fact he'd infiltrated the army of Callow deeply enough his people were comfortable fighting eyes of the Empire. You got his people? I asked. They're under arrest, Juniper said. None resisted, so I used a light touch. Only soft interrogations. Try to get anything they know about malicious people, I said. I'll authorize release back to Black if they work with us. The orc nodded. Ranker has expressed willingness to work with us, she told me. The first bit of good news today that her legion got mauled at the Valles, I said. She's got more than half in fighting fit, Juniper replied. More importantly, she's willing to trade goblin munitions for supplies, including goblin fire. Get your hands on anything you can, I ordered. Had she said anything about the Empress? Said politics don't concern her, since she's part of an Imperial expedition army under the direct command of the Black Knight. My marshal grunted. She'd got no intention of heading east, and she'd publicly turned away messengers from the tower. Militia's still sending diplomats through Callow? I frowned. Not anymore, Juniper said. It got bloody, Catherine. When word about lore got out, fresh off that proclamation from Salia, they butchered any Presi they could get their hands on. We lost legionaries that were on leave. Fuck. The last thing I needed was Callowans taking swings at the army of Callow. The tower hasn't formally declared war, has it? I asked. Not a word from the Empress, she said. But we're having Presi troubles anyway. The High Lords can't possibly be fools enough to pick a fight. Now, I said. Worse, the orc replied. We have refugees coming through the Blessed Isle. Ashurs torching the coast, and the sack of Nock displaced thousands. The wasteland's already rationing, so they're moving west where the food is. How many? I grimly asked. 2,000-3,000 for now, the Marshal of Callow said. Mostly families. Feral eyes and assassins among them, though, that's a certainty. Farmers have been forcing them to remain near the Isle, by force if need be. So militia was dumping her refugee troubles on me. I suppose from her perspective there was no loss to be had. Either I slaughtered them and became even more reviled in praise, or I allowed them to stay and had to divert time and resources to force order onto the mess. We can't allow them to go deeper into Callow, I said. If we don't get them out soon, the numbers will keep growing, Juniper said. And it's only a matter of time until they get hungry and desperate enough to steal from farmers who won't stand for it. When steel comes out, it'll get ugly. Fast. Our only host close enough is the Summerhome garrison, I said. And that's the key to our entire eastern defense. If she's baiting it out to ambush it. I know, the hellhound growled. Her belly's unprotected, but so is ours. She's short on legions, but she could order the High Lords of the Interior to send their household troops. The worst part was that I knew exactly what militia was doing, but there was no easy solution. She'd shaken Callow just as the dead king got loose to prevent me from intervening in the war with Procur, and now she was trying to tie down my forces with the least possible effort on her part. If she'd sent an army into Callow, she'd had to feed and fund it, to commit men. Instead, she'd mutilated the administration of the kingdom, then dropped a mess at the border on my lap. If I wanted to retaliate, I'd have to venture into the wasteland, where every major city was a fortress heavily warded and filled with horrors, and it was impossible to live off the land. Hells, she could probably raid my goddamn supply lines to fill her own granaries. I would have called it utter idiocy to provoke the kingdom of Callow when she was already fighting a losing war with the thalassocracy, but I knew my army was in no state for a protracted eastern campaign. I needed it elsewhere, and I needed it to be making up for the losses of the Battle of the Camps. If I acted, I risked incurring a major loss for no real gain. If I did not act, on the other hand, I would keep paying for it. I was too furious to be admiring. Pull back all the people in the fields to Summerhome, I finally said. Have them bring every bag of grain and herd of cattle back with them while they do. The refugees won't keep coming if there's nothing to be had. And if they head towards Summerhome? Juniper asked. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I said. They're refugees, not a legion marching column. It'll take months. That's a stopgap, she said. Not a fix. A stopgap is what we need right now, I said. I'll send Thief back to Callow to take control of the situation. Juniper's broad face grimaced. You're not coming back? She asked. We need an army, I said. The dead king dealt with militia instead, so I'm getting us another. The drow, the hellhound said. The drow, I agreed softly. We're out of alternatives, Juniper. The Principate is about to be hit hard from the north, which at least will buy us time. I need Callow stable, and the army in fighting fit. That falls on you and Thief. I'll return as swiftly as possible with reinforcements. There's good news on that front, at least, Juniper announced. We're drowning in volunteers. I blinked. Even after I was named Arch-Heretic of the East. I said, that's what got it started, the orcs said. Half of Anku's been to our camp to enroll, Catherine. And after the assassinations in Lore, it was like a damned fire was lit. There's formed Royal Guard coming from as far as Holden to enroll, and there's entire convoys on the roads coming towards training camps. Half a year, Warlord. Give me half a year, and I'll have you an army that'll shake this fucking continent. I exhaled softly. They'd cornered us, hadn't they? The Proserans and the Presi. And the harder they struck, the harder my countrymen would dig their heels. Good, I said. I don't care if you have to empty every treasure vault in Callow, Juniper. I want them armed and trained. The fights around the corner are going to be like nothing we've seen before. The orc grinned toothfully. It'll be my pleasure, she said. That would have been a pleasant note to end on, but I have 2 more messes to pass you. I sighed. I'm listening, I said. Wait, shit, Prince Amatus and the Pilgrim. Are they? No assassin went after them, Juniper said. But the Pilgrim's a third mess, looked at a certain way. He legged it and left the prince behind. We haven't seen sign of him since the killings. Shit. Yeah, it made sense. I wasn't there for him to work on, and when we'd last spoken it had been with harsh words. The old man wouldn't sit pretty in Lore while the dead king was on the move. Even if he was so inclined, the heavens wouldn't let him. That's a breach of our truce terms, I said. The hells can we do about it? The hellhound said. Kill Milenan. It gets us nothing. Much as it irritated me, she was right. The Northern Crusaders were out of the passage, and they'd likely be headed upwards to delay the dead king. I did not want to do anything that might affect that decision, not right now anyway. Keep him under our thumb, I finally said. We'll settle accounts with the Peregrine another day. What's the first disaster? Don't know if it's that, Juniper said. But diplomacy's not my wheelhouse. The Snake Eater tribe sent volunteers to enroll, but there was an envoy with them. She says she's coming on the behalf of the Council of Matrons. Well, shit. It wasn't the first time the ruthless old bats made discreet overtures to me. Back before we'd purged the worst of the regals, the matron attendants that rule the Snake Eater tribe had interrogated Pickler about what intention I might have for praise if I ended up on the winning side of a war with the Empire. There'd been no offer, back then. Militia had yet to bleed enough the matrons would consider her easy meat. I suspected that with the Assurans running rampant across the coast and Black strolling around the Principate with half the legions of terror, that had begun to change. What do they want? I warily asked. She wouldn't tell me everything, Juniper replied. Said she'd deal only with you. But I was given a taste, probably to bring you to the table. The Council of Matrons is offering to begin negotiations over the sale of goblin munitions to the Kingdom of Callow. My fingers clenched. That was very, very dangerous talk. The tribes were bound by treaty to sell those only to the tower, and it wasn't the kind of clause that got a slap on the wrist when broken. It'd be called rebellion if it got out. Even possession of goblin munitions was illegal in Praise. Highborn would have their entire direct family executed if they were caught with a stash. Fuck me, I said quietly. They're preparing to rebel, aren't they? Who the hell's ever knows, with goblins? The orc grunted. Does look like it, though. We both know it's been a long time coming. And they won't talk with anyone other than me? I pressed. That's what the envoy told me, Juniper said. God's damn it. I couldn't afford to head to Callow right now, no matter how sweet the price. I'll give Thief full authority to negotiate in my name, I said. If that's not enough, they'll have to wait. The orc nodded. The second thing, she said. It's the warlock. He's in Callow? I said I'd widening. He was, Juniper replied. Long gone by now. He left a message for Hierophant. And what would that be? I flatly asked. To head to Thalasina immediately, the orc said. There's a situation coming to head, and he wants his son there yesterday. The string of curses I let out at that was foul enough, even the Hellhound winced. Book 4, Chapter 49, Wrangle. 42. Should a disagreement lead one of the party to leave, you should expect combat within the week, as you will either be captured to be rescued by the departed or the opposite. Let it happen, as a common enemy will heal all internal disputes, and you can share a good laugh over the corpse of your nemesis dead lieutenant. 200 Heroic Axioms, author unknown. We were pretending it was a spirited debate. It wasn't. These were the bitterest arguments I'd had with the woe so far, and currently I wasn't winning either of them. Figured. War on two fronts was never a good idea, but it didn't look like I was going to have a choice about it. It's a trap, Masego, I said. You know that as well as I do. My father would not harm me. The blind man replied evenly. I'm not saying he'll knife you, I said. I'm saying that if you set foot in the Empire, there's no fucking way militia's letting you leave regardless of what Warlock says. Assuming he doesn't agree with her in the first place. He and I aren't exactly bosom friends, Z's. We came a heartbeat away from drawing on each other last year. Were I still the apprentice, your objection would have merit, Masego said. That is no longer the case. Nothing short of my father's full wrath would stop me, and he will not go that far even for the Empress. My fingers clenched. Then my flank got hit while I was still engaged. I'm not going, Vivian flatly said. You need me here, especially if you're going into the Everdark. I shot her a glare. We'll continue that conversation in a moment, I told her. No, she said, shaking her head. Because you're going to lose your argument with Hierophant, and when you do you'll dig your heels in about this. You hate to lose, Catherine. We settle this now, when you're still reasonable. There's nothing to argue about. Thief, I said with forced calm. It has to be you. I am a spy mistress, Vivian replied. Not a ruler. Send adjutant instead, it is clearly the appropriate response. No, Hakram quietly said, looming tall at my back. It can't be me. Vivian, think about this for a moment. Whoever is sent back will need the highest authority possible to settle affairs without trouble. You know what that means. The dark-haired woman frowned. That's irrelevant, she said. Hakram, I admit without qualms that in matters of rule you are my superior. I will not achieve half as much as you given the same mandate. It's not irrelevant, I darkly said. It's unpleasant to talk about and it's unfair, but it's true anyway. If I appoint an orc regent of Callow in my absence, there will be riots. Maybe even rebellions. Indrani didn't want anything to do with this mess, thank the gods, and I wasn't giving Diabolus this close a look into the inner workings of the woe, so I'd sent her to keep Archer entertained. This would have been much, much worse if there'd been an audience. Hakram is broadly known to be your second in command, Vivian said, and respected by many. His authority would be observed even without the regency. Your court has been butchered, Catherine. It needs to be rebuilt before the chaos spreads any further. That is not my wheelhouse, it's his. You know whoever I send needs the fucking title, thief, I hissed. Stop being obtuse. I've been away from the kingdom for months. The person taking charge needs the legitimacy behind them or it'll start coming apart at the seams. Then appoint him Governor General, Vivian said. It carries enough power, that dash. That would make the highest authorities in matters both civil and military greenskins, Hakram broke in calmly. We are not dealing with a blank slate or arithmetic empty of emotion. I may be an organizer of some skill, but that is immaterial. The amount of resistance I would face would be much larger than yours. Your argument is only correct if stripped of context. I can't handle all the balls you have up in the air, Catherine, Vivian said, voice rising. You need the entire kingdom's granaries reorganized. You need to get massive amounts of steel to arm all those soldiers the Hellhound is recruiting. You need someone to steady the treasury and rebuild the king's council, and gods, do I need to go on? I can't handle all of this, not while also running the jacks. Hakram could. His entire role is about taking care of loose ends. The thing was, she had a point. I knew she'd been very careful not to use the reason she was being so aggressive about this, of course. She didn't want me around Diabolist without her keeping an eye on it. Not, I suspected, because she thought I would suddenly forgive Acua Sahelian for her sins. She knew me better than that. but she saw Diabolist as a weed and thought it was her duty to burn out any attempt to grow roots. I forced myself to set that aside and address what she'd actually been saying, which, unfortunately, wasn't untrue. I trusted Vivian to run the jacks and to undertake some other discrete matters, but it was a fact I'd never dropped so much responsibility in her lap before. She'd had the education of a minor noble as a child, even though her family no longer formally held title, but that would only take her so far. What she did remember, she would be out of practice at, and we don't have forever, I thought. Procker would be occupied with the dead king for the foreseeable future, but there was no guarantee part of the Crusader host would not try Calawan borders again if it saw weakness. The Dominion still had 2 armies on the field, and the League's intentions were opaque to me. My instinct had been that the tyrant of Helike and his madman of a hierarch would be taking a swing at the Principate, but that had been while it was still the dominant force on the board. With Keter on the march, the League might be feeling adventurous enough to aim for other territories. And that was without even considering militia, who sure as hells wouldn't let me bind the wounds of Callow in peace. If Warlock was in Thalasina and cooking up something dangerous enough he wanted Masego to lend a hand, then the Assurans were about to get a very nasty surprise. That left me the only direct threat at the Wastelands gated. The Empress wasn't going to stop after a few assassinations. She was only getting started. And the only person I trust to lead the jacks in hampering her plans is Thief. Vivian was leagues above Hakram when it came to shadow games. My second was skilled at sifting through what our informants brought us and digging out the nuggets most important, but he didn't quite have the knack when it came to actually using the jacks for more than spying. I needed someone to start a knife fight, and Adjutant wasn't the man for the job. But Vivian wasn't the woman for the rest of it, was she? She wasn't wrong about that. If I forced too many duties upon her, she'd only end up failing at what she was actually good at, which left me only one way through the mess. I knew what I needed to do was poor tactics, but it still needed to be done. You're right, I admitted, and there was a glint of triumph in Vivian's eyes. Hakram will go with you. For the sake of appearances, you'll still be named regent. And there went the glint. No, they said, more or less at the same time. I cast a look at Masego, who seemed mildly irritated our own chat was left unfinished but unwilling to press the matter. He would be. Knowing him, he was probably mentally organizing his arguments without listening to a word of what went on between the rest of us. Catherine, you can't go into the Everdark with so weak an escort, Hakram gravelled. This is madness. The Drow are infamously violent and treacherous. I kept my face blank. He'd never. There was a first time for everything, I told myself. It didn't matter. I had an argument to win, and getting emotional about it wasn't going to help. I'll have Archer and Diabolist, I said. It's enough. I'm not going to war with them. I'm going to secure an alliance. And who will handle the diplomacy then? Vivian harshly said. Inrani? You? Or will you allow the Butcher of Least to speak in Callow's name? Better we dispense with the Drow entirely than risk you going into their realm with so light a force, the Orc said. They would be a useful addition, but they are not crucial and results are uncertain. Not worth the dangers. It was one thing to put all our coin on the army of Callow when we had the leash on the dead king. However laughably feeble that leash was, I replied. It's another when militia's the one who let him out, on unknown terms. There will be battles, Hakram, and there's only so many Callowans of fighting fit. Only so many we can afford to lose. We need someone to share the casualties with, or it won't matter that we have good farmland. There won't be enough people left to till it. If you have another candidate for alliance, I'm all ears. You did not answer me, Vivian said. Because what you said was pointless, Thief, I said. I would prefer Diabolist to serve as an advisor, but if I need to let her do the talking, then that's what's going to happen. I know you don't like it. I don't either. But there's no point in letting her out of the box if we don't actually use her. There's a difference between using and trusting, Thief hissed. Enough, I said, voice rippling with power. Not speaking. No, I was not that far gone. I hoped I would never be. Vivian flinched, and Hakram looked chastened for reasons beyond the obvious. He usually brought his objections to me in private, and I thought he might already be regretting this. He should have known it would sting he'd side openly with Thief in an argument, even if he disagreed with me. Callow was just crippled, I said. You can both argue all you want. That is a goddamned fact. And we all know the Empress is far from done. Now, the two of you can disagree with me heading into the Everdark with only Archer and a mass-murdering Spectre for company. But at the end of the day, I have to be the one to go, and someone needs to fix the mess back home. Vivian, you argued you couldn't do it alone. You're right. Hakram goes too. He could dash, Thief began, but I raised my hand. No, he can't, I said. I've heard your issues with this plan. I have answered them and made a decision. Unless you have something new to add, the only question left is whether or not you'll obey when I make this an order. Hakram stirred uneasily. You're the one who gave me the speech about needing to assert authority, I told him. I just have. I won't deny the risks. But you can't deny that Callow needs the two of you to get back on its feet, either. The orc licked his chops. The drow are a gambit, he said. Promise me you will treat them as one. Do not carry your anger over the failure in Keter into this, Catherine. We can survive without them. If the situation spins out of control. Hakram, Vivian cried out, sounding betrayed. You know she won't listen if it's just me. Gods above, stick the damned course. There is no perfect solution, the orc said, turning to her. We take the risks we have to. It's not the choice I would have made, but I'm not the one making the choices. Neither are you. I won't bet it all on a long shot, I told Adjutant. There's a limit to how long I'm willing to stay there as well, but I believe it's worth trying. He nodded, though his discomfort was still plain on his face. I turned to Vivian, who was worrying her lip. I could refuse to go, even if you make it an order, she said. She could. The woe were not sworn to me, save for Hakram, and his oath was not one between queen and subject. It was a deeply personal thing, and not one I would sully by equating with simple obedience. There were few things I still considered sacred, but what the two of us had said on that hill beneath moonlight was one of them. No, for all that I was Queen of Callow, I would not call Thief my subject. She was, like most the woe, my companion. When she deferred to me, it was out of trust and respect. Not because a sister from the House of Light had put a chunk of metal on my head and spoken a few dusty words. Forcing her hand here would shatter the fragile trust the two of us had built since we'd made our pact in lore. I would have to convince her. You're making this about me, I said. That is beneath us both. This is about your decision, Vivian replied, frowning. Not your character. My decision shouldn't matter to you, I told her. The question you should be asking is this. Is it better for Callow if I accompany Catherine or if I return? Her eyes narrowed. You are the queen of said kingdom, in case you forgot, she said. I'm a warlord who got oil smeared on her forehead, I replied bluntly. I'm useful to the kingdom, it's true. There would be consequences if I died. I'm not exactly easy to kill these days, Vivian. And while it's possible, my heading into the Everdark without you will end up biting our home in the ass. It's a certainty that if you don't return, some of our people will bleed for it. Hakram will have too many duties on his plate, as you pointed out. He won't be able to use the jacks like you would. You can't leverage Callow against me, Catherine, Vivian said, sounding resentful. You didn't join up because you liked the look of me, I said quietly. There was a reason, and you were quite blunt about it. I'm not using a damned thing, Viv. I'm reminding you what we're actually about. It's easy to forget, in the thick of it. I know that well. The expression on her face was an ugly one, but she did not contradict me. She spat to the side, after a moment. Fine, she said. Damn you, but fine. I'll go. Don't make me regret it. I let out a relieved breath. If that hadn't worked, I wouldn't have had anything else to trot out. Tired in a way that was nothing physical, I turned my eyes to Masego. You two can leave us, I said without turning. Catherine, Hakram tried. It's been a while, I mildly said, since I've had to repeat myself so often. His fangs clicked together, but he didn't say anything more. Hierophant had been sitting silent this whole time, growing increasingly impatient. Quite finished, he said. Yes, I replied without a hint of apology. I gathered myself together for another verbal brawl. I spent most of your squabbling, mustering arguments, Masego admitted frankly. I have several, some grounded in fact, others in my personal opinion. It took me some time before I realized it was unnecessary to do so. I do not need your permission to go. You need my gate, if you want to get there before the year's over, I replied. If necessary, I will summon and bind a fae of sufficient rank to serve as a gatemaker, he said without hesitation. Though I would be disappointed by the pettiness of your choice. I grimaced. He'd be right to be. It was easy to simply think of the woe as my companions, my closest friends, and leave it at that. The truth was a little more complex. The ties binding them to me were different for all, and though that had never brought conflict until now, I could admit that had been mostly luck on my part. It had been going to happen sooner or later. Masego and Indrani were not invested in my fight the way the other two were. For the latter, it was an entertaining enough diversion, and she liked me enough to carouse away the boring parts. But for all that Archer was arguably the least tightly bound to me, she also had few other calls on her time. She wanted to travel, one day, but she was in no hurry. Masego had first joined the 15th because he believed it would allow him to witness sights nothing else would, and in this we had delivered. He truly liked us, I was sure of that. Even Vivian, who'd come late to the band. But his first and paramount love would always be sorcery. After that came family, and though some days I suspected we were half that, in his eyes his fathers had been entrenched in that position for much longer. If Warlock sent for him, as the man had, Masego would go. Because even after that sting of that betrayal revealed by the echoes of the fall of Keter, he loved the man deeply. I'd almost considered not passing along the message, truth be told. He might not have heard it when I spoke with Juniper, as he'd not been so close. But that would be a betrayal, what was left of my principles had whispered. But he would learn eventually, and it would cost you, a colder part of me had noted. I won't withhold a gate no matter your choice, I sighed. I didn't mean that, and I apologize for implying it. Apology accepted, he said, nodding politely. Though the choice has already been made. This a formality I will entertain until you have made your peace with that. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. For future reference, I said, when you're humoring people to avoid hurting their feelings, it's best to avoid telling them that. The dark-skinned man frowned. That's rather backwards, he noted. Would their feelings not be more likely to be hurt if they believed at the start they had a real chance of success? You know what, we can finish that conversation at another time, I sighed. Masego, I know you have reasons to want to go. I do not care in the slightest for the fate of Thalasina, Hierophant said. Some ritual components of use come from the city, but none irreplaceable. It is my understanding that the Assurans are your enemy as well. However, so out of politeness I will kill as many as I can before taking my leave. And that's appreciated, believe me, I said. But I need you with me, not on the other side of the continent. If half of what I've heard about the Drow is true, your presence would make talks go a lot more smoothly. Having a mage capable of flattening a mountain in attendance tended to make people a great deal more civil. You are quite skilled at terrifying people into obedience, Masego said, and he sounded like he believed it was a compliment. My presence seems like it would be helpful, but necessary is overstating the case. The grand total of what I know about the Drow is 4 pages from Surly's first volume of Realms of Calernia. I told him, I'd be going in blind without you. There is little I have read on the subject that Diabolist has not, he said, and much of the reverse that is true. This wasn't going to work. I needed a different angle. You won't be safe in praise, I said. I'm essentially at war with the Empress, and you're my most dangerous sorceress asset. Militia cannot lay a hand on me without incurring my father's enmity, Masego said, which I do not believe she wishes to happen, as he would kill her brutally. She could still dash. Catherine, Masego said gently, I know you would prefer I remain at your side. I am not displeased by this. Yet there is nothing down your current path that matters more to me than getting answers from my fathers. We are not debating. I am awaiting your final silence. And there it was. I wondered if this should feel like a betrayal, because it didn't. Hakram's siding with Vivian had, and it was still a pebble in my metaphorical boot to remember it. But this, it would be like getting angry at a fish for swimming. Masego would always do what he wanted. It was the way he'd been raised, essentially untouchable in a nest of scheming and murder, people bending over backwards to curry his favor or accommodate him. In a way, he was no less highborn than Diabolist. He'd had all the privileges of the old blood with none of the duties, and still the heart of him was pure wasteland. His desires would always come first, and it was unthinkable to him that they would not. I passed a tired hand through my hair. Book 4, Chapter 50, Partings. There is no poison more potent than hatred made silent. Arlazite saying. I twisted my boots sharply, feeling fingers breaking under the steel. The Fae cried out in pain, though I was less than impressed by how whiny she was being. I got broken fingers all the time. I could tell when someone was being overly dramatic about it. So Larrett tells me you go by Loughlin these days, I conversationally said, and that you were the Lady of Bright Meadows once. That's summer, isn't it? The thing that was once the Prince of Nightfall was looking at us with a lazy smile, sitting on an overturned stone. The rest of the Wild Hunt was watching us with varying degrees of interest and more than a few vicious smirks. Just because Hay rode together didn't mean they were particularly affectionate. It was indeed of summer, sovereign, one of the Fae called out. As proud a knight of the court as there ever was. Good, they were getting involved. Public torture and humiliation had a way of drawing them in, admittedly, even when it was one of theirs doing the screaming. I'd had more than taking a firm stance with a discipline case in mind when I'd begun this, so their attention was more than welcome. I dug my heel into her palm, and there was another sickening snap followed by a hoarse scream. So, Would anyone care to tell me why Luffland is currently on the ground? I said, opening the proceedings to the gallery. I glanced at the dark-skinned fae wriggling on the stony shore. She'd come to my attention more than once, of late. First by picking a fight with Vivian when she'd been on corpse scavenging duty, and more recently when she'd decided to open her mouth after being given orders. She protested her sworn duties. Another fae called out. That's right, I said, smiling thinly. I would. Never. Luffland gasped. Sovereign, I was merely dash. Are we now goatherds, to ferry your mortal cattle? Larrett quoted softly. Ah, Luffland. So much pride, so little sense. It was always a guilty pleasure to flay that off of you one layer at a time. The one-eyed prince of the fae might be first among equals of the hunt, but he was no caring warden of their welfare. He delighted in pouring oil over the flames whenever he could, and today he'd been handed an opportunity to indulge his darker leanings. Now, our good friend is beneath my boot because she happened to be loudest hen in the hen house, I casually continued. So she's going to have a bad day because of that. But we're long overdue another conversation, aren't we? Larrett laughed, bright and merry and utterly unrepentant. Stand tall, riders of the hunt, he called out. We must now be called to account for our many sins. Our queen is a demanding one. My fashionably treacherous lieutenant has it right, I said, grinding down on Luffland's hand for punctuation. Any of you remember the Battle of the Camps? We fought under your banner that day and slew many. One of the fae said. So you did, I mused. When I woke up. Until then you just watched, as those in my service died. Keeping the hunt in line required a very careful mixture of violence and patience, with a sprinkle of unpredictability added to the brew at the last moment. I'd been lax in making them drink it after the campaign up north began, and my men had ended up paying for that during the parts of the battle where I was dreaming of death. I'd added a little more violence than usual to make it more bitter a draft this time, as they very much deserved it. We were given no orders by your hellhound, one of the fae said. Ah, finally one whose name I knew. Because the lot of you remained out of sight, Seldred, I said. Now, would any of you care to guess if I'm pleased by that? Heel, Luffland screamed. You would have us, shepherd mortals, another fae said, her voice lilting with distaste. From now on, in my absence, you will answer to others, I said smilingly. Thief, first, and if she is not there it will be to Marshal Juniper. No oaths bind us to mortal writ, Seldred said, fingers stroking his beard. I took my boot off the dark-skinned fae's hand. Luffland, would you care to earn a modicum of mercy? I said. By your will, sovereign, she croaked out. Kill Seldred, I ordered. The other fae's eyes widened. A heartbeat later, and they were already going at each other like rabid hounds. Luffland was wounded, but she was also desperate, and Seldred had been taken aback by the sudden turn. It evened out. Silver blades sounded against each other in furious fighting, until one of them slumped headless to the ground. Luffland stood panting and bloodied, a long wound scarring her torso where the other fae's blade had gone through her mail. I strode up to her, feeling the eyes of every fae on me, and laid a hand on the laceration. Winter flowed through my veins and poured into her, the blood freezing with a snap and the wound slowly closing as my will was ordering to. Now, I don't consider this a case of me disciplining you, I told the hunt. The dead are dead, and you're useful enough I won't take your heads on a whim. This is a warning, my lovelies, about the dangers of towing the line with me. I patted Luffland's belly gently. You can be on my good side, I said, then jutted a thumb at Seldred's corpse. Or you can join him. There is no middle ground, and I have no use for defective instruments. So spoke the queen of the hunt, Larrett said, voice carrying without ever rising. So we shall remember. I incline my head towards the one-eyed fae as the others echoes him softly. You have your orders, I told Larrett. They will be obeyed, he promised with a sharp grin, most carefully. I cast a last look at the hunt. A simple public execution would not have cowed them, not in the same way this had. Death they were no stranger to. But being made a spectacle of, so casually? Oh, that would cut pride as well as flesh, and those kind of wounds were much more dangerous to fae. They were creatures that feared humiliation more than pain, in many ways. Don't look so pleased, One Eye, I said. I'm holding you responsible for whatever they get up to, when I'm not there to take a look. If anything, that broadened his smile. You are taking delightfully well to cruelty, my queen, he said. This lark has been even more entertaining than anticipated. Well, that was the Larrett for you. Never more disconcerting than when he doled out praise. I kept my face calm. Open the gate, I said. I have farewells to make. He rose and bowed with feline grace. It was a short stroll from the beach to the Woe's camp, and I noted with approval that while I'd been sorting out the hunt, the three, leaving, had finished packing up all their affairs. Indrani was poking at the fire with a piece of driftwood, and shot me a wounded look when I joined them. "Did you just have a fairy pit fight without me, Cat?" she said. "Because that would be extremely inconsiderate, and I expected better from you." "I was just making a point," I dismissed, then threw her a bone. "I promise if I ever arrange some kind of sordid Arcadian death tournament, you'll get an invitation." The brown-skinned woman looked thoughtful. "Maybe next year," she mused. "I mean, they'll start being more trouble than use at some point, and if you have to get rid of them." "I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that," I muttered. The others looked on in amusement, at least most of them. Much as I hated seeing them leave, there was no point in delaying any longer. I reached Hakram first, the tall orc towering over me in his burnt plate. "Cat," he graveled. "About yesterday, Dash." I shook my head. "Water under the bridge," I said. I already felt under siege, so I took deeper offense than I should have. "No," Hakram said, shaking his head. "You were right to be displeased. We debate in private, when we differ. One front." I clasped his forearm in the legionary salute, and after a moment he did the same. "I won't part with you on bad terms," I told him gently. "Bad enough I won't see you for months. It had done and buried. Let's leave it at that." He let out a sigh that sounded closer to a kettle's whistle. "Done and buried," he echoed. I squeezed his arm. "I'm leaving you with the roughest work again," I said. "I'm sorry, Hakram. It always seems to end up that way." He offered a flash of ivory fangs in response. "At least this way I won't have to decipher that war crime you call cursive before passing instructions along," he teased. "Silver lining, Cat." I chuckled, already missing him before he'd even left my sight. "Don't slack on your training," I said. "You won't have Indrani and I to keep you sharp anymore. My bones are deeply grateful for it." He snorted and pulled me into a hug. My chin still didn't reach his shoulder, but I'd learned where to place my head over the years. The embrace loosened after too short a while. From the corner of my eye, I caught Indrani tugging at Masego's robes and messing up his braids, fingers looking for every excuse to linger. Hakram's gaze joined mine, and he let out a thoughtful rumble. "I didn't think that would last," I admitted quietly. "She gets bored easily," the orc agreed. But she was stubborn even before she started rubbing elbows with Calawans. "Have you," I said, trailing off, "talked with either of them about it?" I left unspoken. "Last time I tried she defenestrated me and called it awareness training," he muttered. "That one's all yours, Cat." Well, it had been a while since I'd last strolled across a field full of buried munitions. I was due another fool's errand. "Fair travels, Hakram of the Howling Wolves," I said. "May victory slight your foes, Catherine Foundling," he replied softly. We broke away, and Vivian filled the gap within moments. Her face was hard to read, but her heartbeat was steady. If she was angry still, it was an anger mastered. "Vivian," I said, hesitant, "I know you're not happy about this." For a long moment, she stayed silent. "I know the end of that story," she finally said, discreetly glancing at Acua. "You gave an oath. I worry of the journey there, but I'll make my peace with the path knowing the destination is certain. It's going to get better, you know," I said. "Sooner or later we'll reach daylight." She smiled ruefully. "Will we?" she said. "It doesn't matter. I can be angry with Catherine Foundling, but see the sense in what the Queen of Callow has said. They are different people, in the end. I don't want to split with things unspoken," I insisted, leaving to fester Dash. "Enough, Catherine," the dark-haired woman said. "You got your way. I've spoken my piece, and you heard what I did not speak. Keep it in mind, before threading fingers with the folly's own architect. Necessity is a fickle mistress, and we've learned the dangers of swift gains that sow far losses." I bit down on my answer. This was as good as it was going to get, and opening the wound again would only make it worse. It left a bitter taste in the mouth, but what part of ruling didn't? "Be careful," I told her instead. "And be wary." "I always am," Vivian Dartwick smiled. "Try not to slip up in the Everdark, would you? Fighting fire with fire tends to end up burn everything down." "You know me," I lightly said. "A diplomat without peer, I am." "Well phrased," she noted, amusement bleeding through. "Until next time, Cat." I nodded back. Indrani had finally let Masego go free, so I caught him by the arm as thief and archer fell into the ritual of insults and petty slights that was their way of saying goodbye. "Z's," I said. "Catherine," he said, sounding bemused. "Please don't touch the braids." My fingers twitched. It was an almost physical need to screw with them now that he'd told me not to. "As a sign of my deep and abiding love for you," I said. This once I won't. What a merciful queen you are, he drily said. That's what they say. I agreed without missing a beat. I know I've already told you, but don't forget Dash. Trust no one in praise, Masego said patiently. Not even father. We've had this conversation before. I guess we have, I sighed. Asking him to stay one last time would change nothing and sour the farewell, so I forced down the urge. Be careful not to provoke anyone you are not capable of killing, he instructed me gently. And if you can get your hands on any arcane tomes, I'll see what I can do, I smiled. Good, he said, visibly pleased. He sobered a heartbeat later. Take care of Indrani, he said. I believe she might be upset. She knows you're heading into the tiger's den, I thought. And without any guarantees, this time, or one of us to watch your back. I will, I said, searching his face for any sign that he might suspect. Well, I wasn't sure what exactly. I wouldn't know until I got her drunk enough to talk. But it was a sharper with a lit fuse, and the lack of awareness I got from him was probably the only thing that had kept it from blowing so far. I'll leave messages with the observatory as soon as feasible, he promised. Stay alive, Catherine. I would be cross if you failed in this. Well, you've always been a soft touch, I smiled. When I pulled him close, he stayed stiff for only a moment before gingerly putting his hands on my shoulders. Gods, he was so horribly awkward at times. That thought should not be as fond as it was. We withdrew, and I left him to pick up his bags, joining the other two where they awaited. All three of them headed towards the hunt, already mounted, and I met Larrett's eyes before he opened the gate. He inclined his head. We had an understanding, he and I, about the kind of ugly things I would do if any of them were heard on his watch. Indrani sidled up to me, and we watched them pass into Arcadia, standing there in silence until the gate closed and the last wisp of power was gone. So, Archer said, what now? We set out tomorrow, I said. Tonight, though? I distinctly remember you saying something about a drink called Atalantian Baptismal you stole a bottle of. Indrani grinned. Now there's exemplary leadership at work, she said. Duty could wait until tomorrow, for once. I dropped the bowl in the pile of dishes we'd have to wash in the lake later, having scraped off the last of the stew. I tossed the spoon after it. I didn't think you'd be this good a cook, I admitted. Indrani snorted, sprawled against a stone sheet covered with blankets. You're such a city girl, she said. You think I had people to cook for me, back in refuge? Ranger passed along camp recipes, but she wasn't the one who tended the pots. There was a pecking order. I was under the impression it had grown into a respectable settlement, Acua said, sounding mildly surprised. She was on the other side of the fire, scarlet eyes luminous in the darkness. Diabolist hadn't touched the stew herself. She was capable of touch, nowadays, but she required nothing to eat. Neither did I, but on occasion it was a pleasant distraction. Sure, by numbers, Indrani said, pouring herself a drink of the dead king's finest rock gut. But it's not a village, Sahelian. It's just a large camp that exists because the lady killed the beasts that used to live there. We get traders, now and then, and the dwarves peddle things, but it's everyone for themselves. Yeah, she didn't strike me as the ruling kind of woman, I muttered. Not a lot of patience there. Good thing, too, Indrani said, handing me a cup. Otherwise who'd cook you? You're shit with a pot, and everyone knows Calawan food is disgusting. I've seen you tear into apple bread like it murdered your parents, I drily replied. Well, desserts are fine, she conceded. But your beer is basically dirt water, and there's not a single inn in the kingdom that can do mutton right. It's true, Acua noted. Calawans are infamous for being ignorant of spices and drowning their plates in that horrible Lorien sauce. I'm not taking culinary trash talk from a drunken vagrant and a woman whose people think poison is actual seasoning, I replied defensively. That fucking sauce is basically poison too, let's be honest, Indrani muttered. Best avoid getting too deep into that fight, I decided. Both of them were much better traveled than me, so they had depth of argument I couldn't match. Not that there was anything wrong with Solden sauce, unless you were some kind of fancy noble. Thankfully, it was easy to distract half of my opposition. I raised my cup, and with a cheer Indrani met my toast. The baptismal went down like a cup of goblin fire, and that was coming from someone who could barely get drunk anymore. Indrani had to be burning out some of the effects with her name. No one had that good of a liver. Oh, that's the good stuff, Indrani rasped out. You sure you don't want a cup, ghost of bad decisions? It would not affect me, Acua replied, unruffled by the latest mildly insulting nickname she'd been given. Truth be told, even before my current state of affairs, I rarely drank. Enough to prove I'd obtained the correct antidote, but it was never my sin of choice. Ugh, Nothing worse than a villain that won't drink, Indrani complained. I thought Prisai were all about living it up. I bet you were all chaste and demure too. Hardly. The shade replied, sounding amused. I had my own affairs, though given my station they required a degree of discretion. Indrani topped up my cup, and either way I felt lightheaded had nothing to do with the drink. Not yet, anyway. Gods, did she intend to gossip with? Acua Sahelian. This was surreal even by my standards, and I turned into fucking mist this week. Come on, she goaded. Don't hold out on us now, murder bitch. We're just getting to the juicy stuff. I actually spent the night with Fasalai, not long before the battle at least. Acua shrugged. Fasalai Marembi? I said, brow rising. Else, you have terrible taste. He was not unskilled, if that is your worry. The shade smirked. Ugh, he'd had a permanent sneer on his face. Not bad looking, since he'd been highborn and the wasteland did breed for looks. But the notion of him naked was enough to have me wince. Also, now that I thought of it, we killed him, didn't we? I frowned. Robber shot him in the back, Indrani agreed. He still has the skull. We used it when reenacting Valerian Betrayed, just before the battle of the camps heated up. Sappers make a terrible chorus, for the record. Can't reach a proper low note for the life of them. Well, if Robber's bunch were badly running plays, then at least they weren't running illegal scorpion fights. Probably. I hoped. Woe to the defeated, as always, Acua said, tone sardonic. She didn't seem all that broken up about it, but then this was Diabolist. The only person I'd ever seen her care a whit about was her father, and we'd shot him too. I drank from my cup and watched as Indrani began working on her fourth. We'd reach drunk waters soon enough, by my reckoning. That stuff hit damnably fast. Acua, begin the watch, I said, flicking a glance at her. Indrani laughed. She can stay, she said. I know what you want to rake me over coals about. Surprised it took you this long, to be honest. Besides, Collar Fairy's part of the crew now, isn't she? In a manner of speaking, I said. We have an understanding. A slightly longer leash, as long as I behave and prove of use. Acua said, rather matter of fact. Not an unusual arrangement, by my people's standards. You sure? I pressed Archer. She waved my objection away carelessly. Please, Cat, she said. Her whole thing is reading people. You think she hasn't figured it out if you picked up on it? I sighed. She wasn't wrong about that, I concede. Your affections for Lord Masego, the shade calmly said. I did not believe the matter to be a secretive one, I must admit. Hey, Indrani said mulishly. Let's not get all formal about this. It's just a thing. That is there. It's not a crime, I said. To have, feelings. I can't believe the killer ghost is handling this better than you are, she said, sounding amused. I don't really get it, I admitted. But I don't have to. I just don't want you to get hurt trying to get something I'm not sure can be had. I know he's not interested in bed play, Cat. Indrani snorted. Come on. Last time he saw me shirtless he asked if I needed healing. I winced. Yeah, that sounded like him all right. Part of it was that I'd had a hard time reading cues, but I was pretty sure that when he got close enough to people he started just dismissing the possibility of the cue being there at all. He'd been raised in praise, so he could at least pretend to be better at social things than he was with strangers. But in close company, he tended to drop the pretense and outright admit when he wasn't sure about something, which was heartwarming, in a way, because it meant he trusted us. It also meant he could get a little rough around the edges since he didn't bother to hold back. He has no interest in men either, if it is any comfort, Acua said. I tried to place such agents in his bed after he joined the 15th, to no avail. I was not surprised in the slightest that she'd tried to honeypot the woe, to be honest. I was lucky that back then it had been Masego and Hakram she could go after, and neither was really the seducible type. Well, Hakram was apparently, really, easy to seduce, but not to get to stick around afterwards. Juniper kept calling him a word in Karsam I was pretty sure meant easy in a highly unflattering way after she had a few drinks. Huh, Indrani mused. I mean, I assumed, but that's nice to know. So you're not unaware that it's not his wheelhouse, I delicately said. And still, never really met anyone like him before, she admitted. Dangerous, but without the edges. It's soothing. And he's earnest, Cat. How many people do you know are willing to just be like that? I just really like him. I completed for her. Yeah, I'd been there once or twice. Usually to my disappointment when I got to know the person in question better, but she'd gone about this the other way around. I put an arm around her, tugged her a little closer. She immediately leaned in and bit my neck, because even while venting she remained a wild animal, and I had to slap her belly several times to get her to stop. She laughed quietly after withdrawing. I'm not in love, you tart, so don't get all worried about this, Indrani said. It won't be trouble. I don't even think he's noticed. At least a little, he has. I thought. He wouldn't have asked me to take care of her if he hadn't. Of course, I'm not the only one who's lusting stupidly, she mused. Let's not go there, I said, frowning. Come on, Indrani grinned. I have a running bet with Hakram about how many times a day you'll give Vivi the eye. Hakram, that gossipy bitch. If I found out there was a betting pool, there would be dire consequences. It's just been a while, I said. Don't read into it. Indrani leaned back against her stone. Right? You've had an empty bed since you called it quits with your redhead, she said. We'll find you something back in Callow, don't worry about it. Or maybe some drow will fit the bill. Winter leftovers, what do drow look like? Gray-skinned, Aquus said. Humanoid. Usually of thin frame. Even the women, though there is much larger appearance variance between genders than for ogres or elves. I honestly couldn't tell whether or not the Spellblade was a man or a woman, I admitted, eager to latch onto the change of subject. There is no relation between drow and elves, mind you, the shade noted. I've read the former take the sobriquet of dark elves quite badly, given that of the two they are the race truly native to Calernia. Indrani was warm against my side, and pleasant now that she'd stopped biting like a rabid badger. We'd just scratched the surface with our little talk. I was well aware of that. I wasn't the only one who'd been keeping an empty bed for the last year, and it was a much larger change for her than I. But now was not the time to press, so I allowed the chatter about the people I would seek out to wash over me. I was still uncertain of how we'd find the drow in the first place, much less plumb the depths of the Everdark, a niggling worry in the back of my head. We only had so much time to spare. As it happened, it was an empty worry. It was them who found us. Fatalism II. What is it if not sorcery, that I can tax a single bell tower in Salia and set half a dozen cities ablaze? First Princess Anais of Cantal, referring to the incident that began the First Liturgical War, later became the Proceran shorthand of Salian Bell Tower, referring to a small act carrying disastrous consequences. As a girl, Cordelia had made a deep study of ruling, knowing that she would inherit Rhenia and intending to serve her people as best she could. Her few journeys south had made her feel the limits of Lycaone's wisdom acutely, and so she had sought answer beyond the traditions of her people, not to simply discard the lessons of her forebears, but to pair them with the learning of other realms. She had looked far in acquiring tomes. There was little literature of worth out of Callow, save for Jahan the Wise's sharply tongued memoirs, but the free cities and the thalassocracy had borne greater fruit. The Assurance had led a remarkably stable state for centuries in the face of episodic warfare with Nicaea and its allies, and their admittedly dry records were worth the reading if one could stomach the tediousness of the minutiae. The Islanders, however, had few lessons to offer beyond those touching on the establishment and maintenance of a strong bureaucracy. In matters of ruling philosophy, they either parroted the faraway Baalite hegemonies on sages or lapsed into the mysticism particular to their national cult. The League, on the other hand, was a treasure trove of learning and scholarship. Of contradictions also, though that was only to be expected of such a fractious people. The Asocratus of Delos had bled rivers of ink on the subject of the ideal state, attempting myriad reforms as opposing factions of the ruling secretariat came to power, and from both failures and success there had been much to learn. Cordelia had modeled the examinations now necessary to enter civil service in Salia on those required to rise higher in the secretariat, and found them more than adequate a method to root out the highborn parasites who'd infested the city and replace with previously unknown talents. From faraway Penthess, ever bickering with its two closest neighbors and stirring uneasy in the Empire's shadow, she had learned the value of leveraging gold in treaties where force of arms would fail. By the most famous tyrants of Helike, Theodosius and his always ambitious brood, Cordelia was taught the art of sowing dissent and fear to humble greater opponents. She considered herself to have first crossed a line when she'd obtained Preci works, all of which were illegal to possess within the Principate. Yet there had been wisdom in those as well. Not in the rants and rambles of the most colorful Fulsto climb the tower, but in the likes of the first dread Emperor Terribilis and dread Empress Maleficent II. It would only be years later, after she was crowned Prince of Rhenia, that her reach grew long enough to acquire more recent Preci works. Dread Empress Malicious Treatise, the death of the Age of Wonders had cost her a fortune and over 60 dead to acquire a mere incomplete transcription, and what she'd found had been a chilling read. It had been a lucid, strategic look at the historical failures of the Dread Empire, followed by laying out foreign policy that would prevent such disasters from happening again. The suggested rapprochement with Ashur had been the greatest danger among those put to ink, and the cause of many a sleepless night after Cordelia became first prince. To her dismay, the Prince of Rhenia had found that much the Empress deemed the path to a better praise was eerily similar to what she herself intended for the Lycanese principalities. Strengthened internal trade, central oversight of crucial resources, the establishment of common institutions that would make old regional conflicts irrelevant. The evil now dwelling in the tower was unlike any the Principate had faced before. She'd then understood. She had learned what she could from the enemy, and kept those lessons close. Even in those days, she'd known there would be a reckoning with the East. When she'd grown old enough to undertake the diplomatic missions her mother had always disdained and largely allowed to lapse under her reign, Cordelia had immersed herself in the teachings of broader Procure. There was an old and proud contempt for southern squabbling among her people, and Lycanese as a rule paid little heed to the ways of the Alamans and the Arlesites. What did the debates of the highest assembly matter to them? They argued, when no matter the ruler, no soldiers ever marched north to help hold the passes against the dead and the rats. There was truth in that, but also bitterness that blinded. Beyond the complex tapestry of marriage alliances and shifting interests, Cordelia had found that the heart of Procure's art of rule had been birthed by two books. The first, and oldest, was the work of Sister Salienta of the House of Light. Once royalty in Solomon's, after taking her vows, she had spent years penning her life's work, the Faith of Crowns. 103 pages over which the former princess had attempted to lay out the duties and responsibilities of one ruling over others as a child of the heavens. It was beautiful prose, in truth, and thought at times it was more liturgy than practical. It had very much been intended as manual for blessed rule. Salienta had been the first to argue that the right of iron, the ancient prerogative by which the princes of Procure could war as they wished, was no simple allowance, that regardless of permission, only a just war should ever be waged. She'd spoken of the right of those who toiled over land to own it, of the unholy greed behind taxes serving to enrich instead of serve. It had been highly contentious at the time, but after open endorsement by the House of Light it had grown wildly popular, and the book had since grown to permeate political discourse in Procure. Cordelia herself had drawn on the Faith of Crowns when declaring the 10th Crusade, qualifying it as a just war according to the third definition laid out by Salienta. Still, as much as the writings had resonated with her, it was what had come from them she'd studied closest. How, in essence, the royalty of Procure had found ways to follow its instructions to the letter while violating their spirit. The manufacture of just cause to enable wars of expansion, allowing common folk to own the land yet to keep it only for a fee, the complex array of moral pretexts to justify often gouging taxes. Salienta's work had always been closely linked with the power of the House of Light, and so in a way it was no surprise that its first written rebuttal was offered after the last of the liturgical wars came to a close. None had ever claimed authorship of the small work simply titled On Rule. Yet it was an open secret in Procure that its father was Prince Bastian of Arons, the same man who later became the very first of his homeland to be elected first prince of Procure, where the Faith of Crowns had been a religious and moral guide to dominion. On Rule was a dispassionate study of the acquisition and preservation of power. To this day, it was considered impious to a copy of the book, for within it Prince Bastian baldly observed that the House of Light was an earthly force like any other, with interests and obligations, and should be treated no differently. The book pragmatically advised that guile and treachery were functional tools, if sparsely used, and that it was usually better to be a victor of ill repute than a saintly cadaver. Going even further, it argued that moral law was a matter different from a ruler's interests and, on occasion, even opposed to them. There were few princes and princesses in Procure who would admit to having such a volume. Cordelia had never met any royalty south of Neustria who did not. Therein lay the dichotomy at the heart of the Principate, she'd thought, and she was hardly the first to have Salienta's tongue and Bastian's hand. The saying went, spoken like an insult, an implicit accusation of hypocrisy, yet it was observed more scrupulously than many laws among Alamans and Arlesites. And herself as well, she was honest enough to admit. There was beauty in the Faith of Crowns, but it was no shield for the vicious intrigues that thrived in the highest assembly. As the years passed, however, The blue-eyed prince had come to look at the treatises differently, less as exercises of philosophy and more as inheritances from different eras of Procure, one where the House of Light had been entwined with the ruling class of the realm, another where it had stood rival and opponent. Since the year on rule had been written, the nature of the pillars holding up the principate had shifted. Though in many ways the victors of the liturgical wars, the priests had been estranged from the halls of power just as the once powerful mages had been. They had kept their wealth, their ancient rights, but their foes had not forgotten the dangers of allowing the house too much influence, and so slowly uprooted it from the tallest peaks of Proserpine authority. Cordelia had scrupulously observed this habit, save in one matter. That mistake, she thought, was now coming home to roost. Someone organized this. The first prince of Procure spoke with deliberate calm. Of that there can be no doubt. The last recorded conclave involving the full priesthoods of the West dates to Triumphant's conquest, gentlemen. This is not happenstance. 3 men shared her solar. This morning, none of them younger than 50. All were Alamans whose tenure as the heads of the informal triumvirate of largest Proserpine spy networks preceded her second crowning. Her eyes lingered on Louis de Sartrans, a skeleton of a man with rapacious features and a bald head. As far as the Principate's records were concerned, he was a middling official in the lower ranks of Salia's diplomatic service. In truth, man was the highest patron of the Circle of Thorns, an ancient cabal of Salian officials whose charge was to run the foreign spies of Procure. The Circle had a long tradition of abstaining from politics, providing unflinching service no matter who sat the highest throne of Procure. At the height of the Great War, before it had been clear Cordelia would triumph, the man across from her had provided regular briefings to all major contenders without playing favorites. The blonde did not particularly like him, but she could respect his dedication and sharp competence. The depths of his failure in this particular instance was made deeper disappointment for it. We were blindsided, the old man admitted in a rasp. I've had my people in the thalassocracy and the Dominion scrambling for answers. But as far as we can tell, there is no assuring committee behind it, and we all know the Magiles has not held session in months. Or even informal council, for that matter. It could be the Seljun, your highness, but his position remains weak. He should not have the pull or coin to arrange something so far-reaching. The Seljun of Levant carried a dozen fantastical titles, though the only one that truly mattered to Levantines themselves was the last, first of the Pilgrim's blood. Direct descent from the most revered of the Dominion's ancient founders made the ruling line of Levant effectively sacrosanct to its people, but that respect did not historically extend to lords and ladies obeying a Seljun's instructions beyond half-hearted lip service, if even that. The current figurehead ruler of the Dominion, the most holy Wazim Isbalai, was impotent even by the standards of his predecessors. He was an unlikely culprit in this. Cordelia was inclined to agree. If there was a foreign agent at work, she suspected it would be a committee buried somewhere in the convoluted maze the Assurans called a government. Still, the failure now at her door was not the Circle of Thorns alone. Cordelia's gaze shifted to Balthazar Serigny, a hirsute bear of a man with a thick black beard and eyebrows almost defiantly large. Balthazar the Bastard, as his subordinates often called him without a speck of fondness, was former fantassin of common birth who'd ruthlessly risen to the top of the silver letters by blackmailing and discrediting his every rival. He'd thrived there, unsurprisingly, as the silver letters were a vicious band of thieves and murderers who'd been skilled enough at the work that over a century ago, they became the left hand of the rulers of Procure. The Cordelia's most recent predecessors had used them to keep an eye on the unrulier princes, and occasionally sow internal dissent when a faction in the highest assembly grew dangerous, though she herself employed them as knives only to remove eyes of the empire. Of this shadowy triumvirate, it was Serigny she had the worst relation with. Unlike the Circle, the Silver Letters had taken sides during the Great War and several times tried to assassinate members of her inner circle on Constant Savane's behalf. She'd given serious thought to having him hanged after taking the throne, but it would have antagonized the web of informants she now needed the most to remain in power. Instead, she'd made it clear he was on a very thin leash, and that he would immediately begin training the successor she had chosen for him. "It's not us, First Prince," Balthazar the Bastard grunted, unmoved by the unspoken reproach. "I've shaken every tree in the highest assembly and nothing fell out. The lanterns almost caused a diplomatic accident when they passed through Orinsa, so they weren't expected in the slightest. Been keeping an eye on our own temple rats ever since, but they're closing ranks. Not a peep out of the priests. They've got a hand in this, sure as day." There hasn't been a word out of the house because your pack of thugs was caught out. You blundering fool, Simon de Gourgault hissed. Do you know how many pointed questions I've had to answer? The man was in his 70s, closely cropped silver hair topping an angular face that had been a poor fit when he'd still been named Simone, but a reputably popular one after the oversight was corrected. He was a lay brother of the House of Light, and unlike the other two men, the organization he oversaw was only 1 foot in the shadows. The Holy Society was more informal channel to the leadership of the House of Light than true web of spies, an association of noble-born lay brothers and sisters who facilitated dialogue with the throne and occasionally passed along whispers the priests did not prove willing to surrender on their own. He was diplomat as much as he was a spymaster, and Cordelia had sometimes wondered where the man's loyalty truly lay. He'd been in her service for only a few years, while his friendships in the house were decades old. I have some questions of my own, Brother Simon, the first prince said. It is somewhat offensive that before arranging a conclave the house would not reach out to me. The silver-haired man grimaced. I've told them as much myself, he said. Yet it appears they consider this to be a religious matter, not a political one, and so consider the throne's involvement to be unnecessary. Which begs the question of what exactly that matter is, Simon, Louis de Satron's reedy voice mused. It's customary for a conclave to be proclaimed openly and the subject of debate announced beforehand. The leader of the Holy Society sucked at a loose tooth, as if hesitant. I am told this is to be a closed session, Brother Simon said. By the request of a chosen. Cordelia stilled. One of the heroes? The chosen had no formal authority over any priesthood, save for those come of it. Yet it would be a lie to say they had no influence. And yet none of the chosen had caused ripples when they had first gathered in Procer at the eve of the Crusade's first assaults. Which one? The first prince coldly asked. I was refused that knowledge, the silver-haired man admitted, and warned any meddling by the throne would be severely censured by all participants. The House of Light could be handled, Cordelia thought, and the speakers were more mystics than political force, but the lanterns? The Levantine priesthood considered strife to be a holy duty. If prodded too harshly, they would bear blades without hesitation. That would be utter disaster, the kind of diplomatic incident that could begin a breakdown of the Grand Alliance if it was not carefully handled. We will set that offered slight aside for now, she said. What is to be the subject of the closed session? Heresy, Brother Simon said. As pertaining to Callow, Cordelia did not close her eyes or sigh. She was better mannered than that, and showing weakness in front of these men would bring no good. The temptation remained there, however, even as her mind raced. A lesser conclave in Salia had already declared Catherine Foundling to be an abomination in the eyes of the heavens for perverting the sacred act of resurrection for the purposes of below. This was not a minor thing, yet it carried no true legal consequences and was essentially empty censure unless the declaration was also adopted by the House of Light in Callow, which it had not been. Unlike its Proceran cousin, the priesthood of Callow was no monolith of shared practices and beliefs. Distant regions of the kingdom stubbornly denied the leadership of the influential cohort of priests and lore, who had seen said influence sharply decline with the end of House Fairfax. In the latter years of the imperial occupation, the priesthood of the southern half of Callow had effectively become a separate entity from the rest. The doom of Lys had shattered that state of affairs, however, leaving behind disparate packs of clergy preaching stances on the Black Queen that were just as disparate. The center had largely fallen behind her reign, and parts of the East as well, Marchford heart and soul, as she remained wildly popular there, Summerholm more reluctantly, and she was mostly spoken of there as a preferable alternative to praise. The rest was lukewarm of opinion, though many priests in the South had involved themselves with Hakram Deadhand's care of the refugee tent cities. Proceran priesthood often spoke of its eastern counterpart as a backwards cousin, considering its refusal to bestow titles to its own greater than brother or sister as archaic, and its insistence to rely only on the book of all things as scripture as rather misguided. Callowan priests were ever quick to remind their Western cousins that their practice dated back to the founding of the kingdom, when the Principate had been nothing but a mess of warring tribes, and did not shy from sharp reminders that faith could only be tainted by involvement in earthly matters. Still, save for the occasional minor squabble, the relationship between the priesthoods had been largely cordial over the last 2 centuries. It helped, Cordelia had often thought, that Callowan's priests were often more interested in arguing with each other than foreigners. Offhand, she could think of only one thing that would make them band together: foreign meddling. Dread Empress Militia is arch-heretic of the East, the first prince carefully said. Only one person can carry such censure at a time. She is presumptive, arch-heretic, as the woman who holds the tower, Brother Simon corrected. In the absence of a formal declaration, the matter is not writ in stone. And even if it was, the decision of a Proceran Lesser Conclave would be overturned by a true conclave's own proclamation. The man was not a fool. He'd immediately understood the first measure she would turn to in order to prevent the blunder, rustling up enough Proceran priests to declare the Empress the current arch-heretic, preventing the same title from being granted to the Black Queen. Atalanta is a renowned stronghold of faith in the gods above, Cordelia said. Could such a debate be delayed until representatives from its priesthood arrive? They would have to travel by land, the Lycanese thought, likely through Tenerife. The ruling princess of that principality was a close and trusted ally, who could be counted on to arrange gentle delays. If the first prince was able to slow down the proceedings, the conclave could still be persuaded to turn aside from this mistake. That matter was already settled by secret ballot. Brother Simon said ruefully. As the hierarch of the League is of Bellerophon, a city long in the service of Below, it was determined that the priests of Atalanta should be considered lapsing in the faith. The same holds for Delos and Nice, much less Penthess, which all known to be suborned by the empire. No word was spoken of the Titanomachy, yet Cordelia knew better than to try that particular avenue. Levant had ancestral ties to the Gigantes, while the giants still slew every Proceran to approach their lands. Any approach there by a first prince would carry great dangers. Then the House of Light in Callow should be sent for, Cordelia said, struggling to sound calm, to justify its anointing of the warlord Catherine Foundling. That cannot be, the silver-haired man said quietly. For I am told the priesthood of Callow is to stand judgment as well, for that very blasphemy. Her worst fears in this, confirmed. Brother Simon, this is a grave blunder, the first prince quietly said. There are better ways to return Callow to the embrace of the heavens. This will be seen as an attack, a spiteful blow in the wake of defeats on the field. The man stiffened like an angry cat. We speak of Holy Conclave, your most serene highness, he woodenly replied. Servants of the heavens do not concern themselves with the sentiments of mundane powers, only that their acts are just in the eyes of above. What is this, if not an act of mundane purpose? Cordelia thought. She could not treat with the Black Queen, if she was condemned a heretic by every signatory of the Grand Alliance. Worse, there would be no treating with Callow. The pattern of history there would cut too close to home. After the Fourth Crusade, when a young principate had turned on Callow after being unceremoniously thrown out of the wasteland by dread Emperor Terribilis II, there had been attempts to crown one of the slain king's children as a puppet to ease occupation until the pretense could be safely discarded. Juliana Fairfax had instead cut her own throat at her own coronation, immediately after declaring her rebelling cousin as heir. King Henry Fairfax the Landless had promptly been declared to be damned by a lesser conclave in Salia, a plot that was deeply reviled in Callow to this day. The recipe here was different, yet too many ingredients were the same. A young ruler who'd fought praise with distinction, heavy defeat followed by a Salian proclamation of heresy and the perceived collusion of priesthood with an invading force. That the lanterns and the speakers joined their voice to the conclave would change little, she thought. How many Callowans had ever seen an Assurin or Levantine? The kingdom had been closed, under praise, and now the only living memory of either people was as a Proceran ally. Even those who despised the Black Queen's reign would have to bow to popular sentiment and fall in line, lest they be accused of collusion with the Principate. And worse yet, woe Cordelia, woe to the north and to the south. I must urgently address the conclave, Brother Simon, the first prince said. The old man frowned. That would be difficult to arrange, he said. Allow me to be perfectly clear, Cordelia Hazenbach said. It matters not to me how many favors you must call upon, how many bridges must be burned and quiet threats made. This is no longer a question of diplomacy. It is now a question of survival. Brother Simon's face smoothed out, though not before she read skepticism in the cast of it. I understand that the Callowan question of import to the throne, he slowly said. He paused to choose his words carefully, and as his backhanded reminder of who answered to the other Cordelia smoothly placed answer to a reply unfinished. There is more to this than the affairs of Callow, the first prince said. See it done, Brother Simon, by evening tomorrow, or choose the abbey to which you will retire, after designating a successor less prone to dithering. She would not allow the kingdom of Callow to be driven into the arms of Below. She could not. Not after Agnes had told her the dead king would be on the march by winter solstice. Book 4, Chapter 51, First Impressions. All serve by whip or by writ. Inscription carved above the entrance to Stygia's magisterium. The game made no sense, and I definitely wasn't saying that just because I was losing. I fanned my face with my cards, trading hard stares with Indrani and Acua. Sadly, though the former was already drunk, she was also drunk enough she misremembered her cards half the time. That made trying to read her an exercise in pointlessness. I'd already lost 2 laundry chores to her because she'd been under the impression that a set of 4 cards in the same suit was actually a bad hand. My eyes narrowed as I studied her stupidly grinning face. Unless that was what she wanted me to think. Was she faking being drunker than she was? Your values will not grow from staring at Archer, Diabolist mildly said. I scoffed at her. The wily ass had just tricked me out of 2 firewood chores after letting Indrani raise the bid through the roof when she had the most horrible hand we'd seen all night. I was beginning to suspect I was being had by the both of them complicitly. This is a stupid game, I said. No wonder it's from the wasteland. Oh, she's got no trumps then, Indrani drawled. She only gets that ornery when she knows she's going to lose the round. I raised my chin haughtily, above the petty squabbles of the lesser folk around me. I would win or lose as a dignified Queen of Callow. Probably lose, I admitted to myself, since I had 2 knaves, but no same-suit card to match them, making them worth a pittance of 10 points even paired. The 3 of Cups stared back at my face mockingly, promising I would be washing the dishes of these traitorous wenches until the end of days. No draw, I said, eager to get my beating over with instead of worsening the costs. Settle. Shit, Indrani said, and slapped her 5 cards down onto the stone. 2 from the suit of swords, but only a 4 and 6, and no matches, which meant I'd so far managed to pull a surprise upset. Diabolist gracefully added her own to the pile. The knaves of cups and coins, with shit, equivalent values for the rest. This was going to get ugly. I hastily slapped down my own hand, then withdrew by half an inch. Succession, I said, and tried to slap my fingers back on the pile of cards before anyone else could. Acua's fingers almost slid under mine in time, but at the last moment she stopped, and a wondrous wonderland of no longer having to traipse around this fucking godforsaken countryside for dead would presented itself to my eyes. Then Indrani's knife went through my hand, technically touching the cards first and winning succession. There was a heartbeat of silence. Archer, I said patiently, is there a knife through my hand? She mused over that, then met my eyes. No, she told me. 'Tis but an illusion. Naturally, I decked her in the face. Not full strength, but hard enough she went flying with a deeply satisfying yelp. Sighing, I drew the knife out of my hand and allowed Winter to knit the flesh back together. Holding it by the tip, I pointed it accusingly at Diabolist. You could have said something, I complained. I debated saying watch out, she has a knife, Acua acknowledged. But really, that could apply to any of us. I kind of missed the days when the shade of my hated enemy had stuck to creepy intimate endearments instead of outright sassing me. Horrifying as the thought was, the woe might have been a bad influence on Diabolist. That's going to bruise, you know, Archer called out. Be grateful I didn't aim for the spire, you wanton savage, I yelled back. We'd crossed the Chalice, that quiet lake to the northeast of Keter, and yesterday arrived near what could be considered the outskirts of the Everdark. The tall snow-capped peaks shared their name with the realm of the Drow, though in truth their kind occupied only parts of it, and all of those underground. This was one of the few parts of Calernia where digging too deep wouldn't unleash a sea of angry dwarves, though Drow could hardly be considered a better outcome. There were not gates into the Everdark anymore, Indrani had told me. Millennia ago there had been massive, always open panes of bronze that led into a hollowed-out mountain at the heart of Drow holdings. But those were long abandoned, and Ranger had allegedly found the inside of the mountain collapsed when she'd tried her luck there. We'd have to try our hand with the Warrens instead. A pretty name, that, for what was a much less glorious reality. The Warrens were no great structure, only a sprawling mess of dank tunnels leading underground. Many were collapsed or leading to dead ends, and there were no surface markers indicating their presence. The only people who knew their locations for sure were the Drow who still used them, sending roving bands of raiders and slavers to the surface. Those enterprising souls were not known for having a lot of success in those depredations. Ages ago, before the Golden Bloom had been seized by the elves, the now broken kingdom of the Diarraith had occasionally been troubled by them. Now though, The surface paths led them into 3 dead ends: the Kingdom of the Dead, the Golden Bloom, and the Chain of Hunger. None of these were known to be welcoming locales to outsiders. Once every few decades, it was said a cunning and careful warband managed to slip through dwarven tunnels or other secret paths to reach northern Proker, or much more rarely, northern Callow. But even fewer of those who made it there succeeding at returning home. What little was known of the Everdark these days was learned through exiles, which were rare and tended to settle in Mercantis exclusively. Diabolist had hired a few of them as mercenaries when she'd gone on her mass-murdering spree, and told me since she'd been rather unimpressed by the quality of their soldiery. Regardless, this was now the 2nd day we were on the hunt for any path into the Warrens, and we had nothing to show for it. Indrani had been told of a way down by Lady Ranger, and we'd begun there yesterday, but unsurprisingly, it had been brought down. It was also marked with blood-red runes, that from what Acua could piece together were a warning about the Destroyer having hunted there. Ranger had evidently proved as charming as one would expect. Dusting herself off, Indrani rose to her feet and shook away the bits of stone stuck everywhere in her clothes. She strolled back to the fire easily, maintaining the pretense nothing had happened with an admirable amount of conceit. She plopped herself back down and stretched like a lazing cat. "Next round, then," she said. "I believe I won the succession, so Cat didn't get shit. Hand me my knife, would you?" I eyed her skeptically. "Do you promise not to stab me again?" I said. "And I as well," Acua smoothly tacked on. We both ignored her. "I mean," Indrani hedged. "Define stab." "Archer," I firmly said. "It's not like it doesn't grow back," she quibbled. "Also, I know you got all pissy last time, but you know I'm right about the mystery stew. Technically, since anything we cut would grow back, if we used it dash. We're not going to cut off my fingers and put them into the stew so you don't have to hunt rabbits anymore." "Archer," I hissed. "It's not happening." Ironic, Acua mused, that cannibalism only became matter of debate after the adjutant departed. "A good queen would be willing to bleed for her people," Indrani solemnly said. "I'm disappointed in you, Catherine. I know you're doing this just to rile me up," I said, eyes narrowing. "You know what? Fine. I bet you wouldn't even do it. If I cut off my thumb. Right now. Drani, you going to eat it?" There was a beat of silence. "2 firewood chores she doesn't," Diabolist announced. "Those were mine. That utter wretch." "I'm a little full right now," Archer said. I let out a mocking humph. "So let's go with a little finger instead," she finished. I spun her knife around, catching it by the hilt. "You wouldn't," I said. "Hey, use your own," she protested. "I don't want to get face stuff all over it." "You just stab me, you ass," I yelled. "I mean, you can't prove that," Indrani mused. "Acua's more or less dead, so in Callow she can't be a witness in a trial. It's your word against mine." "I'm going to break your knife," I told her bluntly. "Don't. It has great sentimental value," she objected. "I think I killed a guy for it." "To clarify," Diabolist said, "did you kill him because you wanted the knife? Or did you kill him and then want the knife?" Indrani stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Yes," she replied. I laid a delicate finger on the tip of the blade, still holding the hilt, and made eye contact with my rebellious minion. "I will send you back to lore in chunks," Indrani seriously promised. "At least they won't be used in stew," I replied just as seriously. I caught her wrist when she tried to wrestle me down, but she half leapt at me, and we went tumbling into the rocks. I dropped the knife to free my hand, but she slammed her arse into my belly before I could push down her shoulder. I flipped us around, and tumbling towards a slope we went. In between having a faceful of Indrani's clothes in my face, I glimpsed Acua discreetly pawing through the deck of cards. I repressed a sigh. She was stacking it, wasn't she? A hard bump against the ground jostled me out of my despair, and I wiggled so Indrani wouldn't manage to tie my wrists together with her scarf. She was a fair hand at brawling, but then so was I. Did have the advantage of being able to lift her with a single hand if I needed to. I tugged at her leg and elbowed her in the stomach, climbing on top and forcing her into a bed of pebbles. Rustle, rustle. No footsteps, but grass parting under feet. "Oh, I get it," Indrani smirked. "Give me a moment." She tugged down the neckline of her shirt and thrust out her admittedly shapely tits. "I'm ready," Indrani announced theatrically. "Ravish me, Black Queen. I am powerless before your might." "Archer, now is dash," I began. "I get it," she winked. "Hey, shady business. Go for a walk or something." My legendary charms have finally overwhelmed her. "That's not what I meant," I said, almost as irritated by the pun as the interruption. Her brow rose, a salacious grin splitting her face. "Good news, Fey Maiden, she announced. You're back in the game. Lose the top first. I've been pretty curious. We're about to have company. I spoke in Karsam, offering Indrani a flirtatious smile to keep up the pretense for watching eyes. Yeah, we are, Indrani said, wiggling her eyebrows. But the moment I loosened my grip, she began reaching for one of the sundry knives always on her. They were creeping through the stones now. The slope to the left, leading to a narrow ledge skirting the flank of a rock spire. There'd been a stretch-off sparse grass beneath it, I remembered. Not much green, though. They have to be more than a few if they made that much noise going sneaking through. I inhaled, yet there was no fear in the wind. I could almost discern heartbeats, but they were too muted to tell apart. Sorcery, or some natural trait. I got up, turning my back to where they were approaching from, and offered a hand to Archer. We doing this or what? She grinned. Go easy on me, I said, my back still aching. The sound of a cord being pulled taut was the opening salvo of the dance. I tore away from Archer, blade already half-formed in my hand, and sped forward without missing a beat. I did not need to speak orders to the others. Both Acua and Indrani had been in enough scrapes, either at my side or not, to need no instructions when blades came out. My first drow sighting was little more than a glimpse of silvery eyes set in an angular gray face flanked by strips of obsidian. A heartbeat later the enemy had vanished, pressing itself against the dead angle of the slope. An arrow went flying from above, arced perfectly towards Acua's silhouette by the fire, but when it went through her chest, all that happened was the shattering of ice. She was long gone. Archer, handle above, I called out. I want prisoners. Spoil sport, she yelled back, landing in a roll that scattered her beddings as she grabbed her longbow. I'd keep the ones down here busy, trying to limit the damage. I could hear faint heartbeats down the slope, just out of my sight, and they had quickened. They were waiting for me, to spring attacks in that moment where my eyes would be seeking them out, and they would have me right in their sights. If I'd still been the squire, that might have scored them a wound. Now, though, with a flick of the wrist, I formed 4 monoliths of ice in the air above where they should be lying in wait, and allowed them to drop. There were murmured sentences in a language I did not know, but it seemed they had no parry. The working flushed them out, 7 of them scrambling away from the falling ice. Warriors, one and all, or at least drow in good shape wearing armor. The sight if it was strange to me, after fighting the soldiery of the West. No steel there, no plate or mail. Small strips of obsidian fell down to their knees in a thick layer, kept together by barely visible strips of leather. My eyes were sharp enough to find the discreet runes carved onto the pieces, though I knew not their meaning or purpose. There were few differences among them. None looked terribly older than the others. Were they human? I would have believed none older than their late 20s, and I could hardly even tell them apart. The helms, though, had some slight variations. All of them were thin, incomplete circles of obsidian closely keeping to the frame of their faces, keeping hair out and going all the way down to the beginning of angular chins. From that dark glass, caps of leather descended towards the back of their necks, set with small round stones, save for one drow. The lower part of that one's cap had a line of long dark feathers tickling down to its back. Well, the one with the fancy hat tended to be the one in charge. It would do. While I'd been sifting through the sight of them, they'd recovered from the surprise. Before the ice even hit the ground, one of them tossed an iron-tipped javelin at me, though from the corner of my eye I caught another danger. The archer had come out and fired another arrow. I could hear Archer pulling at her own bow, though, so I focused my attention on the javelin. It was well thrown, aimed right at the center of my chest. It was also laughably slow to my senses after the kind of fights I'd picked of late. I snatched it out of the air by the shaft and pivoted, throwing it back at the same drow twice as fast. To my surprise, it did not duck. Instead, its entire body flickered, shadows swallowing it whole, and it fell into a pool of darkness that stretched and slithered across the stony ground only to reform a dozen feet to the side into the same person. Well, that was a new trick. Surrender, I called out. I realized just after that I'd forgotten about the arrow, musing it wouldn't exactly set the right tone if the moment after demanding surrender I got shot. As it happened, Archer pulled through. Trick shot, she crowed. Her own arrow tore through the fletching of the one the drow had fired, sending it spinning away from me, and it continued at a sharp angle upwards. The sound of obsidian shattering and a pained grunt followed. The one with the fancy hat spoke something in drow tongue, and they all scattered into the shadows. Literally, lines of darkness spread out, too many for me to follow them all. They had not, unfortunately for them, accounted for Diabolist. The scent of blooming ice filled the air as she formed a construct right to the side of a fleeing drow, fingers of frost ripping the warrior out of the shadowy tendril by the throat. To my approval, she'd gone for Fancy Hat. "We have your leader," I called out. "Drop your weapons, or she'll snap his neck." Fancy Hat tried to flicker away again, but I wasn't having any of that. I flicked my wrist and a band of shadow tightened around its throat, keeping him in Akua's tender embrace as the flicker failed, for lack of a better word. A javelin punched through the warrior's chest a heartbeat later, tearing at Diabolist's construct behind it. Right, drow. Infamously not the most loyal of companions. If that had been the only one that could speak Lower Meason, I was going to be pissed. "All right, the hard way it is," I grunted. The kickback from my running start shattered the ground beneath it, and a heartbeat later, I was in the midst of them. One pooled into shadows, but an arrow nailed it, and it flickered back into drow form with a leg pierced through, hissing in pain. I handled the rest as gently as I could. Spikes of shadow nailed one to the ground. Another was sent to think about what he'd done in a bubble of ice, and I shaped my sword into a spear for the third, throwing it straight through its foot when it tried to flicker away. There'd been 8 in whole, and with 1 dead and 2 clipped by Archer that left, too. One was legging it back towards the grass. I let it run. Might learn the way into the warrens from it, assuming that was how they'd all come to the surface. The last stared at me with wide eyes and dropped its curved obsidian blade, slowly kneeling and putting its hands behind its neck. "Diabolist, containment," I ordered. An exertion of will had wings coming out of my back, and I rose up, following behind the runner. It saw me and flickered. Clicking my tongue disapprovingly against the roof of my mouth, I went down into a dive. No more running, then. Too much a risk of losing it if it stuck to that form. I wasn't even halfway caught up when the drow emerged from the dark tendril, gray skin gone pale, and began to run away on foot. So it's exhausting to remain like that, I thought. I wasn't surprised. There was no such thing as power without a cost. I swooped down like a hawk, boots landing on its shoulders, and it folded without a fight. A bit too much, actually. Its head hit a stone at a bad angle, and with a sharp breath, I knelt by its side to check if it was still alive. My fingers went to the jugular, but there was no heartbeat to found there. Drow were only so similar to humans, then. I formed a flat piece of ice and put it before its mouth, tension leaving my shoulders when the surface fogged. Its forehead was bleeding and its eyes closed, but it wasn't dead yet. I swung the body over my shoulder and walked back to the skirmish field, finding the others had gathered the drow together in my absence. Most were bleeding, though we'd avoided outright lethal wounds. Even a lesser one could kill if you bled long enough, though, so the offer of wounds tended might be leverage we could use. I dropped the unconscious drow to the side of the others. "All accounted for," Diabolist said. I nodded. Archer rested her elbow on my shoulder, eyeing our prisoners with a deeply unimpressed look on her face. "Was that trick really all they had?" she said. "I'm feeling a little shafted, not gonna lie." "You can't use the kind of opponents we've had recently as measuring stick," I said. "We've been scrapping with some of the scariest people on the continent." "They could have brought a mage, at least," she complained. "Night's young," I replied, shrugging her elbow off me. "There could be others." None of the drow were speaking, or even meeting my eyes. They remained kneeling and looking down, what little I could see of their faces resigned. "They think we're going to kill or enslave them," I realized. "Do any of you understand this language?" I asked in Lower Meason. No answer. "Do you speak Mtethwa?" I tried in the eponymous tongue. Why would anyone want to speak that if they didn't have to? Indrani mused. I glanced at Diabolist. "You wouldn't happen to speak Crepuscular?" she finished. "I do not. For much the same reason I do not speak Cockroach." "I'm disappointed in your tutors, Akua," I informed her. "Indeed," Diabolist drily replied. "How dare they fail to teach me a language spoken only by a race that has not been seen in the Empire for centuries, whose influence in the broader continent is so insignificant some scholars do not mention them in the latest histories at all." "Yes," I agreed without missing a beat. "It was very inconsiderate of all of you." "Hey, disappointments," Indrani called out in passable Shantan. "Do any of you understand me enough to be shamed by my scorn?" 3 of them stiffened. I grinned, and not pleasantly. "Would you look at that?" I murmured in the same language. "It's finally paid off. All of you who understand me, get up. We're going to have a nice, civilized chat." Indrani choked on her tongue at that, which did not reassure them in the slightest. Book 4, Chapter 52, Finesse. "No, see, you'll profit as well." All you need is to convince 5 others of contributing coin, and when they do, you'll get a part of their own contribution. It'll all work out, I promise. Dread Emperor Irritant, the oddly successful, convincing high lords to invest in the construction of ritual pyramid outside Ater. Even after having done arguably worse things, I'd never warmed to torture. I'd once had an interesting conversation with Black about it, where he'd been somewhat equivocal, but overall inclined to agree with me. Torture, he'd noted, tended to be unreliable. Some people folded the moment you pulled out their fingernails, sure, but those with a little more staying power would need a great deal of violence before they started talking. And at that point, how could you tell whether they were saying something because they thought you wanted to hear it, or because it was actually true? Some heroes sidestepped the whole issue by having truth-telling abilities, but that was bullshit divine intervention. You couldn't reproduce those results with spells, not with any degree of reliability. I tended to get by on my increased senses, since Fey eyes and Fey ears were much harder to trick than their human equivalent, as I now suspected the lone swordsman once had. William hadn't gotten a pat on the back from above and glaring lights appearing whenever someone fibbed at him. He'd had to rely on named senses to read the opposition. He'd been quite good at it, in retrospective. I'd had to mutilate my own soul to get better at that trick than he was. So for once good OL, Willie had me beat from the grave. I stared down at the drow kneeling in front me, frowning. There'd been 3 who'd stiffened when Indrani had spoken in Shantan, and we'd separated those from the rest of the prisoners immediately. I'd then shaped Winter into a thick spire of ice hollow on the inside, and ordered the first prisoner brought in. Acua was at my side, as she likely had more experience at this kind of thing than any of us. Indrani had been curious, but I wanted someone keeping an eye on the rest of the drow. A flick of the wrist shaped a rough bench of frost, and I sat down, eyes never leaving the still silent prisoner. Diabolist had stripped it of its helmet, revealing bone-white hair cut, so short I could almost see the skin beneath. I would have preferred the obsidian armor off as well, but there were no obvious clasps to it. I suspected it was like a male shirt, put on with another person's help. "We know you understand us," I said. The drow did not react. Denial? Possibly. Or resignation. "Acua, raise its head," I ordered. Diabolist knelt by the prisoner's side, forcing the chin upwards so the drow would have to meet my eyes. It resisted, but only half-heartedly. The eyes were not as silvery as I'd thought. The scara was white as a human's would be, though noticeably larger, but it was the iris that caught my attention. It was not entirely silver. There were strands of the color to be found, more visible than the rest, but the base was a dull brown. Some sort of sorceress blowback? The black pupil at the center was uncomfortably shaped, more oval than circle, and I'd yet to see a single drow blink. In a way, it was more troubling to look at their kind than a fae. The fairies were inhuman, with only the barest varnish of similarity, but the drow was close enough to human that the discomfort was felt more steeply. "What's your name?" I asked. Silence. There was fear in the air now. I drummed my fingers against my leg, then sighed. "Answer me." I spoke. The prisoner's face twitched into a pained rictus. It was fighting the command, proving to have stronger will than most. It was not enough. "No one," it hissed, voice dim. "Nothing." Diabolist rose to her feet, and the drow stubbornly went back to looking down. "Blinded," Acua suggested evenly. "Rip out the eyes and toss it back out bleeding in sight of the others." "There's no need for that," I said. This one looked unwilling to provide useful answers even when its arm was being twisted, so we'd try the others before seeing if it was necessary to resume the proceedings a little more sharply. Diabolist wasn't wrong that a dollop of fear would be useful, but she was also proving that even as a shade, she had that horrid wasteland disregard for people. I would not resort to knives without exhausting every other possibility first. I'd gotten an idea of the drow's voice from that unwilling reply, enough for glamour. Illusions did not come naturally to me, as even now they required more focus than I was typically able to spare when in a fight, but I had the time to weave it properly tonight. A small sphere of shining light formed over my open palm, and the drow breathed in sharply when a decent approximation of its voice began screaming hoarsely into the night. I kept the glamour going for 30 heartbeats, then ended it with a harsh snap. Acua's scarlet eyes followed me as I dismissed the sphere and spun glamour again, resting a hand atop the drow's head. A heartbeat later, half its face appeared brutally scorched to the naked eye, nose cut off, and one eye left a bloody empty socket. "Sleep," I ordered, and forced a sliver of winter into its shaken mind. It dropped without a sound. "Drag it outside," I ordered Diabolist. "In sight of the others. Then get me another. By your will." the shade said, and smoothly bowed. I flicked my wrist and shaped one last glamour. An eye, this one, though since I'd never actually seen a drow eye out of an eye socket, I had to improvise to an extent. Acua came back quicker than I'd expected, the fresh prisoner moving gracefully into the room. I was pretty sure I recognized this one. It had been the one who actually surrendered when things went to shit for their warband. Still, it wouldn't do to leave the point half-made. I popped the glamored eye into my mouth and chewed, smiling pleasantly at the new arrival. Its lips thinned, darkening to a deeper, bloodless gray. That will not be necessary, the drow said in perfect Shantan. I swallowed. So did the prisoner. Well, this is promising, I mused. Diabolist, make our friend a seat. Ice bloomed, and a block spun into existence. It was, I noted, with mild amusement, closer to the ground than my own seat. Precise, huh? The drow's silvery eyes lingered on the sorcery before it took a seat. The silver strands were much deeper in this one. I could see almost nothing of the original green. They were also less vivid than those of the previous prisoner. Interesting. What's your name? I asked. Iva, it replied. Of no sigil. I'm Catherine Foundling, I said. Lately Queen of Callow, though I've picked up a few other titles over the years. I greet you humbly, lately Queen, Iva said. I resisted the urge to close my eyes. I was going to let that one go, for the sake of avoiding the awkwardness of a correction this early into the talk. Just to make sure I'm addressing you properly, I said. Would you happen to be a boy drow or a girl drow? Iva blinked, silver fluttering behind long lashes. Not because it needed to, I suspected. It was a conscious expression of surprise. I am no longer mighty, it replied. That, was not the question, I said. If you were human, Diabolus said. Which gender would you consider yourself to be? Iva looked a little uncomfortable. Cattle has no gender, it said, sounding apologetic. As a Callowan, I can tell you that's frankly terrible way to approach animal husbandry, I noted. But let's keep moving. You were mighty, is that right? When still named Demas, I was third under Zapahar and Arilla in my own right, Iva said. What stands beyond you was toppled and disgraced, harvested of all but a sip of night, and sent to die in the burning lands as final mockery. My eyes narrowed. I lacked context for most of that, but there was one part one had guesses about. I tapped the side of my eye. The silver, I said. Yours is dulled. It's this night that caused it in the first place. That is so, Iva sadly agreed. Your people are said to pay obeisance to the tenets of night, Diabolus said, standing at my back. The matter is linked, I take it. All is one, Iva gravely said, touching its lips with 2 fingers. All is strife. The worthy will rise. I don't like the sound of that, I told Acua and Karsam. It's one thing for them to have some sort of cult paying dues to below, but that silver in its eyes is no illusion. The drow mercenaries I hired were not capable of the shadow flicker, Acua noted in the same. Perhaps the power ebbs away from the Everdark. That lot outside is bottom feeders, Diabolist, I murmured. And still they were capable of a trick most named wouldn't sneer at. There's something wrong here. If their lower ranks are this strong, there's no way they'd be a ruin of an empire as they supposedly are. Unless, Acua said calmly, that very power is the cause of ruin. My brow rose. That was possible, yes. Were they all fighting of this night, so ferociously they'd broken their own realm? Iva, I said. The other drow outside, were they also mighty once? The prisoner smiled thinly. None of us are drow, lately Queen, it said. Had we returned in glory, perhaps once more, but this is disgrace heaped upon disgrace. So that was just going to keep happening, huh? Lovely. I thought mighty was a gender, I said. Mighty, are, Iva stiffly said. We are not, no longer. Most of them never were. They fought under no sigils, nor knew the favor of cabals. Meat for harvest. Mighty are people, Acua suggested in Karsam. And so those not mighty, by definition, are not. Natural nobility, it would seem. Power earned or lost blade in hand. It's madness, Acua, I grunted. If the only way people can ever amount to anything in a society is by killing, that's all they'll ever. I trailed off. Well, yeah, I suppose that would collapse an empire. There would be a need to dig deeper into that nightmare of a culture later. But first there were immediate matters to be addressed. Do you know a way into the Warrens? I asked the prisoner. The path we took was also meant for our return, Iva warily said. The marks on our feathers allow for passage through the gloom, twice. Your feathers, I repeated carefully, then leant forward to flick a finger on one of the strips of obsidian making up its armor. Those. It is so, the drow agreed. What is the gloom? Acua probed. The gate into the realm of the mighty, Iva said. Only those marked may leave or enter. Indrani told us that when Ranger tried to get into the Everdark, she got stuck in the tunnels. I told Acua and Karsam. Some kind of warded labyrinth, sounds like. We've enough at hand to salvage keys for ourselves, Diabolus said. Though I would suggest we keep one guy to learn how to use it. I'm not going to just execute prisoners, Acua, I peevishly said. Those unable to speak Shantan are useless to us, she pointed out. It's not a question of usefulness, I said. We don't execute prisoners. Dearest, I understand that mercy is a useful tool, she assured me. I do not dismiss it. Yet for it to have worth in the eyes of the enemy, there need be a cultural value assigned to it. There is no indication it is so with the drow. This isn't about the drow, Acua, I said. It's about us not putting holes in people who've surrendered. I've got no issue with killing on the field, and I've made my peace with assassinations when there's no other way to avoid making a mess. This is different. They're no real threat to us. They are blades we must then keep an eye on, Diabolus said. Perhaps you and I are proof to such slights, but Archer is not. Nothing we have seen leads me to believe they will honor their surrender the moment the threat of death is lifted. If they break that understanding after being made aware it exists, then they can be killed, I patiently told her. That's how keeping prisoners of war works, Acua. The warband sought to slay or enslave us, and gave no warning before striking. The Shade reminded me. They have not earned such treatment. This is an unnecessary risk. It'd be easier to kill everyone, Diabolist, I said steadily. It always is. But when you behave like that, you end up living in the fucking wasteland. Is this the simplest way to do things? No, but it's how we do it, because if we don't act civilized, then people don't act civilized with us. Scarlet eyes flicked to the prisoner facing me. Iva's eyes were watching us carefully, unable to understand the words, but not beyond following the tones. Will they, she wondered, act civilized, even if we offer them such civility? It was always one of your worst habits, I coldly said, to burn bridges without ever trying to cross them. It may not work. We'll never know unless we try. Diabolist languidly shrugged. I offer only perspective, she said. The decision was always yours. It's been made, I flatly said. I turned away from the Shade and cleared my throat. Iva, I said, I want you to guide us through the warrens. The drow's face fell. The passage leads to the holdings of the Kodrog, it said carefully. The mighty of that sigil are said to be among the strongest of the outer rings. Stronger than the sigil you used to fight under? I asked. The Zapahar once ruled a whole district of Great Perrin, Iva proudly said. Our mighty claimed seats on no less than 5 cabals. The Kodrog would have been broken in an hour's passing, facing our wrath. It grimaced. Their wrath, now, the prisoner corrected sadly. Perrin was one of the great cities of the drow, before their empire broke apart. Acua told me in Karsam. Though not the capital, which I recall to be named Tvarigu. I'd guess the more powerful tribes, sigils, I suppose, live in the old cities, I replied. Not sure what the cabals are, though. Some sort of alliance? Their mighty seem to be able to belong to both at the same time. Warrior lodges, perhaps, the Shade mused. Or an association of influential aristocrats. It is hardly unprecedented. I'd ask our songbird later. We can handle the Kodrog, I told Iva. I'd rather avoid a fight if I can. But if I can, I assure you they're not going to stop us. We're looking to speak to, your most powerful sigils. The people that make the real decisions for the Everdark. You speak of the entire realm of the mighty, Iva said questioningly. I nodded. There is no such thing, lately Queen, Iva told me. No cabal has ever claimed to influence more than 2 cities, and the Hour of Twilight was massacred by its rivals a century past. All right, let me put it another way, I said. Is there anyone at all that if they speak, everyone in the Everdark will listen? Safe. Of night, the drow said in a hushed whisper, touching its lips again. The Priestess of Night, Acua said, chancing a guess at the unfamiliar crepuscular term. That is cattle term, Iva reproachfully said. The save is mighty. Oh, that shed light, in a manner of speaking. So a mighty was not male or female or anything else, they were. Just mighty. Priestess was a female term, in Shantan, so the implication would be insulting to the drow. I'd keep that in mind for future reference. No need to give insult to the people I'd come to bargain with. And if the save gives an order, the mighty will obey? I pressed. The save has already given order, Iva. It is the truth of us, embraced. If the save says the drow are going to war, I patiently tried. Would people listen? Iva's face creased, folds in the skin appearing that no human could mimic. It may be so, the prisoner said. The save does not speak, yet if the silence was broken, all would hear of it. Then that's where we're headed, I said, to have a chat with the save. The drow shivered. Holy Tferigu is forbidden, it told us. Ancient and powerful sigils guard the paths to it. I can be convincing. I'm known as a diplomat of great skill, on the surface. I lied. Acua was too self-controlled to snort, but the way she folded her arms together told me everything she thought about that mild reframing of that slight exaggeration. It would be better to be slain, Iva softly said. There are things worse than death. Well, I hadn't expected the locals to be friendly from the start. Gods, when had anyone ever been? Tell you what, I said. Get us into the realm of the mighty, past the gloom, and when we're there we'll change guides for the next stretch of the journey. You'll be free to go. The drow's strange eyes narrowed. You would speak oath to this? It asked. I would, I said. And there are forces beyond your understanding that make me keep to those, when I care to give them. Iva hesitated. I would be slain, even free, it admitted. I returned bereft of night, failing the terms of my exile. Diabolist leaned forward. Tell me, Iva, she said. You spoke of the night being harvested from the living, as was done to you. But can this also be done to the dead? That is so, the drow said. We have a corpse, she told me in Karsam. The one she'd held, who'd been killed by his own warriors. An easy enough concession. Do you need to have killed the person yourself to do the harvest? I asked. Iva shook its head. Due can be bestowed, the drow said. It is rare, yet not unknown. There was a warrior with feathers on their helmet, I said. If you harvested them, would that fix your problem? Tiram was first in power among the war band, Iva said, sounding rather eager. There would be enough to no longer walk as meat, though it would leave me well short of mighty. That sounds like a yes, I said. I offered my hand. Iva, you have no sigil, I said. Should you take us past the gloom and into the Everdark, I swear to return your freedom to you. We will part ways there without enmity or demand. The drow looked at my hand curiously, then back at my eyes. You're supposed to clasp it, I informed it. Strange ways, the drow murmured, but without further fumbling we shook on it. I rose to my feet, stretching out. All right, let's get this done, I said. Acua, see to the rest of the warband. Healing is no power of winter, she reminded me. You're telling me tending wounds wasn't something your tutors went over? I replied, eyebrow raised. I will do what I can, if that is your wish, she conceded. Though I promise no miracles. Never considered those to be in your wheelhouse, I drily replied. Come, Iva. I'm getting curious as to this harvest of yours. The silver-eyed warrior followed without a word. Indrani was carving away at a piece of wood when I came out, sitting on a stone and watching the others. Fruitful talks, she called out. You might say that, I replied. Want to see something I assume will be highly gruesome? Do I ever? She enthusiastically replied. Come with me, then, I said. Where do you leave the corpse? She blinked. Was I supposed to pick that up? She asked. Where it died, then, I snorted. It was a short stroll down the slope to where Fancy Hat, Tiram, apparently, had found himself on the bad end of drow politics. The body was drenched with half-melted ice from Acua's construct, but otherwise untouched. Are we corpse robbing? Indani mused. I thought we had, moral objections to that. I'm putting this under religious exemption, I told her. Iva, it's all yours. Many thanks, lately queen, the drow murmured, bowing. It dragged the body further away from the wetness, even as I felt Archer stiffen. Did they just dash? Don't you say a fucking word, I hissed. Oh, that's making it into my next chat with Hakram 4. Sure, Indrani crowed. I valiantly ignored her, instead putting the full weight of my attention on Iva and its harvest. Kneeling at the dead body's side, the drow closed the corpse's eyes before leaning over. I could barely make out whispers in crepuscular, low and rhythmic. Then the dead drow shivered. Liquid tendrils of darkness ripped out of the body, leaving bloody holes behind, and they slithered up Iva's arm beneath the armor. The living drow exhaled. You are what you take. A woman's voice whispered in my ear, in no tongue I knew. Iva's eyes shone deep silver before dimming again, and I learned that this magical adventure was going to be a little more complicated than I'd like. Book 4, Chapter 53, Gloom. I am ever amused to hear men speak of senseless violence. What is violence, if not the failure of reason? One might as well bemoan the wetness of water. King Edmund of Callow, the ink hand. So what are we doing with the spares? Indrani asked. It was bluntly put, as was her wont, but she wasn't wrong to ask the question. Iva, after being further questioned, had been pretty clear. The only way for someone to pass through the gloom was with the obsidian feathers the drow were wearing. We'd had a corpse already, so one of us was covered. 2 more prisoners had to be stripped of their armor to make sure we'd pass without trouble, though, and that left the issue of what we'd now be doing with them. We can't take them into the gloom, I said. Iva was vague. I think it doesn't actually know a lot on the subject, but the implication was that we'd just lose them the way Ranger got lost. It was still night, though now dawn was a great deal closer. While Acua saw to the wounded, I told Indrani she should catch a nap. We'd be moving out as soon as she was rested, since I saw no point in idling around the surface any longer now that we had a guide. I softly inhaled the lingering scent coming from the cup of tea in my hand. Actually drinking it was nothing to write home about, but the smell was strangely pleasant. I'd known nothing of it, at first, but now that it had become a habit, I was realizing I'd seen something like this before. The Fae and Skade had taken delight in small, ephemeral things too, a lot more than in the physical pleasures I'd once preferred. So that'd be releasing them, pretty much, Indrani mused. I take it we have some issues with that. They came to the surface to slave and kill, I said. It'd be irresponsible to simply let them loose after capturing them. My friend shrugged, hazelnut eyes tinted with indifference. She'd yet to slip on her leather coat, or even her mail, wearing instead thick gray cloth cut close to her form. The only touch of panache to the drab attire was the dark linen scarf hanging from her neck, some kind of weave allegedly particular to Mercantis. It was certainly finer than anything I'd seen come out of Callowin weaver shops, and I knew it could be used to breathe through noxious fumes if she needed it to. It was one of the few possessions I'd ever seen Indrani care for, save for her bow. I'd gathered from idle talk that both were gifts from Ranger. So kill them, she said. We never flinched at that before. Crucified a bunch of Presai after second lease, didn't you? Those you didn't make into your most expendable soldiers. They were all complicit in mass slaughter, I told her. And it was the mages I had crucified, those who had a direct hand in the killing of innocents. This is different. Killing Militia's minion who'd tried to surrender came much closer to the line, in my eyes, but it had been a trick played on an enemy. It felt like a step closer to becoming someone I cared little for to have played it in the first place, but I could swallow my discomfort. They're slavers, Cat, Indrani mildly said. Kill them all, let the gods sort it out. Their entire civilization practices slavery, as I understand it. I reminded her. Should I murder my way through the whole lot? Their entire civilization didn't pull blades on us, she said. They did. Then we're killing them for pulling blades, not being slavers, I pointed out. Sure, Indrani said. Let's kill them for that, then. I'll do it myself, if you're feeling contrary. My point was that we don't do that, I said. Oh, for fuck's sake, she muttered. Cat, what else can we do? You don't want to release them, and we can't keep them. There's not a lot left, is there? No, I grimly thought. There wasn't. Let them settle it the drow way, then, Indrani suddenly said. You're being all lawful, so let them follow their own damned laws. They don't have laws, Archer, I replied in a low voice. They seem to murder each other at the drop of a hat. She met my eyes, the deep tan of her skin seeming even deeper under cover of dark. You need to make a decision, Indrani said, about why we're going into the Everdark. Because if you're going down there to murder bigwigs until their people are terrified into playing nice, I'm on board. They have it coming, let them choke on it. But if you're just going down there for an army, Catherine, there's going to be darker lines to cross than this. I grimaced, then looked away. Once more, she was not wrong. I'd known going in that this would be ugly business. My conversation with Iva had only lent weight to the notion. It was an odd thing to hear a person seeming otherwise perfectly reasonable to dismiss the rest of the continent as cattle and preach the virtues of cold-blooded murder without a hint of irony. Even the Presai kept a veil over that, twisting the act into some kind of wicked art. The drow had spoke of killing without reason as if there was no need for pretext or justification, and I suspected it had not been one of the stronger mighty. Those at the top of the pyramid would have swum through a sea of blood to get there, and it was them I'd need to make pacts with. Them and the Priestess of Night, who was the very architect of this bloody misery. I can't fix an entire empire, I admitted tiredly. I can barely even handle Callow, and that's with a second-born for the work. Then we don't pretend, Indrani said calmly. We don't go in half-baked, posturing like we're liberators. Because that's how we lose, Catherine, by straying from what we're actually after. Don't swing for the toes if you want to cut a throat. I clenched my fingers, then unclench them. Even letting them settle it by their laws, I said quietly. It's just posturing, isn't it? Foisting the dirty work onto them. The blood would still be on my hands, only with cowardice added to it. Responsibility's a bed of thorns, Indrani said. You keep lying down and then getting surprised at the bleeding. It's not on you to save every stranger you meet, especially if they don't want to be saved. Is it really too much to ask, I murmured, that we get to behave like decent souls for once? There's a lot of those at the feet of above, my friend said. They don't tend to stick around long down here. Maybe I was a coward, because when I gave the order it was for Drow to settle it among themselves. They fought until 2 were dead, the most heavily wounded, though they might have survived if they'd not been slain. Their night was harvested by their killers as I watched in silence. But we put on the dead men's armor and went into deeps. I'd not been sure what to expect when we entered the Warrens. The Everdark was supposed to be a wreck. Nowadays, it's people fighting over faded glories they no longer knew how to restore. On the other hand, a lot of those tunnels should date back to when the Drow had been more than a pack of backstabbers living in ruins of their own making. There wasn't a lot known about the days when the Drow had been a power to reckon with. What records dated to when the era was theorized to have taken place were sparse, and didn't tend to extend much further than whatever nascent city they'd been written in. In the echo Masego and I had eavesdropped on, the wandering bard had mentioned something called the Twilight Sages, that they'd considered death the only sin. That didn't exactly sound like pacifism, but it was a long way from the Drow encountered now. The territory of the Everdark on the surface was smaller than Kalos, and nearly all of it mountainous, but then that didn't mean much. They were a subterranean people, like the dwarves, and once upon a time the goblins. Their holdings would have been measured in depth more than in length or breadth. The Warrens ended up being tunnels. Just that. Not particularly well-maintained ones, damp and cold and occasionally half-collapsed, but they weren't strewn with bones or filled with packs of monsters. I kept pace with Iva, at the head of our little band, and the Drow led us forward unerringly from tunnel to tunnel. It had already been a few hours, and I could honestly see no difference between the paths we'd taken at the occasional crossroads and those we had not. We were going deeper, that much I'd felt. But there were no markers, no signs our guide could be drawing on. How long before we enter the gloom? I asked. Iva flicked a silver glance at me. We already have, it replied. My brow rose. I'd not felt so much as a speck of power. I was particularly sensitive to wards, nowadays, so the passing of a threshold should have been noticeable. I can see no difference between when we first entered and now, I admitted. Nor will you, Queen, it said. We bear feathers. There is no gloom for us. So if we didn't have the feathers, I said, we wouldn't have seen the tunnels. We would see others, Iva said, leading nowhere. That didn't sound like a ward. More like a domain. Honestly, though it was a terrifying thought there could be an entity out there powerful enough to keep a domain going for centuries. It seems too easy to cross, I said. They, Nerism, have pierced through before, Iva said. Never for long. They rip or from the stone and leave, do not linger. You mean the dwarves? I said. That is so, Iva agreed. They have slain mighty with great machines of steel. They are not cattle. Because they killed Drow, I frowned. My guide shook its head, rueful smile bearing sharp white canines. Because to them, it is us who are cattle, Iva said. One does not fight. Nerism. One survives them, hiding until their purpose is fulfilled, and they leave once more. Well, it was almost heartening to know the Kingdom Under had everyone as terrified underground as they did on the surface. I'd begun to suspect that the gloom had been placed to make sure the madness of the Everdark remained contained, but now another candidate had emerged. It might just be a sorcerous moat to keep the dwarves at bay. The Kingdom Under was not known to tolerate rivals underground, as the ancient exodus of the goblins' tribes to the surface had made abundantly clear. I let the conversation lapse after that, though boredom saw me speak again when the journey through the tunnels continued to stretch on. You said you used to be a Rilla, I said. What is that exactly? Demas was Rilla, Iva replied. What you look upon never was. And what did it mean, when Demas was Rilla? I asked. To earn this honor, one must know 12 secrets and slay another Rilla, Iva said. Even then, it is worthier to hold than to claim. Many do not last long. I hummed. And Demas? I probed. How long did they last? 100 years and 3, Iva proudly said. Many tried to claim its secrets, for Demas knew the 3 glorious arts of killing. My eyes narrowed. First at the revelation that my guide was over a century old. Scholars argued about how long Drow could physically live, but most described them a lifespan no longer than a human's. Apparently, that was incorrect. More importantly, there'd been an implication to what Iva said. Demas knew these arts, I slowly said. Iva does not. The drow eyed me with surprise. Night was taken from Demas, save the last sip, it said. Tiram knew no secrets, and so none were learned from the harvest. You make it sound like there is more to the night than the shadow tricks, I said. That is so, Iva said, then touched its lips. Shapeless and shaped, encompassing all. The worthy take. The worthy rise. It's knowledge, too, I realized. Those 3 glorious arts of killing, what are they? I asked. Spear and blade and bow, Iva said. Demas harvested many, to learn them whole. It was great accomplishment. I breathed in sharply. So by killing someone who knew one of those secrets, they could just become a master swordsman instantly? That was insane. You couldn't just create knowledge out of nothing. That wasn't the way creation worked. Unless it's the same knowledge, I thought, passed from killer to killer, since times immemorial. Were they just passing around the same few learnings, one corpse at a time? Iva, I quietly said. Can someone add to the night? That is poor choice, the drow amusedly said. What worth is there in empowering mighty by one's death? If a drow learned to make steel, I said, and someone killed and harvested them, would they know how to make steel? Weapon making is a powerful secret, Iva acknowledged. The Isengral hoard it mercilessly, and Isengral itself hunts for the finest whispers. So anytime someone learned anything useful, they were murdered for it. Gods, no wonder they lived in ruins. If someone tried to restore them, they'd probably get stabbed for the knowledge of how they wanted to do it. Is Isengral a sigil or a mighty? I asked, slightly confused. A sigil is a mighty, Iva told me, tone implying I was a little slow. So Demas' old sigil, Zapahar, I prodded. Zapahar is mighty, of great influence in the cabal of the Silent Song, the drow said. Though forced out of Great Purin, the Zapahar are first of the inner ring. Many fear them. And was that how Demas ended? I asked. Fighting for the Zapahar. Demas grew fat and lazy, Iva bitterly said. Forgot that many coveted its secrets. That which broke it was worthier to hold them, and now stands second under Zapahar. So backstabbed by an ambitious colleague, not beaten by an outsider. And still it seemed to feel some sort of pride for the Zapahar, instead of hatred towards the sigil that had seen it laid low. That smacked of wasteland morals to me, the way Prisai Highborn claimed that hatred and enmity were unrelated matters. It seemed a touchy subject, regardless, so I didn't press any further. There'd been something else I was curious about, anyway. Tell me about the Kodrog, I said. We're heading into their territory, right? They lurk near the Gloom, unfit for the strife of the inner ring, Iva said with open disdain. Kodrog's night was thinned by the mighty Soln, 300 years past. It fled to the outer rings and has not returned. Soln didn't kill it? I asked. Kodrog is said to know whispers from the secret of many lives, the drow informed me. A single death was not enough, though it lost much night in defeat. I thought you said the Kodrog were strong, I pointed out. To meet, Iva said. To drow. To the least of the mighty. Not to great sigils. It will crush you like an insect, queen, but that is different matter. I wouldn't count on it, I mildly said. Is it the Kodrog that gave you all your feathers? The drow shook its head. I journeyed to Great Mokosh under brand of disgrace, to be granted this last chance, Iva said. There the Suckla discharge holy duty, having been granted sigil from the save of night itself. Any can claim feathers, if they know the tongues of the burning lands and despair enough to try striding them. So it's a holy duty, to try the burning lands, I said. Why? Iva touched its lips once more. It serves the purpose of the night, it said. Oh, that did not sound all that pleasant. Killing cattle, I said. Taking it. What does it do for you? The night grows, Iva smiled. To do such sacred act would redeem any disgrace. I want to be perfectly clear here, I said. If you kill humans, or any other race, it grows the night. That is so, the drow reverently said. All is one. All is strife. The worthy rise. I sucked at my lip. Killing undead, I said. Would it also grow the night? The drow paled. Speak not of the hidden horror, Iva whispered. For its crown is dawn, and that pale light is the end of all things. Only the mad would enter the eye of the host of death. It does, doesn't it? I said. The necromancy that keeps its army walking, you can claim it for the night. I say no more, Iva insisted. It sees all. It hears all. Well, Neshama had clearly paid these people a visit at some point after his ritual. The drow were a murderous bunch, They shouldn't be so scared unless the dead king had spanked them roughly after being provoked. I honestly wasn't sure to root for there. Still, I was pleased to have learned that. If the undead had been of no worth to the Drow's societal murder pyramid, it would have been much, much harder to gain any ground there. Iva had been pretty high up the ladder at some point, by the sound of it, but he'd still been someone's minion. The people on the notch above might be less terrified at the idea of a fight with Keter if they were offered the right incentives. I had a few notions about what those might be, though the offer I knew would be most tempting was one I very much wanted to avoid. Let's talk about the Kodrog, then, I said. I'm looking for practical information. Number of mighty, which is known for what? How many fighters do they have? What are their defenses like? I'd come with the intent to negotiate, but I might have actually found a place where my propensity to stab before making an offer would be considered reasonable. If I could get through without killing, I would. But if blades came out, well, it wouldn't be the first time I walked over a few corpses to get where I needed to be. Iva had unfortunately little to share, since it had been ushered through Kodrog territory into the Gloom after copious mockery and a few beatings, but little was better than nothing. By the sounds of it, there were a few thousand drow scattered across several large caverns, but only a small part of those were considered fit to fight. Even fewer of those would be mighty, which I'd mentally put in the same league as half a company of watch. Dangerous, if you took them lightly, but rather killable. If Archer hung at the back taking care of those with fancy secrets, Diabolist, and I could handle the brawlers. Unlike on the surface, I didn't intend to take prisoners here. Wouldn't run down anyone fleeing either, but if they became an obstacle, capture wouldn't be the objective. It took us 3 days to leave the Gloom. Over the last stretch of the journey, the tunnels changed from rough bare stone to something more ornate. Bas relief was carved on every surface, even the floor and ceiling, though the sculptures under our feet were covered by moss and dirt. It was my first look at anything the Drow had made, and to my utter lack of surprise, pretty much everything depicted was their kind sallying out to the surface and winning glorious battles before returning to the Everdark covered in glory, riches, and slaves. There were also depictions of single combat between Drow champions, though oddly enough they did not seem to be to the death. The loser was made servant of the winner, carrying their spear and quiver. Honor duels? Those were supposed to be common in Levant. The northern steppes as well, though orcs didn't stop until one of the fighters was dead and dinner. The last step was a threshold carved into the tunnel, though one without gates, and there we found fresh signs of life. Symbols had been painted in blood over them, which Iva informed me promised sundry torments to all venturing in the holdings of mighty Kodrog. We now reached the realm of the mighty Queen, our guide told us. I nodded. Bargain was struck, I said evenly. We part ways now, if you wish, with no enmity or further demands. The Drow hesitated. I walk with you a little longer, it said, until we reach the Ring of Stones. The Kodrog apparently held the remains of an old border fortress, which barred the entrance to their territory proper. It was probably as deep as Iva could go without being openly associated with us. Follow behind, then, I said. Archer, Diabolist, look sharp. Oh gods. Finally, Indrani whined. I took the lead through the threshold. Tough my advanced faltered after a single step. The others trailed in after me as I stood there in silence, ignoring the words they spoke. Well, we'd found the Kodrog. The cavern I'd entered was twice as large as the throne room in lore, its uneven ceiling a natural dome. It could have fit at least 1,000 comfortably, which I knew for a fact because it currently did. The floor was covered with dead drow, thick as a carpet. Shit, I finally cursed. I'd better not get blamed for this. Book 4, Chapter 54, Scavenger. 193. Should your nemesis offer you a wager, a truce, or delay for the first time, always accept it. Villains with a fated heroic match have reached the peak of their power, whereas you and your companions can only grow. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author unknown. That's a lot of dead bodies, Indrani noted. Like, Battlefield a lot. Not the woe has a bad day a lot. I ignored the attempt at humor. In someone else I might have attributed it to needing to cover up shock, but Archer didn't get those kinds of shivers. The benefits of being raised in a part of the world where every day a single misstep could get you killed by a raging monster-hunting lunatic. It was an uncomfortable truth that I'd gotten somewhat used to the sight of corpses as well, though not quite to my companion's extent. The drow who'd scuttled in behind us had gone still as statues, stricken by either terror or awe. I left them behind and waded into the pool of death. I knelt in lukewarm blood and guts, flipping over the nearest body to have a better look at it. I immediately withdrew my hand. Cat. Indrani probed, catching up to me. There's still night in those, I said. I knew that because I'd felt the eldritch power react to my own. Not an attack or an attempt to meld, but almost like the darkness had been licking my hand. Like it recognizes something larger and meaner and tries to make friends. I shivered, and it had been a long time since any kind of cold had caused me to do that. The dead drow was badly mangled. The face had been smashed in, skull crushed through the eye socket, but it had an earlier wound. A bloody hole in its chest, near the center. I stuck my fingers in there again, ignoring the feeling the night eagerly pressing against winter, and popped open the ribcage to have a closer look. There was an organ in there that looked somewhat similar to a human heart, though it had way too many veins coming out of it, and it stood deeper in the body, almost next to the spine, which at least was easily recognizable in shape. It was more gray than white, though, and oddly granular. That's going to be a pain to wash, Indrani commented, glancing at my now blood-drenched clothes. It was a crossbow bolt that did this, I said. Look at the indent. It's similar to what Legion issue makes on humans. Didn't go deep enough, so whoever did this had to finish them up close. For all her many flaws, Archer had deep knowledge of the ways of murdering at a distance. When she turned her attention to the wound, I was indicating her eyes narrowed. That's a much bigger mark than the crossbows robbers' minions used would have made, she said. Bigger bolt, and much stronger impact. Honestly, it looks like it should have gone straight through, which would require much more force if the head of the bolt was larger. Whoever had done this, they had significantly better crossbows than the legions of terror fielded, when it came to the power of a shot, at least. Hard to tell the rate of fire from a single corpse. That points a damning finger already, I said. The Dread Empire was hardly the only nation that fielded crossbowmen, though they did field the largest amount by a significant margin. I could honestly think of no Calernian power that wouldn't have crossbows in a field army, save for the Chain of Hunger. But Praise used a goblin crank model that was a significant improvement on what the likes of Procker and the Old Kingdom used. Better rate of fire, better range, better impact. Whoever had done this used a superior model, and I couldn't think of any power that could boast of one. Not on the surface, anyway. Indrani leaned forward, jostling the corpse from my grasp, and then leaned back with a frown on her face. She was looking at the eye wound, the one that had broken the skull. Yeah, you're right, she said. Look at the angle. Hammer. And it's absolutely a hammer that did this. Came down all wrong for someone of the same height. That's dwarf work, unless there's another bunch of murderous little people running around the region. I dropped the dead drow entirely, slowly rising to my feet. For a butcher's yard, this place smelled nothing like rotting flesh and blood. There was that coppery scent wafting around, but aside from that, another physical oddity for this already strange race. My gaze swept across the slaughter, looking for the lay of it. Some bodies had obviously been dragged and dropped, but others had been left where they fell, and from those I could try to piece together the events that had preceded our arrival. First volley hit them by surprise. Indrani said, "Come up at my side. Look at the bodies there. Too many of them are face down. They were shot in the back." I followed her pointed finger. The corpses were as she'd said, but that was not what drew my attention. The crossbows would have been fired from a passage leading roughly to my current left, but I could see it winding closer to my back. That should lead to either the gloom itself or a cavern very close to it. Iva had said that the dwarves sometimes pierced trough the gloom, sending an expedition through to mine or claim other sources of wealth. Then the second volley went straight into the crowd, right there. Indrani mused, finger moving towards a handful of dead bodies closer to the center. That's interesting. You'll know what kind of tactics that is even better than me. Panic, I said. They were inciting a panic, so the drow would try to flee instead of fight back. Which means, our two gazes swept towards the right side of the cavern, where the other passage out could be seen. It was broader than the other one, would likely allow for 20 through at a time. The corpses near it were piled almost hip-high, not a single one coming closer than 20 feet of the passage. There was another force waiting there, I said. So they're numerous enough to afford splitting up at least, assuming there's a single dwarven expedition at work here. They did it cold and methodical, Indrani grunted. I guess they let the panic sink in before moving in the second force, so the drow wouldn't get desperate too early. It was meant to be a massacre since the beginning, I softly agreed. They never intended to leave anyone alive. There's more. Look around. No structures in here, Cat, she pointed out. Nowhere to huddle in, not even the beginnings of a campsite. So why were there at least 1,000 drow in the middle of fucking nowhere? You think the dwarves slaughtered the entire tribe? I said. Sigil, whatever. Whatever they're up to, It doesn't involve leaving survivors, Indrani shrugged. This lot didn't give much a fight, by the looks of it. I'd bet they were bottom feeders who fled another battle and got cleaned up before the dwarves moved on. That's monstrous, I said, appalled. I understand hitting those who can fight back, but civilians? Gods. Archer, I wouldn't be surprised if we found children in the piles should we look for them. There's a sense to it, she replied. Hard sense, mind you, but still sense. Leave a bunch of night-bearing corpses behind, and the survivors will eat that. Possibly make trouble on the way out. No one can harvest if there's no one left. Fucking hells, I said. Is there a single place on creation where we're not going to find atrocities if we scratch the varnish a bit? This whole fucking place is an atrocity, cat, Indrani dismissed. All the dwarves did was heap another ugly day onto the pile. My finger clenched. Her utter lack of sympathy for the drow was not without reason. But there was a difference between holding the responsible to account and shrugging off massacres. I'd wrestled with this before, when I had to make choices about the Empire. How many people in praise could really be called at fault for the many sins of the High Lords? Farmers and shopkeepers did not get a voice in the run of the world, no matter whose banner they lived under. For every drow calling themselves mighty and heedlessly partaking in the slaughter, how many thousands were just meat? Enough, I said. We've got too many worries for me to be angry with you. The other name shrugged. Sure, she said. We might consider this a useful turn, if not a good one. We need to get deeper, right? If we follow in the wake of the dwarves, I expect we'll have an easier way of it than on our own. We don't know why they're here, I reminded her, or even where they're headed. Indrani gestured down at the slaughter beneath us. That's not the opening move of someone after a few rubies, cat, she said. They're leaving no one behind, so it follows they're going to be in the Everdark long enough they're worrying someone might raise a banner here before they return. I reluctantly nodded. Not because I agreed following the dwarven expedition was our best bet, but to concede she was right about the logistics. The drow were terrified of the kingdom under, evidently with good reason, but this brutal a massacre wasn't something that would go unanswered. Even a rat bared its fangs when cornered. The entire affair reeked of calculated risk. This complicates things, I finally sighed. It might be easier to find friends here, if the drow are under attack, but the price. We're not picking a fight with the kingdom under, Indrani flatly said. Not even the lady does that. You kill a single dwarf and they won't send a complaint. They'll sink cities underground and slaughter everyone remotely involved. Maybe they're relatives, just to be sure. It doesn't matter if by some miracle you manage to beat the army they send, Catherine. They'll keep sending them. Just get across the point that you don't fuck with the dwarves. I glanced at her, surprised. I didn't disagree with what she'd said. Odds were that if the Queen of Callow killed a dwarf, then lore would be a ruin before winter arrived. But I was taken aback by how vehement Archer was being about it. She'd always been, well, fearless. Occasionally to the point of foolishness, though that was not unusual for any of the woe, including myself. I'd been under the impression few dwarves ever came to refuge, even though it probably the surface entity with the closest ties to the kingdom under. Save maybe Mercantis, but that was famously strictly business, as all the relationships of the city of bought and sold tended to be. You won't get an argument from me, I said. Good, she said. You got more on your plate, anyway. How's that? I frowned. Archer pointed down at the pond of corpses. That's a lot of night cat, she said. Even if they were all nobodies, that's a great many nobodies. You just going to leave that lying there? I'd been trying not to think about that, all the while knowing I would have to soon enough. I wasn't sure if I could devour the night myself, but I did have Diabolist with me. If there was anyone would could tutor me in the basics of eldritch cannibalism, it was Acua Sahelian. That'd still involve eating power from a source I only poorly understood, unaware of the possible long-term consequences. If Iva had been upfront about what the night was, then this could represent an extremely useful addition to my arsenal. I'd been running into old monsters more and more, of late. Older heroes, yes, but there was also the fact that the dead king would be fielding an entire battalion of the most dangerous named he'd been able to get his hands on. Having a much shallower bag of tricks than the opposition had cost me in my last few fights, and I didn't have the time or the kind of opponents available that'd allow me to play catch-up. Drawing on the ancestral knowledge of an entire race would, to be frank, be the perfect solution. That was the most obvious reason not to go through with this. It was too good a solution, too perfect, like it had been handpicked for my problems. Mundane coincidence was not unknown to creation. The gods were not behind every stroke of fortune or disaster, even for named. But this crucial a coincidence? No. It wasn't happenstance. I would go as far as to say I was inclined to believe this was a bid from below. Look at what you could get if you start acting like a proper villain. My last talk with the dead king had involved a warning about the offers that would come knocking at my door, about the kind of stories that would be offered to me. I had not forgot it, even though it had been the least ominous part of what was spoken. No, I finally said. I can't. It's too useful. Tell me you're not drinking dead drow juice, Indrani said. You don't know where it's been. Cat. It could be full of diseases. Not me, I said, glancing back at the rest of our band. The drow had gathered themselves while the two of us had been examining the massacre. None of them came within even spitting distance of the corpses, though, and from the looks of it one of them had thrown up against the cavern wall. Diabolist was still with them, though her eyes remained on the bodies. She was too well taught to let her face betray her deepest thoughts, but the blankness of her expression was a hint in and of itself. Shit, you feeding them to dubious witch? Indrani muttered. Vivi's going to have a fit when she learns. I waded back to dry land, boots trailing blood all over the stone. The drow visibly shrunk on themselves while Acua withdrew her gaze from the massacre's aftermath to meet my eyes. Catherine, she greeted me. Have your deliberations come to an end? In a manner of speaking, I said. Acua Sahelian, I forbid you to partake in night. Diabolist shivered as my order sunk into the heart of her being, words writ into law. She threw me a reproachful glance, after gathering her bearings. I would not have so blundered, dear heart, she said. Such power would not come without trappings or demands. I am more discerning in my usurpations. Then this shouldn't be a problem, I replied flatly. She could argue all she wanted that she wouldn't have done it. It was bad form to give an alcoholic the keys to a liquor shop, even when they told you they didn't like the bottles on the shelves. As you say, Diabolist murmured, bowing her head. I turned to the drow. I'd gotten used to them over our journey. Well enough I no longer had trouble telling them apart. Iva was the only one who talked regularly, even among each other. The former guide shifted uneasily when my gaze came to rest on it. Iva, I said, are you still set on us parting ways? Silver eyes narrowed. I am reconsidering this matter, Queen, it said. Good, I smiled. Then I have a bargain for you. I still need a guide to Holy Tferigu, or at least someone who can take me to the path that leads there. If you're willing to be that guide, I can offer safety on the way there. I paused, then glanced at the corpses behind me. There would be other benefits, were you so inclined, I added. The drow's face creased in thought. You would grant me right to harvest all of them, it probed. So long as you can do it in a reasonable amount of time, I said. I want to get a move on as soon as possible. I don't suppose it's possible to take all of the night at once. There are rights to do this, Ivor admitted. Yet I know them not. It could take more than hours to finish this. The act of harvest is tiring. If I may intervene? Acua asked. I nodded at her. If simply gathering the night is the issue, she said, I believe we can be of assistance. You can drain all those dry? I said, jutting a thumb at the dead. The power itches to be held, Diabolist said. It would not fight us in this. And contamination? I pressed. I got the impression the shade had to hold back from rolling her eyes. I have struck bargains with demons and devils most ancient, Acua said. This is ancient work, to be sure, and strong. It is also incredibly simplistic. I am no green warlock, drunk on the success of binding an imp. Gods, you sound like Masego, only 2 parts more evil, I muttered. Fine. I didn't mean to impugn your talent at short-sightedly endangering the very fabric of creation to try winning battles you ended up losing anyway on account of being kind of a fuck-up. I heard Archer choke behind me. That was unnecessary, Diabolist said, sounding genuinely miffed. Don't know about that, Indrani mused. I got a laugh out of it. Iva's eyes were moving from one of us to the other in sequence as we spoke, face visibly split between fear and befuddlement. I suspected the mighty weren't keen on banter with their underlings. What little I knew implied they were pretty direct about having their displeasure felt, though in all fairness that made me the pot mouthing off at their kettle. The terms stand, with the addition that will help you gather night at least this once, I told the drow. Iva did not need to mull over it much longer. I would accept your bargain then, it said. I nodded, pleased. Give me a moment to phrase the oath, I said. That will not be necessary, Queen, Iva said. My brow rose. Trust already? We'd only struck one bargain, and I'd needed it for urgent purpose. The silver-eyed guide smiled thinly, reading my surprise. This will make me drow again, it said. Drow neither give nor take oaths. That's rather inconvenient, I frankly replied. Would it try to betray us the moment it had a bit of power under the belt? I wasn't overly worried about it hurting us, secrets or no secrets, but it'd be a pain to have to find another guide so soon after empowering the last one. A closer eye needed to be kept on it. Then, I gave Diabolist a meaningful glance, getting the slightest of nods in response. Let's get this done, I said. Acqua, I'm getting the impression that improvising here would be a bad idea. Your discernment remains impeccable, Diabolist said, without a hint of irony. I smothered a grin. The diabolism quip had actually gotten under her skin, which was just delightful. If I may, she said, extending her hand towards me. I nodded, and she made contact with the bare skin of my neck. It felt like when we'd fought together against the Skein, but softer. Access granted, but not power. Her thoughts bloomed right under my fingertips, little whispers of knowledge and intent. Extend your will, she murmured. I closed my eyes. I could feel the night wriggling in the bodies. She'd been right to say it was itching to be held. It responded eagerly to even the slightest of approaches. My mind covered the whole of the cavern, close to the perception that emerged when others entered my domain, but somehow incomplete. There was no inherent understanding here. I was blindly groping my way. Call it, Acqua said. To me. I ordered. The night slithered out of the corpses like a tide of snakes, eating through dead flesh. It hesitated, but I lashed it with my will and called it closer. It became easier the more I exerted myself, as if I'd overcome its hesitation. I spun it into a sphere until it grew larger than a person, then told it to contract. When I opened my eyes, there was only a pinprick of darkness hovering in the air before me. I said. Now. The drow approached and bowed towards the night, beginning cadenced whispers, but they fell away from my ears. I was looking into the small piece of darkness and seeing beyond it. Through it. I was not the only one looking. There was a face, but I could only make out the barest contours because of the eyes. Deep and perfect silver, they were glaring harshly in otherwise absolute darkness. Splendid. A woman's voice spoke into my ear. Who are you? I asked. Perhaps not. Merely usurper. What an unusual creature you are. I could feel her mind scuttling across my own, like a spider on glass. Feeling out the shape of it, tasting the power. It went both ways. Her soul, her mantle was no thick bundle of power. It was an impossibly large web of the thinnest possible strings, spread out so far and wide I could scarcely comprehend it. You're not the night, I said. I can feel you too, named. I sensed you tread the gloom with stolen feathers. Felt you come to me, purpose on your lips. Save of night, I whispered. I seek audience with you. So take it. The woman laughed. What stays your hand? You're under attack, I said. All is strife. The tenets will hold, or they will break. Only the worthy rise. Then you're willing to talk. I tried. We need to dash. All paths lead to Tferigu. I await you beyond the reach of dawn. Silver light shone, blinding, and for a heartbeat I thought I saw her whole. A colossal silhouette, limbs outstretched and shivering in pain. Then I saw only the cavern and the concerned looks of my companions. Fuck, I said feelingly. This just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Book 4, Chapter 55, Outskirts. Over the month I spent in Atalanta, I witnessed no fewer than 200 debates take place under the gaze of the pale statues of the Temple of Manifold Truths, for the people of the city delight in such exercises of rhetoric as those of Stygia delight in bloodsport. The subjects varied from the purpose of mankind to the proper shape of apples, though the true wonder of the place was that I do not believe a single speaker left the temple believing they had been wrong. Extract from Horrors and Wonders, famed travelogue of Annabah the Assyrian. I'd come across more than my fair share of impressive fortifications over the years. Summerhome, the river-straddling gate of the east. Lys, whose walls had been old and half-abandoned, yet still holding sorcery powerful enough to give pause to the full might of the summer court. Atair, the dread empire's own capital, with towering walls and massive gates that had held strong under the tower's shadow for millennia. Keter, crown of the dead, a haunting spire of rock beholden to no laws but the dead kings that had turned back crusade after crusade. This was laughable. There were fortifications in northern Callow, a region that had not known the touch of war for 100 years before Procure created the passage, that were greater than this. When Iva had called the fortress at the edge of Kodrog territory a ring of stones, I'd thought it half poetry. Daoin and the eastern stretches of Callow boasted old fortifications called the same thing, ancient broken-down forts used in wars that predated the unification of the kingdom and peace with the Diaraith. Many of them had been made into the heart of small towns and villages, the hill forts used as a guild hall or minor noble's seat. What I was looking at right now was not that. It was a literal ring of stones. A few narrow tunnels had led us out of the butcher's yard and into what had once been the lands of the Kodrog. Our first approach into another large cavern almost intimidating. There were no corpses to be found, but thrice we came across trails of blood on the stone where dead drow had been dragged. The way into the great cavern was through an angle slope, narrow as the tunnel that had led us there, and part of me noted that this was a natural choke point, easily defendable with a company of crossbowmen and some halfway decent infantry. The ancient drow apparently agreed. For mere feet beyond the end of the slope the ring of stones stood. The sight of it had me raising an eyebrow in skepticism. It wasn't indefensible, really. The slabs of granite making a loose circle of upright stones could serve as a curtain wall of sorts. Or they would have been able to, without the large gap in the slabs just to the side. Anyone could just walk right in. That wasn't a fortification so much as a decoration. The dwarves had apparently been of the same opinion, because they'd wasted no time filling it with corpses. I'd had dinner with Baroness and Kindle. After ascending to the throne, and over pheasant she'd praised me for how quickly I'd reacted to Acqua unleashing devils at first lease. Said that most would have been stricken with terror, and that my swift decision to conscript everyone in the city had saved dozens of thousands of lives. I'd not quite had the heart to tell her. By then I'd bared blades at things scarier than mere devils. When I came knocking at the gates of Lys with the 15th, even my legionaries no longer flinched in the face of the hosts of hell. Masego had called it horror fatigue. The way some people beheld so much terror their standards shifted and sights that would have once horrified them grew mundane. It was apparently a common phenomenon among precise sorcerers. On occasion it led to diseases of the mind. He'd noted, when mages witnessed so many terrors that it was the mundane matters of the rest of the world that grew eldritch to their eyes. I wondered if I was inching towards that, one slaughtering yard at a time, because the aftermath of brutality no longer stirred any great feeling in me. Most of the corpses in the fort had not been slain there. There were tracks leading to tall piles beneath the stones, and even taller ones inside the circle. If there had been marks of fighting there, they were now buried in death. I heard Archer come towards me as I stood a handful of feet from the piled dead within the embrace of raised stones. "The trail leads north," Indrani said. I nodded. "Did it betray anything about their numbers?" I asked. "Hundreds, at least," she shrugged. "Hard to tell the difference between those and thousands on stone grounds. There's tracks, though, from carts or something else on wheels. Heavy things. I'm pretty sure even the wheels are metal." My fingers clenched, then unclenched. It had always helped me think, but there was too little to go on here to make any real deductions. It might be carts to carry whatever they'd come for back to the kingdom under. They could be supply wagons. They could be machines of war, as Iva had said the dwarves sometimes used to slay the mighty. Hells, it could be all of that. We wouldn't know for sure unless we took a look with our own eyes, and that struck me as a bad idea for all sorts of reasons. I glanced at Indrani. "Do we know what's north?" I said. "Iva says it's the core territories of the Kodrog," she replied. "We're still in the outskirts of the outer rings. I'll be at least a few days of travel before we reach the first ruins." Piecing together the lay of the Everdark from what my guide was very willing to share had been difficult, even though Iva was trying its best. The drow considered too many things to be self-evident to be a proper informant. The outer rings, as far as I could tell, were the drow territories outside the loose web of underground cities that had once made up their empire. Those were the harshest battlegrounds of their people, and a gathering place for the strongest sigils and cabals. The inner ring, singular, was vaguer in what it covered. From context, it seemed to mean all the territories between the old cities. There the tribes that had been forced out of the cities fought against each other, murdering their way to enough power to try to get a foot in a city again. The cities were where the strongest of the mighty gathered, Iva had said, but the inner ring was where a sigil could be wiped out in a night. Those that fled that underground sea of carnage eked out a living in the outer rings, but pickings were sparse out here. It was uncommon for a sigil that bolted to the outskirts to make a comeback, even if they bided their time for a few decades. Holy Tferigu was at the center of the madness, the handful of paths leading to it guarded by powerful sigils who were said to rival those of the cities. We'd need to gather strength and support before trying those. "There's one last thing," Indrani said. "I found black blood." My eyes narrowed. That meant a mighty. Iva had been clear that the more night a drow held, the deeper the changes to their body. I had no reason to distrust that, After reaping the harvest of the cavern, it had visibly changed. "Show me," I said. "Sure," she said. "It's not far. Want to grab our favorite scavenger in case there's a survivor?" "Might be for the best," I agreed. And still she did not move. I cocked an eyebrow. "Archer." Her lips thinned. "You all right, Cat?" she asked. "You've been looking at dead bodies for a while. And not that long ago you were hearing voices." "Just the one," I sighed. "And that was the priestess of night? I'm sure of it." "I'm sure you believe that," Indrani delicately said. "I'm not quite that far gone," I reassured her. "Anyways, I'm not going morbid on you. I was actually wondering why they're not burning the bodies. Wouldn't it make more sense?" "Not a lot of firewood down here," she replied. "And you need that or oil to get a good pyre started. I really doubt the dwarves ready to commit mass slaughter without tallying proper supplies," I said. "If they're really killing everyone to make sure there can be no harvest, it'd be logical to burn the dead. Can't claim night from ashes, I don't think. If they're as prepared as you say, they'll have a reason for it," Indrani pointed out. "I try not to spend too much time figuring out why dwarves do what dwarves do. You'll only end up with a headache and an empty purse by trying." "We're missing something," I told her. "I'm not going to go digging in corpses to find out. We don't have the time to spare, but it's worth asking questions." "Somehow I doubt our little band of murderers is going to have a good explanation for you," she said, rolling her eyes. "Come on, let's grab our minion. We're wasting daylight, even if we can't see it." The rest of our company wasn't far. I'd learned why the drow were so afraid of coming close to the corpses after a little chat with Iva. It had said it wasn't the death that scared most of them. It was all the night that waited there to be taken. By beating them down, we'd established ourselves as higher on the pecking order. Drow who eyed night ripe for harvest when stronger drow were around tended to end up killed just to make sure there'd be no trouble. Diabolist was keeping an eye on the prisoners, but Iva was visibly itching to have a look at the corpses. It didn't consider itself strong enough to just harvest the night no matter what we said, then. Good. As long as it was afraid of us, it'd uphold its part of the bargain with no qualms. "Iva," I called out. "With us. Archer has found a mighty's blood trail." "I follow, Queen," the silver-eyed creature smoothly replied. Its eyes were brighter, now, but that was the least of the changes. Where before it had been stooped by days of travel with limited supplies and little sleep, now its back was ramrod straight, and its stride had grown assured. The skin was still pale gray, but now and then from the corner of my eyes I could have sworn I saw small arcane patterns of night shine on its bare arms. I suspected there'd been other changes less obvious, though it was hard to gauge something like senses and reflexes without actually testing them. The rest of the cavern beyond the ring of stones was a great deal less bloody. There were trails and footsteps on the dust and dirt, but little else. A handful of leather tents and fire pits skirted the edge of the walls, not enough to shelter more than a few hundred drow. There was at least twice that in dead inside the fort, which meant the corpses had likely been gathered from other tunnels and caverns. 3 passages out could be found, 2 heading north, side to side, and 1 towards the east. It was that last one Indrani led us towards. Unlike the last stretch of tunnels out of the gloom, these were not carved or sculpted. Apparently, even when the realm of the drow had still been worth such a name, this had been considered the edge of nowhere. We passed through a small cave half filled by ponds of water, though they'd all been fouled by dirt and blood, and only found what Indrani had mentioned after another stretch of winding tunnel. There was a naked body, which she hadn't mentioned, but it was easy to see why. It was a ruined wisp of a cadaver. The head had been pulped, but the rest was a ruin without needing wounding. It looked like it had been exsanguinated, drained of all fluids and insides until all that was left was paper-thin gray skin and hollow bones. In other news, drow did have genitalia no matter how they called themselves. This one had a cock, though it was as much a shriveled husk as the rest of it. Black blood and brain fluids formed a blasphemous halo around the wreck of the head, but that wasn't the interesting part. From the body, another trail came. There were bits of blood in it, but also some sort of transparent fluid gone dry. A sticky, stinking trail led from the corpse deeper into the passage ahead. Another 20 feet of crawling, then whatever came out got on its feet, Indrani said. From there it's just drip. Haven't touched the body yet. Figured you'd want the honors. Kind of you, I drily said. Iva, anything to say? This is not known to me, the drow admitted, though none but mighty would have blood so dark. Less than helpful. I knelt by the body, gingerly raising it. Immediately my eyebrows climbed up. The entire back was messed up, like something had ripped its way out forcefully. Almost no blood, though. At a guess, whatever had left the trail was responsible. Looks like our friend here had one last trick up their sleeve. I said. Iva, you mentioned something called the secret of many lives to me once. Would this be what it looks like in action? I have never witnessed this with my own eyes, the drow said. Only heard rumors. Yet if this is true, we look upon the body of mighty Kodrog, or one who slew them and claimed the whispers. Let's find out, I grimly said. I left the body there. There was no night in it, and I wasn't sure I should let Iva harvest it even if there was. We set out again, though the trip was amusingly short. Maybe 60 feet further, after the trail of dried fluids had ended, another corpse was waiting. Its head had been pulped as well. There was another trail, and we didn't stop to check the body before following this time. Apparently, the dwarves hunting Kodrog has lost patience, because when we found the next body, not even 20 feet further around a corner, it was thoroughly demolished. No flesh or bone had been left untouched, the remains more smear than corpse. And still a trail crawled away from it. I heard a rasping breath, further ahead. Had the hunters missed the last rebirth? There's something still breathing, I announced, and pressed on at a pace. Indrani snorted. Yeah, not surprised, she said. Look at the fluids, cat. It didn't crawl away, it was dragged. Honestly, the trail looked to me exactly like the others, but she was the tracker and I was the city girl. Regardless, we did not make the survivor wait long. I almost winced at the sight, after we stumbled across it. This particular body was no husk like the others, though it might wish otherwise. The naked drow had been nailed to the tunnel's wall with iron spikes through the shoulders and calves, limbs flopping listlessly. The drow's eyes were closed, but I could hear it breathe just fine. It was still rather improbably alive. Iva breathed in sharply, and earned a curious look for it. This is mighty Kodrog itself, my guide said. The wound splitting the lip in half, it is famed. The blade of the mighty Soln caused it. There was a rather nasty scar and chunk of missing flesh parting the drow's lower lip in half. More interesting were the nigh invisible patterns of night-covered Kodrog's face, surrounding the closed eyes like they were some sort of spider web. It looked like a tattoo of arcane symbols I was unfamiliar with, though a very faint one. Apparently, the repeated rebirths had weakened the mighty considerably. It's unconscious, I said. Let's drag it back to camp, see if we can wake it up there. You're going to have to handle the spikes, Indrani said. That's solid rock they were hammered into. Not sure I could pull them out. I grimaced but got to work. The difficult part was doing it carefully enough I wouldn't rip up Kodrog's body, not taking them out, and grayish blood began pouring out the moment they were removed. No longer black, huh? Someone had had a rough week. I froze the wounds shut, which was about as much as I knew of healing, and hoisted the drow over my shoulder when it became clear the pain wasn't enough to wake it up. Iva was looking at me carrying a mighty like a bag of potatoes like it didn't know whether it should be amused or appalled. The walk back was quicker, though I was careful not to jostle the goods. In part because I didn't want to worsen the bleeding, in part because when strangers dangled their dangly parts against me, I preferred fewer gaping wounds being involved. A rustle went through the prisoners when we returned bearing our newest addition, a few whispered words in crepuscular being traded. Kodrog was the only word I recognized. I lowered said burden to the floor carefully and smiled at Acua, who'd silently approached. I've got a surprise for you, I cheerfully said. Joy, Diabolus drawled. More half-dead drow. My favorite. I expect you want me to attend to it. If anyone's going to know what happened here, it's that one, I said. I need it capable of talking. That much I can promise, the shade noted. How long? It will remain that way is more chancy a matter. Do what you can, I said. Ugh, does that leave me on guard duty? Indrani asked. Because that's really tedious. You won't even let me make them fight. I'm sure Iva can inform them of the consequences of acting out, I said, casting an eye at said drow. It nodded slowly. Find me in what direction the dwarves went, I told Archer. Try to find out numbers, or anything more than we have. If you run into any of them, stay out of sight, head back immediately, she said. I've got it. How long you giving me? I chewed my lip. We'll need a while for the interrogation, I said, watching Acua begin to remove the ice I'd shut the wounds with. We might as well make camp here. A few hours, at least, but careful not to get lost. I never once in my life got lost, Indrani assured me. Last month you told me you'd been sober your whole life, I noted. You really should start picking better lies. That sounds like a horrible way to live, Indrani said. I rolled my eyes. Just don't get killed, I said, or start another war. Gods know we already have a net surplus of those, and the year's not even over. She waved me away in a less than reassuring gesture, but she adjusted her bow against her shoulder and got moving towards the north-leading passages. She might give me backtalk the way sparrows flew, but I knew I could trust her to pull through when I needed her. I had few worries about her reconnaissance. Now would be a good time to inform your fellows we're camping, I told Iva. They're free to scavenge tents and necessities, though they are not to touch the night. As you say, Queen, the drow nodded. I watched it walk over to the others, then returned my attention to Aqua. I dropped down next to the body in a seat, watching her work winter into dying flesh. There was night in this one, though unlike the one in the corpses, it was not reaching for me. Neither was it hostile, though. It was just there. A tool in someone's hand, firmly grasped. How's it looking? I asked. More than halfway into the grave, Diabolus said. Which eases my work a great deal. I didn't need to ask her why. What instincts my mantle had granted me made me aware that winter held dominion over death and decay, among other things. I dabbled in necromancy as the squire, but I remained an amateur at the art. When Aqua had ridden my body, she'd raised an army of dead Procerans without even using a ritual. It's a recurring pattern, with you, the Shade said, that you use and demand others use powers in a way that seem ill-suited to them. Power's a tool, I said, repeating someone else's words. The only limit to its use is your own cleverness. Spare me the Carrion Lord's lessons, if you would, Aqua said. I have heard them before. My point stands. Even as the squire, your use of your limited necromantic abilities was admittedly inspired. Never before had I seen someone kill their own flesh to better wield it. Desperation is a sharp teacher, I grunted. So it is, Diabolist mildly said. Still, you extend this philosophy beyond the boundaries I expected. I scoffed. How's that? This entire enterprise, dearest, Aqua said. To be frank, I am still somewhat at a loss as to why we now tread the passages of the Everdark. You were there when the decision was made, I reminded her. I need an army, yes, she interrupted. Surely that is not all of it. I surmise this to be the excuse you gave to mask deeper purpose. I don't lie when holding counsel with the woe, Aqua, I said. Even when you're there. Scarlet Eyes considered me skeptically. Then you truly came to gather a host of drow, she said. That seems ill-advised. I frowned at the casual dismissal. Still, I'd let her out of the box for a reason. She had a better grasp on the corridors of power than any of the woe, and if she had something to say, it was worth hearing. Not necessarily heeding, but at the very least listening to. You're aware of our military situation, I said. I am, to an extent, she agreed. The Battle of the Camps thinned the ranks overmuch, which led you to seek the dead king in the first place. There was need for the hosts of Procure to be sent elsewhere and bled. This has already been achieved, Catherine, by the Empress' own pact. Look deeper, I said. What's the thing that keeps Callow afloat? Farming, she replied without missing a beat. I do not disagree with you on the implication, my dear. Your kingdom has weathered a large-scale rebellion, the invasion of the courts, and my own works. If the army of Callow recruits as heavily as it must to be more than a border garrison, there will be lack of field hands come harvest, which would have consequences more disastrous in Callow than most realms, admittedly, as it boasts little but fertile fields. My own works, she'd said, almost nonchalantly. 3 words for over 100,000 souls. The urge was there to simply tear her in half, pop her head with a squeeze of my fingers, have winter itself devour her from the inside. I pulsed with the need of it. And you feared I might grow attached, Vivian. I thought that I might come to see her as more than the useful devil on my shoulder. I mastered myself, kept the flare of rage away from my face. Not even a slight cooling of the air betrayed it. I'd learned the ways of my mantle well. It would not do to punish her for this, no? Best she keeps speaking those words, those barbed reminders of who it was I had murdered into my service. Then you know why I need another force on the field, I said. One that can take the losses I can't afford. There are others you might have sought, Aqua noted. Lord Black still fields legions, and his fondness for you is well known. Black's running a game in Procure, I said. I don't know what it is yet, because I don't know what he's really after. If he intended to depose militia, his opening was just after second lease. He went to the Valas instead, prepared for the crusade. He had most of a year, Diabolist, to plan and plot. It's not happenstance that the Valas were collapsed and he's wandering the heartlands of the Principate. He's trying to accomplish something. The gods only know what it is, if even that. I'm not getting in the middle of that mess without a very good reason. You have ties to the Soul Court of Arcadia, Diabolist noted. Bargain might have been struck there. You think that's better than the Drow? I snorted. Last time I went for a spin with the King of Winter, I got taken for a ride. I doubt I've learned enough in the last year to turn that around. and you can be sure that any pact made with Arcadia will result in the Fae having a permanent foothold on creation. I might as well start calling on fucking demons. Those are easier to put away after you let them loose. The Dread Empire dash was a possibility I considered. I interrupted flatly. Of course, to get my hands on any of its armies, I'd need to climb the tower and make it stick. Which means I'll likely have to assault a few of the most heavily fortified cities on the continent with my already mangled forces. Possibly fight malicious loyalist legions as well. Losses are certain, and even if I win, I inherit a mess. Asher's still sacking the coasts, Aqua. I can't call myself Empress and just leave them to it. Not to mention the dangers inherent to killing the person that let the dead king out. Could mean he has to retreat, which would fuck over a now even more wounded Callow. We'd have to go back and negotiate, assuming he's even willing. Or it could mean he's loose with. Absolutely. No leash on him. I believe you underestimate the amount of support a bid for the tower would find in the wasteland, Diabolus said. There are promises that could see many flock to your banner. Oh, I know all about those kinds of promises, I murmured. There are some prices even I balk at paying. I will not wade into a snake pit just to try turning the snakes on my foes, Aqua. I have no intention of ever ruling praise. You may not have a choice, Diabolus mildly said, though I shall let the matter lie. It will come to your door without any need for my advocacy. You should hope not, I replied. If praise is made my problem, I will not be gentle in how I solve it. Should we go over our other options? The League won't talk with me if the Hierarch won't, and the man is both mad and stubborn as a mule. The chain of hunger cannot be treated with to any real degree. The elves would shoot any envoy of mine on sight, and the closest thing the Gigantes have to an ally, Levant, is currently at war with me. You think I'm stalking these fucking tunnels because I want to? I need the men, and there is no one else. The last sentence came out in a hiss, almost like a wound lanced of pus. I understand, Aqua said. No, you don't, I replied. I drew a line in the sand, after my coronation, that if all I could accomplish was make a ruin out of Callow, I would melt the goddamned crown and go into exile. Or walk to the gallows, if that was what it took. The crusade was always going to come, there was nothing I could do about that. But now, Diabolist, even if my armies win the coming battles, the kingdom is fucked. We were already a bad summer away from widespread food shortages when I left. How do you think it will go if the fields are empty at harvest? Either this works, or I'm done. I capitulate, do whatever is necessary for Hazenbach to offer terms that aren't complete subjugation, and kill as many problems as I can before I die. You are what keeps this together, Catherine, Aqua warned me. If you abdicate, the kingdom collapses into anarchy. Militia will likely invade, and even the League might be swayed by such a tempting feast. Do you think Callow can weather the dead king without you? The question isn't will it bad? I said. Of course it'll be awful. Even if I clean up every loose end I can before going, it'll be a shit show. The question that needs to be asked is, will it be worse if I'm wearing the crown? The only reason Callow was more than a waypoint on Cordelia's way to a tear is that your power gave the Principate pause, Diabolus said. This is navel-gazing in the worst of ways. Do you think you are responsible for every disaster to plague your homeland? They happened on my watch, I said. I had a responsibility. If I'd fucking bled you like a pig at least, no matter the consequences to me, 100,000 people would be alive today. Winter went after Marchford because it was my domain. Summer torched a third of the South to match winter. And the least rebellion. Well, you weren't the only person I should have killed then, and let's leave it at that. It is absurd to pretend to you did not mitigate the damage inflicted, Aqua flatly said. You dispersed the courts yourself. To clarify, you drove back forces as older than the first dawn at the mere cost of a few leagues of burned land. Who else could have brought the invasions to an end at even twice that cost? And let us not pretend to you were the only possible pawn for Winter's king. The courts did not emerge in praise, where bargains would have been eagerly taken, or fractious procure, or the squabbling lands of the Dominion. Why, I wonder? It is almost as if Callow was easiest prey, the most vulnerable locale. You ended the lease rebellion on lenient terms. Your mere existence enough to soften the stances of both the Carrion Lord and the Empress against those who raised banner against the tower. Not a matter in which either would otherwise have been prone to so mild a response. Had you not been on the field at second lease, I would very likely have slain your teacher and triumphed. You seem under the misapprehension that the rest of the continent fights over Callow because you bear the crown. That is disingenuous. Callow suffers because it is weak. Because greater powers can afford to make it a tool to expunge their own troubles. The Principate, The Empire, half the heroes that flocked to the 10th Crusade. Do you truly believe your kingdom, even under a villainous queen, is greater threat to good in Calernia than the kingdom of the dead, than the chain of hunger? There's a balance of power, I said. The Grey Pilgrim admitted as much. Indeed, Accius sneered. The Principate cannot afford too many powers sworn to evil at its borders, is it? Yet you could have been made friend through the right treaties. Can the same be said of the hidden horror? Yet it is Callow that was marched upon, and praise beyond it. Because if the first prince had called for a crusade against Keter, none would have answered. Because against the kingdom of the dead the Principate did not believe it could win, and Callow was weaker. You stated the very reason, I grimly smiled. Against Keter, she did not believe she could win. And so the strategic reality was that a villainous queen in Callow was unacceptable. You're also dismissing the fact that it was your own fucking doomsday fortress, built on a massacre of my countrymen it is worth remembering, that served as the rallying cry for this mess. I will not defend what I did, Accius said. There is nothing defensible about failure, and my means were abhorrent to you. Yet I will remind you that Proctor loomed at the gate long before my works took place. I served as an excuse, it is true, and for my sins judge me as you will, for that is your right and privilege as victor. Yet even had you slain me long before, excuse would have been found sooner or later. Praise ruling Callow was no more acceptable than your bearing a crown. After all, you are a justification, Catherine. You are not a motive. At best, you were ancillary to the reasons forces went into motion. I could have gone the other way, I said. I was made an offer in lease. If I'd signed up with the Heavens Dash, you would have been slain, fallen upon by the full roster of the calamities and your own allies, she said. The Black Knight, deeming your existence a failed experiment, would have set to ensuring Callow was incapable of rising in rebellion when Proctor came calling. I need not remind you of the manner of methodical butchery your teacher is capable of. So that's your fine wisdom? I mocked. Thousands died under your watch, but it's all right, because thousands would have died either way. Yourself and the woe, the 15th you assembled painstakingly, Accius said. All of these are the only reason anyone of import on this continent considers Callow worth treating with. Gods below, Catherine, do you think without your casting a long shadow the Empress would have waited this long to act? That the Carian Lord would not have excised treason out of your kingdom? The first prince may claim to despise all you stand for, yet she still speaks with you. Because you wield power, warrant fear, and this means the land you rule over are more than a subject to squabble over after someone wins the war. Without the might you have assembled, the only Callow that exists is that which other powers allow to exist. Is this the sorrow you mull over late into the night? That your acts, though bloody, have made your homeland actor instead of spoils? You don't know that, I said. If I'd never taken Callow in hand, heroes could have risen. They have before, with reliability that borders on law. The same heroes the Empire repeatedly smothered in the crib for decades before your birth. Diabolus gently said. Or perhaps foreign heroes, from the same nations now marching on you. It's better to be Proceran vassals than a wasteland, Accius, I tiredly replied. And despite my best efforts we seem to be headed that way. I know few things about your people, and much I thought known has been proven false, the Shades said. Yet how many of them would agree with what you just spoke? A crowd has only one voice, and no wisdom to utter, I quoted. My people aren't always right, especially when pride is on the line. And so now your argument is that you know better, Accius said, that you should make the choices for them. Yet you deplore having done that very thing, with some defeats to show for it, yet also admirable successes. What brave soul do you happen to use for comparison then? I am curious what world-shaking sage would have steered Callow unfailingly, had you not been at the helm. Asking for whoever would have risen not to have lost the second largest city in Callow is hardly unfair, I barked back. You turn blind eye to the realities of the time, Accius noted. Another named would not have benefited from your relationship to the highest tiers of Presi power. They would have been forced to rebel while under hunt of the calamities, raising essentially the same army that was crushed by your teacher with perhaps a few additions. Likely, they would have needed to rely on help from the Principate to stay afloat, which would have begun the 10th Crusade with Callow the midst of a bloody civil war, instead of when its borders were garrisoned. It would have been a nonentity at the peace table afterwards. Perhaps I would have been slain by such a replacement, perhaps not. It is arguable at best if the resulting body count would not have been superior, and beyond debate that the destruction would have been more widespread. The courts of the fair folk would then have found that deeply divided and damaged land much easier to make sport of than it was under your aegis, however flawed. You don't know any of that, I said. It's speculation, which does not seem to be of import. When you castigate yourself, the shades said, your usual hypocrisies leave a better taste in the mouth. You are not even alone in those, truth be told. The first prince calls you a warlord, though she herself rose through war to the throne through the same means. Levant was warring against the Principate not even 2 years ago, and Ashur was happily trading with the Wasteland but months before the 10th Crusade was declared. I am indifferent to the moralities of this, admittedly, but they seem to matter to you, and it rather beggars belief that all these rivals must now be considered righteous merely because they march against you. I'm not saying they deserve to win any of this. I got out through gritted teeth. I'm saying it's self-defeating to fight them for the kingdom's sake if the price of that fight is to break the fucking kingdom. The kingdom of Callow is already broken, Acua frankly said. You've succeeded at keeping it from falling apart entirely after evicting praise, which is already impressive. Catherine, for years ago there was no kingdom. There were only the provinces, ruled by the edicts of the Carian lord. In that span, you pried your homeland out of the Empress' grip with minimal destruction and forced a semblance of order onto a realm that was under occupation for several decades. All the while fending off repeated interventions from the 2 largest nations on the surface of Calernia. This strange expectation you have that anyone, including you, taking up the crown would lead to miracles is rather naive. Nation building is not the stuff of months, my dear, which is more or less what you manage to wrest away from more powerful and experienced rulers trying to deny you even that. So I'm the lesser evil, I bitterly smiled. There's a familiar tune. Been a while since it last managed to lull me to pleasant sleep. It is most easy to fall short of a paragon of victory existing only in your thoughts, Diabolus said. You speak as if you believe you somehow hoodwinked an entire kingdom into following you. I didn't exactly ask for opinions before the coronation, I said. And yet Callow did not rebel, Acua mused. The remaining highborn and your officials obey your orders. You have brought every named of note in the kingdom into your service and called the guilds, even those calling themselves dark, to heal. Your army, which is now for the most part made of your countrymen, followed you into war willingly. You are not a Fairfax, it is true, also largely irrelevant, as they are all dead. Considering the founder of that dynasty was a mere knight, a name with a distinguished military record can hardly be considered lesser origin. Eleanor Fairfax ascended to the throne by popular acclaim. I flatly denied. She was a skilled and charismatic warlord with the power to make a claim on the throne and popular backing to press it, she meaningfully said. Also the blessing of the heavens, I drily said. I seem to be missing that part. Now we argue theology, Acua said. Can no crown be worthy without affirmation from above? I've yet to hear of Cordelia Hazenbach receiving this accolade. Strange that it would be required of you alone. You're ignoring the part where I'm a villain, I said. You have devoured your own name and taken winter in its place, she said. You share foes with below, perhaps sympathies with some who strive against above. I have yet to hear you offer a single prayer to my gods, Catherine. Even if it were so, the hypocrisy here would be a deep one indeed. Where is this outrage when a tyrant rises in Helice? Stygia pays dues only in brimstone, and Bellerophon is a maddened altar of a city. And yet no crusade darkens their doorstep. A standard upheld only when convenient is no such thing. It is merely a tool. It's a pretty song you sing me, I admitted. That I am not always right, but just enough. That my enemies are no better. And yet, Diabolus said, you believe not a word of it. What? I thinly smiled. Because it was what I wanted to hear, I said. And your Acua Sahelian. It was 2 hours before mighty Kodrog woke, and we spent every moment of them in silence. Book 4, Chapter 56, Knock Knock. Best not to think too deeply, lest the dwarves take the thought. Mercantion sang. The mighty Kodrog had been granted a blanket to wear as a makeshift skirt, because I was a merciful captor, but that failed to detract from the fact that it still looked mostly dead. It had tried to get up after waking, but the old foundling response of unpleasant smile and knife to the throat had put an end to that real quick. Iva had joined us without even need for summons, and spent the last few moments conversing in crepuscular with our latest edition. It is done, Queen, the drow said. Informing it that lately Queen wasn't actually my title had ended the misunderstanding, though not soon enough Indrani hadn't made it part of her vocabulary. It's willing to share all it knows? I asked, not hiding my surprise. That was not what we conversed of, Iva said, silver eyes blinking. It is now agreed upon that the mighty Kodrog is no longer so. It is named Bogdan, Isp of the lowest rung. The Kodrog are no more. Wait, had they really been talking about this the entire time? Gods, they quibbled about this stuff even more than Prisai did. Isp, I repeated slowly. Is that higher or lower than Rilla? Lowest of the mighty, Queen, Iva said. Well, the silver in its eyes was full, but it was admittedly quite dull. I'd have to remember the terms, or see about getting a more comprehensive list at some point. Feeling my way up the Everdark's ladder one corpse at a time might take a while. Fine, I said. Then ask our friend Bogdan about the dwarves. What does he know? Iva spoke to the other in that strange, fluid tongue of theirs. It was hard to read tone in Crepuscular. I suspected even loud imprecations would just roll off the tongue like honey, but Bogdan's body language was less difficult to get a feel of. It looked wary, but also less than worried. Was it under the impression it could kill us all and escape if it wanted to? My knife was no longer at its throat, but I could bury a few inches of steel into its throat before it blinked. I'd gotten used to my reputation helping things along, I mused, but it didn't mean much down here. Bogdan requires the clothes of another and its pick of weapons before entertaining such exchange. Iva finally translated. I eyed the mighty Bogdan skeptically. It was kind of impressive it could look this self-assured a full step into the grave, but my patience had limits. I flicked a glance at Iva. Ask it if it enjoys having all 10 fingers, I calmly said. And remind it doesn't need any of those to answer my questions. The drow slowly nodded and passed that along. Bogdan's lips quirked at an angle impossible in a human, as if its cheeks' muscles were entirely different from ours. It replied softly. Bogdan says all you attempt to inflict to them will be returned tenfold. Iva said. Will it now? I mused. It was quicker than I'd thought. Bogdan had seen me set my knife back into Pickler's clever little contraption, and it reached directly for the hidden sheath. It was not quite quick enough I didn't catch its wrist, though, and it was all downhill from there. There was no need for a brawl. I just squeezed, and the bones broke. The drow paled in pain and tried to roll away, but I put a thumb on its collarbone and pressed. The sickening crack that followed was almost drowned out by its scream. Almost. I dropped it back onto the ground. Iva, I mildly said. Inform Bogdan that if I actually exerted myself, I could punch through its ribcage and spine without so much as scuffing my knuckles. Once that's been established, tell our friend it has 10 heartbeats to give me a reason not to do that. I'll begin the count the moment you're done translating. My guide flinched and hurriedly spoke. 1, I said. Bogdan, eyes clouded with pain, looked at Iva and then back to me. 2, I said. Ah, fear. There was a familiar scent. The drow spoke urgently at my translator. Bogdan is now willing to speak, Iva drily said. Its wisdom truly has no bounds. I replied just as drily. Ask about the dwarves. Back and forth they went, my guide going through what I presumed from the length to be a comprehensive gauntlet of questions. Iva suddenly looked surprised, then spat to the side. It turned a troubled look towards me. None who were Kodrog remain, it said. The Nerazim were many, and armed for war. They moved with slaughter for their purpose. How many? I asked. Hundreds, thousands. Bogdan knows not the whole number, Iva said. Yet more than 5,000 struck those who were Kodrog, and before that ruin came there was word that the Solya and the Mogrel were struck. My eyes narrowed. In sequence, I said, or simultaneously? Iva questioned the prisoner, receiving one word for answer. Same time, it replied. Those 2 names you said were sigils as well. I said, that is so, Iva agreed. Stronger or weaker than the Kodrog? My translator shrugged. Not much weaker or stronger, it said. The outer rings do not often spawn greatness. Assuming the dwarves had used the same amount of soldiers for each sigil, and that the force that had hit the Kodrog was not the same as either of the other 2, that meant around 15,000 dwarves. Shit. Archer was right. That didn't sound like an expedition gone through the gloom to empty a few mine shafts of precious metals and gems. Does it know why the dwarves came? I frowned. The Nerazim do not give reason, Iva delicately said. Snake does not reason with mouse. I sighed. Yeah, a monologue neatly informing me of why there was a dwarven army marching into the depths of the Everdark had been a little too much to hope for. Still, they could have dropped a smug yet cryptic hint at least. Was that really too much to ask for? Does it know where they were headed at least? I said, back and forth, one that lasted longer than I'd anticipated. Bogdan might actually be of some real use then. Before mighty Kodrog fled, Iva said, it found that the Nerazim were headed north, and while in flight, found tracks of others that did the same. Towards the cities, I said. And the inner ring. My translator nodded silently. I drummed my fingers against my tie. It could be what they were after was in a ruined city, or even the inner ring, and that was why they had come with such a large host. The opposition would be stronger and entrenched, further in. But what could possibly be worth enough that sending at least 15,000 soldiers into this mess became warranted? That was too large an army for simple wealth, even if there was an old treasury buried somewhere. Artifacts, maybe? It was an open secret that dwarves stole those, let a few decades pass, and traded them back to the surface as wonders of dwarven blacksmithing, after having slapped a fresh coat of paint over them. Still, fielding an army this side wasn't cheap. I knew that. Painfully. Well, it would have to be a massively useful or precious artifact. Not impossible. And it might even be that the pit of snakes that was Drow society had regressed enough it no longer knew how to use said artifact, which would make it even more tempting a prize. That was worrying. Anything worth sending an army for would be dangerous even in the hands of a bumbler, and the dwarves were hardly that. Iva, I said, do you know of anything important close to the north? Old ruins, or a holy site? The closest city is Great Lodo, the Drow replied. Beyond it the Hallian ways lead to Great Strychd and Great Mokosh. That gave me nothing. I knew one of those names, from wait. Mokosh. Great Mokosh, I said quietly. That's where you got your feathers, isn't it? That is so, Iva said. And you mentioned the sigil there was granted by the save of night itself. I slowly continued. Is there a passage between it and Holy Tferigu? It is rumored, my guide admitted. Yet none but the Sucklan know for certain, and they speak not of this. I might be going too deep with this one, since I doubted even 15,000 dwarves would be able to get to the Priestess of Night, much less kill her. But there was a simpler explanation. Iva had implied, when we'd spoken of it, that dwarven incursions were infrequent and tended to keep to the outskirts. Odds were that the method to pierce through the gloom either required time to take place, or a non-negligible amount of resources to implement. Maybe it wasn't an artifact they were after. How much easier for the Kingdom Under would it be to take regulars' bites out of the Drow, if they had enough feathers to equip an entire army? How many feathers are there in Mokosh? I said. Is the number a secret? Iva shook its head. It is holy duty, known to all, it said. At all times 1,000 coats must exist, everyone taken to the burning lands replaced. Never more or less. I frowned. Well, 1,000 wasn't nothing, and they could use them repeatedly, or try to make artifacts of their own that replicated the effect. But my theory had taken a blow there, no two ways about it. It could be a long-term investment, I told myself. Or I could be missing key information. Does our friend Bogdan have anything else to say? I finally asked. Iva asked, and there was a quick exchange. My translator came out of it looking conflicted and smelling slightly of fear. Mighty Bogdan offers to serve as your guide in my place. After harvesting the night from my corpse, it said. How kind of it? I replied, rolling my eyes. There's no need to be afraid, Iva. We made a deal, and I intend to uphold it. Your kindness is great, it replied, bowing its head. The fear was not wafting as strong, though it had not disappeared entirely. Drow had trust issues that would make even Prisai raise an eyebrow. I rose to my feet, dusted off my shoulders. I'd come out of this with more questions than answers, but at least there'd been measurable progress. Hopefully Indrani would find something shedding light on this mess, though I wouldn't count on it. It seemed likely we'd have to head deeper into the tunnels blind to the designs at play. The dwarves would likely clear the way, which was a mixed blessing. It'd limit the fighting, but I couldn't ally with corpses. It was starting to look like my best bet was to head to Tferigu, where the Priestess of Night would be waiting. If I could have stolen an army's worth of Drow without ever shaking hands with that particular devil, I would have preferred it. But choices were running even thinner than usual. Inform Bogdan it is to behave itself, I told Iva. If not, I have no qualms in doling out discipline as harsh as the situation requires. Diabolist will have a look at the broken bones, but I'm not inclined to offer too much comfort after that little interlude of ours. The Drow bowed once more, and I left it to speak with the creature that had once been mighty Kodrog. Gods, so many names and changing too quickly. That was going to be a pain to commit to memory. I'd have to go through Archer's stuff and see if she had parchment and ink. It might help to make a bloody list. I had the time to kill anyway. We weren't going anywhere until she returned. 2 hours later, she did. To my surprise, she emerged from the same passage that had first led us into this cavern. The surprises that followed were a lot less pleasant. Archer looked exhausted, more than I ever remembered seeing her. She claimed a water skin after dropping down on a vaguely flat stone, another surprising turn. She'd yet to run out of booze, after all. Scarf hanging loosely around her neck. She dropped her sweat-soaked leather coat to the side and fanned herself vigorously enough she could only be making the heat worse. Had to run, she got out. I blinked in surprise. The tunnels had so far varied between cool and outright cold. It'd take quite a bit to get her this sweaty. How long have you been running? I said. At least an hour, she grunted. And we'll need to get a move on too. You found something, Acua said. There's that famous Sahelian cleverness, Indrani replied. Sharp eyes you got there. Or, well, soul bits that look like them. I'm still unclear on the fundamentals of what you are, wasteland waste. Even Masego was pretty vague, I said. You sound like an hourglass just got flipped, Indrani. What did you find? She ceased drinking just long enough to pour the liquid all over Head's sweat-drenched hair, sighing in pleasure. Right? She said, wiping her eyes clear. So I've got good news and bad news. Let's start with the good news for once. I tried. The good news is that there's only one bit of bad news, she replied with a winning smile. Acua closed her eyes, looking physically pained. I cannot believe I fell for that, she muttered. What's the bad news, Archer? I sighed. I went looking for the dwarves ahead, she said. Didn't run into them, but I found clearer tracks in one of the taverns. It's not hundreds, Cat. I'd say they're numbering between 4,000 and 5,000. Our friend from earlier said as much, I told her, and mentioned that another 2 sigils got hit around the same time. I'm considering them a conservative 15 at the moment. Shit, Indrani said, scattering her wet hair. Yeah, that makes sense considering what I found. So the thing was, I came across a tunnel going back towards the Gloom, and it had a fresh trail on it. Oil spill still wet. So you followed it, I said. You came back same way we came in. That wasn't where the tunnel led, she grimly replied. Went straight through another slaughterhouse. Only this one had been cleaned up. Neat piles of dead to the sides. Couldn't figure out why until I went back all the way to the Gloom. More are crossing, Diabolist quietly said. You might say that, Indrani grunted. Interesting aside, if you were wondering how they go through the Gloom? Lamps, ladies. They're going through in massive caravans carrying hundreds of them, like a giant snake of light. Pretty sure that's where the oil was from. Someone must have spilled some. You got close, I said, and it wasn't a question. Stone's throw, she admitted. Legged it when they started getting suspicious, but then I came across another crossing. My fingers clenched. How many? I found 6, Indrani said. But that was maybe an hour's length of distance, walking quiet. There could be hundreds for all I know. You think this is an invasion, I said. I think the nice little corpse piles we keep finding where the vanguards work, she said. And now that a foothold's been secured, the real army is coming through. And that army's marching towards us as we speak. I finished. Well, fuck seemed to mild the curse, for once. Assuming all 3 forces, I was also assuming where 5,000 each had crossed on a single caravan each. Just the 6 Indrani had come across would mean 30,000. The lamps you saw, Acua said. What did the light look like? Not like a candle, Indrani said. Sunlight, maybe? Whatever it was, it felt warm as the literal hells, and I would know. I visited a few on training trips. Didn't work every time, though. One of the lamps further in went dark just before I left a place, and what must have been thousands in the distance just vanished. The dwarves weren't happy about that. I wished I could say I was surprised Ranger had taken her pupils into the hells just to blood them, but it would have been a lie. She'd done it with Arcadia, after all, and it was about as dangerous a place even when invited. A detail of great importance, this, Diabolus said. The gloom seems to have properties related to the night, and so therefore the classical element of the sun would be a natural foe. Wait, the goddamn sun was a... Yeah, next time I saw Masego, I was definitely asking him for a list. This will be the result of an enchantment, Acua continued. And if it is meant to last an entire crossing uninterrupted, the materials will have to be symbolically linked to the concept. Brightwood would serve well, but deteriorate too quickly, and is exceedingly rare besides. I would hazard a guess that the frame of the lamps was gold. Wow, Acua, Indrani drawled. You sure did answer that question no one was asking like a champion. You truly are the bag of uselessness that keeps on giving. No, I said. This is actually important, Archer. I know the dwarves are the richest nation on Calernia, but even they have limits on how much gold they can just whip out. You said the other material would deteriorate, Acua. The gold too. More slowly, she replied. A few days, if the enchantments were laid very carefully. It should allow for a passage through the gloom. But not a return trip, I said. Not unless the fuel itself is inherently magical dash. which would make this the single most expensive invasion in the history of Culurnia, I noted, though it might very well be regardless. And that would add large costs to an already costly device, Acua finished, sounding mildly irritated by my interruption. The lamps would be extremely delicate work, the slightest mistake or corruption making them useless. They would need to be constructed in a specialized workshop, preferably in a magically neutral environment. Neither repairs nor making of fresh replacements should be possible on this side of the gloom. Still not seeing why this matters, even if you're right, Indrani said, ruffling her scarf. Because even lesser artifacts don't grow on trees, I said, particularly if they need gold to work. They have to have a limited quantity of those to draw from. And you said one of the tunnels went dark anyway. There's risks of failure too. If it was that easy to mount an invasion, they would have done it ages ago. This is a massive investment of resources, probably prepared over decades. They'll have had to make a choice. A larger number of troops to get across, Acua said, completing my thought, or setting aside lamps to maintain supply lines. Keeping the lines open means leaving soldiers behind to guard them, I said, who need rations too, and the broader the area to guard, the more mouths there'd be to feed and the more soldiers taken from the main force. And let's assume the crossing fails, 1 time out of 10, which seems on the low end to me. The price escalates the longer they keep at this. It'd be more practical, so send one large army through with their own supplies, then let them live off the land until they got what they came for. They sent the vanguard to clear the way, so the larger army can advance without wasting time on petty skirmishes, Indrani guessed. The sigils of the region were exterminated quite thoroughly, Diabolist noted. Suppressing word of the invasion was likely an objective as well. It would allow the dwarves to penetrate deep into the Everdark before organized resistance is mounted. This is going to be a shit show, Archer grimaced. Living off the land. Here. There's barely enough for the drow to live on. Even if they manage to keep the ranks fed while they fight out there, they'll have to march back through a place they stripped clean, then risk the crossings again. Did you see any of them carrying unlit lamps across? Acua softly asked. Indrani's eyes narrowed. She shook her head. My fingers clenched. They don't intend to leave, I said, voicing everyone's thoughts. The army's here to destroy whatever causes the gloom, and then the rest of the kingdom undercomes through to take the Everdark. And there we were, between the vanguard and the army. Well, I'd come here expecting a magical journey, and I had certainly gotten one. Curses were magic too. Book 4, Chapter 57, Betwixt. Come now, my lords, you started this war knowing what I'm about. Dread Empress Massacre the First. It was too large for a pond, but much too small for a lake. A reservoir? Nah, I was pretty sure that implied spadework, which this clearly didn't have. Pool, maybe. Regardless, it was a source of unsullied freshwater, and it had been almost a day since we'd run into one of those. Tactically redeploying in the opposite direction of an incoming army was thirsty work, and the drow weren't nearly as enduring as the rest of us. So it was probably time for a break. We'd need a bit to refill the skins, anyway, and if there was some kind of edible creature in there, it'd be a nice change of pace from our increasingly stale rations. Indrani had taken to pouring brandy on hers, though in all honesty, I wasn't sure whether the taste was the actual reason for that. Half hour, I called out, withdrawing the fingers I'd been dipping into the waters. Iva, tell your fellows they're responsible for rationing their water as well as filling the skins. They're not dipping in ours a second time, no matter how thirsty they get. I could make ice and let it melt into drinking water, sure, but at the moment we were keeping a low profile. I wasn't sure whether the dwarves had some sort of device that would allow them to sense sorcery, but if they did, I was pretty sure using winter to any great extent would be like lighting a bright stick in a dark room. My mantle could do subtle, theoretically speaking, but it had never been a specialty of mine, and I wasn't willing to gamble our remaining hidden on it. My guide nodded and addressed the rest of its kind in an even tone. Ever since the former mighty Kodrog had been disciplined and I declined to let anyone harvest its night and serve as a replacement guide, Iva had gotten much more self-assured. Acua had voiced opinion that since it had functioned as a lieutenant to a violent and unpredictable entity for decades, it was falling back on those habits now that it was under my protection. Bogdan wasn't too happy about that, but I'd ordered Diabolist to get the broken bones patched up and nothing more. The message had been received, from the way it was now behaving much more carefully. I got up from my crouch inside. Our pace was being slowed down by the drow more than I'd like, but there was little I could do about it, and leaving them behind wasn't on the table. If they weren't in my custody, they'd be in that of the dwarves. Indrani was at my side a heartbeat later, footsteps so soft I'd barely heard them. They're getting near the end of their rope, she observed. Might want to give them a full hour instead, stretch out the last gasps. We're already crawling at a snail's pace, I grunted back. You've said it yourself, we're probably a little more than a day ahead of the dwarven army. Guesswork, Indrani reminded me. Guesswork based on the messengers you've seen going back and forth, I replied. We're not swinging in the dark here. She opened her mouth, but I raised my hand. If what passes your lips is a pun, Archer, I will drown you myself, I threatened. There was a pause. Fill my skins, she offered, sounding very casual. I'll take a look ahead, see if I can rustle up anything. Iva says we're nearing the edge of the outer rings, I told her. If the vanguard is going to dig in and wait for reinforcements, it'll be soon. The odds of running into the army have significantly increased. If they dig in, it's our opportunity to go around them, Indrani countered. Best we know as soon as possible and plan accordingly. I mulled over that. She had a point. Half the reason she wanted to go for a wander was likely that she was starting to feel like she had a leash around her neck. I'd asked her to cut back how far she went on her exploratory trips, but she was right on the nose about the vanguard digging in. My bet, at the moment, was that when they got close to the first strong drow position, they'd set up and wait for proper assault troops. If we went around them while their eyes were on the local sigil, there were decent odds we could make it through without getting noticed. Do it, I finally said, taking the mostly empty water skin in her hands. As usual, Dash. Tread lightly, steel stays in the sheath. She finished, rolling her eyes. At this rate, you're going to get that tattooed on my arse. I assumed something deeply tasteless was already taking up the space. I replied without missing a beat. Hey, my arse is extremely tasteful, she protested. You're confusing words again, I airily said. What you're looking for is tawdry. She flipped me off. I mimed drowning her in the pool, and with the traditional rites complete, we parted ways. I watched her saunter away, though with the leather coat on there wasn't much to look at, and absent-mindedly tossed up the skin before snatching it out of the air. The drow were going about their business visibly exhausted, and to my quiet amusement Mighty Bogdan seemed to have no earthly idea how to fill up a skin. I was too entertained by its struggles to seriously consider offering help. Acua was kneeling by the pool as well, though her skin, which she didn't need or use, was full. She was staring at the far wall, unmoving. A few steps took me to her side, and in a blatant abuse of my queenly prerogatives, I threw Archer's skin at her shoulder. There, I said, since you seem in need of something to keep your hands busy. The shade picked up the leathery folds between two fingers, somehow managing a full monologue's worth of disdain without speaking a word. It smells like Eric, she said. So does Archer, half the time, I shrugged. What deep thoughts did I take you away from, Diabolus? I was pondering, she said, the nature of this invasion. The term is usually pretty self-explanatory, I noted, only half serious. Context, Catherine, she chided. This was a significant investment of resources, even for the kingdom under. The kind that would have to be prepared over the span of decades, requiring specialized labor otherwise in high demand and significant preparations of logistics. And you're wondering why they'd bother, given that the Everdark is a mess of collapsing tunnels filled with violent lunatics, I said. I mean, there's the obvious answer. Drow don't mind much, as far as we can tell. Lots of wealth to claim once they take over the place. Over time, the investment made could be recovered tenfold, Acua agreed. Yet we both know that kind of long-term planning in the highest reaches of a nation is a rarity. The expense would have to be justified in the face of more immediate uses for that coin, giving more obvious benefit. It's rare on the surface, I said. We're sinking that much of your treasury into anything makes you weak elsewhere, and your rivals will take advantage of it. What rivals do they have left, down here? They can afford to take the long view. Hells they. Live. Longer than humans too. This could just be the life's work of some highly influential dwarf. How long dwarves actually lived remained a matter of bitter and divisive scholarly debate, a matter not helped by the fact that their kind lied profusely about the matter whenever they ventured to the surface. Theories ranged from a few hundred years to a couple thousand, though most scholars agreed it was under 500. Considering people weren't even sure how dwarves reproduced, lifespan uncertainty was no surprise. And yet the invasion only takes place now, Diabolus said. I could have replied that there was precedent for the kingdom under evicting other underground nations to the surface largely out of principle. The goblins were testament to that. But that would rather be missing the point, wouldn't it? Dates for the goblin exodus were vague, since the tribes rarely gave straight answers to anything unless there was a blade at their throat, but it was a fact it preceded the Misan occupation of praise. which meant at least a millennium and a half ago. If the entire point of this was to remove a rival power, however comparatively weak that rival was, then they'd taken quite a while to get around to finishing the work. Might be it was just that one tedious chore they never got around to doing, I mused. They polished off the rest of the list over the centuries. Now they're out of excuses not to massacre the neighbors. Overdue spring cleaning, Acua mildly said. This is your theory for what drives the fate of two nations. You got anything better? I said. Let us assume, the Shade said, that the Everdark's continued sovereignty is the result of dwarven incapacity, instead of unwillingness. Which is a wild guess on your part, I said. One that aligns with other facts, Diabolus said. Regardless, it is fact that there was a dwarven contingent on the surface during the Lease Rebellion. Mercenaries, I said. That's not exactly unheard of. They also took the first bribe offered to leave. Because their purpose was not to make war, but to assess the situation, Acua suggested. They already do that through Mercantis, supposedly, I said. Everyone sells information about everyone else in exchange for crumbs about what's happening down here. Why send soldiers? A host of dwarven infantry would represent a significant force, she said. One which would be worthy of courting by surface powers, as the Carrion Lord did, as the Calawan rebels did, and the first prince behind them. My eyes narrowed. So you think the point was to gauge how invested all the players were in the rebellion and the wars that would follow it, I said. They shouldn't need to go that far, Acua. Who the hells would be stupid enough to pick a fight with the kingdom under? They'll be selling cheap weapons to at least half the nations involved in any scuffle. There's a reason the Principate can throw mass levies at us without going bankrupt. Dread Empress triumphant, may she never return dash. Force them to pay tribute, sure, I interrupted, rolling my eyes. Once, after she flooded a few of their tunnels with demons. Didn't stop them from funding and arming a continent's worth of rebellions against her a few years later, did it? They just threw gold at her, so she'd fuck off, and then paid for other humans to actually put her down. Let's not pretend it was more than a headache for them. That is still precedent for a surface power proving troublesome to dwarven interests, Acua insisted. A cautious assessment of the situation was therefore made, yielding the answer that the largest surface powers were preparing for large-scale and long-term warfare. After which they did nothing, I said. That was years ago, and they're only moving now. I doubt it would take them that long to mobilize. Indeed, the Shade agreed in a murmur. They acted only after a much more recent development. It wasn't the 10th Crusade. There had, after all, been 9 predecessors to it. But if her argument was about a power on the move that usually remained put, how would they know about the dead king? I frowned. It's not like he sent them a letter. We don't even know how he'll go about participating in the war, and we were guests in Keter not that long ago. The kingdom under has borders with the kingdom of the dead, Acua said, which are, famously, tunnels they drowned in lava and molten metal until there was nothing left moving, I said. Your argument is that the preeminent power on Calernia has no way to observe the going-ons at its most dangerous border, Acua mildly said. I grimaced. Yeah, fair point. So they see him pull back his undead for a push on the surface, I mused, following the thread. And take that as an open invitation to march on the Everdark. Why? That's still thin, Acua. If they're that worried about the dead king, why take the risk at all? It's not like the drow are a threat to them. So I wondered, Diabolist admitted. If neither wealth nor pride are the reason, then why? It cannot be room for expansion. They could simply layer deeper. Such a large undertaking could hardly be made without sanction from the highest power brokers of dwarven authority. That implies, to me, a strategic motive. Hard to guess at those when no one knows their exact borders, I said. She nodded in agreement. I narrowed my eyes at her. But you have a theory anyway, I said. After your distant kin settled in what is now the Duchy of Daoin, she said. The largest threat to them was greenskin raids. Yet they did not strike directly at the clans, instead raising the wall. What? Because only an idiot would try to take the steps. The Mesans had done it, sure, but they'd had a whole arsenal of advantages no one on Calernia could boast of having, and there'd actually been orc cities to target back then, which was no longer the case. Even after the reforms, the clans had remained nomadic. Rulers of Daoin could and had cleared out belligerent clans near the Greenskin marches, but there'd never been a serious effort to conquer the steppes. The orcs would just retreat deeper in, and the Diarraith armies would have to settle in for winter in hip-deep snow with nothing to live off of an lot of angry orcs on the prowl, which, I thought, is Acua's point. Containment, I slowly said. Rattlings don't lair deep, so they'd have a free hand under the chain of hunger. You think they know they can't take the dead king, so they're trying to bottle him up instead. And for the encirclement to be complete, the drow need to go. Should any significant drow presence remain in the region, the fortresses maintaining that encirclement would suffer sporadic assault, Acua said. To make the ceiling easily sustainable dash. They need the drow gone, I quietly said. Dead or far, far away. We filled our skins in silence. After that, it was a fragile house of cards that she'd built one sentence at a time, and all it'd take for it to crumple was a single assumption proved false. But it sounded like a distinct possibility. That was always the problem with Acua. She was a skilled speaker, one that could spin a decent story out of nearly anything given long enough. But if she's right, either the drow drove back the dwarves, and reckless as I was, I wouldn't put gold on that, or there'd be an entire race of vagrants needing greener pastures to move to. That, I thought, sounded like an opportunity to me. Archer had returned without any fanfare. Before the hour of rest she'd talked me into was even over. We stood to the side of the others, speaking quietly in tongues they would not know. This place is about to be a war zone, Cat. Indrani said. You found the dwarven vanguard, then? I guessed. She brushed back her hair, lashes fluttering over hazelnut eyes as she did. Her long coat was open, revealing the silvery mail beneath, but she wore the metal as nonchalantly as if it were cloth. Part of it, anyway, she confirmed. If there used to be 3 forces of 5,000 like you guessed, that's no longer the case. There were at least 8,000 preparing to give battle. That's too large a force of a single cavern, I said. Not if it's a huge goddamned cavern, Indrani snorted. It's at least the size of Lore. There were a bunch of lichen and mushroom farms down there. I think it might have been some kind of food center. Water too, the largest body we've come across so far. I was under the impression we were still a few days away from the closest city, I said. Didn't know about a city, but there were a pack of drow there for sure, she said. Cavern's a drop from our current height. The dwarves found another way down. I must have missed it. And near the back there's some sort of massive stalagmite melding into the wall that the locals carved into. Walls? I asked. Nah, nothing like that, Indrani replied, shaking her head. It's like some sort of spiral ramp going up. Pretty sure it's flat at the top, but my vantage points was sloppy. The whole thing might be hollow for all I know. There were tents going all the way to the top. That's defensible against even heavy infantry, I said, if the ramps are narrow enough. Our short friends were setting up a bunch of weird siege engines, she said. Infantry's not all the drow are up against. 8,000, huh? That was more than half of what I currently believe the dwarven vanguard to number, which was promising, but still meant 7,000 should be traipsing around the tunnels unaccounted for. Fighting underground like this would be different from the kind of wars I was familiar with. With tunnels, it would be much easier to defend than attack, as a rule, particularly if the defender had powerful champions capable of holding a narrow area against superior numbers. On the other hand, without an open field, flanking operations became a very different kind of enterprise. No planes down here, no way to see an enemy detachment until they were right on top of you. If I were the dwarves, I'd station hardened troops on the flanks to keep an eye out while I was moving against a fortified drow position. Assuming high-ranking mighty were as dangerous as even just green named bent towards combat, a single one slipping through defensive lines was enough to make a costly mess. I chewed on my lip thoughtfully. I don't suppose you took a look at the adjacent tunnels? I asked. Not in depth, Indrani said. Glanced down a few, though, and I got the impression most of them curved towards the large cavern. A choke point? It'd explain why the dwarves were willing to slow their advance to take it. Iva's knowledge of the region was sadly limited, as it had only crossed it the once, and under the understanding it was to move towards the Gloom as quickly as possible. I wouldn't be surprised if the Kingdom Under had maps, though, and good ones. It was tempting to try to get my hands on one even with the risks inherent to crossing Dwarvenkent. They're going to have the flanking tunnels under guard, I finally said. So far they've been careful to allow no runners. They'll have the entire place sealed up. That's my guess, Indrani agreed. So what's the plan, your queenliness? We trying to shimmy through while they're busy under a touch of the OL glamour? We still don't know if they can pick up on my using winter, I said. We do. No, they have eyes, Cat, she replied. I'm not fancying our chances of sneaking through a dwarven blockade without a little fey juice to help things along. And you know we can't wait this out. The real army's not far behind. I hummed, not disagreeing or agreeing. So we have to place a bet, I said. If you were a dwarf and you had devices that could pick up on sneaks, a pretty basic precaution, given who you're invading. Where would you put them? With the main force or the flankers? If I were a dwarf, I'd be massively rich and drunk all the time with a city's worth of naked servants catering to my every twisted need, Indrani mused. If you were a dwarf, but not a complete waste of a person, I tried. I know you don't have a lot of experience with that, but use your imagination. She half-heartedly gestured for me to go hang myself. Would make sense for the short stacks to keep the trinkets on the sides, she finally said. The stalagmites pretty fucking surrounded. But that's assuming they don't have enough devices to have them everywhere. And that they have those at all. If they do have them everywhere, we're screwed anyway, I noted. Best we can do is play the odds assuming they don't. So you want to take a stroll through an active battlefield? Indrani snorted. With a pack of unruly drow, a self-absorbed specter, and yours truly. That's not one of our better plans, Cat. And that should not be a hard hill to climb given how we got into Skein. Worked, didn't it? I said. We played to our strengths dash. Blatant lies, she helpfully provided. And their weaknesses, I finished. Expecting sense of us, she suggested. Unorthodox approaches, I righteously corrected. It'll be dangerous, I don't deny that. But then so is every other option on the table. I think this is the least stupid risk we can take. Unless you happen to have a better idea. Aside from digging our own way through. Not really, Indrani mused. And we need winter for that anyway. Shovels alone wouldn't cut it. And since Vivi left we don't even have those anymore. I sighed and passed a hand through my hair. Well, let's get moving then, I said. If this was a mistake, best to know it today. Hey, look on the bright side, she smiled. If this is a horrible blunder that's going to get all of us killed, then at least I won't survive to give you shit about it. There was a silver lining, I mused. Shame it was on a cloud raining fire and brimstone. But that was life for you, wasn't it? Sometimes you just had to put on your good boots, bring out your sword, and kill your way to the top of the flying fortress before you got to see daylight. The last few years of my existence would have been a lot more pleasant if that were actually a metaphor. Book 4, Chapter 58, Quiet. May the heavens strike me down if I lie. Again, dread Emperor Abominable, the thrice struck. No one in living memory had seen a dwarven army take the field, not on the surface anyway. Even with all the dangers swirling around us, I'd been looking forward to that part. Since becoming the squire I'd scrapped either with or to the side of most the famous militaries, the legions of terror, the spears of Stygia, Helicean exiles, both Fey courts. My own people in rebellion, Acua's host of old breed Presi. The 10th Crusade too, though in all fairness I'd seen neither hide nor hair of soldiers that weren't Proserpine in the northern campaign. There was little left to account for. The other cities of the League were hardly known for their soldiery. Apparently Bellerophon didn't even have career officers, which just boggled the mind, and Ashur was primarily a naval power. The Dead King and the Chain of Hunger were the last two contenders, since the elves didn't really fight wars. I'd be facing the former sooner or later, and the latter was allegedly more horde than host. With the drow having proved to be a pack of squabbling assholes bleeding themselves over the right to be creation's ricketiest demigods, the only force of note that remained was the kingdom under. Juniper, I thought, would have given her right hand to stand in my shoes right at this moment. Indrani had led us to the same perch she'd used on earlier trip, and for all that it felt overly exposed it did give us a perfect view of what took place below. She hadn't been overselling the size of the cavern, I quickly found out. Large as lore might, if anything, be an understatement. There were a lot more people in Kalos capital, of course. Maybe half the cavern was taken up by a lake, which to my mild interest revealed itself to be another food source for the locals. There were fish farms, walled in with stones, and what I was pretty sure was crab traps, though the creatures writhing inside didn't look like any crab I'd seen before. Most of the rest was farmland. Raised stones covered with thick lichen, mushrooms patches, and what looked like some strange cousin of potatoes wherever the dirt was thick enough. Most of that was now occupied by the dwarven vanguard. The only drow holdout was the massive stalagmite in the back that Indrani had mentioned, though she hadn't done the sight of it justice with her short description. At the base, it was about as thick as fortress. Archer had labeled the path up as a spiral, but the angle was too sharp for the term to really fit. It zigzagged across the sides of the stalagmite with precision too defined to be anything but man-made. The parts of the path that passed between the stone spire and the wall of the cavern effectively tunnels. There'd been tents there before, but they'd been flattened or taken away by the drow awaiting the assault, which was coming soon. There were no two ways about it. I could tell as much just by the way the army had been positioned. At the bottom of the stalagmite a force of 3,000 was standing patiently, and I'd almost let out a whistle at my first good look. Dwarves were known for their heavy infantry as well as their lethal contraptions, but these soldiers went a step further than I'd expected. It was like looking at walking barrels of steel. It was plate, in the sense that their armor wasn't mail, but layered so thickly no spot of dwarf could be seen underneath. Not even the famous beards. The helmets bore face-covering masks that ended in a sculpted steel beard where I assumed their actual beards lay protected. The weight of that should be too heavy for even the famously physically strong dwarves to be able to move in. So while there were no runes to be seen on the surface, I assumed some had been inscribed beneath. To a dwarf, they bore long halberds with steel shafts that weighed enough even Hakram would have difficulty swinging one around. There weren't infantry so much as a company of walking battering rams. The 5,000 remaining dwarves were less heavily armored, at least. 3 divisions of 1,000 each wore ornate, but otherwise unremarkable plate, with square shields and warhammers. They all had crossbows on their back. I was classifying them as regulars in my mind, though in anyone else's army they would be heavies. The last 1,000 was interesting. The most lightly armored of the lot, with only steel cuirasses over leather and plumed helmets that left the faces bare. They attended to the 36 war machines the vanguard had set up in a crescent facing the stalagmite. If Juniper would have given a hand to see the battle, then Pickler would have eaten her firstborn to get a good peek at those. About half the machines looked to be some kind of fat steel ballistas raised on wheeled platforms. Not even the rope was, well, rope. It looked to be some kind of woven metal cord. There were wagons full of spherical projectiles next to them, 2 per ballista. The remaining half of the engines was hard to classify. The basic shape was like an onager's, more or less small and portable catapults. What a scorpion was to a ballista, though my sappers would string me up for making so broad a comparison. The similarity ended at the shape, though. The steel base had been nailed to the floor with spikes almost as large as the engine itself, and instead of spheres to throw the already loaded projectiles looked like elongated battering rams in a metal I did not recognize. I wasn't sure what those were meant for, but I doubted the drow would enjoy it. The last of the dwarves were maybe 200, including what I was pretty sure was their command staff. Their armor was closest to that of the regulars, but lined with enough precious stones to steady Kalos' treasury for a good year. Unlike the grunts, they were mounted. No horses, though. Best way I could put it was the unholy offspring of a lizard and an insect. The creatures were scaled, and their reptilian heads had an impressive set of fangs, but their legs numbered 6 and were strangely segmented. They had 3 claws at the end of those, though they looked like they'd been blunted. Those officers were only around 4 dozen in number, and the remainder was unlike any other troops I'd seen so far. They wore heavy cuirasses and mail beneath them, but no helmet, and both hair and beard were almost obsessively braided. Their weapons were not standardized, ranging from greatsword to some kind of chain with spiked weights at the end, but the eye-catching part was the trophies dangling down their bodies. Skulls and claws, stingers and broken weapons. Indrani caught me looking and leaned closer. "Deed seekers," she whispered. "Met a few in refuge. They're after things they're not supposed to get according to other dwarves, so they're trying to earn enough glory that they become worthy of getting them. Some came up to hunt in the waning woods. Heard others go through the gate in Levant to have a tussle with the stuff in the woods there. They any good?" I whispered back. "Ran across one who broke his hammer on a manticore's horns, so he beat it to death with his bare hands," she said. "And I'm not talking a juvenile. The thing was fully grown. They're pretty hardcore. Polite for dwarves, though. Those I met knew surface tongues, and they were willing to pay for guides. So crazy of the dangerous kind," I grunted. "Just what we needed." The conversation ended there, and for good reason. The dwarves were on the move. There was no horn, no trumpet or warning. The ballistas just shot their first volley, and the battle began. The projectiles, round orbs of steel, smacked into the upper reaches of the stalagmite. They'd been denied a better target. The drow were holing up out of sight. Rock shattered under steel, and the whole spire shook. My brow rose at the sight. Those hit a lot harder than anything my goblins had ever cooked up. "Flushing out the drow, you think?" Indrani said. "If that stalagmite is solid rock, it'll take them a while to make a dent even with strong engines," I said. 20 heartbeats later, the second volley hit, hitting the same places with impressive accuracy. The drow remained in hiding, which I honestly couldn't fault them for. Between the crossbows and the siege, if they made a stand anywhere in the open, they'd get slaughtered. Their best shot was to make the dwarves come to them and hold a narrow passage hidden away from the engines. Alas for the locals, it was not to be. 3 volleys later, the entire stalagmite cracked. I could see the fracture going through the side, jagged and large enough to be easily visible even from where Indrani and I were laying on the floor. The entire top third of the spire had been cracked, at least on the side facing the dwarves. Had the thing been hollow? Maybe. Still, crack or not, the weight of that upper third was keeping it in place. My eyes moved to the second kind of engines, anticipating there would be answer to that. My instincts had been correct. The almost onagers were being seen to, long steel chains being attached to the back of the ram-like projectiles. The chains led to matching cranked wheels, already nailed into the ground. They're going to pull the damned thing down, I murmured. Gods, how? Even if they put dwarves to work the crank, they shouldn't be strong enough to apply sufficient pressure. The rams flew and sunk into the stone like a knife through butter, shivering after coming to a rest. There'd been sorcery at work, I thought. Blades unfolding inside to give greater grip? Impossible to tell. Anyhow, my first question got an answer moments later. Only a single dwarf attended to each crank, but the moment they laid hands on them, the wheels lit up with runes. Not even 30 heartbeats later, the whole upper third of the spire came toppling down. They'd angled it to it fell into the water instead of on their own troops, though the great splash would a few of them anyway. My eyes narrowed as I returned my attention to the stalagmite. It was hollow. The drow inside were swarming like a hive that had just gotten kicked. The angle of steel ballistas was adjusted, projectiles from the second wagons loaded, and the volley arced up moments later. The spheres were stone this time, not steel. I did not wait long to learn why. At the summit of their arc, just above the hollow, they burst. Burning rain fell down, reaping a harvest of screams and death. Lava, I quietly said. That was fucking lava. I mean, it's not like they're ever going to run out, Indrani mused. I can see the logic behind it. Don't you try to make it sound like it's reasonable to shoot magic lava stones at people, Archer, I hissed. Who even does that? The dwarves, evidently, she said. Sadly, throttling her might have given away our position, so it would have to wait. Our time to move was fast approaching, though. The moment the dwarven infantry engaged, we'd be trying our luck at sneaking through. Our exit tunnel had already been picked out, and we had a route across that wouldn't take us too close to the fighting. The drow had been on the defensive so far, but since it had become clear that the dwarves had no intention to climb up, and the alternative was remaining inside a hole that had slowly get filled with molten rock, they were finally coming out. It was the first time I was having a look at a drow force that wasn't already a pile of corpses, so they earned my full attention. This is not a professional army, was my first thought. Even Proceran levies had officers and an order of battle, but the drow? This was a tribe of warriors, with not a single soldiers among it. I could make out the hierarchy by the way they were equipped. No steel to be found on any of them, but there were tiers of a sort. The lowest of the low wore skins and leathers, armed with spears and blades. I winced when I noticed some of those blades were bone. That wouldn't even scratch the dwarven armor. Higher up the ladder, and fewer in number, there were drow in obsidian and stone. The equipment was not uniform, some of them having what I'd consider decent armor, while others were essentially the same as the first batch, only with dangling bits of stronger material over it. Their weapons were mostly iron, of passable make. They'd at least managed to leave a mark on the enemy before being slaughtered. The last and rarest were those I assumed to be mighty. Only a dozen of them, but they stood out starkly from the rest. Garbed in long flowing robes of night with shifting plaques of iron in it, they moved swift as arrows through the charging crowd. Spears were the only armament they seemed to wield, with what I was pretty sure were sharpened ruby heads. Wasn't sure how that would measure up to steel, though I did remember rubies were supposed to be one of the harder gemstones. The whole muster of the sigil was maybe 2,000. They'd get brutalized when they got to the bottom of the spire and engaged the dwarven heavy infantry, but the dwarves seemed disinclined to allow even that. One of the mounted officers brought a horn to his lips, the first signal of the battle, and the deep call got the regulars moving. The square shields were set down to cover their bodies, crossbows taken out, and the proverbial fish in the barrel got that same proverbial end. It was a relief to see that their firing rate was lesser than that of my legionaries. The range, though, was at least double. I would not want to fight those on an open field. The bolts scythed through the drow as they kept charging down the ramp, though only for the lesser warriors. The rest melded into the shadow state when they saw the volleys approach. The ballistas had never ceased firing, slowly emptying the wagons of projectiles. Lava kept raining down into the hollow spire. The screams hadn't ended either, and I was fairly sure the only warriors in the cavern were the ones charging to their doom. It would have been interesting to see how mighty fared against dwarven infantry, but I didn't intend to stick around until the final cleanup. Their attention should be on the drow, for now, and that was our way out. I elbowed Archer and gestured towards our back. She nodded, and we crawled out of sight before rising. The others were a short ways back, Acua keeping an eye on them. They'd been waiting on us, and there was little need for conversation when time finally came to move. The plan was fairly simple. Indrani had the rope and hook to allow us to climb down to the floor of the cavern below, and the drow should have no issue managing it. The only thing up in the air was whether or not our friends would pick up on my use of winter, and there was no real way to know that without trying it. Glamour shouldn't draw as much attention as more direct uses, so it was as calculated a risk as we could take. I returned back to the edge, and with a deep breath allowed winter to slither through my veins. I kept it simple, erasing our presence to the senses. I wasn't sure whether the dwarven mounts could smell us at a distance, but I wasn't about to take the risk. The working wasn't too complicated, but it would take concentration to keep it going. The moment it settled, I glanced down at the battle. The dwarves had not stirred, which was promising. I gestured for the others to begin climbing down. It was a tense half-hour before everyone made it to the cavern floor, shimmying down before Archer tugged back her rope. I'd not been certain whether or not I could keep the glamour going while having to focus on going down the rope, so an alternative solution had been required. The working should take care of the sound, and that was the important part. I glanced down and shrugged. Only 30 feet or so. I'd fallen down worse before. I leapt. Wings would make this much easier, admittedly, but they would require drawing deeper on my mantle. Besides, I mused even as the ground came ever closer, I'd been meaning to find out something. If I could turn myself into outright mist, finer manipulations should be possible as well. I landed on the stone in a crouch, having meddled with my legs, and found mixed results. Strengthening my knees had succeeded at making sure they wouldn't break, which had been my main objective. Sadly, it had also torn up whatever smoke and mirrors passed for my leg muscles these days. Half a win, I decided, adjusting my cloak where the fall had put it in disarray. The muscles were already reforming. Next time I'd have to see if I could make the entire legs solid without rupturing my insides above them. The others clustered around me without a word. I'd made it clear that the closest to me they stood, the easiest it was to keep up the glamour. Our way through was still open, thank the gods. Dwarven forces had been placed to prevent the drow in the spire from escaping, not occupy the whole cavern, which was too large for that regardless. It meant that if we kept close to the wall on the left side, we avoided coming close to the battle. In a strange and silent pilgrimage, we tread through moss and mushrooms until we were hugging the wall and began our way through. My control was not fine enough to erase our footsteps, I'd warned them. It took longer to go through while avoiding leaving visible marks on the ground, but there was no other option. I'd never kept a working going this long before, and now I knew why I'd unconsciously avoided it. The longer I did, the more I could feel Winter's influence creeping into my mind, even if I was drawing no deeper on my power. Fortunately, Acua was there for me to shunt the influence into. It was almost tenser to stalk through unseen than take part in the fighting, I thought. Battle I knew well, but this? It wasn't my wheelhouse. It took us most an hour to get across, and by then there was not a single living drow left. I'd not had a good look at the last of the fighting, but the dwarven heavy infantry hadn't been shaken by the doomed charge of the mighty in the slightest. The regulars had gone up the slope afterwards, into the hollow part, and soon after the screams had gone silent. There'd never been a chance the drow would win this, and the outer rings were supposed to be the weakest part of the Everdark. But if this was a sign of what was to come, well, I didn't fancy the chances of the drow as a whole to turn back this invasion. I allowed the thought to fade as we neared our chosen tunnel. Archer hadn't had a chance to take a look inside, but she'd noted it was the most lightly guarded. Iva had gone through one close to it, on its way to the Gloom, and assured us that after another large abandoned cavern it led into a mess of small paths. Enough that it would be more or less impossible to keep an eye on all of them. It was a detour, taking us to the northeast when the quicker route would have been straight north, but a few additional days were well worth keeping out of sight. I was an old hand at disaster, by now, so my nerves grew more ragged as we neared the exit. If this was going to fail, it was going to fail now. There were dwarves near the tunnel, but only a small company. Less than 100. It was my first time coming this close to their kind, but I did not slow to take a better look. Distractions were the enemy of this not fight. I did note they were regulars, however. Those in layered armor might not be too common. More importantly, they were dawdling near the tunnel and not blocking the exit. We passed them by step. I felt a dim spike of fear when a pair began talking loudly in some dwarven tongue, but they began brawling not long after, and I let out a relieved breath. My shoulders loosened as we left them behind, allowing myself a strangled laugh. I wasn't a fool, of course. I wouldn't drop the glamour until we were much further in. But it looked like... No, I wasn't going to finish that fucking thought. Never count the chickens, Catherine, even when they're hatched. The gods will shove them back in the fucking eggs just to spite you. Being absolutely still in the middle of the metaphorical woods, we pressed on. Archer took the lead, Ivor at her side, and they took us through a handful of short passages in quick succession. It was maybe another quarter hour until we reached the large cavern Iva had mentioned. Abandoned was something of a misnomer, as it was currently full of dwarves. Slightly more problematic was the way my glamour was ripped apart before we even entered. Runes shone on the tunnel walls, panes of force fell down around us, and dwarven yells sounded in the distance. I looked up angrily. Can I really not have a single chicken? I complained. You tight-fisted assholes. Book 4, Chapter 59, Audience. Note: bottling up the power of friendship cannot be achieved by bottling up friends. Must pursue further trials. Perhaps prior liquefaction diluted the substance. Extract from the Journal of Dread Emperor Malignant II. So, runic trap. Just what my day had been needing. I ran a palm across the transparent pane of force and found it solid. A sharp rap of the knuckles told me it was probably breakable if I exerted myself. This wasn't a ward so much a magical pit trap, although one we'd strolled right into. Cat, Indrani hissed. Now's a good time to do the winter thing. Was it, though? The panes didn't mute sound, so I could hear the dwarves running towards us. It was hard to tell their numbers, with all that armor jostling, but I'd wager at least 100. I could most likely shatter the back of the trap and leg it with the others back into the tunnels. Except we'd have a dwarven company hot on our heels, the alarm would spread, and there was a non-negligible chance we'd end up in more or less the same situation in half an hour, only with having attempted to escape added to our first impression. We're going to talk to them, I finally said. Or you could open a goddamned portal and get us out of here, Indrani said. Like now. To where? I said. Either we go blind, which seems like a very bad idea, underground, or we go back, where the army is. Or we could stay in Arcadia for a bit, until they're gone, she said. The gate out would lead us back here, Diabolus said. I do not believe it likely they will leave this place unguarded after the traps were triggered. Archer, they'll be curious enough about our presence they'll want to interrogate us, I said. If it really does go to shit, I'll grab everyone and leg it into Arcadia. But I want to try to talk to them first, at least. I caught movement form the corner of my eye, but it wasn't dwarves. The drow accompanying us had gone still when the runes shone, but the conversation between the three of us had gotten their attention. We'd been speaking lower Misan, so not even Iva should be able to understand us. But if they were guessing from the tones, that might not matters. One of the drow we'd caught on surface said something in crepuscular, addressing Iva, who nodded and then turned silver eyes to me. They would like weapons, Queen, since we are to fight, my guide said in Shantan. We won't be fighting them, I replied in the same. I'm going to speak with whoever leads them. Nerazim do not negotiate, Queen, Iva flatly said. They take what they want and kill all in their way. It is, I told the drow. I am queen of a kingdom, on the surface, and powerful enough they will not seek my enmity for no reason. This is not true of us, it said. We will be slain. You're my prisoners, I said, until release or judgment. You are under my protection. They will not care, Iva insisted. Iva, you seem under the impression you have a voice in this decision, I said. You do not. It has been made. They will not accept this, the drow warily said. They are free to contest my judgment, of course, I said, though the consequences of that have already been stated. Iva grimaced and turned to speak, but before it could even do that, the mighty Kodrog, no, Bogdan now, made its move. The drow pushed one of its fellow prisoners away and reached for the long knife at Archer's hip. Apparently, after failing with me, it had come under the impression it would have better luck with my companions. Archer gave him the knife, in a manner of speaking. It was only a lending, though, and she calmly withdrew it from the eye socket with a flick of the wrist. The other drow stepped back. Great. Now I was going to meet the dwarves with a fucking corpse on the floor. Although, considering their record so far, that might actually raise their opinion of us. Tell them this, I addressed Iva. They can die now, or take a chance on the future. There is no middle ground, and I've no more attention to spare on this. Acua, if any of them tries to escape, kill it. Any? Diabolist asked. I met Iva's eyes. Any, I confirmed. My statement that I had no more attention to dole out had not been theatrics. The dwarves were now close enough I could make out the individual steps. They did not come from deeper inside the cavern. The company of 100 that spread out in front of the trap had been posted near the outer wall, to the left of the tunnel's exit. Regulars again, I noted, and since now the dance had come to end, I finally spared a moment to study dwarvenkin from up close. I'd pictured them as short, stocky humans, but evidently that had been a failure of imagination. There were basic similarities: eyes, nose, brow, lips, but they were the same more in principle than practice. Their skin was so rough and craggy, enough it looked more like some beast's rough hide. The old tale that dwarves were born when a dwarf ate stones for a year and then spat out a baby fully formed came to mind. Their eyes were almost too large for those thick faces, with colored sclera and no irises. Owl-like, I thought, though they had eyelashes. Their strands of hair were visibly larger and thicker than a human's, their noses flat and broad. The tallest of the lot stood at 5 feet, though they were much broader of shoulder than any race I'd come across save orcs. The dwarves spread out facing us, shields and hammers at the ready. "Good evening," I smiled. A few of them spoke in dwarvish, rough accents flowing back and forth quickly, and there was a sparse wave of laughter. One of the dwarves elbowed his way to the front, attired differently from the rest. The armor was much like the one the engineers had worn back in the other cavern, a cuirass on leather. Said cuirass was covered with runes, though, which I didn't remember the others being. The dwarf, sporting a thick black beard thrice bound by rings of bronze showing runes of their own, frowned at me and laid a bare palm on the transparent pane. His frown deepened, and he barked something in his language at the other dwarfs. "I don't suppose you speak Lower Mesan," I said. His eyes, a ring of deep gold around a pitch-black pupil, moved to my face. "You," he said in that very language, though the accent was nearly unintelligible. "Human." "Close enough," I agreed. He pointed at the drow behind me, finger lingering on the corpse. "Croxon," he said. "Why?" "Prisoners," I said. He turned back to the others and spoke again. One of the dwarves spoke loudly, and the entire company shook with laughter. I got the impression that what he'd said was complimentary to neither humans nor drow. Another dwarf, this one's beard russet, raised a baton of stone, and silence took hold. He spoke at the one wearing runes, who shrugged and turned back to me. "You," he said. "Prisoner." "I want to talk with your leader," I said, enunciating slowly. A dwarf left the ranks of the others, bearing a bag of woven reeds, and dropped it to the side of my interlocutor, who promptly opened it and took out a pair of rune-inscribed shackles. They weren't linked by chains, I noted. "Where?" the black-bearded dwarf said. "I want to talk with your leader," I repeated, forcing patience. The dwarf rolled his eyes, the size of those making it rather eerie to behold, but he spoke to the one with the baton, who replied with a single word. Yeah, that one needed no translation. I sighed and rolled my shoulders before plunging my hand through the pane of force and ripping out a chunk. The black-bearded dwarf drew back in surprise. The soldiers moved forward, and I smiled once more. "I want to talk with your leader," I said one last time, looking at the russet-bearded one. His eyes flicked at the trap I'd casually ripped open, then back to me. He barked something at our interpreter. "Who you?" the dwarf asked. "The Queen of Callow," I said. The dwarf looked skeptical. He pointed a finger upwards. "Callow," he repeated slowly. "Yes," I said. "Angry horse people," he said, even more skeptically. Well, that was one way to describe us. His eyes dipped down to note what I assumed to be my current lack of horse. What? Did he just expect all Callowans to be mounted at all times? "Of which I am queen," I agreed. He translated at the russet beard who snorted. He gestured a knock against his temple, the meaning of which I felt safe assuming. Then he shrugged and added something else. Blackbeard turned back to me. "Speak to Harold," he said. "But..." He presented the shackles again. I mulled on that, eventually jutting a thumb towards the people behind me. "Mine," I said. "Safe. No touch." The dwarf spat on the floor. "No touch," he agreed. "Harold, choose." It was a start. I offered my wrists to the shackles, and the dwarf leaned forward to clasp them closed. The runes, nothing like those I knew, sharper and much more complicated, shone, and I felt a binding form. Meant to seal sorcery, or at least have an effect when someone called on them. Were they assuming I was a mage? It was a flip of the coin whether or not Winter would be affected by those. My ability to call on it was uninhibited, so far. I looked back at my companions. "Negotiations will proceed," I said. "Cooperate." Archer looked quite displeased, but Diabolist simply nodded. She was the first to come forward when the dwarf presented another pair of shackles, sharing a meaningful look with me afterwards. They weren't affecting her either, then. Good to know. The drow came forward one after another, each of them moving delicately, as if they feared the slightest sudden move would get them killed. They might not be wrong about that, I reflected. It had not escaped my notice that when the drow came forward, some of the soldiers discreetly put up their crossbows. Indrani was the last, and she shot me a glare. We could have legged it, she said in Karsam. We still might, I replied in the same. Day's not over. She put forward her wrists, and with that last clasping we were all officially prisoners. Blackbeard drew a circle on the transparent wall, then pressed his palm against the rune that formed inside it. It came down without a sound. From the corner of my eye, I'd glimpsed Acua watching him work eagerly. Never one to lose an opportunity, was she? The soldiers swarmed us after that, though at least they put away their weapons first. I was guided forward in a surprisingly gentle manner, though I stopped when I heard Indrani raise her voice. No you don't, she hissed. One of the dwarves was tugging at her bow, eyes half closed. I looked for Blackbeard as he'd melded into the crowd. Another dwarf raised his hammer when Indrani pushed away the one trying to get at her bow, speaking loudly. Every dwarf around us turned. Archer, I called out. She turned to me. Cat, they want to take Dash. I know, I said. Let them. You know they keep shit like this, she said. And the lady will. Kill me if I lose it. I'll get it back, I said. I promise. You'd better, she growled. Lips thinning in anger, she took out her bow and shoved it forcefully in the dwarf's arms. The soldier almost toppled, looking furious, though his companions laughed. Another one was eyeing the sword at my hip, so I smiled blandly and took it out. Hammers rose again, but I presented it by the hilt. The dwarf blinked, but took it anyway. If it had been goblin steel, I might have felt a pang, but this was just a sliver of winter. I could recall it to my mantle at will. What did I care who held it? We were taken deep into the cavern in a procession, surrounded by soldiers. The vanguard, I saw, had made camp here. Tents of cloth that were charmingly small dotted the place, while makeshift ramparts of piled stones had been raised around siege engines and supply wagons. At the center of the camp, I glimpsed a large dais of stone, a high seat upon it. Anyone important enough to warrant that was worth talking with, I mused. The first hiccup arrived when I was taken toward that dais, but the others were not. I stopped, to the displeasure of the dwarf escorting me. I pointed at Acua. She comes with me, I said. The dwarf made a face, blatantly not understanding a word I'd said, and rather displeased I was talking at all. He tugged at my wrist, but it would take more than a pushy dwarf to move if I did not want to be moved. My escort barked out in his language until Blackbeard returned. Why you not move? He asked impatiently. I pointed at Acua again. She's coming with me, I said. He shook his head. Prisoner, he said. She's my handmaiden. I lied. The dwarf blinked, looking confused. Didn't know that word, huh? My herald, I said. Blackbeard frowned. You human, he pointed out. Was he implying no human could possibly be important to have a herald? Good to know the High Lords had a superior, even in matters of bloody-minded arrogance. Human queen, I reminded him. He still looked unconvinced, but must have decided arguing wasn't worth the trouble. An order had Diabolus taken aside from the others and brought to me. Your Majesty, Acua said, bowing to me. Quick on the uptake, Diabolist. Sometimes in the wrong way. But there was a reason I wanted her with me when speaking with whatever fancy beard was in charge. We were escorted the rest of the way to the dais without any further trouble. The seat was facing the other way, so it was the dais itself that earned a second glance. Roughly hewn stone, and I was pretty sure a single piece. Handhold were carved into the sides. Had they carried this here? Lots of trouble for a seat. We were brought in front of the high chair, where a full 200 of those heavy soldiers from earlier was waiting in silent stillness. The seat, I could not help but notice, was empty. I glanced at Blackbeard. Am I supposed to talk to the chair? I asked. Big Eyes stared me down without a word. That's a no, then, I muttered. I'll wait. Not long after the rows of soldiers parted for a pair of dwarves, which seemed promising to me. The first was the tallest dwarf I'd seen so far, and the first without any armor. He wore cloth, dyed a green so dark it was nearly black, though I didn't recognize the style or the cut. It was wrapped and knotted in layers over layers, heavy enough it might actually slow an arrow. His beard was dyed as well, in the same color, and his eyes matched. The hair was black, though long and braided. The staff in his hand was a crooked thing of wood with trinkets of some strange metal hanging off the end, softly chiming as he walked. The other was one of those Archer had called Deedseekers, and his chest was so thickly covered in skulls the armor could not be seen beneath. Some of those were human, I noted, but most too large for that. I even glimpsed dragonbone among the multitude, though that struck me as the result of grave robbing rather than fighting. There were few dragons left on Calernia, and the death of one would have resounded across the continent. Blonde of beard and hair, his face was covered with either an exceedingly thick black tattoo or pristine face paint. The shape was a rat's head and fangs, though the horns sprouting out made it clear it was not just any rattling. The two of them came to stand before the dais, though they did not touch it, and the deed seeker cleared his throat. Shantan, he asked in that same language. I wiggled my palm. Lower Mizan? I tried. The dwarf nodded. You stand before the Herald of the Deeps, he announced. Name yourself. Acua replied without any need for prompting on my part. I introduce Her Majesty Catherine Foundling, Queen of Callow and Sovereign of Moonless Nights, she said, sketching a bow. The deed seeker cocked his head to the side. I am Balassi, Seeker of Deeds, he said. I will translate for the Herald. You may kneel. I smiled amicably. I do not kneel, I said. My attendant will do so out of respect. Acua elegantly did so under the emotionless eyes of the dwarves, rising just as fluidly. Balassi turned a bronze gaze to Blackbeard, who still stood at my side, and spoke in their language. The dwarf replied in length, then paused and quickly tacked on something. The herald's lips quirked in amusement. Balassi laughed outright. I feel like I've heard that one before, I noted. The deed seeker inclined his head. Even a lizard can eat a tadpole, he said. My brow rose. Guess you had to be there, I said, which I had been. I did not smile. It loses in the translation, Balassi said. The words, even an idiot can bully a dimwit. Ah, charming. We were going to get along great. I could just feel it. I take it the dimwits are the drow, I said. You have taken some of the Croxon. Prisoner, he acknowledged. A matter of great hilarity to us. I did notice you haven't bothered, so far, I said. The dwarf bared his teeth. Only children pet vermin, he said. About what I'd expected out of them, though it was still jarring to hear it spoken out loud. The casual dismissal of an entire race as pests. Not that the drow are any better. I thought. There was little difference between cattle and vermin when it came down to it. The herald spoke softly, addressing his translator, who then turned to us. His Eminence would know why you have come to the Everdark, he said. My instinct was to answer, to establish some kind of relationship, but this was diplomacy and not an evening at the tavern. If I fielded all the questions myself, I was implying myself to be on the same level as the herald's translator, which was something I needed to avoid if I wanted to be considered an interlocutor and not a curiosity. I held my tongue and let Diabolus speak in my stead. It was, after all, why she was here. Her Majesty sought to raise an army of drow to war against her enemies on the surface, Acua said. We were unaware that the kingdom under intended to invade when we began our journey. You are aware now, Balassi said. You will be allowed to depart unmolested. Your prisoners will remain, as they may know useful information. A decision perhaps premature, Acua replied. It seems our interests may have fallen in alignment. The deed seeker fixed her with a steady look. Callow intends to meddle in the affairs of the kingdom under, he said, very mildly. Callow is willing to pursue its interests so long as they do not contradict those of the king under the mountain, she smoothly replied. We would consult with you to ensure such an unfortunate turn of events will not come to be. You're not human, Balassi thoughtfully said. Some sort of spirit, bound in service. The kingdom you claim to come from is not known for such pacts. The world ever changes, Seeker Balassi, Acua smiled. New eras demand new methods, lest we be left in the dust. You're a long way from home, Calawance, the dwarf said, stumbling into matters beyond your understanding. To presume to even speak of them is a dangerous kind of arrogance. You are correct, Seeker, the shade said. We are a long way from home, with little love for those who dwell here, and a mind open to fresh opportunities. It would be a sad thing to turn a blind eye to mutual profits without good motive. I left her to it, my eyes drawn to the herald's staff. The trinkets, in particular. It was a subtle thing, but there was power to them. They were no simple decoration. My eyes narrowed. Not the trinkets themselves. Something inside them bound. The shackles do not bind you, the Herald of the Deeps said in perfect lower Mizan. The other two went silent as I met those eldritch green eyes. I called on a sliver of winter and tore off one of the shackles like it was made of parchment, runes struggling impotently. They do not, I agreed. You are not human, the Herald said. I replied. Then I murdered a demigod and stole his power. And so you come to the Everdark, the dwarf said, seeking yet more. I have a great many enemies, I said. Enough it might be said we share a few. The herald smiled, slow and mean. I offer hospitality to you, Queen of Callow, he said. Let us eat, drink, and talk of murdering gods. Well, now, they were speaking my language. Book 4, Chapter 60, Profiteers. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is lynched. Precise saying. Since my crowning, I'd found it necessary to occasionally entertain people of import. It wasn't something I particularly enjoyed, but a shared meal and a bottle of wine was a decent way to take a good look at what influential individuals of Callow were up to. Most of the time, it had been members of the Queen's Council or envoys from my governors, more rarely emissaries from the northern baronies. Those dinners tended to be calm affairs, where more importance was placed on the conversation than the food. I rather preferred the dwarven take on it, all things told. After nibbling at rations for weeks, a slab of ribs lathered in sauce with a goblet of some kind of pitch-black liquor that smelled like berries and kicked like a mule were a delightful change of pace. The herald had made a point out of being the one to offer them, even if another dwarf brought the plates, which I guessed to be some point of dwarven etiquette. The table was granite and low even by my standards, though it had clearly been crafted with bullier types in mind. Acqua, and I didn't even come close to filling our side of it. The herald and his interpreter, not that he needed one, as it turned out, had dug into their own plates without any mannerly pretenses. I followed suit, rather enjoying the meat even though I did not recognize it. The liquor was a treat though, I don't do that much. Diabolist was more interested in the fine make of the cutlery we were using than the meal, though she made sure to eat and drink enough no insult would be taken. The dwarves polished off their plates at admirable speed, knocking back the liquor all the while, and it was not long before all were finished. There'd been no attempt at conversation while the plates were on the table, not from their side anyway. I'd followed suit, in no great hurry, and Acqua had followed my example. Soldiers took away the plates when we were done, bringing bowls of tepid water to the table where the dwarves soaked their fingers clean before wiping on cloths. My brows rose. They were a strangely clean people, for a race that dwelled in dirt. Still, I imitated them and saw with mild disappointment that our cups and bottle were taken away. Diplomacy cannot be had over such mild drinks, Queen Catherine. Balassi told me amusedly, having noticed my look. It would be unseemly. Your people have an enlightened sense of etiquette, Seeker, I replied. The liquor, may I ask what it is called? Black Cassie, the dwarf said. I will part with a bottle as gift, should these talks be fruitful. It had been a long time since a bribe that baldly offered had tempted me even a little, I mused. The stakes have been raised, I drily replied. Soldiers returned with 4 small wooden bowls and set them down before each of us. I studied mine curiously. Oak, if I was not mistaken. Old and rough, never varnished or sculpted. A heavy glass bottle was brought, and the dwarven soldier bearing it very carefully poured maybe half a cup's worth of liquid into each bowl. It looked like wine, I thought, but vapor wafted off the surface and it was very clearly near boiling. I glanced at Balassi and found him staring at his own bowl reverently. It must be allowed to seep, he told me. These bowls have never seen other purpose than the cradling of Sudra. And so the taste of old toasts mixes with the new. I'm honored, I said, inclining my head. As it should be, the herald said. No such bottle has ever left the kingdom under. I doubt more than a dozen of your kind ever tasted Sudra, much less properly served. It was utterly wasted on me, considering my tastes in drink had moved from decent table wine to nearly flammable since I'd taken up my mantle. It might be undiplomatic to say as much, though, and I was curious about the taste. I inclined my head again, a little deeper this time. The Herald of the Deeps responded in kind. You were introduced as Queen of Callow, the green-eyed dwarf said. Yet your second name is Foundling, not Fairfax. There are no more Fairfaxes, I said. They were slain to the last, when the dread empire of praise conquered Callow. I am first and only of my line. A worthy purpose that will have earned no small burden. Balassi said approvingly. The herald turned amused eyes on him, then back to me. You will have to forgive my old friend, he said. He is quite the radical, even for a seeker of deeds. No offense was taken, I said. There was none to be found, in my eyes. I have told you before. Deline, the deed seeker snorted. The ways of their kind may be chaotic, but they are not without merit. To each thing born, purpose and burden, the herald chided. What you seek as correction is mere revelation. Our truth is absolute. I was missing too much context to be able to truly follow that exchange, but some guesses could be hazarded. Purpose and burden, huh? There was a weight to that, one familiar to me. Name and role. Indrani had said that the Deed Seeker were trying to win something other dwarves thought they weren't supposed to have. Considering their way of going about it was to hunt the most dangerous creatures around, their behavior might just be an attempt to raise their purpose by first raising their burden. Interesting and worth keeping in mind, but not ultimately why I was seated here with them. From your question, I take it you're not too familiar with surface affairs, I said. They are neither my charge nor concern, the herald said. Balassi is more knowledgeable of such affairs, though it has been some time since he last journeyed upwards. Last I heard, Praise was trying to invade your people and getting smacked around for the presumption, the Deed Seeker said. Queen Moirin was ruling, I believe. Queen Moirin, he likely meant. The grandmother of good King Robert, the Fairfax who died on the fields of Stredges failing to turn back the conquest. Anything they knew of the surface dated back at least 100 years, then. Calla was conquered, and under my aegis was made independent again, I said. We are now at war with most the great powers of the surface, 3 of which have declared a crusade on Praise and would break my homeland on their march to the tower. And so you come to the Everdark in your hour of need, Balassi said. You must truly be desperate to seek anything but corpses from the Croxen. I've knocked at every other door, I said. The dead king is on the march now, and there are no limits to his hunger. This is no time to be squeamish about one's allies. The Croxen will flee or perish, the Herald of the Deep said, and he spoke it not as promise or prophecy, but as mere fact, as if there could be no doubt. Gods, maybe there wasn't. What little I knew of these people was enough to have me very, very wary, and they were just the vanguard. Such an outcome may very well be inevitable, Acua said. Yet the path by which it is reached remains shadowed, does it not? There is little purpose in entertaining us otherwise. Balassi cast a look at me. You allow your spirit a great deal of freedom, he said. She has her uses, I mildly replied. And considering the costs of her service, she will be worked until she breaks. Diabolist bowed her head at me, without the slightest hint of displeasure on her face. It could be true, I thought. The right of the victor, she'd called it. It could also be a lie, and I would never know until the end. My very own viper, always dangerous no matter how tight the leash. How much do you know of this ruin of a realm, Queen Catherine? The herald asked. I hesitated. Admitting ignorance here might see me hoodwinked. Dwarves were infamously disinclined to fair bargains. On the other hand, pretending to be an expert where I was not was just as dangerous in its own way. These were not people to trifle with. Little in most matters, yet I have glimpsed deep in some, I finally said. My power is both kin and foe to the priestess of knights, in some eldritch way. The green-eyed dwarf nodded slowly. I have long studied their kind, he said. 7 wars we fought against them, 2 of them lost. Yet we won the last 3, and the lands of their ancient colonies were swallowed in the 9th expansion. The echo of the last defeat saw them collapse, hiding behind the gloom and turning their knives on each other. They are a pale imitation of what they once were. A ruin of a realm, I softly agreed. And the spider at the center of the web lies waiting in Tferigu. She is more monster than woman now, Balassi said. She devoured the twilight sages, it is said, and made them into the first of the night. She has only grown since. Her hand is on every knife, her lips wet with every red bite. A creature without purpose, the herald said, and there was hatred in his voice. A burden on all her kind. You surface people quibble over devils and books, but the save NOC is breathing blasphemy. Voices were raised when we warred against the goblins, and Ishti's bargain extended as mercy. Yet there was only silence in the deep places when call was made for war on the Everdark. I have known little but war since I was 16, I quietly said. And so I know this. Annihilation is a costly enterprise. To break an enemy is one thing, to destroy it wholesale another. Yet annihilation is the only path, so long as the save NOC draws breath, Balassi said. Many will die for this purpose. It will take decades to scatter the greatest of the mighty and lay siege to Tferigu itself, perhaps as long as a century. We will not have that. The King of Death has turned his eyes to the wars of the surface, the herald said. Yet we have seen this before. It never lasts. The dead will return to the depths soon enough. The green-eyed dwarf leaned in. The gloom must fall, the herald of the deep said. You fled forward, I think, without seeing our host. It is not only that, Queen of Callow. We have brought artisans and tenders, masons and runescribes, families as well as soldiers. My fingers clenched under the table. You intend to settle the outer rings, Acua said in my stead. To raise fortress cities from which you can fight the war against the Drow even after the dead king returns. A long and bleak exile for hundreds of thousands, Balassi said. None who felt this to be their purpose expect to see their kin for many years. The 14th expansion will be a treacherous one. Yet if someone killed the Priestess of Night, I said, the gloom would end. No exile, no hard decades of war severed from home. Slayers have been sent before, the herald said. As far as we know, none lived to reach the inner ring. Yet you have taken Croxon prisoner, Balassi said. Use them. A dwarf would be attacked on sight. A human, of sufficient power? That would be different matter. I took a moment to let the implications of that sink in. Not that they wanted me to traipse through the Everdark and murder yet another demigod for their advantage. That much I'd expected, but the sheer scope of what they were undertaking. Hundreds of thousands. Seeker Balassi had said. That was all of Eastern Callow, I thought. All those people sent marching across some sorcerous barrier not out of fear or desperation, but because the empire of the dwarves had deemed it strategic necessity to destroy the Drow. What kind of empire could do that? The sum whole of the 10th Crusade, which had 3 great nations joined, could barely muster 200,000 soldiers. I'd read as a child that the kingdom under likely spanned 2/3 of Calernia underground, that to the east it reached the heartlands of Praise, to the south it touched the upper half of the Dominion. To the west a gate was rumored to exist in the coastal principality of Bruss, though one scarcely used, and the kingdom of the dead had long been thought to be the northern border of the Dwarven kingdom. I was no longer certain that was the case, to be honest. I'd read the words stating all that, ink on parchment, but never really understood them until now. Black had once called the kingdom under the only Calernian nation that could be considered more than a regional power. I'd not disbelieved him. I'd had no reason to, but neither had I truly taken the words to heart. Mighty as the dwarves were, they were barely Calernian in the end. Their presence was lightly felt, more an adjacent existence one must avoid provoking than a nation we shared borders with. I suppose that was true, in a way. Could an ant really have a border with a giant? And while the great nations of the surface had been tearing each other to shreds for yards of land or points of principles, the kingdom under had grown so great it could afford to send a few 100,000 soldiers and settlers into the dark for a mere gamble. A possibly century-long roll of the dice that would shatter a people's spine over the knee of the king under the mountain if it worked. I wasn't a nobody, I knew. I'd done things that would be remembered in histories. In sheer power, there were only a handful of people on the continent that could be called my equal, and even fewer my superior. All of that was dust in the eyes of the people I was speaking with. It was worth remembering that much before I tried to strike a pact. I supposed most queens would find it beneath their dignity to play the assassin for a foreign power, I finally said. Fortunately, I have no such qualms. You need the save Noct removed and the gloom lifted. I believe I can deliver this. Then we now speak of terms, the herald said. You will want payment for this service. I will, I said. Before that is discussed, forgive my ignorance, but I am uncertain of what your title means. Does it carry the authority to make such a deal? Balassi's face turned stormy, and he pulled at his beard, but the herald quelled him with a look. I am the herald of the deeps, the green-eyed dwarf said, and his voice rang with power. Promises I make will be observed by all who call themselves dwarves. I could taste the power in the air, the sharp tang of it. My eyes narrowed. Named, I thought. That man is named. Until now there had not been so much as a mode of spillover, which was worth noting. I hadn't seen that kind of control since Black. The dwarf was either a religious or cultural figure of some sort, from the sounds of it. Some kind of priest? Curious as I was, it was not necessary to delve too deep in the ways of the dwarves to make a deal. Asking questions now would only distract from that. Understood, I simply said. Shade? Acua leaned in over the table. She knew what I needed, right now, and would be better at bargaining for it. Soldiers were the most direly needed. Drow would have made for useful shock troops, but if I could field a few thousand dwarves instead, it was a clearly superior outcome. There was precedent for their kind warring on the surface, though only as mercenaries. After that, my desires were split between diplomatic pressure and gold. An infusion of gold would get Callow through the worst of the current troubles, at least in some respects. Trade with the League of Free Cities had not ceased, and Mercantis never closed its shores to anyone. What my kingdom lacked, and could not make could be bought, if we had the coin. On the other hand, a quiet word from the kingdom under to any of the powers might solve a lot of my troubles. Even something as simple as declaring the kingdom of Callow under protection for 2 years would free my hands to do so much. If I could actually rebuild in peace instead of sinking all the treasury into the army. No doubt the Empress would continue striking through deniable means, but Thief was becoming better hand at the shadow games with every passing month. Breathing room would be God sent, and I could ask for starker price than that. Her Majesty came to the Everdark to obtain an army, Diabolus said. As the days of the Croxans seem numbered, we will need to secure another source of soldiery. Seeker Balassi smiled. You can have right of recruitment among them, he said. Any you can take into your service will be spared, so long as they depart. That was a broad promise, I thought. If I managed to sway even a third of the drow, were they really willing to let them go? I supposed it made sense, from their perspective. So long as they left the Everdark, they were no longer a dwarven problem. A right we possess, strictly speaking, Acua politely replied. As you made it clear you have no intention of pursuit beyond the span of the 14th expansion. Dwarves have served as mercenaries before. This would not be significantly different. It is against decree to war on the surface when the kingdom underseeks expansion, the herald said replied. You will find no purchase here. The deed seeker frowned, then spoke to his fellow dwarf in their tongue. They traded a few sentences, then Balassi cleared his throat. While not in official capacity, I could speak to a few of my fellows, he offered. Should you deliver, we could seek deeds in your wars. And how many of your fellows could we count on, Seeker? Acua asked. 300, Balassi said. Not a significant enough force. I take it, the Shade asked me in Tethwa. I already have enough monsters up my sleeves, I honestly replied. What I need is solid foot to give the vultures pause. 300 wouldn't make Hazenbach or the Dead King think twice. Their deaths could be leveraged into greater dwarven involvement, she suggested. We'd also have to answer for that, I grunted. Pass. Then we returned to recruiting from the drow, Acua said. Shall I press coin or influence? Coin first, I decided. Best we stand on our own, if we can have that. But try to get protection if you can. Doesn't matter if it's short, so long as we can call in the favor when we need it. It would have been polite to call diplomacy what followed, but I knew haggling when I saw it. That Acua was arguing the murder of a lesser god was not cheap, instead of loudly exclaiming fresh fish for silver was highway robbery, did not make the substance of what took place any different. It was a delicate line to walk for Diabolist. We were useful to the dwarves, but not necessary. There was only so far she could push. I'd learned to put a leash on my temper over the years, but I was still glad she was the one doing the talking. Balassi was near openly trying to screw us, first suggesting a loan to the Kingdom of Callow instead of outright payment. As was always the way with these things, what was hammered out was a compromise no one was truly happy with. The treasury in lore would be getting enough coin that Juniper should be able to raise the army of Callow as she saw fit, without picking clean every last copper. Though after the expenses of feeding the southern refugees through the winter, I suspected we'd have a rather tight belt when spring came around. Though Acua pushed hard for a degree of open support from the dwarfs, the herald personally killed the notion. What we got was a little more abstract, though in some ways just as useful. For the next 5 years, sale of weapons to any nation at war with the Kingdom of Callow would end. I would dearly like to see Cordelia Hazenbach try to raise half the countryside of Procker without a steady supply of cheap dwarven armaments. Unlike Praise, Procker had no large set of forges and smithies directly under the authority of the ruler. Her options without the kingdom under propping up the war effort were few and rather unpalatable. Our right of recruitment from the drow was confirmed, under condition that they left the Everdark without fighting. It was at least 2 hours before everything was settled, Diabolist arranging for the payments and announcements being carried out through Mercantis as swiftly as possible. We ended as we began, drinks in hand. At the herald's careful instruction, we raised the wooden bowls and drank deep of the Sudra. It was smooth all the way down, I thought, yet no sweeter for it. There was a faint aftertaste that was almost coppery, like blood. A fitting drink for this pact, then. Book 4, Chapter 61, Remonstration. Beware those who peddle sweet truths, for that which cleanses is rarely gentle. King Edmund of Callow, the ink hand. I tossed the bow, and Indrani snatched it out of the air. She ran her hand down the length, checking it for damages, and only after she'd made certain it was in pristine condition did she turn her eyes to me. How much did it cost you? She asked. Not a copper, I said. Restitution was tacked onto to a larger bargain. We're going on a hunt, then, she smiled. It was about damn time. We've been creeping around for too long. I wasn't all that surprised she'd caught on to the nature of my pact with the dwarves without being briefed. I had precious little to offer the kingdom under save for the work of my blade. I'd sent Diabolus to gather our drow while attending to Indrani myself, though that situation felt like trouble brewing. Leaving the prisoners behind wasn't on the table. The dwarves might interrogate them before breaking their skulls and throwing them on the nearest corpse pile, neither part of which I wanted to come about. Taking them with us on the further journey was trouble too, though. They'd know I'd talked with the dwarves, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't open their mouths whenever we ran into a drow powerful enough it could give me a challenge. I was currently inclined to let them go after pulling ahead of the army by a day or two. They could live and die on their own merits after that. Iva was the only one I had plans for, though I was still hesitating over pulling that particular trigger. My mistakes had larger consequences than they used to, and nowadays there was no one to clean up behind me. The prisoners were awaiting us at the edge of the camp, Diabolus standing among their number, while a few companies of dwarven regulars kept an eye on the proceedings. More out of principle than fear, I thought. The shackles had already been removed, but still the drow looked uneasy, as if they expected the slaughter to begin any moment. The way some of the soldiers were very casually playing with their crossbows wasn't helping matters, and from the way grins split their beards the dwarves knew exactly what they were doing. I did not bother to offer our escorts any farewells before leaving. Goodbyes had already been traded with the two dwarves that mattered in the vanguard, and none of the other had done anything to deserve the courtesy. To the contrary, one might argue. Iva had carefully remained close to me from the moment I arrived, and did not give distance until we'd left the large cavern. We went through another 2 dwarven choke points before finally leaving the territory they controlled, and only then did any of the drow let out a breath of relief. We took our first break around an hour later, when they began to tire. Where before the prisoners had offered only fear, there was now a touch of reverence in their eyes, towards me, mostly, but Acua as well. From their point of view, we'd walked into the jaws of the wolf and gotten off without so much as a scratch to show for it. They might not know why, but they could not argue with the results. Our guide approached me while the others rested. "You spoke truth, Queen," Iva said, and smoothly knelt. "For the offense of doubting your word, I present myself for judgment." I tore off a chunk of dried beef and popped it into my mouth, chewing as I considered the drow kneeling before me. Even on its knees, it was of a height with me sitting. Already I was missing the dwarves and their much more reasonable proportions. I could dismiss this out of hand, I thought. I'd often done this with my doubters in the past, especially when they had good reasons to doubt me. Those who had come into my service had done so after I'd proven myself, shown I could achieve results. This was different. I wasn't dealing with a human or an orc, not even a goblin. My grasp on drow culture was still weak, but I suspected that if I made it clear doubting me came without consequences, then I was giving an open invitation to do so again. Acua had been just right enough I couldn't outright dismiss her, when she'd said it was worthless to offer people mercy when mercy had no worth in their eyes. I swallowed the last of the meat, then wiped my fingers on my legs. Measured response, I thought. My hand lashed out, swift as a snake, and the sharp tips of eyesight formed at the end of the fingers raked across Iva's right cheek. For bloody claw marks began dripping blood. The drow did not flinch. "A reminder," I said. "When the doubt next comes, you may consider the matter settled." Iva rose on shaky legs, and I dismissed it with a wave of the hand after telling it Diabolist would see to the marks. Indrani slid next to me barely a heartbeat later. She'd been pretty blatantly eavesdropping, though I'd seen no need to stop her. She pressed a skin into my hands, and I did not need to take a sniff to know it wasn't water. Her breath made that clear enough. "So what's the plan?" Archer asked. "We go to Holy Tferigu," I said, "and have a pleasant chat with the Priestess of Night." "Seems to me like we'll need to have a bunch of pleasant chats to get there in the first place," she mused. "You and I are pleasantly chatty people, by reputation," I said. "It'll be a load off my back for us to return to the basics," she admitted. "But you've got the look." I glanced at her, finding her halfway between amused and annoyed. "The look? The one that says you're tripping all over your morals again," Indrani said. "It's led us to some beautiful scraps, mind you, but never before a long spot of hemming and hawing." "What do you care?" I said. She blinked in surprise, and I passed a hand through my hair. "I didn't mean it that way," I said. "But this isn't us, Drani. We don't have those talks. Did Hakram put you up to this?" "Vivian asked that I keep an eye out," she said. "On account of your last advisor around being OL Portal Dazzle. Worries were had that if you got in a bad place our little friend would be eager to give you a push over the edge." I haven't talked to her about this, I said. I don't intend to either. So talk to me, Archer said. I'm here, and mostly sober. Do you actually give a shit about any of this? I bluntly asked. I'm not saying this to be an ass to you. You never have before. I do give a shit about you, Catherine, she sighed. Even when you're being an utter wench to me. You think I'm down here for the scenery? I bit my tongue. Taking out my mood on Indrani would be underserved, even if she was pushing me, and she damn well knew it. Why are you down here? I finally asked. Because that's where we went, she slowly replied, eyeing me dubiously. How hard was the stuff the dwarves gave you? So that was how she wanted to play it. Huh. Dumb. Usually I'd leave it at that, play it off with a quip or an insult. It was the way we worked, leaving things unspoken. But gods, I was tiring of that. Of just letting things go. You take orders from me, sometimes, I said. But I've never considered you my subordinate. If you'd chosen to go back to Callow with the others, there wasn't anything I could have done about it. Hells, Catherine, she sighed. Do we really need to do this? Don't we? I said. Indrani, there's maybe 10 people in all of creation I can genuinely call my friends, and I can barely claim to understand half of them. I keep leading you into one ugly mess after another, and for some of you I understand. Vivian's in this for the kingdom, and Hakram believes in this, whatever it's become, even when I don't. I'm not trying to throw stones at you, Archer. There's just some days where I honestly wonder why you bother. It's not enough that you're my friends, she asked. If that's your answer, I said, and I mean your real answer, not us laughing this off and never mentioning it again, I'll take it. But I don't want either of us to survive the other and look back in 20 years regretting we were too proud to actually have an honest talk. Her eyes narrowed. So, Ratface finally sunk in, she said, not unkindly. Was worried it might happen. You took it too well when we learned. I flinched. Cat, he dashed. I used him, I said, with terrible calm. He was my friend, and I used him until it got him killed. It's fuck. Indrani. He still had so much left to do. Who does she take next, Aisha? Juniper. How many people do I need to lose before I'm just a raving monster who just happens to lack a tower to rave from? The utter selfishness of that thought shamed me. They'd killed him, and still I'd somehow made it all about me. We're not going to die that easily, Indrani said. We're not. Invincible. Archer, I hissed. We just got savagely beaten by a dead elf and a giant rat, and those were the toys of what's waiting. All we got to show for it was Militia taking home a victory once more, and fresh off that she took the knife to Ratface. We're in this mess, and I can't protect any of you. You have to dash. Have a reason we're here, she finished quietly. Something worth the risks. You'd be fine without me, I tiredly said. Maybe even better off. I'm a fool for saying that, because I need you more than I can put into words, but it's the damn truth. You can leave this at any time and none of my enemies will follow. And let's not pretend they're not. My enemies, Indrani. We both know they're not really yours. Sure they are, Indrani replied. The moment you leave back for refuge, Militia and the Crusaders forget you ever existed, I said. That's not arguable, that's a fact. She flicked my forehead. I reared back, more in surprise than pain. That's the problem with you, Cat, she said. You say these sweet things, sometimes, but you still can't quite get out of your head. Refuge is not my home. It's a place I lived in for a while. The lady being there is the only reason it exists, and the only reason I ever went. You have this loyalty for Callow. I don't really get it. The place is war-torn shithole, but if it's a madness then most of your people have it too. I don't have that for Refuge, or really anyone in it. There's nothing to go back to. You could travel, I said. That what you really want, isn't it? She laughed, harshly. Gods, I can't get angry, Indrani said. It's infuriating, but that's why it works. Because you're such a fucking idiot it can't possibly be manipulation. You think I want to leave without somewhere to get back to, Catherine? You could dash. Shut up, Archer interrupted. For once in your life, just shut up and listen. You're right when you say you don't understand us, because you somehow missed who you opened your home to. Do you know why Hunter was afraid of me when I came to fetch him? Because I used to beat him in the yard. Bad enough he'd bruise for weeks, even as a named. Not because I hated him or because we had a grudge, but because seeing it happen put a twinkle in Lady Ranger's eye. I would have slit his goddamned throat if it had done the same. I fought everyone there was to fight in Refuge until I could crush them underfoot, and then I went out into the waning woods to find harder opponents. I don't need a cause. I don't need a reason. Every time I come out on top, I prove that I deserve this. That I'm not a fucking charity case. Some curiosity she picked up in Mercantis along with whatever artifact took her fancy that year. I'm not her, I said. No, she replied. You're not. I trounced your ass the first time we met just so I could prove I was better than the Black Knight's pupil, and somehow that just never became an issue. I thought you were some kind weakling, at first, too afraid for revenge or a rematch. But then you picked a fight with a demon and its minions, not because you thought you could win, but because you wouldn't accept losing. That's not a virtue, I said. And that kind of thinking has gotten a lot of people killed. You keep your eye on the horizon, always have, she said. Makes it that you always end up missing what you actually do. You opened your home to me. Your family. Shit. Cat. We might make fun of you, but there's no one that doubts you'd murder your way through a kingdom for one of us. And you just handed that freely, asking nothing. Not even an oath. And now you're surprised we're willing to kill for it. That's not what I meant to do, I quietly said. It wouldn't work if it was, she smiled mirthlessly. It's like you don't realize who it is you took in. You think Masego asks himself whether people should be killed because he cares about Calawan justice? You found a kid who couldn't talk to others without a chart, and you told him he wasn't mad or strange, that he was right and clever and worth something beyond his magic. Vivian was so desperate to do something that mattered, she joined a rebellion of people she didn't like or trust in a place where those have the life expectancy of a fly. She fought you, stole from you, and instead of slitting her throat, you gave her your trust and told her what she wanted to hear the most, that she's a decent person and that she can make a difference. Hakram used to wonder why he even got up in the morning, Catherine. He was barely even a person. Now he's got such searing purpose his own name made it that he doesn't need to sleep. That was all them, I thought. I didn't change anything. I'm not Odash. You try to be good, Indrani said. Or at least decent. So you've got this idea that all of us were, before you came along. That you dirty us by making us fight. That you're somehow imposing on who we'd be otherwise. Set that aside, because it only ever existed in your head. You took in wild animals, fed them, and gave them a place by the fire. Loved them, in your own terrible way. Shadowed eyes met mine, the glint in them a savage thing. None of us forgot the years out in the wilds, Catherine, she said, baring her teeth. It was cold and dark and lonely, and if we have to make a graveyard of half this fucking continent to never go there again then, that's what we'll do. I did not reply, because after that what could I possibly say? Archer snatched the skin back from me and rose to her feet. Gods, she grimaced. I can't believe you made me do that. Where's Hakram when you need him? Indrani, I said. I dash. Don't, she curtly said. I have no idea what you're wrestling with right now, but I'll say this. You've been running scared since second lease. We've all seen how it stayed with you, but grieving is one thing and this is another. If you let it bury you, then you failed those people twice instead of once. What are you saying? I asked. An occasionally halfway clever woman once told me she didn't win battles because she was the squire, Indrani said. Or because she had tricks and fancy mantle. You're afraid of what's coming? Then do what you need to and stand with your back straight. Let them take a swing. See where it gets them. She strode away without another word, already guzzling away at the skin as if liquor could wash away the embarrassment reddening her cheeks. I stayed there sitting in silence for who knows how long, never taking a breath. It had warmed me, what she'd told me, but it terrified me as well, and not only because of her own words. Your people becoming warped by your presence. The Grey Pilgrim had said, old traits grown more vicious and acute. I wanted to deny him. As are all his kindly appearance, he was a man very much trying to kill me. And yet, Archer believed all the hard edges in my companions had been there long before they came across me. That it was circumstance making them come out, not some deeper sinister influence. She might be right. Was as not, in a way, supremely arrogant to decide I was responsible for who they were and what they were willing to do. Masego had been raised by a villain and a devil, Archer by cold-eyed thrill killer, and Hakram was an orc. His people's bouts of savagery filled the pages of history books. Vivian had been the thief before ever hearing I existed, and had walked that narrow line between good and evil for most her life. Her stolen riches had never gone to feed orphans or the destitute. She'd been settling a grudge. A deeply Calawan thing to do, but if nothing else the last few years had brought out in sharp relief that my people's penchant for vengeance was not necessarily a thing of the heavens. The old voice in the back of my head gave answer soon enough. It would be easy, wouldn't it, to eschew responsibility for all of this? To let the comforting words wash over me, to share the burden of all the woe that had come to pass. But I'd seen it with my own eyes, decent men arguing for bonfire. A little word that meant that slaughter of thousands of innocents simply to prevent Procker from sallying out against me. The excuses came swift and plentiful. that withholding that assault had led to the battle of the camps and the deaths of thousands anyway. That it was my enemies who had sought the war, not I. Justifications always came aplenty. I still felt a shiver of discomfort when I realized at some point I'd become the kind of woman that would sow justifications matter only to the just on her own banner. What a vicious joke that had turned out to be. Even while espousing the words, had I ever really stopped telling myself what I was doing was necessary? I'd clutched that whisper tight and led my soldiers, my people, into one war after another. The Queen of Summer had called us a woe unto all we would behold, and I felt that to be the most savage kind of prophecy, the one that called not on unearthly sight, but simple recognition of character. Who was I to take such grand decisions? Not even 21, taught too little and haunted by grave mistakes. What right did I have to make decrees that might resound for centuries after my death? The fear was paralyzing that I might botch the matter badly enough a dozen generations might pay for it. I was a drunkard playing dice with the fight of nations compared to my enemies. I'd be damned for the disaster, and rightly. And yet, I thought with a dark smile, would I not also be damned for doing nothing at all? Maybe Black was right, and I'd never been meant for grace at all, for the righteous choices of a hero's story. Maybe I'd always been who I'd told myself I had become, a deeper truth laid bare by power. Because in the end, if there was only damnation, I would rather be damned out of error than fear. And that left only one thing to do, didn't it? I found Iva standing along. The red marks of the blood I'd spilled dried on its cheek. It rose when I approached, but I waved that away. We settled down comfortably, out of anyone's earshot. It is my understanding, I said, that you seek power, to redress what was done to you, to rise above where you once stood. That is so, Queen, Iva said, silver bright in its eyes. Then I believe, I said, it might be time for us to make deal. Winter whispered in my ear, promises and imprecations, the distant howl of blizzard parted by the deep crack of great glaciers. I let it. Book 4, Interlude, Queen's Gambit, offered. Do I even need to give the order? Dread Empress Massacre. Mobility is how they have survived, Your Most Serene Highness, General Altrace said. We have easily 5 times their number on the field, but divided and constantly forced to march in different directions. The moment the legions are trapped, we have won the battle. The man's long and elaborate mustache moved distractingly as he spoke, though Cordelia forced herself to ignore it. Diego Altrace had duly embraced the Arlazite practice of turning his facial hair into a spectacle, keeping it waxed and curved with near-religious dedication. The first prince had always thought the custom made men look like buffoons, though it would not be diplomatic to voice as much. Her court in Salia had scrupulously observed the latest fervors of southern nobility, as it would have been too easy to dismiss her as a barbarous Lycanese otherwise. She herself rarely partook. A first prince set fashion, they did not bow to it. Watching dainty Alaman's ladies weave their hair into Rhenian war braids after she'd adopted the style for a few months had been a rare source of amusement in a year that had provided precious little of that. I am aware of the numbers, General, she replied, and of how they have failed to lead to victories, no matter how oft repeated to me. I understand you are displeased by the fall of Lutz, the man delicately said. Quite the understatement that. Izair's northern border was not a heavily armed one, as its ruling family's relations with Cantal had been more than cordial for decades. Their lines had intertwined so often it was a popular jest in Procer that to split the difference between the royalty of Cantal and Izair one would need a very sharp knife. The Carian's lord descent into the principality of Izair had only one sharp obstacle, the old fortress town of Lutz. A remnant of the days when ancient Arlazite tribes had pushed deep into Alaman's territory, Lutz was a spit of rock with tall wall and taller towers. One that boasted fewer than 10,000 souls, but unlike most of Izair, the town had been garrisoned. Bandits had tried to take it more than once in the past, and so Prince Amadis had found it prudent to station troops there after the Great War. Disaffected Fantassins were but a hungry day away from banditry, after all, and there'd been quite a few of them in Procer after Cordelia ascended the throne. None of the first prince's commanders had kept to the illusion that Lutz would hold indefinitely, but there had been an expectation that it would slow down Presai advance into Izair. Perhaps long enough for the Levantine reinforcing army to make sure southwards enough it would be able to reinforce the gathering forces in the capital of Izair, preventing its loss to the legions. Instead, the town had fallen literally overnight. The Carian lord had struck bargain with bandits, who'd infiltrated the fortress and opened the gates to his forces after night fell in exchange for the lion's share of the loot. The defenders were caught unawares and half asleep. Bloody massacre ensued, and when dawn rose the legions of terror were marching south once more. Worse, the fact that the Black Knight had kept to his terms with the bandits had spread across the entire region. The temptation of treachery would only deepen, and the silver letters were not responding near swiftly enough for her tastes. "I know little of matters of war," Cordelia said. "Yet it occurs to me that with the fall of that fortress, we have effectively lost the northern half of the principality. They cannot occupy it, of course, but more importantly we cannot defend it. And now you come to me with a scheme that involves abandoning yet another city to the enemy." That this conversation even needed to be had was infuriating. A mere 16,000 men had escaped the Red Flower Valleys to wage war on the greatest nation of Calurnia's surface, and yet the last 4 months had brought only word of defeat after defeat. Exiled vagabonds were burning a swath through the heartlands of Procure, which was a disaster in too many ways to count. Cordelia knew better than anyone how fragile the Principate truly was at the moment. The land had not yet truly recovered from 2 decades of civil war, though she'd had few other choice than to wage yet another conflict. It would have been near impossible to rebuild if the mass of fantassins left from the Great War were still there to agitate. Cantil being made a ruin had been a heavy blow, and if Isère was put to the torch as well, would mean starvation in the southeast come winter. The bloody Preci were burning every granary they couldn't carry. After all, years of accumulated grain going up into smoke. The most aggravating part was, she thought, that she still had armies to field, but that she could not send them after the Black Knight. Now that Catherine Foundling had made it clear the dead king's assault was imminent and not months away, the host under Uncle Klaus had to hurry north at the expense of all else. The northern invasion force under Princess Melanza was already marching towards Cleves, but the woman had made it clear that the Calawan campaign had left the army a wreck. The Black Queen had apparently assassinated almost every professional officer in it, then butchered her way through a significant portion of the most reputable fantassin companies. Melanza had described her host as having more generals than lieutenants, and the first prince did not need to be a seasoned veteran to understand the dangers of that. If Melanza held tall walls, she might weather the storm long enough for Uncle Klaus to arrive. If she did not make it to Cleves swiftly enough, the shores of the tomb would fall, and the dead king would gain solid foothold in Procure. The last significant Proceran force was guarding the border with the League of Free Cities, and it could not be moved. The political consequences of that would be dire enough. If Cordelia could no longer offer protection, the Princess of Tenerife would seek another patron and further damage the first prince's position in the highest assembly, but the strategic ones were worse. The League had yet to declare war, but it had mustered its armies. The moment the 20,000 soldiers in Tenerife left the south became wide open to invasion. She'd attempted correspondence with the hierarch to probe intentions, and 6 months past the man had finally deigned to reply. Cordelia almost wished he hadn't. The missive had been 3 pages long, most of which castigating the notion of inherited rule as wicked tyranny, Procure itself as a rapacious pack of foreign oligarchs, and her suggestion of formal truce talks as treason against the will of the people. Which people in particular, she'd noted, he had not specified. He'd at least recognized her title of First Prince, as it was the result of an election. The tyrant of Helike had sent a secret missive along the other letter, swearing eternal friendship and making assurances that he'd increased the size of Helike's army twofold as a purely defensive measure. He went on writing of his deep regrets for the recent civil war in the League, which he was apparently trying to cast himself as mournful of after single-handedly starting and winning. The first prince had not known until then it was possible for someone's calligraphy to come across as blatantly insincere, but her horizons had since been expanded. "Your Highness," General Altrace said, "may I be frank? I expect all my officers to offer me truth, no matter how unpalatable." Cordelia replied, and meant it. "If we try to defend this city with every force at our disposal, we may very well still lose it," he said. "And that defeat would be the end of Isère. I will not pretend the plan I offer is pleasant to behold. It will require ugly sacrifice. But if we do not cut the rot before it spreads, it is not only Isère we risk losing." Cordelia did not answer. She looked out the windows instead, watched Salia below her. The tall bell towers of the many churches, the mansions and palaces of royalty. The people still filling every nook and cranny of the largest city on Calurnia when autumn was painting leaves red and gold. She thought of a cold night in Rhenia, when she'd been 7 and come across her mother drinking alone in the hall. Mother had still been half a goddess in her eyes, back then, implacable and undaunted. She'd asked her why she looked so sad. "Sometimes survival is an ugly affair, my sweet," Mother had told her. It would be years until she learned that her mother had just ordered a pass collapsed, and every village beyond it abandoned to the rattlings. Too many soldiers had gone to Hanovin to aid in turning back the warbands come with spring thaw. Hundreds of Rhenians had been left to die to tooth and claw, abandoned in the cold. The thousands that would have died had the rattling made it through the pass were spared. "Do what needs to be done, General," Cordelia Hazenbach quietly said. "Interesting," Amadeus said. The others insisted on treating him like he was made of glass. Yet for all that his body had become pale and sickly, his mind had not dulled. Spreading an aspect across 16,000 soldiers, closer to 15 now, he corrected, exhausted him to the extent he could barely stand, most days. Being carried like on a litter an invalid had been a private humiliation, though he was not one to let petty pride get in the way of necessity. He was currently more useful as a logistical asset than a field one. Still, the sweat and shivers had been an unpleasant surprise. He'd not known sickness in a very long time, and this was perhaps as close as a name could come to it. "We won't get to plunder a way station twice," Scribe said. "The Circle of Thorns is recalling all assets in the region, and the Silver Letters are withdrawing everything but observers." Those two organizations were, respectively, the foreign and domestic intelligence apparatuses of the Principate. The Silver Letters occasionally also dabbled in assassination or a spot of sabotage in the past, though under Hazenbach there curtailed those activities to pre-Psi agents only. He had great respect for the Circle of Thorns, personally. They were one of the most skillful and well-funded spy networks in the history of Colurnia, and had been pursuing Procur's interests abroad with regular success for centuries. It also operated with only middling oversight from the throne. Even at the height of the Proceran Civil War, the eyes of the Empire had been forced to fight them tooth and nail for every success in the free cities. Their information was, as a rule, reliable and delivered to the appropriate individuals in a timely manner. The Silver Letters, on the other hand, had been made sport of by Imperial agents for decades. They had connections with the gutter and the servants as well as the ruthlessness to properly use them, but they lacked the professional training and arcane tools the eyes of the Empire had gained since Alea climbed the tower. Their internal squabbles had been exploited by Scribe's agents with relish, though only ever through careful intermediaries. They despised the eyes to the bone. "It does not matter," Amadeus finally said. "From what we have learned, we can deduce more, and sooner or later we will succeed at getting our hands on royal correspondence." The household guard of Cantil had burned their ruler's personal papers when it became evident the capital would fall, which was good and clever service, yet somewhat inconvenient to the Black Knight. He'd personally commended the captain responsible and offered the man an officer's commission in the legions, though sadly he'd refused. Out of respect, he'd allowed the captain poison instead of the blade, though the execution had been a given. Amadeus was fond of talent, yet not so fond he would leave it in the service of his foes. Grimm strode into the tent moments later, parting the flap and letting in the scent of smoke and blood. 2 villages had been sacked today, though legionaries had only ever marched on one. It remained a matter of great amusement to Amadeus that the Proceran campaign was yielding a greater harvest of traitors than the Civil War in praise ever had. There was reason to it, of course. The fresh auxiliaries gained by his host were bandits who'd been at odds with local authorities long before he ever came, and who intended to melt back into the countryside with their loot the moment the legions left. His army was seen as a passing storm here, an opportunity to be exploited. When he'd fought to put Alea on the throne, it had been with the stated intent to crush every significant pre-Psi power block underfoot and have them remain in that state for the foreseeable future. That he'd been a Duni backed largely by orcs and goblins in the initial stretch of the war had only added to the perception that Alea's supporters were hungry outsiders that would throw away all old privileges and influences in order to rise. Few pre-Psi of authority had been willing to lend their aid to a faction so estranged from traditional avenues of power, not until it became exceedingly clear it would win the war. "Heard you found the letters of some Proceran spies," Grimm said, striding towards a seat. The one-eyed orc glanced at him first, lips thinning in dismay. Amadeus kept his irritation off his face. He was exhausted, not dying. "A way station belonging to the Circle of Thorns," Eudokia specified. "The letters were meant to be carried to Salia at least a week back, but our advance disrupted the journey." News from abroad? Then, Graham grunted. Shame. Knowing what the silver letters are up to would be a great deal more useful. That's twice we ran into bandit groups fighting over succession, now, and I don't think it's a coincidence. Damage control by Hazenbach, most likely, Amadeus agreed. Yet their correspondence has been enlightening. Klaus Pappenheim is on the march. The orc's hairless brows rose. He's finally willing to chase us, he said. I didn't think his niece's position in the assembly was that weak. Would Isaiah falling really unseat her? He's marching north, old friend, Amadeus said. The letters also mentioned that an eye needed to be kept on the stairway in case Duchess Keegan decided to raid into Aaron's. It was deemed unlikely, and I agree, but the implication that there was need of a watch at all is telling. It means Milan's not going to be holding the pass from their end, Graham said. That's their two largest field armies on the move. He paused. Shit, he finally said. You're sure? We are, Eudokia said. Then the entire north is about to be hip-deep in dead men, Graham bluntly said. I can't think of another reason for Hazenbach to pull out. The Iron Prince only let us burn our way through the Heartlands without lifting a finger because he judged toppling Callow as quick as possible was how the war would be turned around. He wouldn't leave the Valas if he had any another choice, not after committing for so long. That is my assessment as well, Amadeus said. And it means our horizons have just expanded a great deal. Hay knows the longer coast, and it's a maze of cliffs and passes, Graham continued, thinking out loud. No, Melanza won't head there. Your apprentice ripped through her officers. That army's running on fumes and fantassins. If it's spread out for coastal defense, half of it will bolt when the dead king comes out. She'll head for Cleves. It's where Keter aims for whenever they try to land a force, and it's fortified almost as heavily as a Callowan city. She'll count on the walls to hold the army together and wait until Pappenheim makes it north to contest Hainaut. Both those forces will not return south for years, the Black Knight said. That leaves them conscripts and Levantines. The army in Tenerife is unlikely to budge so long as the League doesn't declare for anyone. The Dominions has 2 field armies of 30,000, Graham said. I'm not worried around the one going around the lakes through Solomon's. It's not going to pursue unless we tweak their nose. But if we scrap with the one that just made shore, this campaign is finished. Amadeus had, in a rare flight of fancy, called this war an invasion when speaking to Ranker. It was not, practically speaking. No territory taken had been held, and this entire affair could more accurately be termed a large-scale raid. One pursued in a manner that would shake the first prince's position in the highest assembly, while also aiming to damage the Principate's ability to wage war past winter, but those were deeper strategic pursuits. Tactically, the Legions of Terror were behaving as a roving force, avoiding field battles and attacking only soft positions. Raiders, by any definition. That the countryside and cities had been emptied by the massive conscription preceding the 10th Crusade allowed Amadeus' army to draw on its comprehensive siege experience to breach and sack cities a more traditional force would avoid, but that ability should not be mistaken for actual fighting strength. If the legions engaged a Levantine army outnumbering them twofold, even a victory would be so costly his forces would be effectively knocked out of the war. That would be the beginning of a death spiral, Amadeus knew. Without the strength necessary to forage, his army would begin to starve, further slowing and weakening it until even thin city garrisons would be enough to stamp it out. We know for a fact they've slowed down to a crawl, Scribe said. Even if they began a forced march tonight, we should be able to take the city of Isère and withdraw before they arrive. It's a tempting target, Amadeus noted. The food stores would keep us fed through winter easily, and the treasury would allow us to significantly expand the ranks of our auxiliaries. Prince Mylenen's capital was spared by the Civil War. It's one of the wealthiest cities in Procer at the moment. My very point, Graham said. If it's that good a prize, why is Hazenbach botching its defense so badly? I suspect it is beyond her control, Scribe said. The Dominion has expressed doubt that the terms of alliance signed cover the defense of Procer itself. They can't seriously expect that to hold up, the orc growled. They'd be stabbing an ally in broad daylight. If they screw another crusader in the middle of a crusade, their reputation is dust. Eudokia is of the opinion that they're shaking down the first prince for concessions, Amadeus said. Letting Isère burn would make her fold quick enough, no matter her objections. The orc's soul, I turned to him. And you? 6 months ago, the Assuran Committee liaising with the Grand Alliance formally requested access to the Thalassocracy's most accurate maps of praise, as well as the tally of trade goods compiled by its merchant captains, Amadeus said. There can be no doubt that the signatories are already debating how best to partition praise after the crusade. There are also known proponents of the extermination of all humans within imperial borders in the Dominion's upper ranks, though they remain a loud minority for now. They still represent a significant portion of the Levantine armies we are facing at this very moment, which grants them leverage. The First Prince is currently losing control of the highest assembly, desperately in need of reinforcements to face both us and the dead king, and it's an open secret she fought against the results of the conclave in Salia and lost. If Levant was ever going to turn the screws on her for concessions, now is the time. All the stars are aligned. Queen Catherine is also still unaccounted for, scribes said. In a way, she's the most immediate threat of all. She could appear on the outskirts of Salia with the entire army of Callow, and even if the augur warns Hazenbach in advance, her armies cannot magically cross half of Procure to arrive in time. Every single plan they make has to take that under consideration. They can fight a better war than this. Marshal Grimm, One Eye said. I won't deny anything you said, but you both know I'm speaking the truth. There's the scent of hubris in the air, Black. I don't like it. So there is, Amadeus murmured. I suppose there's only one question left to ask then. And what's that? The orc said. I narrowed. Shall we roll the dice one more time, old friend? The Carrion Lord smiled, slow and thin and utterly cold. Fatalism III. I fear the man of one book, even if that book is about the pastoral habits of the common Callowan cow. Have you ever looked into the eyes of a cow? They are a depthless abyss of cold nihilism. King Edward IV of Callow, the sufficiently paranoid. In the days before the founding of the Principate, Salia had been little more than the ancient tribal grounds of the Merovins. Though rich in game and copper, mined, one no longer admitted in polite company, by slaves from rival Alaman's tribes. It had been a modest village of less than 5,000. The Merovins were known as hunters and warriors, not farmers, and had preferred to raise lodges in now-cut forests rather than gather in a city fortress, as the Arlesites to the south had practiced since times immemorial. That it had been chosen as the seat of the council that founded the Principate had been due to a potent mixture of luck and politicking by Clother Merovins. Salia had been well placed to host the armies returned victorious from the First Crusade and the fall of Triumphant, and had represented something of a compromise between the already squabbling factions of Alaman's chiefs and Arlesites' kings, who both desired the council closer to their own holdings. It was a famous story that Clother had sold all his possessions, down to his last pair of boots, to bribe the recalcitrant into agreeing. Like so many stories on which the foundation of realms were built, it was a lie. Clother had been one of the wealthiest men in the not-yet Principate, having discreetly stolen the Callowan tributes meant for dread Empress Triumphant that were getting readied when the continent-wide rebellion against her reign began. Still, there was a grain of truth to the story. The man had near beggared himself buying alliances with lavish gifts and promises, though he had kept his boots. And still Cantal had nearly been chosen at the site instead. It would be a very different Principate that now stood, Cordelia thought, if the chiefess of Cantal had succeeded at her own intrigues. But Clother had been both wilier and the better speaker, going on to win the contest, and then the crown itself, the very first of the first princes of Procure. One of his very first orders had been to raise what was now the Chamber of Assembly on the grounds where the celebrated council had taken place, and it was surrounded by those centuries of history that Cordelia Hazenbach now sat. Salia was now the largest city of Calernia, when winter came around and the laboring Menants, who'd toiled on the fields throughout spring and summer, flocked to city with their seasonal wages. Near 900,000 souls dwelled within the boundaries of Procure's capital. The city had been turned into a work of art by first princes and princesses, spires and churches, and sprawling gardens. Some of those meant only for winter, even, built so that the frost and snow themselves would become adornments. There was ugliness as well, entire districts of huts where the peasants took sick and died in their own wastes, while the wealthy partook in exotic banquets mere miles away. And yet Cordelia had found she loved Salia, for all its flaws, with the same depth she loved the Rhenia of her birth. It was a city unlike any other on the continent, the ever-beating heart of an empire that risen from nothing to stand above all realms that saw the sun. Where else could one find Arlesite poet duelists declaiming in contest with Alaman's lay brothers in gardens that depicted different acts of a play with every season? Or grim-faced Lycanese veterans trading drinks and war stories with fantassins who'd served in wars halfway across the continent? The wealth of Salia was in the people, not the coin or the facades, and it was a rare day where the first Prince of Proker did not wake humbled that they had been placed in her care. Yet in that sprawling, glorious and riotous mess, there was one place of utter stillness. One that had not changed since the savage days of Proker's founding, where it had been hard men and women wearing furs and stolen riches, never without a blade, even when bathing, who had changed the world. The Chamber of Assembly, seat of the highest assembly of the Principate. The walls were not but whitewashed limestone. The rafters were ancient oak that creaked when touched, and the chamber had carried a faint scent of wood smoke ever since the palace around it caught fire during the Second Liturgical War. A halfway skillful merchant would own finer hall than this after a decade's work, and yet never once had the royalty of Proker asked the chamber should be built anew or replaced. For within there stood 24 thrones, none younger than 6 centuries. One for every principality in the realm, dragged from all over the Principate to stand forever in this room. Princes and princesses ruled from palaces all over Proker, but there was only one chamber and one highest assembly. The words spoken in this smoky hall resounded to every corner of Calernia. Cordelia's own seat was the same that had been set by Clother Meravins himself. A spit of gray granite polished by the waters of the lake it had been dredged from, without even a back to lean against. Cunning Clother was said to have mourned before all that he'd emptied his treasury, so deeply bestowing gifts upon his allies, he could not even afford to have a proper throne carved. The blonde prince rather admired the man who'd been her earliest predecessor. A great warlord, yes, but one of the rare examples of that breed who'd understood the worth of the softer ways of statecraft. Many kings and chiefs came to that council with thrones that now stood before her, gilded and set with jewels, or made of enchanted stones and rare trees from the waning woods. Yet Clother Meravins' humble spit of granite was the only one that stood on a dais, an inch higher than all the others. In truth, 2 seats in the chamber rightfully belonged to Cordelia. The same she now sat, and another far to the back. One of the triplet thrones of Rhenia, Hanovin, and Bremen, famously carved from the same pale chalkstone on which first Princess Frederon Meravins had wed the Prince of Hanovin, sealing her conquest of the Lycanese principalities by twining bloodlines. Her own father had died assaulting the walls of Rhenia, where even after the fall of every other Lycanese principality the hosts had held out with desperate defiance. But Frederon had shown enough foresight to predict that fighting the Lycanese to the bitter end would leave her own people to defend against the plague and the dead in their stead. Cordelia's Rhenian throne was covered by a silk banner displaying the Hazenbach heraldry of crowned bronze mountain peak on deep blue, signifying that she had named no sworn delegate and still held the voting rights for the principality. The technical matter was complex and relied on the legal fiction that she was 2 different people, the Prince of Rhenia, her birthright, and the Princess of Salia, which was a title bound to the greater one of First Prince. Before the last of the Meravins died, the Principality of Salia had been its own realm and remained under their rule even when one not of their bloodline was First Prince, though the ruler of Proker had right of administration over the city by custom. It had been over 100 years since then, however, and Cordelia had come to benefit from the additional vote and attendant legalities more than she'd ever expected she would. The Assembly recognizes Elisirmit. For Prince Amadis Milnan of Isère, the Master of Orders announced, thickly accented Lycanese voice perfectly pronouncing the old Shantan term. The white-haired master was one of her own Rhenians, one with a talent for languages she'd put into place within a month of ascending the throne. In this battlefield of courtesies and ceremonies, there were few advantages more precious than an arbiter of ceremonies entirely loyal to her. Cordelia's blue eyes flicked at the sworn delegate of Isère, one of Prince Amadis' seemingly never-ending parade of kinsmen of middling talent. Olivier Milnan was young, barely in his 20s, and handsome in much the same way as his very distant uncle. Not the sharpest of intriguers, this one, though hardly slow. She suspected he'd been chosen by Amadis largely because while of princely blood Olivier's branch of the family was impoverished, and so the sum entire of his fortunes rested on the goodwill of his crowned kinsman. This one would not cross his uncle, lest he got back to rotting in the gutted mansion where he'd been raised in utter obscurity. Rising to his feet, Olivier Milnan straightened his back. "By ancient oath, I speak only the words of my prince and none other," he said. "You were heard by these hallowed grounds," the Master of Orders replied. "Let no lie mar your tongue, no heresy your soul, and may the heavens grant you righteous purpose in this exchange of words." Every individual in the chamber, save those two, repeated the sentences with practiced cadence. As first prince, Cordelia was exempt from such proceedings. As Prince of Rhenia, she was not. Other royals were few in attendance in this particular session. The rulers Cruzans, Orense, and Valensis had graced the capital with their presence, as well as her old ally the Prince of Brus, yet every other was a sworn delegate. It mattered little. Their instructions would be royal, if not their bearing. My countrymen, Olivier Milnan spoke, his voice well-trained and pleasant to the ear. I stand before you today to speak of grave matters. The Principate has upheld its duties to creation and undertaken the waging of just war against the wicked crowns of the East, yet in doing so a heavy price has been exacted. While our armies maneuver and quibble, dread Empress Militia's hungriest hound pillages and rapes his way through our realm heedlessly. Already Cantil has suffered such depredations, and now my own native Isère seems destined for the same savage fate. It had not taken long, Cordelia mused, for the first instruction of the Master of Orders to be disregarded. Let no lie mar your tongue. The Carrion Lord's horde of murderous vagrants might be looting everything granary in sight, but they at least observed their own regulations. Rapists and murderers were hung. The man's rhetorical flourishes were not of great import, though what would follow them was. The first prince had already deduced the gist of the motion the man would present. She had, after all, a letter addressed to a bastard among her papers. It was the number of those willing to support the motion that truly mattered. This was the first formal session held since the defeats in Calais, though half a dozen informal ones had taken place. The important difference between the two was that in a formal session, any motion put to the first prince would enter the public records, including the votes, and if her personal right of refusal was used afterwards. That she would be driven to that was unlikely, as she should still have enough support they would fail to secure a majority, but it was possible for her and her allies to be forced to vote in a manner that would damage their reputation with the people. If you have the votes to corner me, Milnan, she thought, do you? Our cities are empty, our fortresses gather dust, Olivier orated, voice resounding. Why? Because we have sent our soldiers to war, observing the decree of our anointed first prince. Do not mistake this for intriguing, my friends, for none stand more loyal to her most serene highness than the braves of Isère. I merely weep for the fate of my people, who must wither and die even as their valiantly crusading cousins stand leashed and impotent mere weeks of march away. Where is the Iron Prince, I ask you? What right does the Prince of Hanover have to part kin from besieged kin by such cruel decree? There were murmurs of approval at that. Uncle Klaus had never been popular down south, in part because he'd led her armies in their crushing of theirs, yet also because he himself made no mystery that he held most of them in contempt. His decision, though it had been presented as hers, to let the legions of terror march into Proker without pursuit had only deepened the enmity. The sworn delegate from Bremen loudly spat on the floor, scarred face purple with anger, much to the distaste of the closest southerners. Uncle Klaus had carried her crippled cousin back through 5 leagues of marshlands under rattling pursuit after a skirmish went south, Cordelia knew. If blades were allowed into the chamber, she might very well have drawn. The Iron Prince was misliked here, but he was fiercely loved by his own people. The Prince of Isère asks not for glory or reward, though for this realm he has greatly bled, Olivier said. He only asks for loyalty to be repaid in kind, and the heart of Proker to be protected from the foul works of the Preci. Isère motions for a formal petition to be presented to the first prince, requesting that the army under the command of Prince Klaus Pappenheim be tasked with the defense of Proker itself. Cordelia kept her face unruffled. The choice of a petition had been a clever trick of procedure, she had to admit, and one that had surprised her. Milnan was within his rights to make a direct request to the first prince, though not a demand. The Principate had joined a crusade, which meant she had supreme authority over all armed men, and any attempting to wrest it from her would be committing treason. Would that her opponents were such fools? If it had been a direct request, every delegate and royal casting their vote in favor of it would be effectively declaring they had lost faith in her ability to prosecute this war. In the middle of a crusade, that would be costly to their popularity at home as the people's mood had grown distinctly vengeful. A petition to request, on the other hand, would produce a formal document open to any attending sitter's signature that would be presented to her after the session. The vote over the motion itself would not be added to the record, keeping the implicit rebuke to her entirely private. It was clever in the sense that it allowed principalities neither in her camp nor Prince Amadis to express their dissatisfaction. They could back the motion to have the petition, then withhold their signature on the document. Young Olivier had been busy in his uncle's service, she realized, and more so than she had thought. He'd never have presented the motion if he did not believe it would pass. And when that petition is made passed along to every prince and procureur, Cordelia thought, which we both know you will do, the unity of your uncle's own faction will be brought in contrast with my own dying alliances. With a single act, he was forcing her to publicly deny a petition that would be very popular in certain parts of her realm, wounded her prestige in the highest assembly, and signaled to fence-sitters it might be time to place their coin on the horse pulling ahead. Alaman's intrigue at his finest, this, 3 birds with a single stone, all headed for the thrower's own kitchen. How best to strangle this, then, before the blow caused a bruise? The assembly recognizes. Elassermanti. For Prince Arnaud Brogois of Cantal, the Master of Orders announced. The sworn delegate, her dress and apparel perfect to the extent that even Cordelia could only be admiring, inclined her head respectfully before speaking. The Prince of Cantal seconds the motion to petition the first prince, and moves for immediate vote over it, she simply said. Striking swift, was it? They had succeeded at arranging this under her nose, but assuming victory could be won by simple haste was rather bold of them. The Master of Orders glanced at her, and she cleared her throat. His eyes went down to her lap, where he found her hands folded primly. The assembly recognizes the Prince of Renia, he smoothly said. There was a ripple at that. The 3 Lycanese in the back wore open smiles, and her old comrade Prince Frederick of Bruss was leaning forward eagerly. The Principality of Renia thirds the presented motion, she smiled calmly. Moreover, it requests for both the vote and preceding address to be entered into the formal public record. A glint of amusement passed in the Master of Orders' rheumy eyes. As per law, such a request can only be granted by the first Prince of Procureur, he said. I now put the question to Her Most Serene Highness, First Prince of Procureur, Princess of Salia. Cordelia inclined her head. I grant the request, she simply said. The blonde prince felt every eye in the room turned to her. Faces had blanked, eyes gone thoughtfully. Even Olivier Amadis had been visibly taken aback before mastering himself, and was now staring at her warily. Wonder now, boy, she thought, what I know that you do not. Uncle Klaus was preparing for a march north even as session was held. After all, let the record show Amadis Mylinen's own nephew dragging his name through the mud even as the Iron Prince gathered supplies for his march to turn back the dead king. Let every single one of these vultures be named as the handful that would abandon all of northern Procureur to salvage their granaries. Scrape me raw if you dare, Mylnan. I am willing to lose a little skin if in exchange I can have you and your fellows flayed in song in every tavern from Renia to Tenerife by the year's end. The men who sold Procureur. It has a ring to it, does it not? She met the boy's eyes and smiled pleasantly. Shall we proceed with the vote? She asked. Her gaze swept the rest of the room. And now we find out what worth are the bargains you made, Olivier. Will they stick with you when they smell a trap? There is no one in this room unaware that he who rides the ebb must beware of the flow. Her prompting added to the sworn delegate from Cantals had made it inevitable vote would immediately follow before any further discussion could be had. The Master of Orders called on the thrones in sequence, and it was an effort for Cordelia's face not to grow grim. Most of the supporters were expected. Isère, Cantal, Orne, Cruzens, Segovia, and Equitan. Prince Amadis and his closest supporters, those who had been defeated at the Battle of the Camps, and were well aware that if the Isèran cause sunk, they would soon follow it into the depths. Bayeux she'd expected as well, as parts of its countryside had been torched by the Carrion Lord. Orense, however, was an unpleasant surprise. She had saved its evidently ingrate prince from brutal Levantine raids barely more than a year ago. How quickly gratitude turned to naught. The sworn delegate from Valensis hesitated before abstaining, which was telling. If not for her ploy, that would have been another vote in favor. 8 in favor, out of 24 votes, and it could very easily have been 9. How many others had simply hidden their late change of heart more skillfully? The motion failed, and she had scored a wound that would not show for months yet, but she could feel the wind turning. The matter of the coming conclave needed to be squashed, lest today's abstentions become tomorrow's knives. Cordelia was not one to easily discard etiquette. Rules were the birthing bed of civilization. Common foundation could only be found when people agreed on the most essential standards of behavior. Etiquette was merely the regulation of relationships between individuals, And while it could be used to oppress, it could also be used to free. Rules always cut both ways. Yet if there was one particular set she could grind into dust, it was the stringent courtesies governing audience between the Holies and the first Prince of Procure. It was a throwback of the liturgical wars, one no ruler of Procure had ever felt quite secure enough to revisit. She was ushered into the starlit cloister by a handful of sisters who had taken vows of silence, her personal guard forced to remain outside, and led to a private garden. There she was guided in removing her dress and regalia before submitting to hour-long ablutions that left her without a single speck of artifice. Even her hair was unbraided, made to course down her shoulders without the slightest of stylings. It was wearing a white shift unflattering to her Hazenbach frame and barefoot that a brother finally sought her out, bowing low before informing her she was to be received. The entire process was said to be symbolic, a stripping of earthly trappings before she could be allowed to speak with souls untainted by such matters. Cordelia herself was of the opinion that the point of the exercise was to humble the ruler of Procure and disarray them before taking them into the very seat of power of the Holies. It was a gauntlet of rather unsubtle pressure, and one she resented. The Holies, after all, were a purely Prosperine notion, an assembly of the leading priests of the House of Light's basilicas and cathedrals, with a smatter of administrators and highborn lay people added to the mixture. Still, unpleasant as this was, it was a necessary unpleasantness. While the Holies might not wield authority in any official sense, their very existence was informal, and the requirements for counting among their number opaque to any outside of the House of Light. Their influence assured that anything they agreed on would miraculously become policy shortly afterwards. They must be convinced at all costs. The corpulent brother guiding her did so through a handful of sunlit corridors before pausing before a thick oaken gate. He bowed once more, observing the required angle perfectly, and left without a word. Cordelia allowed herself the weakness of a moment's rest to gather her bearings. She silently marshaled her arguments, brought to mind faces and names and associated interests. They could be moved, as all men could be moved. Through the wood, she heard a spatter of female laughter and the sound of cup being dropped, brow rising in response. Her hand rose to the heavy iron ring on the door, knocking thrice before pulling. The absence of a footpad to serve that purpose in her stead was yet another petty little test for any seeking audience. The door creaked open, and immediately Cordelia's face stilled. She'd had audience with the Holies only once before, shortly before her coronation, and this was not the ornate hall where she had then been received. It was instead a cramped arched dining room, filled with only a long table and a handful of seats. In the back a woman was leaning her seat, so far back half the legs were off the floor, feet resting atop the table. She was old, skin creased, and her forehead mottled with spots under a braid of stark white hair. The eyes, though the eyes were sharp, dark and patient. "Good evening, Your Highness," the Saint of Swords nonchalantly called out. Her mind spun. She'd set out aiming to find out which of the chosen had demanded the conclave, and already she had her answer. She absent-mindedly noted a handful of details in quick succession. There were 2 cups, not one, and one had been toppled. It had spilled liquor all over the table. The other goblet was in the hands of the heroine, inclined at an angle that allowed her to recognize water within. They were alone in the room, the only other door behind the saint, and the chandeliers casting light allowed moving shadows to be cast into the corners. "Lawrence de Montfort," Cordelia calmly replied, inclining her head by the barest of fractions. "An unexpected pleasure. I was led to believe I would be addressing the Holies. I sent them away for a walk." The heroine still known in Procure as the regicide shrugged. "This is a talk for adults, not squabbling children." Most royalty in her position, Cordelia thought, would be wondering if they were about to be carved up. She knew better. There were matters in which the first prince did not trust the judgment of her uncle: tax policy, trade, putting his seal to a budget that did not overwhelmingly favor the army. But he was a very sharp judge of character. "A hard woman," he'd said of the saint, "but she always means well." The blonde prince claimed a seat at the opposite end of the table without waiting for an invitation. The chosen was not the host, here, only another guest. "I take it this conclave is your work," Cordelia said, settling down and forcing herself to ignore the unpleasant itch of her shift against her skin. "Should I expect the Grey Pilgrim to join us as well?" "Tarek's busy skinning of the many cats making a racket in your backyard," the old woman dismissed. "I'll be following him as soon as this business is finished." "And what business would that be exactly?" she asked. Your reputation does not mention an interest in statecraft. The Saint of Swords set down her cup on the table, then dragged her legs down. Her chair returned to the stone floor with a sharp clack. I find I am disappointed in you, Cordelia Hazenbach, the regicide said. You're promising in a lot of ways, I won't deny. You're taking a hatchet to the rod, however politely, and you've been hurting the crown wolves well enough. But this? You should know better. You're Lycanes. You know the enemy's face. Cordelia cocked her head to the side, keeping the pretense of calm and truth rapidly leaving her. Not merely the conclave, she deduced. It is your own notion to have the Black Queen named Arch-Heretic of the East. The old woman grinned harshly. They were eager enough, truth be told, the saint said. Just needed a little push. That I needed to give it at all is what got me in such a meddling mood. You're flinching, Hazenbach. You've been down here too long. The iron's beginning to rust. The first prince's lips thinned. It had been a very long time since she'd been offered such blatant disrespect. You know less than you think, she said. O.L. King Bones is stirring. You mean, the chosen replied. Cordelia's fingers tightened in her lap, a rare lapse of control on her part. How did she know? Had the heavens whispered the secret in her ear? No, it did not matter. If she did know, why would she act so recklessly? You should be aware, then, that further prosecuting the war against Callow is unwise, the first prince said. War on two fronts is foolish at the best of times. War on two fronts when one is the kingdom of the dead is lunacy. We cannot start a life and death struggle with the Black Queen when the marching dead gather north. It will be the ruin of the Principate, Saint. No amount of miracles can make hosts fight two battles simultaneously. You mean, Lawrence de Montfort said softly, to make truce with the enemy. Listen to yourself, girl. Your ancestors would cut your bloody throat for this. My ancestors were guarding a handful of passes and crossings, Cordelia sharply replied. I am charged with the entirety of Procure, and my failure would mean the slaughter of millions. I would rather be censured by the blind dead than watch the risen kind butcher half the Principate. You are gambling with the lives of more people than you have ever seen, Saint. What worth will your soft sentences be when the army of Callow falls on our flank and Keter devours the rest? You don't understand what this is, do you? The Saint smiled. This is not the War of the Grand Alliance or the second invasion of Callow. It's the 10th Crusade. You slapped the gauntlet down, girl, and now Below's picking it up. There is no compromise to be had anymore, no subtle maneuvering. You declared war on the Hell Gods, and the sword will not return to the sheath until one side falls. A crusade can be waged intelligently, the first prince said. It must, or it will fail like those before it. That's where you misunderstand, the saint amiably said. You think all of this. Her hand moved to encompass their surroundings. Is inviolable, she continued. It's an understandable weakness. You rule here, after all, and love for your people is no sin. But everything dies, Cordelia Hazenbach. Even empires. The blonde woman paled. This is treason, she coldly said. As good as a confession you seek the destruction of the Principate. This whole damned house is rotten to the bone. Girl, the saint said. You've toiled and troubled and fought like lion, but it'll die with you. You know that already, deep down. Maybe the Principate was what it should be, ages ago, but it has not been in a very long time. It's greed and power and lies, hungry wars and treachery made into the mortar of palaces. The sickness is all it knows now. You are mad. Cordelia spoke in a hushed whisper. Gods above, your mind has gone and you would take all of us with it. Oh, we'll bleed, the saint mused. We'll lose. Badly. At first. And then we'll claw our way back up, inch by inch. Evil always wins at the start, but it's us who owns the conclusion. And from the ruins something better will rise. This empire's already a corpse, but we'll send it off with a pyre glorious enough it'll redeem the old faults. I will have you arrested, the first prince of Procure said. I will have you killed, if that is what it takes. You just worry about getting the armies marching, Lawrence de Montfort dismissed. Odds are I won't survive the scrap, but that's all right. It's a good war to die in. It'll be the crusade that settles it, you see. Too many old monsters came crawling out on both sides. Won't be the kind of losses a side can recover from. You are not listening to a word I say, Cordelia whispered, aghast. The Saint of Swords rose to her feet jauntily. The first prince's muscles clenched, though she managed to flinch when the chosen approached her. The old woman clapped her shoulder. Keep your chin up, girl, she said. Sacrifice is always ugly business, but will come through in the end. To rise from the ashes, There needs to be a fire first. The Saint of Swords strolled out, boots slapping against the stone, and the sound of the door closing behind her was the death cry of an era. Book 4, Interlude, Zwischenzug. Of course I fear my friends. If they did not scare me, why befriend them at all? Dread Empress Prudence I, the frequently vanquished. When dawn came to lure, it found Vivian Dartwick already awake. She'd slept only fitfully on her too-soft bed, the sparse hours of rest broken by regular reports from her jacks. Now that she'd returned to the capital, she was like the spider returned to her web, her thieves and spies passing forward a river of whispers she had not understood how badly she missed before she could drink from it again. It had been 2 months since she had last spoken with Catherine, time and distance watering her wine. She still believed most of what she'd said, but the dire state of affairs here had forced her to admit her queen had not been wrong in her predictions. Neither she nor Adjutant had been able to afford a full night's sleep since they stepped out of Arcadia. The orc was a workhorse like no one she had ever met. Yet she knew that if he'd been forced to handle the jacks as well as the rest, he would have buckled under the weight. Sunlight passed through the open panes of her window as she sat in silence. 2 scrolls unfurled before her. Neither were pleasant news. Dread Empress Militia had sent a diplomatic envoy under truce banner, and the man was reported to be riding for Lore with all possible haste. His affairs had been looked through, and he carried no letter or instructions. Whatever the Empress wanted to be said would be spoken in person. Reluctantly, Vivian had passed along orders for the envoy to be allowed use of courier horses and escorted by soldiers from the Summerhome garrison. The second scroll was a matter beyond her own purview to settle. After refugees began pouring into Callow through the Blessed Isle, Catherine had ordered for the farmers of the eastern fields to withdraw back to Summerhome with their grain and cattle. There had been concerns that if the city garrison sallied out to force the refugees back into the empire, it would be walking into a Presai ambush. The farmers and villagers closest to Summerhome had obeyed. Those closer to Presai borders, however, were digging in their heels. They were refusing to abandon their possessions to the inevitable looting from the refugees, but lacked the means to carry them westward, and so they'd refused to leave entirely. Already there had been strife between Callowans and refugees, and over a dozen deaths. It would only get worse, Vivian knew. More refugees would come, and some would carry weapons. Callowan farmers would empty their cellars of dusty old spears and swords to fight for their land and property, and the killings would escalate. The Presai were sure exploit the mounting fears, and either arm or send troops to help their countrymen. Vivian's own countrymen would die, and not a damned thing would be done about it. Marshal Juniper, she knew, would be adamant it was not worth risking the garrison to protect farmers who'd refused to obey a royal decree. There was only one man in the kingdom who could force her, and Hakram Deadhand was not known to smile upon those who disobeyed his mistress. Vivian passed a hand through her hair, noting it was beginning to grow long again. She'd need to have it cut soon enough, and it sent a private pang of fear in her that this was the case. The thief had worked with quite a few named, since the Lease Rebellion, and she had not known any of them to have such issues. The largest physical change she'd seen in someone with a role was Masego's noticeable loss of weight after the observatory was raised, and given that the man had often forgotten to eat unless Indrani saw to it, the explanation was clear. The Hierophant had been wasting away chasing his visions. His thinning had been as much a reflection of that as his lack of meals. What did it mean? That her hair still grew and she tired almost as easily as when she'd been young. She'd never observed the same in any of the names she'd known. The thought that she might lose her aspects, or even her name itself, had been the fodder of persistent nightmares. She was already dead weight as a named. What would she be without even that? Vivian forced herself to breathe in and breathe out slowly, the old calming trick her thief master had taught her when he first took her roof hopping. Yet she could only think of the pain. Oh, the pain when the lightning had coursed through her body. Of the searing green heat that engulfed her under the cold gaze of the Duke of Green Orchards. Of the flames that had licked at her body hungrily in the depths of the doom of Lys, cracking the gums of her teeth and scorching her tongue. A parade of pain. And what did she have but failures to contrast them with? How many of my victories were truly mine? Her hand was trembling with the answer, and the knowledge that followed. All of her defeats had been of her own making. Vivian snarled and formed a fist with trembling fingers, hitting at the table. I will catch up, she whispered, knuckles throbbing with pain. I will. She breathed in, breathed out. The tremors had not left, but lazing about would not chase them away. She had had yet another losing fight to pick. She left the scrolls behind and left her rooms, grabbing the first palace servant she came across and ordering him to pass the message that Marshal Juniper was summoned to a council in the formal room at morning bell. Vivian had no intention of spending time trading barbed words with the Hellhound, as would inevitably ensue if she went herself to seek out the recently arrived Marshal of Callow. The other whose attendance would be required, though, she would fetch herself. They'd not traded words in 3 days save through correspondences, their differing duties and long hours precluding the shared meals that Catherine insisted on the woe having when she was there to enforce it. Honestly compelled the thief to admit she would not have taken occasion to have one even if there had been one. She'd warmed to some of the woe more than she had ever thought she would. Masego and Indrani she even counted as friends of a sort, a notion that would have appalled her a few years ago. She had no such conflicting feelings over Hakram Deadhand. Adjutant was not difficult to find. The cramped and crooked room that had once belonged to some royal scribe was the Orc's office, and he did not leave it unless he was needed for council or court. He must sleep in there, if he even slept. The only distraction the Jacks had found he indulged in were occasional visits from his subordinate Captain Tortoise. The other Orc's presence, when not required by reports, was followed by the door being locked and the captain emerging with her hair ruffled and her neck red around an hour afterwards. No other such visitors had been noted, which ran against Adjutant's reputation for promiscuity. Vivian suspected her was simply too tired and busy to chase skirts, even those made of mail. The door to the officer was cracked open, light filtering from inside. Neither candles, as Calawans preferred to use, not the finicky mage lights the Presi were so fond of. A handful of common sprites in bottles, spread around the room. Vivian found the soft glow of them almost soothing as she rapped her knuckle against the door before opening it entirely. The Orc was leaning over his desk, brows creased as he moved his quill against parchment with almost unnatural precision. He finished penning his sentence and blew the ink dry before looking up. "Thief," Adjutant said, nodding in welcome. "Didn't think you'd still be up." "It will be morning bell within an hour," Vivian replied, then gestured at the seat across him. "May I?" "Go ahead," he replied, sounding surprised. "Gods, morning already? I could have sworn it was barely half a bell past midnight." The thief carefully picked up the handful of parchment sheets left to pile on the seat, glimpsing a grain reserve tally left mostly open among them, and set them down on the floor. She dropped down into the chair, already wary. She forced herself not to look at his hand of bones, to not remember the sensation of it wrapping around her throat and squeezing. "You look tired," Deadhand gently said, fangs clicking inside his maw. "Don't work yourself to death." "You're hardly one to talk," Vivian said, painting a smile. The kindly visage of the concerned friend, the shoulder all the woe could lean on. That was to be his face today, then. It was one of many. Catherine's dutiful steward and second, smoothing away every wrinkle. The laughing accomplice, trading jibes and jabs with the lowliest of soldiers. The terrifying giant of muscle and steel, roaring as he tore apart foes with fong and axe. The soft-spoken, cold-eyed thing that had told her mild as milk he would snap her neck if she even considered treachery. "Which is your real face? Are any of them true?" She did not look at the bones. Dead the hand and dead the man. The song went. She could not put it out of her head. "I've set an hour or two aside for the purpose next month," he drily said. "I take it there's a reason for the pleasure of your company?" "I've word from the Jacks," she said. "The situation east is worsening and something needs to be done before it comes to a head. I've called a council with Marshal Juniper. Hopefully Aisha will have gotten some tea into her before she arrives." Adjutant grimaced, baring teeth like ivory knives. She'd seen them rip into throats, more than once. Gobbled down blood and flesh greedily like it was the finest of delicacies. The quickening in her pulse she kept away from her eyes, having learned from Acua Sahelian's example. Diabolist had not quite managed to hide how wary she was of the Orc, and though the shade's discomfiture would usually have put a smile on her face, Vivian had been too dismayed to be sharing any opinion with the Butcher of Least to take any joy from it. Snakes know one another. She'd thought back then. Acua Sahelian was studying the woe carefully, forging herself into a person they would allow themselves to like, but she'd found another had struck long before her. No wonder the shade feared him. She'd found a man whose face was as changeable as her own patiently watching her. And unlike Diabolist, Vivian doubted there was anyone alive who knew what Hakram Deadhand truly wanted. The Orc leaned back into his seat, rolling his shoulders and loudly cracking his neck with a little exhale of pleasure. "I could eat," Adjutant said. "Probably should, too." Care to join me on a trip to the kitchens? I already ate, she lied without batting an eye. Though don't let me stop you. She could think of few things she desired less than watching that maw at work from across a mere table's width. You should get something warm in you, the orc advised, rising to his feet. You look like death warmed over. Indrani forgot some of her tea leaves in her room, I believe. I'll ask a servant to brew you a pot for the council. Formal room. Vivian agreed with a silent nod. She was not surprised he'd noticed her fondness for Indrani's brews. Those dark eyes missed nothing and forgot even less. They parted ways 2 corridors further down, and she could not leave soon enough. So the farmers with spears are fighting the refugees with knives? Marshal Juniper grunted. There's a surprise. They're the damned reason they were recalled to Summerhome. The sole ingredient in that stew is desperation. Staff Tribune Bishara had not, in fact, gotten some tea into the Hellhound before she arrived. The orc's particularly fine mood stood testament to this fact. The Marshal of Callow was of the opinion that she should be overseeing the training camps filled with fresh recruits from all across the kingdom, not cooling her heels at the capital, and had spared no pains in expressing that opinion to all those even remotely involved. Adjutant was taking her spleen with at least the semblance of good humor. The constant gruff whining scraped Vivian's nerves raw, especially when paired with the outcome she already knew was in motion. The farmers are defending their lands from looters, she sharply replied. As is their right. Starving looters, Deadhand mildly said. I doubt there's any great enmity or deep scheme to it. They're cold and hungry people, not a marauding army. Leave this alone long enough, and that's exactly what it'll turn into, Vivian warned. Blood has been spilled. They'll band together for the safety in numbers, and so will Calawans to deal with it. By the turn of the month, it will be skirmishes all across the river banks. There wouldn't be corpses on the floor if they'd obeyed Foundling's fucking decree, Marshal Juniper bluntly said, which was meant to avoid this very outcome, if you'll remember. Last I checked, someone had crowned her Queen of Callow. I'm no jurist, but I was under the impression ignoring royal decrees was some kind of treason. She's Queen of Callow, not some eastern tyrant or a damned greenskin warlord. Vivian thought, fingers tightening under the table. Our rulers know there's limits to what they can order and reasonably expect to have obeyed. It was a losing fight, as she'd known from the start. Neither of these two bore any love for the land they'd been charged with ruling, or the people born to it. There's no need to go quite that far, Adjutant said. As Thief noted, all their actions save for ignoring the recall are legal under Calawan law. It would be a mistake to paint all that followed with the same brush as that initial mistake. Deadhand the diplomat, now, half the friend, half the officer. Vivian had not wanted the responsibility of the Regency of Callow and found the burden of it suffocating. But the way the titles seemed to be left at the door in their eyes remained galling. The difference between the authority in name and the authority in truth had grown to worry her, not for what it was, but for what it might become. Catherine had come to the throne lawlessly, but that lawlessness could not keep lest the kingdom come apart at the seams. A few years of this, she thought, and it will be one law for those with swords and another for those without. If that came to be, the kingdom would burst like an overripe fruit without even need for an invasion. Calawans had long been under imperial rule, but they were beginning to wake to the old freedoms. Hatred of Procker and praise was keeping the peace for now. Yet how long would that last? A decree's a decree, Marshal Juniper growled. We start making excuses for everyone, and this falls apart. If you start hanging farmers for defending their land, excuses will be the last of your worries, the thief coldly said. They are not beast of burdens, to be browbeaten into the latest whim and whipped if they do not immediately obey. The orc's maw opened, bearing a row of sharp fangs. Vivian forced her shoulders to loosen, affecting nonchalance, perhaps even contempt. Show her fear, give her an inch, and it will be the end of you. She thought. You brought this to us. Adjutant spoke before the other could. And I'm glad you did. Have you already thought of a measure to remedy the issue? Always so smooth, so measured. Too perfect. It made her skin crawl. It was no mystery why she could not make herself trust this one while she'd come to rely on a Presai warlock and a vicious pupil of the Lady of the Lake. Masego cannot curb his tongue nor his face, and Indrani has never been anything but brutally honest of her indifference to the suffering of others. The reason for their recalcitrance to leave is simple, she said. They will not abandon their possessions to looters, but lack any method of bringing them west if they leave. If the means are provided, the matter will be largely settled. Not much road in that region, save for the Imperial Highway, Marshal Juniper said, eyes narrowing. You can't just requisition merchant wagons from Summerhome. The axles will break in rough country. The garrison of Summerhome has a large complement Legion-issue supply carts, Vivian said, all reinforced with good steel. No, the Hellhound immediately said. That's out of the question. I will not allow military equipment to be doled out to farmers. Anyone could seize them. I did not mean for them to be spelled away into the countryside miraculously, she replied scathingly. The garrison would be escorting the carts. The presence of soldiers will put an end to the skirmishes immediately, which should quicken the process enough the risks will be minimal. You must have been struck on the ear in Keter, Marshal Juniper growled. I just gave you your answer. If I'm unwilling to risk carts, why would you think I'm willing to risk the force holding the East? It does not hold the East, Vivian said through gritted teeth. It watches from tall walls as the entire eastern stretch slowly goes up in blood and flames. All it takes is for Oxum or a pack of lesser lordships to see the garrison coming, and we could lose the entire garrison to an ambush, the Hellhound said slowly, as if addressing an idiot. They have mages, Dartwick. They have household troops and devils. The Empire's interior has been left entirely untouched by the Assuran raids. They're fresh and at full strength. If the garrison force is gone, they can push forward to Summerhome, and there's fuck all we can do about it. Half my army is spread across training camps, and the rest guarding the Vallis. If the enemy move quick enough, we could actually lose Summerhome itself. Walls mean nothing without men on them. All of this, for a pack of bloody farmers who refused a direct order and are now facing the eminently predictable consequences of that refusal. Not your army, Hellhound, the thief said softly. The army of Callow, sworn to protect its people, not just turn back invasions or war abroad. I know the god's damned name, Marshal Juniper snarled. The queen of the place put me in charge of it. You sure you want to have a pissing contest over that? I don't think you'll like the results. Enough, Adjutant said. The voice rang with power. Not quite speaking, Vivian thought, yet not too far from it. She'd never mastered that trick herself, but she'd seen Catherine employ it. Felt the ripples shudder through everyone, the air heavy like just before a storm struck. The Black Queen rarely used the tool, but when she did, the casual display of power was always terrifying. The way she could snatch the will of anyone in earshot as easy as snapping her fingers, bludgeoning them into obedience with weight and power. Adjutant did not have the talent, and for that Vivian thanked whatever gods were listening. It was already terrifying enough to remember he'd been able to fight her before even claiming his name. Every single conversation they held was tinted by the knowledge that the orc was now in the fullness of his power, capable of tearing apart lords of the Fae. He could rip out her throat with but a moment's effort, and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. This bickering helps no one, Deadhand said. Juniper, there is a difference between having a rough tongue and pouring scorn. One is your character. The other has no place in this room, or in conversation with people who outrank you. The Hellhound lips thinned. There was no dash. Adjutant barked out a sentence in Carsum, too swift and heavily accented for her to understand most of it. The words for oil and fire stood out, and the Marshal of Callow closed her maw with a loud click of fangs. She no longer spoke. Vivian's eyes remained on the other orc, wondering if she should be expressing her warm gratitude for Deadhand deigning to step in. She found little of that in her heart. The Hellhound's open hostility was nothing new, and this did absolutely nothing to mend it. Juniper isn't wrong about the risks, Adjutant finally said, voice calm again. Another losing fight lost. Vivian bitterly thought. They did not trust her or her judgment. The worst part of it was that she could see why they did not. What had she achieved with the jacks that required a name? That could not be done by another spy mistress. How had she proved herself the equal of the infamous Black Queen or dauntless archer, of an orc celebrated in song, or a mage who spat in the eye of lesser gods? She'd been enemies with these two, not so long ago. And even then it had been William who took the hand now made of bones, while she'd been tossed through a window like a sack of radishes by an offhand spell. I do not belong here, she thought, the warm memories of laughter by the fire seeming so far away. She did not belong at this table, arguing over the fate of her people and losing inch by inch. She joined Catherine for more than this, hadn't she? For something beyond imperial rule, and there was no mistaking what this was. It might be orcs speaking, but the words were the harsh teaching of the War College, the Carrion Lord's own. Vivian had not turned her cloak to keep living under the laws of the Black Knight. She tried, even now, to keep her eyes ahead. On the Lisa Accords, that single-piece dream that could not be called anything but a good for the world. the lone and lonely light in this ugly sea of gray. Yet the Accord were far on the horizon, and the tide was drowning her now. "We'll need to amend the operational plan," Adjutant said. "Leave some of the garrison behind, and keep what we send out in a tight cluster with the Wild Hunt ready to gate them out if the Empire mobilizes." Vivian's heart skipped a beat. It was what she'd wanted to hear. What was his angle here? What did he gain by this? What does he gain by the lease accords? The old whisper came, that he would champion them so ardently. "The hunt is the key to our defense, Hakram," Marshal Juniper said. "If the League or Procker strikes dash." "If," Deadhand repeated. "A possibility. Is it a fact that we're losing people now, Juniper?" "I don't like it," the Hellhound said. "It leaves us fragile." "You don't have to like it," Adjutant said. "It's an order. Now, Thief. I believe we have a map of the region somewhere around here for proper planning, but I'd like your thoughts on how we should go about the evacuation. I'm leaning towards a circular sweep, but you've people on the ground, and I don't." Vivian Dartwick leaned forward and spoke, the council stretching for over an hour before the bare bones of a plan had been laid down and a recess was called until they'd all looked into the proper records and logistics. The patient watchfulness in the orc's eyes never left for a moment, and she never ceased to look for it. Book 4, Interlude, Giuoco Pianissimo. "He who trusts no one finds only enemies." Callowin saying. Back when he'd been an unblooded boy in the middle of nowhere, Hakram had occasionally indulged in a game of his own devising. Tower raising, he'd called it. It had been a simple thing, at first, more an exercise in fantasy than anything deep. 3 piles of 10 colored stones, each led by a lord or a lady, and to win one of them must accumulate 20 stones, and so raise their tower. For a stone to be taken from a pile, 2 other lords must agree on the theft and who received the stone. Hakram had amused himself with elaborate intrigues, a web of vivid alliances and betrayals explaining every acquisition. He'd only ever played alone, in the steppes, and never once finished a game. No rational alliance could ever last long enough for a winner to emerge, after all. His mother had mistaken his hours staring at rocks as an interest in things spiritual, and so urged him to seek apprenticeship under the shaman of the Howling Wolves clan. He lacked the gift of sorcery, true, but it was rare among orcs and not all rites and rituals required the touch. Most shamans could not actually light a torch without flint and tinder, no matter what was pretended in front of outsiders. He'd had no reason to refuse her, and the half-hearted attempt had taught him some interesting tricks and stories before he was gently sent back to train with the other warrior younglings. Hakram had not forgot the game, though, and after he was sent to the War College he spared the odd hour for refining it now and then. Rules had been added. Ways to gift a stone as a bribe to break an alliance or make one. Promises that could not be broken, and even a way to destroy one's own stones to apply pressure. And still, not a game finished. Not even to one's loss, after losing became a technical possibility. Perhaps it was because he was the only player, he'd thought, and so roped a few humans gullible or ignorant enough to believe it was an old orc game into playing with him. He'd lost coin keeping the drinks coming without any success to show for it. Hakram had first met Robber, he still recalled fondly, when the goblin had found him playing while on watch in a war game, and called him a fool before baldly stealing an entire pile. "It's not clever as you think it is," the other cadet had said. "There's no kingdom without borders, my splendidly ugly and dim-witted friend. Why are they alone building their tower?" And so, over the months that followed, they'd tinkered with the game together. It had become an experiment for the two of them, one of the few things that could truly keep his interest throughout the dreariness of the War College. First they'd added another pile of 10 stones, and called it Callow, from which any of the lords and ladies could take a stone. It had not ended the stalemate, for as soon as one player pulled ahead the other 2 allied to steal away what he'd stolen. There's a fitting metaphor for this glorious empire of ours. Robber had mused after a particularly well-watered evening. No crab will ever let another leave the bucket before it does. Perhaps the issue was that Callow could be taken from with no consequence, Hakram had decided. And so he'd added one more rule. If no tower was raised in 30 turns, the wrathful Callowans would come and hang all 3 lords. It had been a naive thought, in retrospective, and Robber had been right to mock it. Neither of them ever came across a player who would rather another win than all 3 lose. It had been Ratface who'd solved the riddle and given the game its final form. "Your problem," the Tagreb had opined, "is that you two are too honest. Everything's out in the open, the rules are identical for everyone. It's a shit game for the same reason any halfway decent military strategist will laugh if you tell them Shatranj is a good metaphor for war." Robber had been mortally wounded by the assertion of honesty, and promptly demanded a duel to avenge the impugnable dishonor of Goblinkind. Ratface's immediate denial had been met by threats he would be first up against the wall when the great Goblin conspiracy took action, but even as those two bickered, Hakram had amended the rules one last time. 3 lords, with uneven piles. 1 with 10 stones, 1 with 8, 1 with 6. Their stones would remain hidden until they won or lost, and so cold mathematics were diluted with skill at the oldest of precise arts, the lie. Even then, most games ended in threefold loss and bitter recriminations. But now and then, oh so rarely, someone managed to raise their tower. Hakram had come into the habit of playing a game at least once a month, afterwards, fascinated by the little details that meant difference between victory and defeat. No one had ever won twice in a row. For example, for one victory meant the specter of suspicion would remain on the victor for a long while. Aisha, back when she'd still shared a bed with Ratface and so often spent evenings drinking with Rat Company, was the only person he'd ever seen win beginning with 6 stones. She'd bided her time and kept the game going until everyone was too drunk to remember properly, then bargained her count up until she could steal a victory from the Callow stones. Hakram still thought of those evenings in a tear sometimes, of the reek of smoke and cheap drinks in that wine sink they'd whiled away so many hours in. Now Ratface was dead, his grave bought and paid for by the same empress they'd once served, and he'd spoken to neither Robber nor Aisha in the better part of a year. The game remained, though the last he had played it was years ago. In one of those little ironies of life, it had been the day before he met Catherine. He'd lost along with a roaring drunk Knock and an indifferent Pickler. Callow had taken them all. He'd put the rules to ink, not long before the woe left for Keter, and the scroll had been left to wait somewhere in the methodical chaos that was his office ever since. Hakram had mused of writing memoirs, once in a while, as he knew Juniper and Aisha were doing. Juniper's were more commentary and chronicle of these uncivil wars, as the campaigns from the Lease Rebellion onwards were beginning to be called by scholars. But then she'd always disdained everything but the military side of matters. There were days Adjutant thought he owed to all that came after him to pen a history of what was taking shape here that was true to the beliefs of the few making the decisions. On others he thought, rather ruefully, that such a work would be the very same kind of manuscript his duties would require him to order burned as a threat to the kingdom's peace. And so instead he found himself, now that he'd been able to wrestle an hour away from his work, penning a short monograph on the subject of tower raising that was about both much more and much less. The foundation of the game, he'd written, is the manipulation of incomplete knowledge. It is possible to win with only loose grip of the arithmetic, so long as one's understanding of their opponents runs contrastingly deep. He'd come to see much through that lens in the last few years. It was not, he thought, an unfair way to sum up the way the fractious nations of Calernia were behaving. The rising towers differed in nature and appearance. The stones were made of 100 different abstract details, but the underlying exchanges obeyed the same overarching rule. For someone to measurably benefit, someone else must lose. Cordelia Hazenbach had birthed the 10th Crusade by promising benefits to all its participants, leaving unspoken that those benefits would have to be taken from Callow and Praise. Having failed to achieve that plunder, her Grand Alliance was now clawing at itself over their own stones. The Empire remained overlord of Callow only so long as it provided protection by other marauding powers who would take from it. Yet prominent elements of Praise had acted in a hostile manner at Second Lease, with the tacit allowance of the Empress, and so Callow had pressed for independence. He still believed Militia had made a reasonable decision in some ways, for if she had succeeded in securing the Diabolist's doomsday weapon, she would have made herself too costly a target to plunder. From that position, all that would have been required of her was to wait for the lack of benefits to break apart the Grand Alliance. And yet she'd failed, for she had not accounted for the fact that a game was a game, and people were people. One could be philosophically correct while being wrong in practice, as she had been when she'd estimated neither the Black Knight nor Catherine would turn on her after the doom of Lease. He and Catherine had fallen for the same mistake, Hakram thought, when they predicted that military defeats within certain bounds would both force and allow the first prince to come to the negotiating table. We did not account for the heroes, he thought. We did not account for the priests and the heavens and the hand behind the hands. And so the desperate alliances that were the heart of tower raising had followed, reaching out for the bargain offered by Keter for counterbalance against Proserpine intransigence, which had failed, for the Empress had much less to lose and so could afford to offer better terms. And so Catherine left for the Everdark, intent on making miracle out of misfortune. She might succeed. She was, after all, never more dangerous than when no one believed she could possibly triumph. Or she might not. If that were the case, what he and Vivian Dartwick were building in Callow would be the sum total of their assets. He was forced to act with incomplete knowledge, and that ignorance dictated harsh terms. If this was all there was, defeat here of any kind was unacceptable. When Catherine returned, this machine must be well-oiled with every cog in a pristine state. Hakram set aside his quill, suddenly having lost taste for further writing. He blew dry the ink on the mostly empty parchment and rolled it up before sliding it into a sheath. It would keep. There were matters that might not, thief most immediate among them. The orc draped cloths over the bottled sprites that cast the light in his office, knowing it would lull them to sleep and so offer brighter glow when he returned. Not common knowledge, that. It was a secret Masego had nonchalantly shared, forgetting as he always did that there were perhaps 10 individuals more learned than him on all of Calernia, and that hundreds would cheerfully commit murder just to have a look at his most casual set of notes. There was a guard waiting outside the door, one of his own. Sergeant Auden, who was broad and covered with tattoos like all adults of the Frost-Tread clan. He had the almost black skin common in the furthest reaches of the lesser steppes, where the isolation had prevented the old bloodlines and customs from thinning. Sergeant, Hakram greeted him in Karsam. Where is she? Sir, Auden acknowledged, keeping his lips tight over his fangs in deference. Last report had her headed for the docks. As per orders, we did not tail her out of the palace. Adjutant nodded and clapped his shoulder before heading out. Tortoise kept suggesting that they send a few goblins out to shadow Thief whenever she went into the city, officially to make her easier to reach in case there was sudden counsel to be had. There was no point to even trying, in Hakram's eyes. In a city, Thief was impossible to find unless she wanted to be found. Assigning her a shadow, she would inevitably catch on to would only be tossing another ingredient in what was already turning out to be a dangerous brew. The orc knew the tavern that was her favorite haunt, deep in Guild of Thieves territory, and even if she was not already there, she'd hear of his coming long before he got there. Long enough that she'd show up to meet with him, if she was so inclined, though of that there was no guarantee. With Catherine away, the pretense of amity had given its death rattle. He would still go. At worst, he'd have a pint of terrible beer and leave one of her jacks a message before returning to the palace. Not the way he would have preferred to spend what promised to be his only Rieftal hour for the next few days. But preferences were always the first thing headed for the altar when the going got hard. He declined an escort when heading out. Malicious assassins had already emptied their quiver, and there would be few who could truly be a threat to him even if she had not. He almost wished they would try him, in truth. Lore was swimming with jacks, and further hacking away at the Empire's roster of hired killers would be a long-term boon. He drew gazes when passing through the Whitestone, as much from legionaries as from the locals. Anyone able to afford one of the district's mansions would know him by name and description, if not necessarily by sight. Further into the city, though, the nature of the gazes changed. Hakram was not known well enough that Callawans would tell him apart from other orcs by sight, not with gloves covering his hands and his burnt plate still in the palace. Unlike Catherine and Indrani, whose names were an invisible bonfire drawing the eye wherever they stood, his own was a muted thing. Noticeable enough when it left the sheath, but it had not. The reception he got was, to his perpetual surprise, rather cordial. Now that the last legions in the kingdom had been folded into the army of Callow, even greenskins who had never served in the 15th found the locals had thawed to their presence. The same could not be said for Sonic and Tagreb. The freshly promoted legate Abigail had passed down the order that all wasteland legionaries on leave must carry clear indicating mark of their service in the army of Callow, which had prevented angry killings in the streets after militia massacred a third of the royal court. But a handful of altercations had forced her to go even further and order such legionaries to move only in tents and avoid certain parts of the capital entirely. Enterprising Callowan merchants had made a killing by setting up stalls of drinks and food near the army's camps, allowing the soldiers a taste of the luxuries without risking their neck. The orc's lips split in amusement, bearing the slightest hint of fangs. It was a rare thing for his kind to be more popular in these parts than humans, even humans from the wasteland. He passed by a cart near the edge of Matilda's district, known as the usurper's quarter to the locals, and found his steps slowing when he caught scent of the grilled rabbit skewers on it. It was a ramshackle thing, not even painted as such Calawan carts usually were, and he absent-mindedly noted it was unlikely its owner had paid the proper dues to whatever guild held the rights to sales on these streets. The dark-haired man running it had done well regardless, he thought, for 2/3 of the cart were empty, and the grease stains left behind made it clear it had not begun the day that way. Hakram made his way to the skewers and reached for the handful of coins he carried, mostly coppers. The dark-haired man smiled. "Afternoon. You Legion?" he asked, his Lysan accent thick. "Refugee, most likely." The orc decided. Good to see some of them were making their way without needing to rely on the grain handouts. 15th, Hakram agreed. "Since the raising. How much for one?" The man hesitated, and there was movement behind the cart. The orc's head cocked to the side as a little boy no older than 9 popped out, fair-haired and not resembling the other human in the slightest. "Hi." The little creature grinned. "Meat." The lizard voice in the back of his head said. "Soft, small, bones easy to crack and get at the marrow." He ignored it, as all orcs who left the steppes were taught to. He'd learned well enough there was only silence around his comrades, but it was always harder with strangers. His people had been given rules by the Black Knight, and then his successor, and they were good rules. The kind that ran against instinct but helped you grow further. You can eat foes, you can eat the dead, but you must not touch any other. Still, he knew the impulse would never entirely go away. The rules were taught, but the impulse came with the blood. Orcs had to learn discipline, he thought, make it as much a part of them as the blood, or they would forever remain beasts of the steppes, good only for death dealt and received. "Hello," Hakram replied gently, keeping his fangs behind his lips. "Albert, get back behind the cart," the man sighed. "But it's boring," the boy whined. He was unceremoniously dragged back by his collar, and the cart owner offered the orc an apologetic glance. He picked out a skewer and handed it. "On the house," he said. "They've been out for a while anyway." Hakram inclined his head in thanks. "Much appreciated," he said, thick gloved fingers closing around the wooden stick holding the bits of meat together. "My husband went to enroll last month," the Lysan admitted. "Ended up sent to the training camp near Anku. General Hunes," the orc said. "He'll do well there, especially if he can read and write. There's a pressing need for officers." "We could use the pay," the man ruefully said. "The only decent rents in this city are dockside, and even with the Guild of Thieves keeping order, that's no place to raise a child." "You seem to be doing well enough," Hakram said, eyes lingering on the cart before withdrawing. He popped a bit of savory meat into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing. Nothing but salt and rabbit. He did enjoy Calawan cooking. Unlike the Presai, they didn't drown every dish with spices. You could still taste the meat. "No telling how long that'll last," the Lysan replied. "Word is Legate Abigail, bless her soul, told the guilds to take it easy on the streets for a while. The guards don't enforce permits as heavily as they used to. But now the Lord Adjutant's back in the capital, so it'll be out of her hands. No one's sure when the hammer will come down. I've noticed she's popular in these parts," Hakram said, mildly amused at receiving a confession concerning himself. "She got lore through the troubles after the Night of Knives," the merchant said, "and without swords coming out or riots wrecking half the city. Mind you, I'm not cussing out the army. They do good work, and I saw in the camps down south how bad it might get if they didn't keep the peace. But there's something reassuring about having one of ours in charge, you know? Lady Thief holds the regency in the Queen's absence," the orc pointed out. The man rolled his eyes. "You don't spend much time in taverns, do you?" he said. "The old crown it got split in two, one part green and the other one too. It's not a mystery who runs the kingdom with the Black Queen gone abroad to scare the shit out of Procker." It was not to Hakram. Giving Vivian the regency had been, from the beginning and Catherine's open admission, been a way to avoid the perception greenskins now ruled Callow. Thief did not want the duties, and Adjutant honestly did not believe she would fare well bearing their burden. That the man in the street knew it as well, however, was not a pleasant surprise. "We keep underestimating these people," he thought. "Militia and Hazenbach have, to their ugly surprise, but we do as well, and we should know better." "She'll be back," the orc said, still too taken aback to muster better response. "Aye, she will," the Lysan said. "And maybe she'll drop a lake on the western borders, this time. Let them try to invade across. That. We can only hope," Hakram Drilly said. But I shouldn't blabber," the man said. "Don't let me keep you. It tastes best while still warm." "Thanks again," Adjutant said, inclining his head. He stepped back onto the street, already mentally adding another entry to his never-ending tally. There might be others like this one, who'd trade on the streets instead of eating on the crown's dime if they could. Getting the guilds to waive their dues, even as a temporary measure, would be like ripping out teeth, and sure to unsettle a city still uneasy, but there were ways around it. The House of Light and Lore had full coffers, according to the Jacks, having entirely recovered from their scarce years under imperial rule. If they could be talked into paying the dues for merchants as an act of strategic charity, the guilds might even lower their demanded cut out of deference for the priests. Yet another council would be required, he thought tiredly, and with people prone to the kind of squabbling that would make Thief and Juniper seem like beloved sisters. The boy popped out to wave him goodbye, and Hakram waved back, waiting until he was out of sight to gobble half the skewer and lick his chops. His good mood did not last, for even as he chewed, he was forced to admit the thief's situation was worse than he'd previously believed. If a wander down the streets had him hearing the rumor, how often would the spy mistress of Callow have heard it? Even a small wound could go bad if salt kept being rubbed into it, and this one was not small. Pride always bit the hardest, and Vivian Dartwick had no lack of that. Sundown was beginning when Hakram finally reached the signless tavern that was Thief's favorite sink, and he'd been feeling eyes on the back of his head for at least half an hour. The Jacks had picked him out, and their mistress would have been informed of his coming arrival. She was waiting inside when he entered, tucked away in a little alcove with a tankard in hand and her feet propped up on a chair. As always, she forced herself to not look at his bone hand, even covered, so blatantly she might as well have been staring. The orc lumbered over slowly, making sure to keep the skeletal limb always in her field of sight and moving slowly. He'd noticed it got even worse when he hid it away from her eyes. "Adjutant," Thief drawled. "Heard you were looking for me." He sat down, the wooden frame creaking under him, and nodded. "I was. Let's have a talk, you and I," Hakram gravelled. An honest one for once. The flare of wariness she poorly hid was not auspicious beginning, but he had no choice. It could not be put off any longer. He needed to be sure they were raising the same tower, for decisions had to be made. In the game, as in all things, it was always better to be the betrayer than the betrayed. Book 4. Interlude, Zwischenzug II. In the East they say that doubt is the death of man, but I have seen the end of the forking path and reply this. So is certainty, only for others. Theodore Langman, Wizard of the West. Panic blanked Vivian's mind, for a heartbeat. Her fingers clutched the tankard so tightly she felt like it should break. Was this it then? The conversation that took place before the dead hand snatched the life out of her? I can run, she thought, but that would be declaring treason, or close enough, and they would hunt her like an animal. How many of the Jacks would stay loyal, if there was a price on her head? Some, but not enough. The guildsmen who'd once answered to Ratface, and she'd begun to fold into her own web, would turn their cloak without batting an eye. She was still Queen of Thieves until someone took the stolen crown from her. But that was more custom than law, and Catherine had put the fear of her in their bones. Some would sell her out, if the alternative was crossing the Black Queen's right hand. She'd sent all her people away before Deadhand arrived, anyway, leaving the two of them alone with the hearth crackling in the corner. The thief forced herself to drink down some ale, heart still beating against her eardrums. She could not fall to pieces so easily. "Let's have a talk, you and I," the orc had said. He'd phrased it like it was an offer, like there was a decision to make. They both knew there wasn't. "Honesty, is it?" she said, affecting a drawl. "I did not know you traded in such luxuries, Adjutant. Ambitious of you." He did not smile. Unsure where to look, coldly assessing eyes, lips hiding fangs or that damned hand even when hidden under a glove. She drank again instead. "Do you know," Hakram Deadhand mildly said, "I can't remember the last time I was genuinely scared. I've been afraid for us, in fights, but actual terror? No, not even when the Queen of Summer came down. I can't imagine what it would be like, living with that sword always hanging over your head, coloring every sight and scent, creeping into every corner of me." Vivian set down her tankard, slowly and carefully. "To be afraid of something," she said, "you have to care about something first. And do you?" Did he care about a single thing in all of creation? Sometimes she thought he loved Catherine, though not in a way that would lead to courtship. The woe were so often like sunflowers, turning to remain facing the burning glare hung up in their common sky, and of them Hakram Deadhand had been the first. The kind of love, perhaps, that a drowning man would have for the shore. But even that could not be the sum whole of anyone, and how could she trust in the words of a creature that treated every moment like one on the stage? Vivian was not sure which truth would be more dangerous, that there was something buried deep beneath, or that there truly was nothing at all. The orc inclined his head, thoughtful. The gesture and accompanying visage was not common to his kind. The thief had known enough orcs to be certain of that. It was learned, presented consciously to her eyes. I have been thinking of a game, lately, Deadhand said. I will spare you the details, for they are largely irrelevant to this conversation, but there is one part of it I have been struggling with. The thief maintained a pleasant smile, letting him speak without interruption though her mind was wheeling. A game? It was questions she had expected, not some delicate metaphor. Trust, Adjutant said. That is the one element I could never quite figure out. The game cannot be won without the players hiding their thoughts, yet it cannot truly advance without trust either. I've tried to make a study of why it fails or emerges, but found no success. The same answers rarely apply twice. A matter best left to philosophers, perhaps, Vivian said, too wary to venture blindly into this. Or theologians, I suppose. Faith and trust have much in common. Do they? The orc curiously asked. It is my understanding you were raised to the House of Light, but I never learned its teachings in any depth. My people, not unlike the Profiteers, see prayer more as bargain than oblation. And there it was, the itch in the wound. Not the religious matters, but the part he had casually mentioned. My people, the Profiteers, as if they were two different things entirely. Perhaps they were, Vivian thought. She'd entertained the thought often enough in the past. Why would the first orc named in centuries subordinate himself to a human from a land that was traditional plunder and raiding grounds to his own kind? Oh, his name lent itself well to obedience. But even if he'd ended up the shepherd, he could have returned to the steppes and lived like a king until his death. Where was his gain? She had wondered. Her answer had been that by staying at Catherine's side, he could do more than his people than by returning to his desolate home or remaining in true imperial service. Cat had been, by then, as good as Queen of Callow, even if there had been the thin pretense of a ruling council. If the empire was broken apart from the inside, if the clans were supported by a Callowan sovereign whose closest friend was an orc, and yet there'd been no trace of the steps that should precede that. There was no greenskin faction at court. There'd been, as far as she knew, no suggestions of diplomacy with the clans of the steppes or with the powerful officers of his kind in the Legions of Terror. Even when it came to the army of Callow, he'd been one of the main proponents of investing in training Callowan officers rather than simply relying on the veterans acquired from the wounded legions who'd joined after Second Lease. His game was not an obvious one. The assertion that he could be driven by personal ambition was laughable. Deadhand could have taken any seat on the Queen's Council with but a whisper in Catherine's ear. And to be frank, even without any formal title, he'd held authority so broad and absolute some actual kings would have envied it. How much higher could he rise without holding a crown of his own? Yet Adjutant held no noble title, no lands, no significant military force of his own. He could commandeer most of these, but he had not cultivated personal loyalties or gathered supporters, even when it would have been almost childishly easy to do so. He was, in essence, the perfect loyal right hand. That degree of apparent flawlessness in anyone would have made Vivian's skin crawl, but in so skilled an actor, it was more than just alarming. As the silence stretched, the thief realized she'd allowed the conversation to lapse and cleared her throat. I'm not the best person to explain it, she said. I never had much interest in priestly matters. And yet you fought by the side of a man touched by the choir of contrition, the orc said. Something few priests can boast of. Callowans are a study in contradiction, sometimes. You've birthed as many heroes as the Profiteers have villains, but rare is the song sung in your taverns that praises angels or heavens. Always the kingdom, always rebellion and revenge and old scores settled. How often have your people been the invaded instead of the invaders, Adjutant? Vivian softly asked. Curse not walls of your own raising. Aye, he said. We have done that. Yet I find it fascinating. The faces nation will paint over faceless gods. Profiteers hold their gods below to be peerless schemers, for that is their favored art. Goblins call the whole lot the gobbler, a single crawling thing that will one day devour the same creation it spewed out. Death is the only certainty they embrace as a race. And orcs? Vivian asked. Below is just what they teach us to call them in the wasteland, Deadhand said. We know them as the hungry gods. We've had our lesser idols, as all other peoples have, but that altar was the first and remains the greatest. Kings and shepherds fit the same cook pot, Vivian quoted, tongue stumbling over the rough syllables of Karsam. She was the only one of the woe who did not speak it fluently. Catherine had been raised in an orphanage and Indrani in the middle of the fucking woods, and still they'd been surprised. She did not speak Orcish. as if it was a given that everyone should. Have you ever seen an orc go without meat for long, thief? Adjutant said. An experiment was made by some sonic lord called Ehios a few centuries back, so the process is well documented. He grabbed 300 orcs in their prime, who'd committed one of those crimes that is only ever a crime when the Precise need fresh bodies, and locked them up for study. The thief's eyes narrowed. She did not reply. For the first month, it's barely noticeable at all, Deadhand continued. We'll get irritable, aggressive, slower in thought. Then at the beginning of the second month, skin will grow tight and muscles melt away. Our bodies start eating themselves alive. By the middle of the third month, we are no longer able to tell faces apart. It's all a thick, red, pulsing haze. Her fingers tightened under the table, not that she remembered putting her hands there. Ehios was a dutiful scholar, the orc mildly said. Just starving them would not have been enough. He sequestered parts of the 300 and studied how different manners of feeding would affect the process. He suggested afterwards that it was possible to keep orcs at the beginning of the middle state, before muscles start going, if they are fed 2 pounds of meat a month along with higher quantity of other provisions. It's true as it happens. I know this because his suggestions were used as the standard orc rations in the legions up until the reforms. They called it Ehios measure. They wanted you able to fight, Vivian said. But not think, Deadhand finished softly. Or we might just question why it was never Precise that faced the charges of your knights. I imagine there's quite a few orcs in the legions, even in the army of Callow, who have grandfathers and grandmothers that lived under the measure, she said. He nodded. Not wary, never wary, for that was to be her curse and not his. There's another part to that tale, Adjutant, the thief said. One you forgot to tell. You see, there's quite a few Callowans in the army who have kin that got eaten by orcs. Not even 30 years ago. What the wasteland did to your people is a horror. What they went on to do to mine is a fucking horror as well, and one does not expunge the other. I know that too, thief, Deadhand said. You asked, in your own roundabout manner, what it is I care about. I have answers you won't care to hear, but this one you will. I care about seeing a world where, when I tell this story, the woman on the other side of the table can't reply the way you did. Where we're more than hunting hounds for those who measured our starvation. And there it was. Everything she had feared, hoped. It was such a blurry line. Some days, he would say. The confession that he meant to use Callowan lives to secure orc interests. How long would it be until Catherine's fanged chancellor whispered the right words to have her war for the independence of the steppes? And yet, he is not prepared for this. She thought. The orc was meticulous to a fault. So where was his spade work? Where were the correspondences and the deals, the alliances made in the dark? Where were the mouthpieces for this ugliest of crusades? Part of her wanted to dismiss all the absences as him simply biding his time, but it rang false. It was fear giving answer, and Vivian despised how seductive those whispers were. She was willing to fear for her life, for her home, but what was she if terror was the sum whole of her? Just another prisoner, yet another Callowan who'd never quite left the days of imperial occupation. The moment she ceased looking for the truth, she was lost. And yet you are here, she said, in lore, working for a kingdom you love not, when you could be raising banner among the clans of your kind. Why? Of all of the woe, Deadhand calmly said, you should understand that best. I could raise rebel flag. I could give the tower a war it would remember for a very long time. I might even win it and cast down that peerless tribute to murder. But what would that accomplish, thief? The head bearing the crown changes. The world moves on, and 200 years from now, we'll be right back where we started. You don't cure a sickness by fighting the symptoms. You go after the root, or it will linger until death. The lease accords, Vivian said. The lease accords, the orc agreed. They will not come to be unless we take a hatchet to everything that holds up praise beyond repair. And under those rules, that agreement of nations, we change things. Not a dynasty's name or a few battles won or borders on a map. We truly change things. It was perhaps the only argument he could have brought forward that would have appeased her without appeasing her too much. A perfect balance struck. The thief could feel the hair on the back of her neck rising. There were devils in the deepest hells that did not have half as silver a tongue as Hakram Deadhand. And so, I now worry of you, Adjutant said. I have been more ardent a defender of them than any of us, Vivian harshly replied. So you have, the orc easily conceded. And that surprised me. For while Callow will benefit, they are not tailored for the primary benefit of the kingdom, and it is Callowans that will bleed to have it signed. She'd run with heroes once, the thief remembered. Men and women who'd carried the broken pieces of their old lives with them just as the woe did, and some nights she wondered how deep the differences truly were. And then there were moments like this, where the killer across from her was surprised that she would embrace salvation extending further than her own little corner of creation. Like it was expected that the lines on the map delimited the border between people and foes, and there could be nothing between. William had been a monster too, in his own way, and Vivian had neither forgotten nor forgiven what might have taken place in Lys without Catherine's intervention. Rare was the day where she did not curse herself for having hesitated, having quibbled, having allowed it to happen without raising a fucking hand. But even William would never have been surprised by someone trying to do good for the sake of doing good. I discarded those hesitations, she thought, and threw in my lot with the woe. I made a bet on Catherine, and within the year 100,000 innocents were dead. I can hate the princes of Procure for their rapaciousness, she said. I can hate those who allow themselves to take arms for a morally bankrupt cause, and the heroes who would see us burn for a point of philosophy. I can do all that, and not hate the people under them. And yet there is an imbalance, isn't there? Adjutant quietly said. It is not equal care. Who you hesitate, if the choice was between a Calawan life and a Proceran one. And that makes me a villain? She hissed, and immediately regretted it. Panic flared. Was this going to be it then? The moment where he reached across the table and snapped her neck like kindling? You are afraid, Deadhand noted. There is no need. You have not spoken anything I did not already suspect. And that is my worry, Vivian. Because deep down you still believe, you still act like you're the same girl who was at the lone swordsman's side. You are not. And so to keep my throat uncut, I must kiss the feet of the gods below, she said. Is that it? Shall I eat a baby to prove my dedication to the cause? Your life is in no danger, Deadhand calmly said. She laughed, right in his face. Is that so? She mocked. Why? Because Catherine would be cross if you killed me. It would pass. She needs you too badly, and you'll be able to tell her you tried before I so regrettably forced your hand. Your murder would be seen as a greenskin coup, regardless of context, Adjutant said. So if you cannot believe in my own intentions, at least believe in the practicalities involved. Spot on, Deadhand, she snarled. There's nothing quite as reassuring as hearing one's death would be politically inconvenient. So that's the colonel, the orc said, sounding surprised. You do not believe you have worth. She flinched. That had cut too close to home for comfort. The orc's brow creased. You stole a son, he slowly said, and were instrumental in the killing of several of our most dangerous opponents. You do have a talent for the exact, Vivian said. Instrumental is precisely the right word. An instrument, wielded by sharper minds and quicker hands. A bundle of aspects to be used as a surgical tool, perhaps sometimes a discreet pair of eyes. You are all named, she thought. I am an artifact that breathes. And the moment she strayed from that function, what came but defeat? By the Grey Pilgrim, by Fae, by a single presage. Lightning coursing through her veins, not delivered by some ancient power, but a single woman with a speck of sorcery to her. The humiliation of it only deepened the echoes of the pain across her body. War is not your role, thief, Deadhand said. Forcing the matter will only result in failure. Then what is my damned role, Adjutant? She asked quietly. Because there's no need for a thief here, and what else can I be used for? I do not rule. I do not lead armies. My judgment is background drone to decisions of import, even when Catherine is here. Is that all? Am I just the forced voice of morality that must be sweet-talked before we take yet another plunge? Gods, I am tired of being an obstacle instead of a speaker. The orc considered that in silence. Trust, he said, sounding almost amused. Always trust. I would offer you a bargain, Vivian Dartwick. The deal or the grave, she thought. So it finally came to that, Catherine's little helper tidying up all the loose ends. You're right, Adjutant said. You never spoke the accusation, yet you are right. I have no great love for this kingdom. I see what it takes from her, from all of us, and I wonder how it could be worth it. The orc's eyes met hers squarely. So teach me, he said, why I should care for it. Show me. I can't squeeze tears out of a stone, Hakram, she tiredly replied. He nodded, as if he had come to a decision. There is nothing I can say that will convince you, Deadhand said. You are not wrong. Even oaths are just words. The orc methodically took off his gloves, one after the other. Flesh first, and the scuttling bone. He brought up the skeletal fingers. Your knife, please, he said. Vivian's pulse quickened. Slowly she palmed her blade, eyes remaining peeled on his face, and she saw only cold determination there. Gods forgive me, she thought. Hide. The hand remained there, his eyes on hers. Hide. She thought again, panic mounting. She could touch the aspect, but it refused to bloom. It was like trying to catch smoke. Gently, the orc took the knife from her sweaty, shaking hand. I made a promise to you. Once, Adjutant said. One I have come to regret. The tip of the blade touched the bone hand with a soft clink, artfully moved to allow it from his grip. Only blood can wash away bad blood, he said. Our peoples have that in common. I should not have forgot it. The knife came down, hard enough to shake the table beneath, and carved into the orc's only flesh wrist. Blood spurted as Vivian's blade scraped across bones, fear and astonishment taking hold of her. Adjutant, what dash? My word is of no worth to you. Hakram Deadhand calmly interrupted her, face pale and taut with pain. That is not unwise. Amends must be made. So when you next doubt your value, I want you to remember this. When the choice came, I judged you well worth a hand. The orc's wrist pressed down, bone shattered, and Adjutant's black blood crept across the table as his hand came fully severed. Book 4, Interlude, Giuoco Pianissimio II. A man could sift through all of creation and never find so much as a speck of this elusive thing called the greater good. Like all the most dangerous altars, it is entirely of our own raising. King Edmund of Callow, the ink hand. It looks like you shoved the stump in a fire, Fatalism II sighed. That was, in fact, exactly what Hakram had done. Blood loss could kill even named, and while pushing a fresh stump into a hearth fire until the flesh cauterized had been excruciatingly painful, it had still been better than dying in a ratty lore tavern. Masego's assistant, and nominal head of the observatory in his absence, had promptly answered the summons after he returned to the palace and begun to work on healing his wound without quibbling. There were other mages in the capital, of course, and many priests. But Fatala was Presai, and that had decided his choice of healer. The Sonic had been raised to understand the value of discretion and not inquiring in the affairs of one's social superiors. The dark-skinned woman leaned closer with a silvery scalpel in hand, cutting slightly into the burned flesh at the end of his stump. No pain, he noted, though that might simply be because he'd grown light-headed enough he no longer felt it. The blade came away red, and the sorceress washed it in a bowl of clear water before wiping with a cloth. I'll need to cut away the burnt flesh before healing the damage beneath, she informed him. Healing is not my specialty, and burns are trickier than most wounds. Pouring magic into scorched flesh tends to have unpredictable results. Do as you see fit, Adjutant graveled. I will defer to your judgment. She nodded in appreciation. You've lost a large amount of blood, Fatala added. I'd recommend poultry, fish, and red meat, which are staples of your people's diets, regardless. Orcs lack the most the issues involved in human blood transfusions, so it's certainly possible if you want to accelerate recovery, but my understanding is that local mores frown upon those kinds of rituals. It won't be necessary, Hakram simply said. The full consequences of his actions must be played out, lest the gesture be robbed of some of its weight. She did not question his answer, as she had not lingered on the subject of reattaching the hand after he'd declined. The Sonic passed her knife under open flame to cleanse it, and then set to the methodical business of prying away the burnt flesh on his stump before healing it. The spell she used for that purpose, he did not recognize. The sorceress used no incantation, and the shape and color of the magic were different than that used by the Legions of Terror. The pain returned quick enough, a deep, ugly throb, and Hakram only then realized she'd discreetly numbed his nerves before her early examination. Kind of the Lady Buffino, he thought. The title occasionally tossed in the foreigner's direction by servants and court officials was a source of mild amusement to him, he could privately admit. It was a Callowan courtesy title, one that would likely have gotten her killed if she'd claimed it while still in the employ of a wasteland patron. It would have denoted the kind of ambitions Presai aristocrats disliked finding in their subordinates. Fatalism Buffino had, after all, once been Fuesa to the Sahelians. Servant blood, it meant, a distinction between commoners and those retainers directly in the service of the nobility. Hakram had studied her background in some detail, as it happened. After Masego had snatched her from the gallows and placed her in his service, Catherine had rather bluntly told the orc that if Fatala was a risk, she would be getting into an accident as soon as feasible. The investigation had led to an interesting look at Presai customs, particularly pertaining mages. Sorcery and political power had been intertwined in the wasteland since long before the Mesans ever made shore on Calernia, in praise more than any other region. The lords high and low had bred sorcery into their lines with methodical precision, bringing talented mages into the fold whenever it seemed like the blood thinned, but those were ultimately limited arrangements. Both Sonic and Tagreb saw more mages born than any other human ethnicity on the continent, which meant it was effectively impossible for the nobles to keep the practice of sorcery entirely within their own ranks. Adjutant had read the appropriate treatises back in the college, and so he was aware that most people born with the gift either never realized they had it or died young after an uncontrolled or untrained use of sorcery. Another significant portion had too little talent to be able to practice sorcery beyond a few tricks without extensive tutoring, though when born to wealthy families, such types made up the backbone of alchemists and academics in the empire. It was the smaller portion that had a gift strong enough for ritual or combat sorcery that had the high lords and their vassals regularly sifting through their subjects. The treatment those lucky few received varied from region to region. Tagreb, as a rule, treated them like a sort of lesser nobility and created mage lines within their territories that could be called on when there was need for war or marriage. Sonic, as in most things, proved too complex to easily generalize. The policies of Okoro and Noct tended towards bringing agreeable mages into the fold as Fuesa, and those judged unreliable forced into service with the local nobles' household troops. The stubborn and the runners disappeared. Oxum was the most traditionally hard line, with any mages not leashed or wedded unceremoniously slain before they could become an issue. Acua Sahelian's own father, famously, had been born with enough talent he could be a threat even as a servant and no spare relative to wed him to. He'd had to flee the region with killers after him, finding refuge in Wolof, the line to which Fatala had once been sworn to, and the last of the great Sonic cities. Wolof was a center of sorcery rival to Ater itself, and had remained so for millennia by investing heavily in raising and training mages. It was well known to acquire mages from other regions in difficult situations, but Fatala had been born in the city and so fallen under the aegis of its internal policies. Like all children with promising magical talent, she'd been taken from her family while young, the parents being offered a lump sum as redress for the loss of a child, and trained at the High Lady's expense until she reached the age of 12. Young mages who made it that far, not a given, the mortality rate was 1 in 3, were assigned permanent service to either the Sahelians or one of their vassal families, a highly politic process that the ruling family of Wolof used to both reward and slight their subordinates. The loyal got rising talents, the troublesome only the dregs. Fatala herself had been judged of sufficient prowess to enter the service of the Sahelians themselves and cultivated as Fuesa to the family. She'd known Diabolus socially, but never been in her personal circle, and been considered a likely fit for a teaching or research position after she spent a decade or two fighting as a combat mage for her masters. Her talent as both a ritualist and a theoretician had been noted in precise circles. She'd made some waves after proving it was possible to forge a weak artificial sympathetic link in scrying tools, and that reputation was likely the reason Diabolist had picked her as a retainer when she set out to engineer the doom of Lys. The amount of work required in turning an entire city into a runic array would have been massive, and she was a natural fit for Acua Sahelian to delegate the lesser tasks to. It was fortunate, Hakram often thought, that she'd been snatched from Diabolist's service before she could serve that purpose. How much faster would the doom of Lys have come with such a helper? There, Fatala said, placing her silver knife back into the water. That is as much as I can do. Should you change your mind about reattaching the hand, it will be necessary to cut off a sliver of the stump and a degree of functionality will be lost. In case you were unaware, limb reattachment attempted more than 10 hours after the loss has at most a 1 in 4 chance of success. I can't speak for what Lord Hierophant would be capable of, naturally, or even Calawan priests. Their methods are largely beyond my understanding. Duly noted, Hakram replied, gaze turning to the stump. His dead flesh had been carved off, piece by piece, and instead thin green skin now covered his wrist. Almost thin as a human's, he thought, though it would thicken in time. Be careful with it. It's fragile even by human standards, the sorceress said. As it happens, the flesh reached full saturation during the process. I won't be able to touch it again for at least 2 days, and after that only minor touch-ups. It would be ideal if you could avoid puncturing the skin for a full month. I'll be careful with it, Adjutant said, and blinked. He'd been trying to move fingers that no longer existed, he realized. That would be an adjustment. Thank you, Lady Buffino, he finally said. That will be all. It was my pleasure, Lord Adjutant, she respectfully replied. She gathered her affairs and bowed before leaving. She might not have seen the wasteland in years now, but the manners remained with her. The angle of the bow had been the one court etiquette dictated as required for a high lord of praise. Though he found himself in a thoughtful mood, Hakram did not linger in the private room he'd requisitioned for the treatment. This business, after all, was not quite done. His conversation with Thief had been interrupted by the woman's obvious horror at his actions, worsened when he addressed the bleeding with cauterization through the tavern's hearth fire. That was not entirely unexpected. He'd given it better than half odds they would have to take recess while the wound was properly seen to when deciding his course of action. Hakram usually slept in his office, whenever he could spare time for slumber, but he did have personal rooms of his own in the palace. Amusingly enough, they had once been those of the queen consorts of Callow. He was not certain whether Catherine was unaware of the fact or simply indifferent, though an alternative might be that she knew and it was actually her sardonic sense of humor at work. Regardless, they were the rooms closest to her own. He'd been rather touched by the implications of that, though he still used them only rarely. Thief would not come to him in his office, he knew. It was, in her eyes, the seat of his power. It was also where he kept his axe, and Vivian preferred him unarmed when she could stomach to see him at all. A place where he could be expected to go, but where his presence was lightly felt would be the most appropriate setting for the last part of their exchange, and so the orc did not waste time dawdling before heading for his quarters. He'd felt eyes on him the moment he passed the threshold of the healing room, and twice more while on his way, and so it was no surprise that Thief awaited him inside when he opened the door. Her informants must have been tracking him all the way to here. The personal quarters of the queen consorts of Callow had been luxurious even before Lore, and its royal palace fell under the rule of wastelanders whose own nobility was known to be ostentatious to almost absurd extents. The orc had stripped away most of the decorations, though the furniture itself had been of very good make, and so remained intact. The only luxury he'd occasionally partaken in was the large balcony outside overlooking a garden, the closest to a spot of green he'd been able to find in this city. It was there that Thief was awaiting. She looked small and thin, sitting on an open windowsill and bathed in moonlight. Even for a human, Catherine was shorter, but like her teacher, she had enough presence it was barely noticeable when looking at her. Vivian Dartwick's hair had grown longer, he noticed once more. Hakram did not allow his eyes to linger. His attention would only have worsened whatever issue lay behind that fact, but he'd noticed when it first began. Before the departure for Keter, and for it to have been noticeable even back, then it must have started slightly earlier. Namelore was a muddle of imprecisions and exceptions, he knew, but where there was an effect there would be a cause. If, as Catherine insisted, the appearance of a named was a reflection of how they saw themselves, then such changes in Thief were a warning sign as to her mental state. Worrying, considering her influence and formal charge over the only spy network Callow possessed. Vivian would not need to rebel to damage the kingdom, only withhold key information at a crucial moment. Or, more likely in his eyes, simply leave. The hole it would make would be a crippling blow to a kingdom that had effectively begun being raised from the ground up a mere 2 years ago. Adjutant, she said, flicking a glance at him. At least you had enough sense to see a mage. I would have survived it, he simply said. Moving slowly, he came at her side. Large as the open window was, there would be no accommodating the both of them if he wished to sit with her. Instead, he simply rested his elbows on the windowsill, leaning forward. Though he did not turn to watch, he felt her eyes looking down at the stump. Good. There had been, he'd realized early, no real chance any words from his lips could sway her. She distrusted him too much. Catherine could have a fireside chat with a stranger for half an hour and have them come out willing to murder in her name, but that had never been one of his talents. He could ease and turn currents, but not birth them. It was important for a name to recognize their limitations, he believed. The costs of arrogance were so much higher for them than anyone else. Knowing that, Hakram had been forced to make a decision. Simply allowing things to unfold as they were was not to be seriously considered. The longer Thief was allowed to consolidate her power, and she already was, by bringing the informants who'd once answered to Ratface under her banner, the costlier her defection or betrayal would become. It might have been possible to draw the matter out until Catherine returned, if he'd had a precise notion of when she would, but he did not. That left killing her before she became an issue or finding a way to stem her doubts. The very devise of the woe. Thief murmured, eyes leaving his absent hand. We will survive. It smacks more of desperation than valor. Valor is the game of the winning side, Hakram replied. If you can afford to worry about appearances, it's not a war to the death. We've known precious little else. There comes a time when those excuses grow thin, adjutant, she said. I was taught as a child that dark circumstances are a test of character, that the righteous rise above, that the wicked sink. I was taught as a child that killing a man for a goat was a glorious affair, if done on an open field, he said. We are more than our first lessons. We have to, or will only ever be what our ancestors were before us. There is worth in old lessons, Thief said. In old wisdom. If they were so wise, Hakram mildly said, why did we inherit such a debacle of a world from them? She went still. Those ways kept Callow free for millennia, she said. They failed, in the end, the orc said, not unkindly. To the carrion lord, Thief replied. How often does praise spawn a man like that? Calamity was the right name for his band. The kind of catastrophe born once a few centuries. Even before him, this kingdom was the battlefield of the continent, Hakram said. Praise invaded every other decade. Procker whenever the stars were right. How often has this land truly known peace? We have brought many things to Callow, Hakram deadhand. The thief soberly said. Peace was not one of them. I am told, he said, that births are rarely gentle affairs. And what are we birthing, she said. There has been more martial law than actual law over the last 2 years. We've assassinated and hanged, sacrificed thousands to make deals, and still we tremble in the tower's shadow. At what point, adjutant, does a justification become an excuse? We have also fed the starving, Hakram said, sheltered the lost. We've built a kingdom and reclaimed its border. The good may not erase the bad, but the bad does not erase the good. And yet I wonder, Thief said, could others have done what we did, without the costs, without compromising who they were? If there were such people out there, they have not come, Hakram said. You compare yourself to ghosts of your own making. We're not the best, but we're what there is, she bitterly said. I've said that myself, to others, and while facing the mirror. That too grows thin with the repeating. Gods, if those people had come, I have to ask, would we have killed them? Did we? Before they ever came into themselves. If they could not face us, they couldn't face militia, Thief sharply said. Or Cordelia Hazenbach, or her heroes, or the carrion lord. I know, gods damn you. I know. And I know, too, that I might as well be shouting into the void when I say this, but it needs to be said anyway. We are not the lesser evil. Not anymore. When we seek to make pacts with the fucking dead king and move armies like pieces on a board for diplomatic gains. The only difference between us and the old evils is that we're newer at this game and nowhere is good. That isn't a distinction to be proud of. And there was the rub, for Hakram had known this kind of talk before and never put much stock in it. He'd spoken with Juniper, once, and her own blunt way she'd laid bare the heart of it. Calawans looked at knights and saw chivalry, honor, and all those other virtues. Orcs looked at knights and saw killers on horses. Vivian had championed causes, one after the other, that had been put aside in the name of necessity. Yet they were not unworthy, none of them. She felt discarded and ignored because, frankly, she had been. Her only victories had come by the planning of others, used as a cog in a greater machinery. Hakram rather enjoyed such a role. It was what he'd been taught, what he was good at. But he stood certain of his worth outside that boundary, and Vivian Dartwick did not. They had to start listening to her. Not because they would lose her if they did not, but because she was right, or at least not entirely wrong. They'd all flocked to Catherine's banner because they liked the world she wanted to make, that she made just by being who she was. And Thief, in her own way, was perhaps the most ardent partisan of that. Because she would stick by that vision even when Catherine did not, even if it made her the only objector in a council. An obstacle instead of a speaker, as she'd put it herself. How many of those councils had been true debates, instead of a confirmation of a decision already made? Too few. Adjutant thought. Too few for what we want to be. He could feel her eyes return to his stump, and knew the bargain had been worth it. The lessons had been learned well. Are we not all your students, Catherine? In our own winding ways. You taught us that there is always a way through, if we're willing to bleed. Words would not convince Thief, but now every time doubt came she could look at the stump and know beyond doubt, that she had been judged worthy. More useful a thing than a handful of fingers. So tell me, Adjutant said, how we can be different. Her gaze met his, hesitant, fearing, assessing. Hope was always a most tempting cup to drink from, even when you knew the chalice might be poisoned. Vivian Dartwick spoke, under pale moonlight, and Hakram Deadhand listened.